Chapter 1. The new recruit, Yudian. At the Naval Headquarters, the bustling military stronghold of Marineford, a new recruit training camp is abuzz with activity. The sun blazes fiercely overhead, and not a whisper of breeze stirs the stifling air. The newly enlisted sailors stand in formation, each one drenched in sweat and enduring the sweltering heat. Yet, not a single word escapes their lips. For before them stands the legendary naval instructor, Zephyr. To think I would actually see Mr. Zephyr in person. The recruits' hearts swell with excitement, momentarily forgetting the oppressive weather. Zephyr, a former admiral who transitioned to an instructor, has trained the current 3 admirals as well as numerous vice admirals and rear admirals. He is a revered hero in the eyes of these fresh recruits. Beside Zephyr stands a stunning Butya rear admiral and candidate for admiral, known as Gion, with the naval code name Peach Rabbit. The presence of these 2 weighty figures sends a wave of exhilaration and anxiety among the new recruits, who dare not even breathe loudly, fearing they might tarnish the image of their idols. Noticing the palpable tension, Zephyr chuckles and waves his hand, signaling everyone to ease up. There's no need to be so tense after all. We're not heading in a battle against pirates. With his amiable words, the recruits envision their first expedition against pirates, which only amplifies their anxiety. Oh, it's just a battlefield. After a few more experiences, you'll get used to it, Zephyr adds with a friendly smile. Yet, no one below can muster a smile in response. If not for the fear of reprimand, many would have shouted, "Please stop talking, just be quiet." Perhaps sensing their silent dissent, Zephyr abruptly changes the subject. All right, let's shift to a lighter topic. Let's begin with self-introductions. He gestures for the recruits to step forward one by one to share their names, hobbies, and specialties, hoping to enliven the atmosphere while also gauging their personal qualities. As each recruit steps forward to introduce themselves, the previously tense ambience indeed lightens considerably. However, this public speaking exercise is not particularly friendly to those of a more introverted nature, such as Yudian. Why are we doing self-introductions? It's just as tedious as the first day of university. He mutters, scratching his head as he watches his fellow recruits step forward. Soon it's his turn. My name is Yudian, and I hail from the East Blue. His introduction is exceedingly brief. Across from him, Zephyr observes the young man with golden hair and smiles, waving his hand. Don't be shy, feel free to say whatever you wish. It would be great if you could also share your hobbies and specialties. His words have the intended effect. When it comes to discussing specialties, Yudian has something to contribute. My hobby? Well, it's just lying down. He hesitates, nearly voicing the thought that lounging all day without eating could count as a specialty. However, he refrains, not wanting to leave a poor impression on the higher-ups on his first day. Instead, he adopts a more serious demeanor and states, "My specialty is the use of armament Haki." Upon hearing this, the recruits are bewildered. What is armament Haki? Even Zephyr, who has maintained a smile, is taken aback. You, a new recruit, are proficient in armament Haki? Peach Rabbit, observing from the side, bursts into laughter. I never would have guessed. You're skilled in using armament Haki? Her flippant attitude causes Yudian to furrow his brow slightly. He wonders why his ability to use armament Haki is so amusing. In contrast, Zephyr maintains his composure. When did you learn to use armament Haki? Where did you acquire that skill? He aims to clarify, knowing that anyone capable of mastering and teaching armament Haki would likely have some renown. Perhaps he even knows the individual. However, this seemingly simple inquiry leaves Yudian in a quandary, causing him to frown in hesitation. What's the matter? Did you learn armament Haki from a pirate? Peach Rabbit inquires teasingly, clearly entertained by Yudian's discomfort. In truth, even if he had once been mentored by a pirate, Peach Rabbit wouldn't mind. The Navy has absorbed many genuine pirates, and having been a pirate in the past is hardly a disqualifying factor. Yet, she finds Yudian's troubled expression amusing and wishes to tease the new recruit. All right, Peach Rabbit, stop teasing him. Zephyr interjects, halting her playful jabs. He then kindly reassures Yudian, indicating that even if he had been a pirate, it would be overlooked. With this gentle approach, Yudian scratches his head and shyly admits, actually, my armament Haki isn't something I learned, it's innate. Innate? Both Zephyr and Peach Rabbit exclaim in astonishment. Being formidable figures themselves, they can tell that Yudian is not lying. He speaks nothing but the truth. Yet, the truth is astonishingly hard to believe. Who possesses armament Haki by birth? I've only heard of those born with Conqueror's Haki. This is the first time I've encountered someone with innate armament Haki. Peach Rabbit gazes at Yudian, her beautiful face radiating curiosity. This prompts Yudian to recall another detail. Oh, right. I also possess Conqueror's Haki. It's innate as well. He declares, as if struck by epiphany. Zephyr and Peach Rabbit exchange incredulous glances. The atmosphere grows silent. Chapter 2. An unintentional collapse of the Naval Headquarters. The recruits, standing in formation, widen their eyes in disbelief. Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. These powerful terms are foreign to them, and they are hearing them for the first time. Regardless of whether Yudian's claims are true or not, he has certainly broadened their horizons and enriched their experience. For Zephyr and Peach Rabbit, however, the implications of Yudian's statements are profound. Is it true? You were born with both armament and Conqueror's Haki? Peach Rabbit looks at Yudian skeptically, her expression rife with disbelief. Conqueror's Haki is a rare gift, appearing in only 1 in a million people. She can't reconcile the notion that Yudian, who appears to be just an ordinary recruit, shy and introverted, could possess such royal qualities. If you really can, then show us. She prods, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she encourages Yudian to demonstrate his armament and Conqueror's Haki. Her expression betrays her desire to tease Yudian. This time, however, Zephyr does not intervene to protect the new recruit. In fact, he himself is quite curious. Yudian does not seem to be lying, yet the idea of someone being born with both Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki is indeed extraordinary. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Zephyr is eager to witness what this new recruit can demonstrate to substantiate his bold claims of mastering both forms of Haki. Is it so strange to possess armament and Conqueror's Haki? Yudian, baffled by Zephyr and Peach Rabbit's curiosity, thinks to himself. He knows full well that there are many individuals in this world who possess the supposedly rare Conqueror's Haki. As for armament Haki, the number of practitioners is even greater. In a new world, one would be embarrassed to claim they could fight without the ability to use armament Haki. Considering his identity as a recruit, having both forms of Haki is hardly remarkable, right? Thank goodness I didn't mention my innate observation Haki. Yudian muses quietly. Then, a thought strikes him since he has already made his claims. Why not demonstrate them? Do I need to prepare? Zephyr kindly suggests, wanting to ensure Yudian warms up to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, like struggling to unleash his Haki. No need for preparation. Yudian waves his hand dismissively, turning to face an empty space nearby, with a colossal symbol of justice. The Naval Headquarters building looms in the distance. Once positioned, Yudian extends his right hand, pointing toward the distant Naval Headquarters building. Puffed. Peach Rabbit can't contain herself, laughing as she thinks. Is he planning to unleash armament Haki and strike the Naval Headquarters directly? Soon enough, she realizes her guess was correct. In the next moment, Yudian silently channels the power of armament Haki. A thick mist begins to rise from his arm, and soon, his forearm is enveloped in a dark purple sheen of armament Haki. Seeing this, Zephyr nods in approval. This recruit has indeed mastered armament Haki. Impressive. He can use armament Haki quite well. Peach Rabbit beams, nodding in acknowledgement. As events unfold, while somewhat unexpected, they still seem to fall within the bounds of the ordinary. The subsequent scene left Zephyr and Peach Rabbit utterly perplexed. Before them, the dark purple Haki, coiling around Yudian's right arm, extended all the way to his palm. Then, with a resonant buzz, a visible surge of Haki erupted violently from the center of his hand. This is the external application of armament Haki. Zephyr and Peach Rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment. The external application of armament Haki belongs to a higher echelon of Haki manipulation techniques, a power that only true warriors can master. How could a mere naval recruit wield such an advanced technique? When did the external application of Haki become so commonplace? Moreover, Was the quantity of armament Haki released by this rookie not a tad excessive? With their minds swirling with questions, Zephyr and Peach Rabbit stood in a daze, watching as the armament Haki released by Udian formed a colossal wave. The wave surged forth like a tsunami, crashing towards the distant naval headquarters structures. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed from afar. The immensely sturdy naval headquarters was forcefully reduced by half, obliterated by the tsunami-like Haki. What in the world? Why is the headquarters collapsing? Someone is attacking the naval headquarters. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Countless naval officers rushed towards the naval headquarters building. The alarm of an enemy attack blared, reverberating throughout Marineford. It was only at this moment that Zephyr and Peach Rabbit were roused from their stupor by the increasingly deafening alarm. They gazed at the Navy personnel, their expressions tense as they searched for traces of the enemy, still grappling with an uncanny sense of disbelief. Is this real? Did the external application of armament Haki truly bring down the naval headquarters? Had Peach Rabbit not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found this notion utterly implausible. The intensity of this armament Haki. Zephyr furrowed his brow slightly, a reminiscent glint flickering in his eyes, as though recalling the figures of formidable warriors from long-buried memories. Just as the two had not fully recovered from their shock, Udian suddenly raised his hand again, scratching his head with one hand while pointing at the partially collapsed naval headquarters with the other, sheepishly remarking, "I didn't control my strength. I hope I won't have to pay for the damages." Peach Rabbit, Zephyr. The two found themselves rather reluctant to engage in further conversation with Udian. Chapter 3. Exceptional Promotion. Admiral of the Navy. In the barracks of the naval recruits in Marineford, Udian lay on his bed, absent-mindedly gazing at the drifting clouds outside the window. At this moment, he was still preoccupied with the earlier demonstration of armament Haki. In a moment of carelessness, he had inadvertently caused a significant disaster. The bastion of world justice, the naval headquarters, had been reduced by half. Weren't they saying the naval headquarters was incredibly sturdy? It seems more like a shoddy construction. I've really landed myself in a predicament. On the very second day of joining the Navy, he had caused the collapse of the headquarters. Would there be any future for him after this? I never anticipated that 1,000 points in armament Haki would wield such formidable power. The system could have at least given me a heads-up. Udian discreetly summoned the system's data interface. He was a transmigrator, having recently inhabited the body of a native in this world of One Piece. Just days prior, when he had awakened to this new reality, as he struggled to fully comprehend everything before him, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Attribute system has been bound. Host has activated the system for the first time, automatically receiving a novice reward. 1,000 free attribute points. Host, Udian. Armament Haki, 0. Observation Haki, 0. Conqueror's Haki, 0. Swordsmanship. Free attribute points, 1,000. Gazing at the rows of zeros in the attribute columns, alongside the solitary 1,000 free attribute points, Udian instantly grasped the situation. It was time to allocate his attribute points. With a total of 1,000 points in free attributes, one might say it is neither an abundance nor scarcity. However, when it comes to the allocation of these attribute points, Udian, having played a myriad of online games, possesses unique insights and analyses. Indeed, one must wield their resources wisely. Attribute points ought to be assigned to the most formidable abilities. Disregarding the capabilities bestowed by the Devil Fruits, opinions vary widely regarding the strongest universal abilities in the world of One Piece. Yet, without the might of Haki, swordsmen and martial artists would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the powers of nature-type fruit users. Among the three types of Haki, the most formidable is undoubtedly the Conqueror's Haki. Not only does it instill fear in adversaries, but it can also entwine like the armament Haki, with effects that far surpass it. Thus, Udian refrained from allocating attribute points to the Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through training. It can only be strengthened by the innate prowess of the user. Suddenly, Udian considered this point, that if the growth in strength can enhance the Conqueror's Haki, why not allocate attribute points to other abilities? By bolstering other attributes and fostering growth in strength, The Conqueror's Haki should also see enhancement. With this thought in mind, Yudian devoted all his attribute points to the armament Haki. He chose not to invest in swordsmanship, as acquiring a fine sword seemed too cumbersome as for martial arts. It appeared even less necessary. The might of armament Haki is such that the ability of others to breach his defenses is a moot point. What need is there for martial arts? Upon completing the allocation of points to armament Haki, the results unfolded as Yudian had anticipated. With the increase in armament Haki attributes, the Conqueror's Haki was likewise reinforced. Even the observation Haki benefited. Armament Haki attributes surged by 1,000 points, unlocking armament Haki entanglement, unlocking armament Haki hardening, unlocking armament Haki emission, unlocking internal destruction with armament Haki. Observation Haki strengthened, attributes increased by 100. Conqueror's Haki strengthened, attributes increased by 500. Host. Yudian armament Haki, 1,000 observation Haki, 100 Conqueror's Haki, 500 free attribute points. 0 The enhancement of the Conqueror's Haki equates to half that of the armament Haki, resulting in a considerable gain. Yudian was thoroughly satisfied with the final outcome. However, the subsequent methods of acquiring free attribute points left him feeling somewhat vexed. This attribute system does not actively issue tasks. The sole means of obtaining free attribute points is through devil fruits. When a system extracts the energy from a devil fruit, Yudian can acquire a certain number of free attribute points. But where could one possibly find such elusive devil fruits? Even in the black market, they are by no means guaranteed. Never mind, it seems too troublesome. The current attribute points are sufficient for the time being. Yudian retracted his thoughts, no longer dwelling on them, and closed his eyes to prepare for a well-deserved day of rest. Meanwhile, within the collapsed Marine headquarters, in a temporary conference room, Admiral Sengoku squinted, furrowing his brow as he listened to the report from Kizaru. In his hand, he held a printed dossier, seemingly a personnel record. Did he truly only utilize the armament Haki? After silently absorbing the information, Sengoku still found it hard to believe. Haha, I can empathize with your sentiments. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I too would have found it hard to accept. On the other side, Zifa laughed heartily, waving his hand, resonating with Sengoku's disbelief. This piqued the interest of Carp, who lounged on the sofa. Such an intriguing rookie. I must meet him. Hearing this, Zifa smirked. You, my friend, are itching for a fight, aren't you? But I must warn you. Yudian is my student. You are forbidden from taking any liberties with him. The warning was stern, suggesting a readiness to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. Carp had no choice but to suppress his thoughts and continue munching on his sunbaked tea that moment. Sengoku, seated behind his desk, suddenly lifted his head, his expression graved. I have made my decision. I nominate Yudian for the rank of Marine Admiral. His demeanor was serious, clearly not jesting. This announcement left the other 3 present exchanging incredulous glances. Even Zifa was nearly taken aback. I merely intended to apply for a promotion to colonel for Yudian, at most a rear admiral. How did we leap straight to the nomination for admiral? Sengoku's unexpected decision left Zifa utterly bewildered. However, Sengoku had his own well-considered reasoning. Chapter 4. The troublesome task arises. When Yudian arrived at the temporary conference room and was informed of his nomination for the rank of Marine Admiral, a singular thought echoed in his mind. This could spell trouble. To attain freedom, one must not hold too high a position. Carp's words resonated deeply with Yudian. Moreover, the Admiral is the pinnacle of the Marine's combat strength. Should any disturbances arise from the 4 emperors, it is the admirals who must take charge. For someone like Yudian, who wishes to avoid trouble, this was an absolute nightmare. Yet, it was not without its advantages. The proposal for his exceptional promotion to admiral has been submitted. Once the official appointment is finalized, a devil fruit will be allocated to you. Sengoku spoke calmly about the process of appointing the Marine Admiral. Upon hearing the mention of the devil fruit, Yudian's spirits lifted. He had no desire to scour the world for such items. If he could become an admiral and receive a devil fruit in the process, it seemed he was not losing out after all. Regarding tasks, the situation in the New World is being monitored by Kainu and others. Therefore, your mission is to travel to Bonero Island and retrieve the pirate prisoner, Ace from Blackbeard. Compared to engaging in battle with the 4 emperors in the New World, Escorting a prisoner is undeniably a simpler task. Furthermore, Sengoku also mentioned that Blackbeard had previously acquired a devil fruit through trade. This mission seems to be fated for me. I shall undertake it. Yudian readily accepted the task. Alongside this, he also accepted a minor task notification for the Empress Hancock to participate in the Marine summons. As Yudian departed the conference room, Carp entered, his face dark with displeasure. Ace, he clenched and unclenched his fists multiple times, ultimately sighing and shaking his head. Carp, do not forget your identity. You are a Marine hero. Sengoku coldly reminded him from the side. Meanwhile, Yudian, accompanied by a contingent of Marines, made his way to the headquarters port. Shortly thereafter, a large warship departed slowly, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Back at Marine headquarters, the news of Yudian's nomination as Marine Admiral spread rapidly. Sengoku had not made a concerted effort to keep this matter under wraps. Such a significant promotion necessitated a period for the Marine personnel to digest the information. Yudian has been promoted to the rank of Admiral. How impressive! Tsuru gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Just recently, she had been teasing and toying with that rookie to in the blink of an eye. He had ascended to the rank of Marine Admiral. Meanwhile, she remained a mere captain, a candidate for Admiral at best. Would he seek revenge against her in the future? Tsuru murmured to herself, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The other candidates for Admiral, including Chibuta, were seething with indignation. I have been a candidate for so long, only for a rookie to become an admiral. Is there no sense of fairness? They were deeply dissatisfied. Promoting a rookie to admiral implies that this group of candidates is inferior even to novices. However, apart from the candidates, the other captains maintained a more stable demeanor, including many seasoned captains. Admiral Sengoku would not make decisions without sound reasoning. Since he had chosen to promote Yudian, there must be deeper motives at play. Having served as a captain for over 20 years, Wusong understood Sengoku's character well. Hearing that the newly appointed Admiral Yudian had just departed on a mission, he decided to observe upon his return to discern the kind of individual he truly was. Meanwhile, in the New World, at the Marine G5 branch base, the current base commander, Marine Rear Admiral Ghost Bamboo Virgo, dismissed his subordinates and made his way to a secret chamber. There, he activated a specially designed transponder snail, transmitting the intelligence regarding the Marines' nomination of a new admiral. On the other end of the line was Don Quixote da Flamingo, the current king of Dressrosa and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Virgo, is your information accurate? The Marines have truly promoted a 4th admiral. Da Flamingo knew that Virgo would not deceive him, yet he still expressed skepticism regarding the authenticity of the information, as it was simply too extraordinary, especially at such a critical juncture. The information is absolutely accurate. It was personally nominated by Marine Admiral Sengoku and reported internally. The official appointment will be issued within a few days. Guju, Virgo replied with unwavering confidence. Fu. The scales of victory have tipped too heavily in favor of the Navy. This certainly does not align with our interests. Upon confirming the veracity of the news, Don Quixote da Flamingo immediately broke into a cold smile, a glint of scheming flickering in his eyes. Yudian, oblivious to the discussions and machinations of others behind the scenes, had already arrived near the calm belt where Nine Snake Island was located after several days of sailing. Bonero Island was not too far from this area, making the mission to summon Empress Hancock rather convenient. Once the notification was complete, he would set off without delay. Yudian had resolved not to concern himself with the reactions from Nine Snake Island, Daughter Island. He would simply relay a message .as for other matters. Let Hancock deal with the Navy headquarters herself. He had no time to waste. He needed to hurry to find Blackbeard. If he arrived too late and missed Blackbeard, it would be a significant loss. Yudian firmly believed in a maxim: not earning is equivalent to losing. Moreover, having traveled such a long distance on a mission, returning empty-handed would certainly not be a minor loss. Furthermore, this time, due to the absence of the Nine Snake pirates on their plundering excursions, he had no choice but to proceed to Nine Snake Island for notification. Soon, the large warship entered the calm belt. Beneath the tranquil and undisturbed surface of the sea lurked countless of the world's most ferocious creatures. The Sea Kings, Chapter 5. The arrogant pirate empress. The calm belt serves as a nest for the Sea Kings. Beneath the seemingly peaceful waters lies immense peril. Originally, only the pirate ships from Nine Snake Island could navigate freely through these waters, as they employed sea kings to tow their vessels. However, now the Navy utilized new warships, coated with sea stone on the hull, allowing them to traverse the calm belt via propeller power. Although their speed could not compare to that of wind-driven vessels, the moderate pace afforded the sailors aboard the opportunity to carefully observe the calm belt. Indeed, there was not a whisper of wind in this area. The Sea King's nest lay just beneath the surface. How strange. Not a single Sea King was in sight. Shoo! Keep it down. We might attract the Sea Kings. Most of the Navy personnel aboard the warship were entering the calm belt for the first time and were exceedingly cautious, even lowering their voices to avoid drawing the attention of the Sea Kings. After notifying Empress Hancock, they would promptly turn back and leave the calm belt. The Navy knew that while this new warship could safely navigate the calm belt, lingering too long might still expose them to an attack from the Sea Kings. To avoid such an assault, the best course of action was to enter quickly and exit without excessive delay. Fortunately, Nine Snake Island was not too deep within the calm belt. After a little over an hour, the large warship arrived near Nine Snake Island. The patrolling warriors of the National Defense immediately reported the sighting of the warship. Before long, a massive pirate ship set sail from Nine Snake Island, heading directly toward the Navy vessel. This pirate ship, drawn by two enormous sea serpents, was the flagship of the Nine Snake Pirates. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Empress Hancock, stood proudly at the bow, her head held high as she regarded the personnel aboard the large warship. Wow! Is that the legendary Amazon Lily Empress? Truly a stunning beauty. So beautiful, I would willingly die for her. The moment Hancock appeared, she instantly captivated the attention of the Navy personnel. Each face displayed a foolish, infatuated expression, their eyes glued to Hancock's visage, hearts nearly bursting with adoration. However, in response to the Navy's affections, Hancock exhibited nothing but disdain, her expression marred by disgust. She was so repulsed that she refused to speak, merely furrowing her brow and gesturing dismissively to the side. I could see her cue. Another person stepped forward. This is not a welcoming place for the Navy. Speak quickly if you have something to say. Boa Sandersonia, Hancock's younger sister, spoke coldly with an unfriendly tone. Just as rumored, she was indeed quite haughty. Eugene rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with these female pirates. He turned to signal a Navy colonel to convey the summons from the 7 warlords. However, before the colonel could finish his sentence, Hancock abruptly rejected the message that I am not a pawn that you Navy can manipulate at will. Hancock retorted angrily, her delicate fists clenched, casting a menacing glare at the personnel aboard the opposing warship, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Even though she was aware that the commanding officer of the warship was the newly appointed 4th admiral, she still dismissed it with indifference. Were you just refusing the Navy's summons? Eugene inquired, dismissing the Navy colonel with a wave of his hand. Indeed, I refuse. Hancock shot back coldly. What? Do you take issue with my decision? Her response was icy, her fruit powers already brimming with energy. Eugene felt somewhat helpless at her overly aggressive reaction. He had merely sought to confirm something. Why did she have to be so irritable? Since her stance was resolute, he would report back the truth. Eugene nonchalantly waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate further, and directly ordered the ship to turn back. He still needed to hurry to Blackbeard to acquire a devil fruit. You think you can threaten me and then leave? Hancock's voice, laced with suppressed fury, suddenly came from behind him. Turn all of them into stone. Before Eugene could even turn around, Hancock made her move. With her delicate hands clasped together, forming a heart shape, her sweet, sweet fruit ability activated instantly. Sweet, sweet wind. A beam of pink, heart-shaped light shot forth at breakneck speed. The Navy personnel struck by the light were instantly petrified, their faces frozen in lustful expressions from before their transformation. In no time, nearly all the sailors on the ship were turned to stone, save for Eugene. Eugene frowned, surprised that such a stunning beauty would resort to a sneak attack. He turned around, a layer of armed Haki, surrounding him like a shield, blocking all incoming pink heart-shaped beams. The sweet, sweet fruit's power could not affect him, that a devil fruit user. Hancock was momentarily taken aback, secretly speculating on which devil fruit power Eugene had employed. However, she had not considered the possibility of his armed Haki being the source of his immunity. Humph, surviving my previous attack is commendable. I shall let you off this time, Hancock mused. Although Yudian's ability to survive the sweet wind surprised her, she was disinclined to continue her assault. Her earlier strike was merely a warning to the Navy. Remember my words. Never attempt to treat me as a pawn to be manipulated. Hancock concluded with a final warning. Without waiting for Yudian's response, she turned away, seemingly unwilling to see his face any longer. The massive pirate ship began to turn back, preparing to return to Nine Snake Island. As for the petrified Navy personnel, not a single one of the female pirates showed an ounce of concern. The fact that they had not seized the Navy was already a great act of mercy. Sigh. It appears I must take action after all. How troublesome. Yudian sighed quietly, rising to the bow of the ship. You think you can petrify my men and simply walk away? It seems you have little regard for the Navy admiral. Upon hearing Yudian's challenge, Hancock spun around, her eyes narrowing, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 6. You think you can petrify me? That is simply impossible. No one has ever dared to threaten me in such a manner. Hancock slowly turned, her expression radiating fury to in that moment. Her authority as the Empress was unmistakably displayed. The pirate ship halted its retreat, remaining in position. The crew of female pirates aboard understood that their captain was enraged and could not leave without addressing the situation. On the opposing warship, Yudian stared at the furious Hancock, feeling somewhat dazed. Had he truly sparked her wrath by merely stating some facts? He questioned whether the beautiful lady across from him had a few screws loose. I am not threatening you. I am merely stating a fact, Yudian finally explained, primarily to avoid any unfounded misunderstandings. However, his words only served to infuriate the pirates further, who interpreted them as mockery. The situation spiraled completely out of control, akin to igniting a powder keg, as the emotions of the crew erupted explosively. Lady Hancock, let us engage. The officers among the female pirates, filled with righteous indignation, eagerly volunteered to fight. Despite knowing they would face a Navy admiral, they remained undaunted, their spirits soaring with combat readiness. Such was the nature of pirates. One could hardly determine whether to commend their bravery or lament their foolishness. Yudian observed with a cold smirk and a shake of his head. At that moment, he comprehended why, despite the presence of a naval admiral to suppress them, there remained an abundance of pirates. Fearless and coupled with ignorance, there was virtually nothing in this world that could intimidate them. Sister, let us eliminate that fellow. Boa Sanasonia and Boa Marigold stepped forth together. They were the second most formidable individuals on Amazon Lily, ranking just below Hancock, effectively the highest-ranking officers of the Kuja pirates. Furthermore, both were capable of wielding the powers of devil fruits, showcasing formidable strength. Yet, Hancock merely raised her hand to dismiss the toot. This is a battle of the Empress. No one else is permitted to interfere. Her tone was both icy and haughty. She had already regarded Yudian as her prey, disallowing any others from encroaching upon her target. Sandersonia and Marigold exchanged glances, retreating in resignation. They understood that their elder sister, the Queen, was genuinely enraged. That naval brat was doomed, and it was said he was the fourth admiral. They held immense confidence in Hancock. That on the other side, Yudian on the warship scrutinized Hancock, the relevant intelligence data surfacing in his mind. Suddenly, he realized that this Empress had seemingly never tasted defeat since becoming one of the 7 warlords. Perhaps this was the source of the Kuja pirates' overwhelming confidence. You truly do not regard me. The 4th Naval Admiral, with any seriousness, Yudian scoffed, his gaze growing cold. Although he found the situation troublesome, he was nonetheless prepared to act. However, before he could make his move, a barrage of pink beams suddenly shot forth from the pirate ship opposite. Hancock had taken the initiative to strike first. Another sneak attack. Such a lack of honor, my dear. Yudian stood lazily in place, unleashing his armament Haki. A resounding hum echoed as an immense shield of armament Haki manifested before him, effortlessly blocking the pink beams at that moment. Hancock leaped without warning from her ship, launching a high-speed assault. Upon closing in, she delivered a powerful kick, perfumed leg, her alluring, fair, and long leg, imbued with the petrifying powers of her devil fruit, surged towards Yudian. Bang! In the next instant, Hancock's foot collided with the shield of armament Haki. She felt as though she had kicked the hardest steel plate in existence, her entire foot vibrating from the impact. Failing to land her strike, she had no choice but to retreat, also to avoid being counterattacked by Yudian. What kind of devil fruit power does he possess? Could it be a barrier fruit? As she withdrew, Hancock furrowed her brows in speculation. Engaging in battle without knowledge of her opponent's abilities undoubtedly placed her at a considerable disadvantage. Humph. Even if it is a barrier fruit, it cannot obstruct my powers. A cold glint flashed in Hancock's eyes as she retreated to a distance. She then raised her slender fingers to lightly touch her red lips, and from her fingertips, a large pink heart materialized. Subsequently, she drew back the pink heart as if it were a bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of pink arrows shot forth from the great heart, racing towards Yudian. These exquisite pink arrows had the capability to petrify anything they struck. Even non-living objects would succumb to their effects. Bang, bang, bang. The pink arrows rained down upon the shield of armament Haki, sticking to its surface. Yet, ultimately, they failed to petrify the shield. Soon, all the arrows vanished into thin air. Hancock's assault had once again proven futile. You think you can petrify me? That is impossible. Your powers are utterly ineffective against me. Yudian spoke coldly. Throughout the encounter, he had remained stationary, not moving an inch. In other words, the attacks from the so-called Empress of the Seven Warlords had failed to even force him to step back. You despicable wretch! Hancock fumed, her lips bleeding from being bitten too hard. Do not be so arrogant. I am the Empress of Amazon Lily. In a fit of rage, Hancock ultimately unleashed her most powerful move. She caressed her red lips with both hands, and between her palms, a massive pink heart formed. Then the gigantic pink heart was abruptly drawn back, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows into the air. Once these arrows reached a certain height, they began to plummet rapidly. The dense rain of pink arrows enveloped not only Yudian below, but also the entire large warship. Sweet, sweet rain. In that instant, countless pink arrows descended like a torrential downpour. The arrows were so densely packed that it resembled a deluge of pink rain. The large warship below was completely shrouded. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the warship made contact with the pink arrows, it began to petrify swiftly. These arrows, regardless of whether they struck living beings or inanimate objects, would petrify all. Given the current situation, it would not be long before this steel-crafted colossal ship transformed into a stone vessel, sinking to the ocean floor. However, despite the warship being petrified, Yudian remained unscathed atop. He was enveloped in a protective shield formed by his released armament Haki. The torrential pink arrows could not breach this shield. Upon striking the protective barrier of armament Haki, the dense arrows shattered and disintegrated, melting away as if confronted by a searing sun. Yet, while Yudian himself was shielded by the armament Haki, the warship beneath his feet could barely withstand the onslaught. If this petrification continued, the ship would surely sink to that point. He would have nowhere to stand. In truth, Hancock unleashed this terrifying sweet, sweet rain. The rain of pink arrows, with part of her intention being to petrify and sink the entire large warship. Let us see if you, a mere ability user, can survive in the sea without your ship. Observing the warship turning to stone, a scheming smile crept upon Hancock's face. Her calculations were clear. If she could not petrify him, surely she could petrify his ship? Without a vessel to stand upon, the landlubber ability user would be left to drown in the sea. Moreover, after unleashing the sweet, sweet rain, Hancock directly commanded her subordinates to steer their pirate ship away from the warship, preventing Yudian from jumping onto their vessel to seek refuge. Witnessing this development, Yudian finally grasped the opponent's intentions. This is a diversionary tactic. Although he lacked extensive combat experience, he was not dull-witted. With such overt intentions displayed, how could he fail to perceive them? These pirates were quite adept at employing strategies. The performance of the Empress Hancock in front of him altered Yudian's preconceived notions of pirates as being merely brash fighters. Indeed, they were skilled in the art of subterfuge. However, now that he understood her intentions, he would not allow her plans to come to fruition. Cunning as she may be, to think she could defeat me in such a manner was a gross underestimation. Yudian deemed the opposing empress not only to possess mediocre strength, but also a lack of insight. If one could be so easily ensnared and defeated, what purpose would he serve as a naval admiral? He might as well return home to farm. In the next moment, Yudian raised his hand and unleashed a surge of armament Haki, drastically increasing its total volume. With a thunderous roar, an immense shield erupted, forcefully countering the rain of pink arrows as it surged upwards. Soon, a colossal barrier hovered above the warship, dissolving all the descending arrows. As the armament Haki exploded forth, the women of the Kuja pirates on the opposing ship were met with a powerful gust of wind, nearly blinding them. This time, due to the sheer volume of armament Haki released by Yudian, the pirate women finally comprehended the nature of this force. Could it be the external manifestation of armament Haki? Is there truly someone in this world capable of projecting armament Haki to such an extent? On the pirate ship, each of the women, regardless of their height, weight, or beauty, widened their eyes in astonishment. Their mouths agape, their expressions nearly identical. In fact, Amazon Lily had long been known for its legacy of armament Haki, encompassing an entire system of training and application methods. The female warriors on the island could even attach their armament Haki to arrows, greatly enhancing their power, making it commonplace to shatter rocks with a single shot. However, within their centuries-long heritage, there had been no record of anyone utilizing armament Haki in such a manner as Yudian. His application of armament Haki was as if it were inexhaustible, freely utilized without concern for depletion. Boya Sandersonia murmured in shock, her expression one of disbelief. The utilization of armament Haki, particularly the external manifestation of it, demanded a considerable amount of energy. Sandersonia privately contemplated that if she were to exert herself to the same extent, she would likely be utterly exhausted within a minute. Yet, observing Yudian's leisurely demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet unleashed his full potential, remaining effortlessly composed. Truly, he was a monster. All these marine admirals were monsters. Boya Marigold stared in astonishment, finally recognizing the true nature of the marine admirals. Monsters. Every one of them. Compared to her two younger sisters, Hancock appeared significantly more composed, but it was merely a facade. Today, it seemed, she would be unable to resolve this confrontation. Hancock clenched her teeth in frustration. Her earlier move had been her most powerful technique, and if even that had proven ineffective, retreat was the only option left to consider. However, for the sake of the Empress's reputation, she hesitated. Retreating now would undoubtedly tarnish her image. Just as she grappled with her indecision, Yudian's armament Haki barrier had successfully deflected all the pink arrows. During this time, he noted the expressions of the 9 snake pirates changing, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, there was no need for such alarm over a mere display of armament Haki. He mused, having released less than a tenth of his armament Haki. If he were to unleash his full power, would they not be utterly terrified? After all, in his full state, he had obliterated half of the Marine Headquarters architecture. Having sufficiently warmed up, it was time to get serious. In the next moment, Yudian slowly raised both hands, palms facing forward. The shockwave of armament Haki erupted explosively. Chapter 8. The Terrifying Shockwave of Armament Haki, Part 2. Do you wish to retaliate against me? On the pirate ship, Hancock noticed Yudian's deliberate hand movement and immediately narrowed her eyes. On high alert, suddenly it dawned on her. Yudian had been in a passive defensive stance all along, never having launched a counterattack. What kind of power could a marine admiral who could withstand her strongest technique unleash when they finally struck back? Soon, she would discover the answer. Yudian thrust his palm forward. The 9 snake pirates had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. They hastily retrieved their bows and arrows, aiming them at Yudian. In the next instant, they comprehended just how ignorant their actions were. Boom! Yudian released an immense amount of armament Haki from his palm, utilizing nearly half of his strength. In an instant, the released armament Haki formed a ferocious shockwave, sweeping through everything like an unstoppable tsunami. What? Is this a tsunami? Faced with the dark purple wave of armament Haki, the female pirates drawing their bows lost their targets entirely. They could hardly shoot at a tsunami-like manifestation of Haki. That would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. Nevertheless, as members of the Warlords of the Sea, these female pirates possess combat prowess. Thus, they immediately crouched down to protect themselves from being swept away by the Haki wave. It was essential to remember that the waters outside the ship were not home to mere fish and shrimp, but rather to ferocious sea kings. I will not be intimidated by an attack of this magnitude. Observing her subordinates lying flat, Hancock refused to yield, standing proudly. Yet, against the overwhelming wave of armament Haki, her figure appeared as fragile as a small boat in a tempest, insignificant and vulnerable. Sister, on either side. Sandersonia and Marigold rushed forward to protect her, each transformed into their respective snake forms, an anaconda and a cobra, encircling Hancock tightly. Thereafter, the trio was entirely engulfed by the surging wave of armament Haki. Rumble! In that moment, the shockwave of armament Haki crashed down like a true tsunami, wreaking havoc and resonating with the sound of roaring waves. The massive pirate ship was propelled far back to Nine Snake Island. While the shockwave continued unabated, sweeping across the island, flattening dozens of towering trees before gradually subsiding. Perhaps I overexerted myself. Yudian gazed at the wreckage of the pirate ship on the distant shore. Realizing that things might have taken a turn for the Troublesome, he had merely intended to teach the lionesses of Nine Snake Island a small lesson. Yet it appeared he had miscalculated the strength of his power. Having nearly demolished a pirate ship, the Empress Hancock had also been rendered unconscious on the beach. The once formidable Nine Snake pirates were now left with few who could still stand, and a lack of experience had led to this predicament. If only he had held back a little more. Yujian shook his head inwardly. Due to his inexperience in combat, he found himself in a tight spot. After all, if anything were to happen to Hancock, the petrified Marines would remain in their state indefinitely. Consequently, Yudian would become a lone commander. Managing such a vast warship alone would be unfeasible, and navigating it would become a challenge. Fortunately, the guardian warriors of Nine Snake Island had been monitoring the situation at sea. Before long, numerous female warriors emerged from the dense woods. They hurriedly rescued Hancock and the others, providing Yudian with a sigh of relief. Several hours later, Yudian sat within a lavish hall, indulging in delightful cuisine. A host of beautiful women stood by, their expressions cautious, ever ready to serve, fearful of displeasing him. Across from him, Hancock, wrapped in bandages, regarded Yudian with a complex expression, her gaze devoid of any murderous intent. Her former pride dissipated. Having been knocked unconscious, what pride could remain? I have suffered a devastating defeat. At this moment, Hancock's expression was one of turmoil. Reflecting carefully, she recognized that she had never heard of a Marine by the name of Yudian. This mysterious fourth admiral possessed a strength that was simply unfathomable. I have never heard of a powerful figure named Yudian. Hancock could not contain her curiosity, her tone questioning as she inquired that I was just in the Marine rookie camp not long ago. So you certainly wouldn't have heard of me. Yudian took a sip of fine wine. Smiling as he responded, a beautiful attendant immediately stepped forward to refill his glass. Rookie of the Marines, are you not a Marine admiral? Hancock was even more confused that T.O. explained this matter. It all began with accidentally demolishing the Marine headquarters. Yudian recounted the absurdity of how he had inadvertently destroyed the Marine headquarters, only to be promoted by Admiral Sengoku on account of his actions. The entire process was filled with a sense of the ridiculous, almost unbelievable to an ordinary person. However, given Yudian's previously demonstrated strength, Hancock and the others readily accepted his rise to the rank of admiral. Power, at any time, would garner recognition. Sandersonia and Marigold no longer harbored doubts regarding the Marines' exceptional promotion of Yudian. Not only them, but the other female warriors present also came to the same realization. Nine Snake Island, being situated in a windless zone with a harsh geographical environment, was populated solely by women who were inherently excellent warriors. Adhering to the principle of strength at this moment, they had fully acknowledged Yudian's power and status. Well then, it is getting late. Let us prepare to set off. After finishing his drink, Yudian rose, ready to depart. He still had the matter of the devil fruit on his mind, although Daughter Island was delightful. It could not be a place for indulgence any longer. Chapter 9. The Arrogant Blackbeard. Hancock's pirate ship lay in ruins, unable to be repaired in the short term. She had no choice but to accompany Yudian's warship. The Marines had been freed from their petrification, and the large warship was finally set to sail. Next, they would head to Banero Island to retrieve the pirate prisoner, Ace, from the Blackbeard pirates. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, far across the ocean, Admiral Kizaru, having just returned, lounged on a sofa, casually perusing the newspaper. Behind the desk, Admiral Sengoku held a recent report from Nine Snake Island, his previously grave expression relaxing somewhat. Yudian had successfully recruited Empress Hancock. This woman is formidable. Our chances of victory have significantly increased. He smiled as he laid down the intelligence report that, in truth, he had devised a plan in advance to address the situation of summoning Hancock, which had proved unsuccessful. Tio managed someone as headstrong as Hancock, the so-called empress, was a task for which Yudian, as a vice admiral, was entirely qualified. I truly did not misjudge him. The unprecedented promotion of a new recruit to the rank of vice admiral placed a considerable burden on Sengoku. Even within the Navy, there were numerous skeptics questioning his decision. Yudian's current display of capability naturally brought a sense of vindication to Sengoku. To subdue the Empress Hancock is indeed no simple feat for Vice Admiral Yudian. The yellow ape lounging on the sofa put down his newspaper, smirking disdainfully. Though he laughed, there was a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. Anyone who could be promoted by Admiral Sengoku would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. I must consult him about combat knowledge upon his return, the yellow ape remarked, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Clearly, he intended to personally test Yudian's prowess. Yellow ape, the great battle is about to commence. Do not act recklessly. Sengoku discerned the yellow ape's intentions and warned him sternly. Any issues must be set aside until after we deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing this admonition, the yellow ape quickly waved his hand with a smile. Rest assured, I shall exercise restraint. From behind the desk, Sengoku gazed at the yellow ape for a moment before nodding slowly. He reached for another intelligence document on the table, his brow furrowing once more. Summoning the warlord Hancock was merely a secondary task. Yudian's primary mission was to retrieve the pirate prisoner, Fire Fist Ace, from the Blackbeard pirates. This task must succeed. The former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fire Fist Ace, was of utmost importance to Sengoku. Without Ace as a prisoner, the plan to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates would be rendered futile. All of his efforts thus far would become futile. Had it not been for the fact that the 3 admirals were preoccupied with monitoring the 4 emperors in the New World, Sengoku would have undoubtedly dispatched an admiral to retrieve Ace. However, Yudian's performance on Amazon Lily had exceeded his expectations, thereby instilling greater confidence in Sengoku regarding Yudian's subsequent actions. Blackbeard is no easy adversary. The yellow ape scoffed nonchalantly, seemingly speaking without care, before returning to his newspaper. Meanwhile, a large warship departing from Amazon Lily was making its way at full speed toward Banero Island. Although Banero Island was not exceedingly far from Amazon Lily, the journey took the warship 3 full days to arrive due to its size. The island was inherently desolate, with a sparse population. Following the fierce battle between Blackbeard Teach and Ace, the island had become even more deserted. By the time Yudian's warship reached the island, Blackbeard was already waiting on the shore with his crew. The pirate prisoner, Ace, was shackled with seastone cuffs, held nearby. Finally, you've arrived. I was losing my patience. Blackbeard Teach remarked with evident irritation, sneering repeatedly. His gaze toward the Navy was filled with palpable disdain. Soon, his displeasure settled upon the figure of Yudian at the forefront, particularly noting the vice admiral's uniform he wore. A vice admiral? When did the Navy acquire another admiral? Who is this 4th admiral? Blackbeard Teach racked his brain for any memory of a powerful figure named Yudian within the Navy, but found none. However, this had little bearing on him. He had long since received the compensation for his dealings with the world government and the Navy. Now, all that remained was to hand over Ace to the warship, completing his transaction with the Navy. Before long, the warship docked. The members of the Blackbeard pirates stood silently by, watching as the Navy personnel escorted the pirate prisoner Ace onto the ship. During this time, as Blackbeard Teach surveyed the warship, he caught sight of Hancock among the Navy ranks, and his eyes lit up. What a stunning woman! He quickly recognized Hancock's identity and was consumed by desire for her beauty and her formidable backing. "So you are the Empress Hancock? Would you care to become my woman?" Teach laughed boastfully. His brazen and lewd demeanor instantly enraged Hancock. With a swift motion, she leaped into the air and delivered a fierce kick toward Blackbeard Teach. The fragrant kick, imbued with petrifying power, descended heavily. However, Blackbeard remained unfazed, coldly lifting his hand to unleash a torrent of dark energy. Dark hole. With a resounding thud, Hancock's kick collided with the dark energy, leaving her feeling as though she were mired in quicksand. Unable to utilize her devil fruit abilities, she quickly retreated, her expression turning grave. Yet, Blackbeard was relentless, and the dark energy pursued her relentlessly. "Enough! Cease this at once!" Yujian called out lazily from the warship, unleashing a powerful wave of armament Haki toward the battlefield. The outward surge of armament Haki moved with remarkable speed and soon clashed with Blackbeard's dark energy. Boom! In the midst of the deafening sound, Blackbeard's dark hole was directly shattered by the armament Haki. Chapter 10. Successfully receiving the prisoner, demanding the natural fruit. Huh? Blackbeard Teach's gaze sharpened, his mocking demeanor swiftly vanishing. Armament Haki unleashed? Just with armament Haki, he managed to block my dark hole. Realizing this, Blackbeard Teach's expression grew increasingly solemn. Ultimately, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. Huh, you must be the new Vice Admiral Yudian? Quite impressive. No wonder Sengoku promoted you against the odds. At that moment, Yudian descended from the warship, his demeanor icy, showing no inclination to engage with Blackbeard Teach. The Empress Hancock followed Yudian to the island's shore, arms crossed, casting a cold glare at Blackbeard Teach, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. Teach's earlier insolence had left her deeply unsettled. As they disembarked, a portion of the Navy soldiers accompanied them, providing protection on either side. Another group remained aboard the warship, each manning firearms or cannons, aiming at Blackbeard and his crew on the shore. In response, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates, including Lafitte, Burgess, and Poison Q, gathered close to Blackbeard Teach, all but Van Augur wearing sinister smiles, exuding an air that suggested they were ready to engage in combat at any moment. Neither side trusted the other, each remaining vigilant. "Enough," Yudian stated coldly, his voice firm. "Where is the prisoner Ace? Hand him over swiftly. Do not waste my time." This blunt demand caused Blackbeard Teach's expression to darken, while his companion Burgess and the others displayed clear signs of agitation, eager for conflict. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to halt. How could I casually set aside such an important bargaining chip?" Blackbeard Teach replied coldly, his gaze flickering with ulterior motives. Yet in the end, he waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Burgess, go fetch Ace." "Understood, Captain." Burgess swiftly turned and dashed into the depths of the island. Moments later, he returned to the shore, escorting a man handcuffed with sea stone. The former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. The Navy soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their expressions tinged with tension. The name Fire Fist Ace, though not particularly renowned across the world, was overshadowed by the legendary status of Whitebeard, whose renown was ubiquitous and thunderous. Publicly executing the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard would elevate our Navy's reputation above that of Whitebeard himself. With such thoughts and burgeoning excitement, 2 elite soldiers approached, weapons at the ready, to commence the transfer of the pirate prisoner Ace. The entire process unfolded smoothly, without a hint of disturbance. Blackbeard Teach and his crew merely stood by, observing with malicious smiles. Despite their evident ill intentions, they did not launch an attack, which allowed the Navy to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed this mission could be successfully completed. Compared to Ace, the Navy was far more concerned about the threat posed by Blackbeard and his crew. As long as Blackbeard Teach did not make a move, they could escort the prisoner Ace back without incident. As the naval soldiers were lost in their thoughts, preparing to return to their warship, they suddenly noticed that Admiral Yudian had not turned away, remaining coldly fixated on Blackbeard and his crew across from him. Was there still something left unfinished for Admiral Yudian? The soldiers felt a wave of confusion wash over them. They were unable to comprehend the situation, and Blackbeard's crew was even more perplexed. What more could this brat possibly want? Blackbeard Teach muttered under his breath, keenly sensing something amiss and discreetly beginning to grow wary. I could see that moment. Yudian spoke up. According to our agreement, you were supposed to receive a devil fruit. Correct? Do you happen to have that devil fruit on your person? Upon hearing this, both the Navy and the pirates present became even more bewildered, utterly failing to grasp why Yudian had brought up such an unrelated matter. However, Blackbeard Teach seemed to catch on, coldly chuckling as he produced a devil fruit and placed it before Yudian, and I must say, I'm quite pleased with this natural-type devil fruit that your Navy has provided. He erupted into a boisterous laugh. Natural-type fruits are rare among devil fruits, fetching at least 500 million in the black market, and they are generally difficult to acquire. To have a natural-type fruit is indeed impressive. Yudian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, I will take this. Hand it over. The crew of Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, then scrutinized Yudian and the other naval soldiers, seemingly trying to confirm who among them were Navy and who were pirates. Are they truly the Navy? They appear even more pirate-like than us. Blackbeard's crew found themselves filled with self-doubt due to Yudian's words. The naval soldiers behind Yudian shared a similar disbelief. What does Admiral Yudian intend to do? They refrained from using the term seas, as it seemed inappropriate to apply it to pirates, but they struggled to find a suitable term to express their thoughts. Is your devil fruit truly a trade item? I suspect it may be plundered goods. Therefore, I insist on taking it for verification. Yudian stated calmly that I am a warlord of the sea. Blackbeard Teach laughed in anger, even if it were stolen goods. The Navy has no authority over me. The warlords of the sea, in essence, are pirates sanctioned by the government, akin to privateers certified by the British Empire. However, Yudian knew that these warlords would soon lose their titles. Likely within 2 years. The official announcement regarding your warlord status has yet to be made. Your title is not yet fully effective. Yudian's expression gradually turned icy. If you defy my orders as a naval admiral, I shall revoke your warlord status on the spot. Chapter 11. Armament Haki versus Dark Fruit. It seems you are intentionally seeking conflict with me. Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened, his demeanor as grim as water. He had not anticipated such a turn of events at the conclusion of their transaction, especially not this intolerable provocation. Beside him, Bagus Lafitte and others raised their weapons or fists, gazing fiercely at Yudian. Yet, their imposing presence felt somewhat hollow because standing before them was a naval admiral. Do not presume that just because you are a naval admiral, I shall fear you. You do not think my title as Warlord of the Sea was simply handed to me, do you? Blackbeard Teach spoke in a low voice, the glint in his eyes suggesting danger. His fists clenched tightly, waves of darkness surging from them. The power of the dark fruit was ready to unleash. If you wish to take my possessions, then by all means, come and try. Blackbeard Teach scoffed, yet he did not strike first. This was not due to a change in the ruthless nature of pirates, but rather a hesitation born from ignorance of Yudian's abilities. After all, he was not an ordinary opponent. He was a naval admiral, the pinnacle of naval strength. Yudian observed the fierce yet hesitant demeanor of his adversary and smiled. Since you refuse to comply, that constitutes disobedience. As he spoke, he raised his hand, releasing a surge of armament Haki from within. The Haki erupted forth, surging like a flood toward Blackbeard Teach. This is some form of devil fruit ability? Blackbeard Teach momentarily failed to recognize the armament Haki. Typically, the external release of armament Haki is minimal and limited in distance, usually lingering close to the user's body. However, Yudian's ability to unleash his Haki with such ferocity was unprecedented in Blackbeard's experience. Ha ha! A devil fruit user dares to threaten me. Truly a fool. Blackbeard Teach regained his confidence and laughed boisterously. He had unshakable faith in his dark fruit, a power that could nullify any devil fruit. Perhaps I shall become the first to defeat a naval admiral as a warlord of the sea. Blackbeard Teach was thrilled that he raised both hands, the power of his dark fruit surging wildly. Releasing torrents of darkness, dark hole. Streams of darkness surged forth like colossal tentacles, charging toward the Haki shockwave unleashed by Yudian. The clash of these two powers occurred swiftly, colliding in an instant. Boom! The thunderous sound caused the very island beneath them to tremble. A powerful gust of energy erupted like a hurricane, nearly blinding everyone present. Bejas raised his arm to shield his eyes, struggling to open them and catch a glimpse of the battlefield. Ha ha ha. That naval admiral is on the verge of collapse. He laughed excitedly. Beside him, Lafitte, Van Oka, and Poison Q hurriedly opened their eyes to assess the battlefield. Indeed, the situation appeared to favor Captain Blackbeard. Lafitte nodded and chuckled. Poison Q grinned wickedly. I have yet to experiment with a naval admiral as my subject. The group felt reassured, except for Van Oka, who wore a frown while peering through his scope. It seems the one being suppressed is not the naval admiral, but the captain. After careful observation, he spoke gravely. Hearing this, the other three re-examined the battlefield. Both Yudian and Blackbeard Teach emitted dark hues, perhaps with subtle differences, but it was challenging to discern clearly amidst the tempest. The reality of the battlefield was that Yudian's external release of armament Haki was steadily overpowering the dark streams unleashed by Blackbeard Teach. The streams of darkness visibly retreated, forced back by the overwhelming pressure of the Haki. Damn it! What kind of devil fruit ability is this brat using? To think it could even suppress my dark fruit. Cold sweat trickled down Blackbeard Teach's forehead, his jagged teeth clenched tightly, evidently under immense strain. The pressure was so intense that he could scarcely speak. Otherwise, he would have summoned his crew to attack by now. Conversely, Yudian was able to maintain his dominance over Blackbeard Teach with just one hand, without fully unleashing the power of his armament Haki. It is worth noting that if it unleashes Haki to its fullest extent, even the Naval Headquarters would be obliterated. Truly worthy of a naval admiral, he managed to suppress a warlord of the sea with ease. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were left in awe, no longer harboring any doubts regarding Yudian's true strength. Even a newly promoted admiral possesses monstrous capabilities. They began to compare Yudian to the other three admirals, who had long since made a name for themselves. At that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield abruptly shifted. Boom! Yudian exerted himself once more, the surging armament Haki crashing through the last line of defense of the dark stream. After a resounding explosion, the vast dark stream was utterly shattered. The released armament Haki struck Blackbeard Teach with tremendous force. In that instant, Blackbeard Teach felt as though his entire body was about to disintegrate, a powerful force causing blood to flow from his mouth, nose, and ears. Gah! Is that armament Haki? Only after sustaining serious injuries did Blackbeard Teach finally comprehend the nature of Yudian's power. This destructive force from within it can only be armament Haki. Why is this armament Haki so formidable? The intensity surpasses even that of Old Man Whitebeard's. Blackbeard's expression turned to one of sheer dread. Chapter 12. Blackbeard in Terror. Blackbeard Teach is no mere rookie fresh to the seas, having once served as the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates. He has witnessed countless strong warriors in battle, including the Pirate King, Roger. Even he himself had once struck and injured one of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, leaving a distinctly visible scar upon the latter's visage. He was exceedingly familiar with the three formidable powers of Haki wielded by those top-tier experts. During the fierce clash between Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger, such an intensity of armament Haki was never unleashed. The armament Haki that Yudian had just demonstrated was so exaggerated that even Blackbeard Teach, seasoned by countless storms, found it astonishing. The intensity of this armament Haki was such that not only could Teach not withstand it, but even Whitebeard himself would falter before it. He could not possibly possess such strength. Otherwise, he would have long been renowned across the world. Teach remained skeptical and yearned for another bout with Yudian. This time, he intended to unleash his most powerful technique. The might of his dark fruit could envelop the entire island. No matter how potent your armament Haki might be, it could not possibly cover an entire island. With this thought, Teach regained his confidence. Yet before making a move, he raised his hand and bellowed to his subordinates behind him. What are you dawdling for? Get in there. At his command, the likes of Burgess sprang into action. Burgess swung his muscular arm like a locomotive, charging fiercely towards Yudian. Lafitte danced with his scythe in hand while white wings sprouted from his back, soaring towards Yudian. The sinister poison cackled menacingly as he unleashed a torrent of toxic mist, which withered the flora in its path with its extreme toxicity. Only Van Oka remained in place, coldly aiming his gun at Yudian. The captain. Blackbeard Teach exuded the most formidable aura. He raised both hands high, releasing a surge of darkness that briefly obscured the sky. The entire island seemed to be plunged into an enforced night. The sudden shift in circumstances caused the naval personnel aboard the warship to tense up and prepare for battle. Alert! Alert! All personnel, enter combat status. Target, Blackbeard pirates. The sound of footsteps echoed across the deck as figures hurriedly moved to their designated positions. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the Blackbeard pirates, the soldiers felt as though they could almost scent death in the air. Yet they resolutely gripped their weapons, tense yet steadfast. However, the target of Blackbeard's assault was not the warship in that moment. All attacks surged towards Yudian, who stood at the water's edge. So, this is your strongest offensive? Yudian remarked nonchalantly, raising his hand to interrupt Hancock, who was poised to strike beside him. Did they truly think such a trivial scene could intimidate an admiral of the Navy with an impassive expression? Yudian made his move. He could hardly be bothered to lift his arms, merely standing there to release his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. This time, he held nothing back. The powerful armament Haki, infused with the might of Conqueror's Haki, surged forth like a dark tsunami. The predominantly rocky island crumbled before the tsunami-like force of armament Haki, disintegrating as if it were mere tofu. The entire island began to shatter with alarming rapidity. Meanwhile, Teach's dark powers proved utterly feeble against the shockwave of the formidable armament Haki. The veil of darkness that obscured the sky could not withstand even 3 seconds. Soon, the shroud of darkness was shattered, and sunlight poured down once more today as for Teach's pirate subordinates. They were directly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground under the overwhelming pressure of the Conqueror's Haki that mingled with the armament Haki. Although Yudian's Conqueror's Haki attribute stood at a mere 500, the substantial difference in effectiveness between the Conqueror's and armament Haki attributes was more than adequate to deal with the likes of Burgess and the others. Hood. The figures of Blackbeard and his crew fell heavily to the ground. The island beneath Yudian's feet had crumbled to leave only a small battleground intact. The remaining portions of the island had been pulverized by the armament Haki and had sunk into the depths of the sea. To obliterate an entire island merely by unleashing armament Haki, his power was truly terrifying. Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened in disbelief, blood staining his face, his expression rife with fear. If the opponent could shatter an island with armament Haki, then annihilating him would surely be effortless. Such a formidable being could easily take his life. Blackbeard Teach entirely retracted his arrogance and bravado, his face now marked by trepidation, fearful of inadvertently provoking Yudian. At that moment, he even contemplated how to atone for his transgressions. Please forgive my foolishness. I can immediately disband my pirate crew as an apology. If assistance is required, allow me to apprehend them for you. Blackbeard Teach pointed towards the unconscious forms of Burgess, Lafitte, and others beside him, unhesitatingly betraying his own crew on the opposite side. The naval soldiers were taken aback. These are all your subordinates. How generous of Blackbeard. Could it be that he genuinely intended to turn over a new leaf? His combat prowess was indeed commendable. The naval soldiers were bewildered by Blackbeard's apparent sincerity, engaging in fervent discussion. Yudian, however, was hardly surprised by Teach's plea for mercy at the expense of his subordinates. Such a character was to be expected. Nevertheless, he had no intention of taking Blackbeard's life. What about that natural-type devil fruit? Yudian approached coolly, extending his hand. Here. Blackbeard Teach hastily produced the natural-type devil fruit he had obtained from the Navy, trembling as he handed it over to Yudian. Very well. Yudian took a cursory glance before stowing it away, opting not to utilize it immediately. He then turned on his heel and made his way back to the warship, disinterested in casting another glance at Blackbeard. Chapter 13. Enhancement of Armament Haki. Manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Thus, the battle concluded. Having secured the natural-type devil fruit, Yudian returned to the warship, with Hancock following closely behind. Blackbeard Teach, glancing nervously around, fearful of being discarded as refuse, hurriedly followed Yudian aboard, blood still staining his face. Originally, he had intended to seize the Navy's ship for himself after the transaction, but never had he anticipated boarding the vessel in such a manner. As for his incapacitated subordinates on a shattered island, Blackbeard had forgotten them entirely, not even considering how to arrange for their fate. Eventually, some naval soldiers dragged Lafitte and the others aboard the warship. After all, according to the Navy's headquarters instructions, they were to summon the 7 warlords, the Blackbeard pirates, to the headquarters. Report to Admiral Udian. Prisoner Ace has been confined in the Sea Prism Stone cell. How should we handle the Blackbeard pirates? A naval major approached Udian to report. Udian, preparing to return to his office on the deck, casually glanced at the slumped Blackbeard nearby. He waved his hand dismissively. Just find a room for them in the hold. Let them be neighbors with Ace. The Sea Prism Stone cells for prisoners were located at the lowest level of the warship, primarily for safety reasons. After making the arrangements, Udian returned to his quarters. Compared to the views on the deck, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. Utilizing the Devil Fruit could grant him freedom attribute points. Udian eagerly retrieved the natural-type Devil Fruit, still warm from his recent acquisition. According to the system, harnessing the energy of the Devil Fruit would yield a certain number of freedom attribute points, which he could allocate at his discretion. Uncertain of how to proceed, Udian examined the Devil Fruit, pondering its utilization. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A natural-type Devil Fruit has been detected in the host's possession. Would you like to immediately absorb the energy of this natural-type Devil Fruit? Upon hearing the system prompt, Udian was enlightened. So this is what the system meant by absorption. Without hesitation, he commanded absorb, absorbing the energy of the Devil Fruit. Absorption complete, beginning conversion to freedom attribute points. Ding! The host has acquired a total of 800 freedom attribute points from this absorption. This includes an additional 300 points from the natural-type Devil Fruit. The energy of the natural-type Devil Fruit provides an additional bonus? Udian exclaimed with delight. The rarer the Devil Fruit, the higher the energy conversion efficiency. The system provided an explanation before notifying him that the freedom attribute points had been allocated. Upon reviewing his status data, Udian discovered the addition of 800 points to the freedom attribute section. Let us allocate all of it to armament Haki. After a moment's contemplation, Udian ultimately made his decision that in recent days he had witnessed the formidable power of armament Haki. Moreover, enhancing armament Haki would concurrently elevate the abilities of observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. IT was undoubtedly a guaranteed investment. Without further hesitation, Udian proceeded to allocate all 800 of his free attribute points in armament Haki. Armament Haki attribute increased by 800 points. Observation Haki received a boost with an increase of 100 points. Conqueror's Haki experience enhancement with an increase of 400 points. The ability for Conqueror's Haki to manifest physical attacks has been unlocked. Host, Udian Armament Haki, 1800 Observation Haki, 200 Conqueror's Haki, 900. The increase of 100 points in Observation Haki surprised Udian. Last time, when Armament Haki surged by 1,000 points, Observation Haki only increased by 100 as well. However, in comparison to Armament and Conqueror's Haki, the attribute of Observation Haki still felt rather low. He pondered whether, upon the next acquisition of attribute points, he should invest in Observation Haki to achieve a better balance. Otherwise, the disparity in attributes seemed somewhat lopsided. Furthermore, the battles Udian had previously engaged in had all been dominated by the overwhelming force of armament Haki, should he encounter an opponent of comparable strength. The shortcomings of Observation Haki might become glaringly evident. The enhancement of armament Haki would also significantly strengthen Conqueror's Haki. He wondered if the advancement of Observation Haki would yield a similar effect and greatly bolster Conqueror's Haki as well. Perhaps he could test this theory next time. Udian contemplated silently that moment. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and Hancock's voice echoed from outside. Upon entering the room, the pirate empress directly stated her intention. She hoped that Udian could assist her in preserving her title as one of the 7 warlords. In exchange for her help in collecting devil fruits, clearly, Hancock had discerned Udian's need for devil fruits, following his recent acquisition from Blackbeard Teach. Although she may not have been fully aware of his precise intentions regarding the devil fruits, her knowledge of his desire sufficed as a basis for negotiation. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Udian subtly nodded in agreement, maintaining an impassive expression, and calmly inquired, "How long do you require to collect a single devil fruit?" Hancock's eyes sparkled upon hearing his question, Realizing that there was a chance for a successful transaction, she quickly replied, I cannot guarantee the exact time needed to collect it, but I assure you, within a year, I will definitely be able to procure a devil fruit for you. A year for one? Yudian shook his head, retorting coldly, no, that is insufficient. You must collect at least 10 within a year. Upon hearing this, Hancock's expression faltered. 10? That is quite difficult. Devil fruits are exceedingly rare throughout the world that a typical devil fruit in the black market costs 100 million berries, but whether one can actually procure it remains a matter of luck. There is no stable supply chain for such items. Even as the empress of a nation and a warlord of the sea, Hancock could not confidently assure the collection of 10 within a year. I will do my best. Hancock bit her lip resolutely. Very well, return and consider it further. Yudian waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 14. The Trial of the Three Admirals. Bang! The door closed, and Yudian shifted his focus back to examining the changes in his Conqueror's Haki after the enhancements. With an increase of 400 points, he had now unlocked the power of physical manifestation. Given my current 900 points in Conqueror's Haki, my prowess should rival that of a high-tier Conqueror's Haki user. Should it not? Yudian silently compared in his mind. The general effect of Conqueror's Haki typically involves using one's spirit to intimidate opponents, functioning as a psychological attack that, in contrast, the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki directly inflicts physical damage. One of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, possesses this level of power. However, Yudian had yet to engage Shanks directly in battle, leaving him uncertain of the current strength of his Conqueror's Haki. The manifestation of Conqueror's Haki is a manifestation of its enhancement to a certain degree. Perhaps powerful individuals like Shanks mastered physical manifestation many years ago. Yet, one thing was certain, Yudian's current strength in Conqueror's Haki had undoubtedly entered the ranks of the world's elite. My Conqueror's Haki can manifest, but it still cannot coil. Perhaps my attributes are not sufficiently high. Next, I must find ways to continue collecting devil fruits. Yudian mused quietly. Meanwhile, the warship had commenced full-speed navigation back to the Navy headquarters. During the return journey, no incidents occurred. After all, they were traveling through the special express route, the Gate of Justice. Upon arriving at the Navy headquarters, Yudian disembarked without personally escorting the prisoner Ace to Impel down. The task of escorting was entrusted to a Navy rear admiral. The Empress Hancock and Blackbeard Teach also departed the warship, entering the Navy headquarters. The Navy had already prepared accommodations for both individuals. As they parted ways, Hancock wore a lovely frown, appearing troubled. Blackbeard Teach, on the other hand, occasionally glanced back at Yudian, wary of any potential surprise attacks, still shaken from the fright he had experienced on Banero Island. Admiral Yudian, Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your immediate presence in the conference room upon your return, but a Navy lieutenant informed him. Yudian nodded, and upon entering the Fleet Admiral's conference room, he discovered that not only Sengoku and Garp were present. The other three admirals, who had been dispatched to monitor the movements of the four emperors in the New World, had also returned and were seated on the couch, tea that moment, as Yudian entered. All three admirals turned their heads in unison, their formidable presence exerting pressure upon him. Why do I feel like these three are somewhat targeting me? Yudian frowned slightly. However, he chose to disregard them. Although their aura was strong, it was of little concern to him that he walked directly to the desk and reported calmly. The mission to receive the prisoner Ace has been completed, and the Empress Hancock and Blackbeard Teach have arrived at the headquarters. Upon hearing the report, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. Appearing somewhat exasperated, he stood and gestured for Yudian to take a seat. Admiral Yudian, please sit down. You performed admirably on this mission, but it was unnecessary to engage in combat with the seven warlords. Was it? Mentioning this matter, Sengoku's expression grew even more helpless. It was clear that he had tasked Yudian with summoning the seven warlords. Yet Yudian had ended up in a confrontation with them. Not only had he fought the Empress, but he had also taken on Blackbeard. However, Sengoku refrained from mentioning the matter of Blackbeard's Logia devil fruit, tacitly acknowledging Yudian's custody of the devil fruit. Custody? Of course, it was custody. Would the righteous Navy resort to robbing devil fruits for personal gain? It was merely a temporary safeguarding from the clutches of evil pirates, preventing them from utilizing the Logia devil fruit for nefarious purposes. Everything was for the sake of justice, whether one believed it or not. Sengoku held this conviction. Those 7 warlords refused to heed persuasion, so I had no choice but to employ certain measures. Yujian replied nonchalantly, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, and I even acquired a few spoils that no, not spoils. Sengoku frowned, correcting him sternly. It is custody, a temporary safeguarding of the 7 warlords' possessions. Custody? Yujian expressed confusion, furrowing his brow. I have no intention of returning those spoils. If they were to obtain them, it would only lead to further and more severe destruction in the world. This candid statement rendered Sengoku momentarily speechless. Oh my! Admiral Yujian, you are quite forthright, Kizaru chuckled good-naturedly. Nearby, Akiji appeared indifferent, remarking, calling them spoils doesn't seem problematic. Only Akainu wore a serious expression, stating solemnly, I concur with Admiral Yujian's perspective. We must not allow pirates access to vital resources. Otherwise, absolute justice will become increasingly difficult to uphold. He was inexplicably engaged in a serious discussion. Upon witnessing this, Sengoku completely lost his temper, waved his hand dismissively, and chose to bypass the topic altogether. Meanwhile, Yujian, upon hearing the words, glanced in surprise at the 3 generals seated on the sofa and nodded to himself. I didn't expect the atmosphere to be so pleasant during the first meeting among the generals. It seems that I will soon get along well with these fellows. Just as he was pondering this, Akainu suddenly stood up, his expression grave as he looked over. General Yujian, the 3 of us have returned to headquarters this time to assess your strength. Chapter 15. The Battle of the Admirals. Yujian was taken aback. We were having such a good conversation. Why suddenly a test of strength? As for how to test strength, it would undoubtedly be through actual combat. Not long ago, Yujian was contemplating how to get along with the 3 admirals, yet he never expected that this would happen so soon. They would soon venture again into the New World seas. As Sengoku explained. According to Sengoku, the assessment by the 3 admirals is considered the final procedure before a formal appointment as an admiral. That, of course, this is an unwritten procedure, not documented in any formal manner. It resembles the process of vying for the title of fleet admiral, where the strongest emerges victorious, doesn't it? Yujian nodded discreetly, understanding this approach. Soon, the group exited the fleet admiral's conference room and arrived at the expansive plaza in front of the headquarters. General Yujian, I have heard that your Busashoka Haki is so powerful that it can shatter the marine headquarters, Kizaru remarked, stroking his chin with keen interest. He was careful with his choice of words, stating shatter rather than collapse. The idea of collapsing the headquarters seemed too far-fetched for him to believe that, in reality, all 3 admirals present possessed the power to obliterate the marine headquarters. But merely relying on Busashoka Haki to bring it down would indeed be quite a challenge. Your Busashoka Haki is so formidable. Your defensive capabilities must be equally impressive, right? Kizaru said with a grin. He then casually raised his hand and pointed a finger at Yujian, which unexpectedly erupted in a burst of laser light. Bayu! The intense radiance shot towards Yujian in an instant, leaving him no time to react to the speed of light. In truth, Yujian could have sensed the incoming laser using his Kinbunchika Haki and avoided it. But he was too lazy to do so. The laser struck his chest directly, and the ensuing explosion of light engulfed the entire area. Oh my! He didn't even dodge. How confident! Kizaru chuckled, grinning widely. Nearby, Akainu crossed his arms, his expression stern, revealing no discernible attitude. In contrast, Akiji furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion in his gaze, clearly puzzled as to why Yujian stood there and allowed the laser to hit him. If even he, an admiral, could not comprehend this, the other marine officers surrounding them were even more bewildered. Only Zifa burst into hearty laughter. Kizaru, you seem to be overly confident in your Pika Pika Nomi abilities. As a legendary instructor of the Marines, Zifa had nurtured countless Marine officers, including the 3 admirals present and many vice admirals. Upon hearing his words, the Marine officers exchanged uncertain glances. Could it be that General Yujian possesses some unique ability? Regardless of how special it is, it shouldn't be possible to withstand a laser without a scratch, right? Just as the officers were speculating, the brilliant light released by the laser explosion gradually dissipated. Yujian's figure became visible before everyone, not a single scratch on him. Even his clothes appeared pristine, as if freshly pressed, without a single wrinkle. "This is impossible. How did he accomplish that?" exclaimed Marine Vice Admiral Muskrat in astonishment. Not only he, but even Akainu and Akiji displayed some surprise on their faces. "Wow. Even my laser had no effect. His defensive power is indeed terrifying," Kizaru murmured, his previously nonchalant demeanor turning serious. Meanwhile, Iron Fist Garp seemed to catch on, chuckling and shaking his head. Using Busasho Haki in such a manner to counter the laser. Such extravagance. Even for someone of his caliber in martial arts, Yudian's previous action seemed excessively extravagant. As if he were using Busashoka Haki without regard for cost. Youth truly has its advantages. The more Garp observed, the more envious he became. That moment, Akiji suddenly stood up and made his move. He raised his hand in a sweeping motion, and numerous ice spears, emanating cold air, coalesced around him, aimed directly at Yudian in the distance. To be careful. "General Yudian," Akiji called out, wishing to avoid a sneak attack. Whoosh! In the next instant, several ice spears shot forth like arrows at high speed. These ice spears, radiating extreme cold, froze the moisture in the air, leaving clear traces of frost in their wake, in the blink of an eye. The barrage of ice spears reached Yudian this moment. Yudian once again unleashed his Busashoku Haki. Boom! The powerful shockwave from his Haki shattered the ice spears effortlessly. The ice splintered into countless fragments. Garp couldn't help but shake his head. This kid really doesn't consider the issue of consumption? Nearby, Zifa laughed heartily, quite pleased. "Garp, don't underestimate my disciple. This level of consumption is nothing to him." The Marine officers nearby exchanged glances, surprised. Such a degree of consumption is considered trivial. Just as they were astonished, Akainu, who had been observing silently, finally prepared to take action. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Chapter 16. The Admiral's Acknowledgement. Akainu's appearance instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Although the three Marine admirals were not ranked publicly, many believed that Akainu possessed the strongest power. Even now, he merely stepped forward without launching an actual attack. Yet his every movement exuded an overwhelming pressure. Yudian, standing the closest, was positioned directly in front of a canoe at such a close distance. He could even smell the acrid scent emanating from him. The sulfurous odor of magma. "Your strength seems quite impressive. Perhaps you genuinely have the qualification to be promoted to admiral," Akainu said, his tone grave as he faced Yudian. His serious demeanor indicated that his forthcoming actions will be taken with utmost seriousness. On the other side, Yudian smiled lightly, preparing to respond. However, before he could speak, Akainu struck in an instant. He raised his right hand, which rapidly transformed into scorching magma as it ascended. When his arm reached the height to launch a punch, his entire right arm had morphed into red-hot lava, billowing thick smoke. Hellhound! In the next moment, Akainu unleashed his right fist, the speed so swift that onlookers barely had time to react. This was Akainu's signature close-range technique. What a magma-infused punch would obliterate the foe before they could even respond. Boom! In an instant, the expanding magma fist collided with Yudian and a massive eruption of lava shattered, scattering like sparks. The place where the lava struck erupted in thick, scorching steam. As the spectators observed, they noticed the trajectory of Akainu's magma punch still lingering in the air, leaving a clear trace of molten rock, allowing onlookers to truly grasp the strength of the attack. "Is the battle truly over?" Marine Vice Admiral Muskrat exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. "Of course, it's over. How could such an attack be withstood?" Vice Admiral Doberman remarked coldly, arms crossed. Other Marine officers nodded in agreement. They had all been unable to discern Akainu's earlier move, let alone defend against it. Yet, just at that moment, a cold voice rang out amidst the thick fog. "I am a Marine Admiral. Surely that makes me your comrade? Do you deem such an assault appropriate?" Yudian spoke coldly, his figure becoming clearer through the mist. He was furious that Akainu had launched a surprise attack without even offering a word of warning. "I'm currently assessing your strength. This is a battlefield." Akainu replied sternly, his demeanor serious. "On the battlefield, there is no consideration of what is appropriate. Only survival or death." His chilling words resonated, silencing all Marines present, as if they were struck by the weight of his statement. Ha! Speaking of life and death so nonchalantly, as though you were quite formidable. Yudian scoffed, then raised his hand, pointing at Akainu across the way. His gesture elicited little reaction from Akainu, but it did catch the attention of Hancock and Blackbeard Teach, who had come to watch the spectacle. General Yudian intends to directly defeat Akainu. In Hancock's mind, the terrifying image of Yudian unleashing a tsunami-like wave of Haki surged forth, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in astonishment. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he murmured, Akainu is about to be defeated. The nearby naval officers who overheard their exchange cast incredulous glances, as if they were witnessing sheer foolishness. Admiral Akainu is our Navy's strongest force. How could he possibly be defeated so easily? You warlords are truly ignorant of the world's realities. Enough with your nonsense. The officers scoffed disdainfully. In contrast, Akainu in the heat of battle remained exceedingly cautious. He transformed his entire being into molten magma. Thick plumes of smoke billowing upward. Unleash every ability you possess, he bellowed with a commanding voice. Simultaneously, Kizaru and Akiji positioned themselves on either side of Yudian, forming a triangular formation to encircle him. However, out of fairness and decorum, Akiji and Kizaru refrained from attacking for the time being. After all, it would be quite disgraceful to have 3 admirals besiege a single opponent. Please do not retreat. Yudian spoke calmly, as his Haki erupted with tremendous force at that moment. His 1,800 attribute points of Haki surged forth, manifesting as torrents of dark purple energy that crashed outward like raging waves. Indeed, the Haki Yudian released did not merely target Akainu. It also split into 2 streams that surged towards Akiji and Kizu. The deep, dark currents of Haki made it exceedingly difficult for the 3 admirals to utilize their elemental transformations to evade the onslaught. Typically, one would simply attach Haki to their weapons or fists, allowing the admirals to anticipate the opponent's attack through observation Haki and avoid it preemptively. Yet now, they faced a deluge of Haki. The sheer volume threatened to engulf them entirely. How could they evade such an overwhelming force? Ouch! Is this the Haki tsunami of Admiral Yudian? Truly terrifying, Kizaru quipped with a grin as he transformed into light and retreated, showing no intention of facing the attack head-on the other side. Akiji furrowed his brow tightly, squinting at the torrent of Haki before him, concluding in his mind, there is no way to evade. I can only retreat. In the next instant, he too sprang into action, retreating swiftly. Yet, standing opposite Yudian, Akainu summoned forth immense waves of magma, conjuring a tidal wave of molten rock that surged directly into the Haki torrent. Boom! With a thunderous clash, the Haki wave collided with the magma tsunami, sending scorching lava splashing hundreds of meters into the air. Endless rivulets of magma cascaded down like raindrops. Observing the battle, the naval officers hastily stepped back to avoid the searing heat. Contact with such molten lava would incinerate a person entirely. Akainu's power has increased once again, Sengoku remarked, nodding slightly as he witnessed the eruption of lava. But it seems Akainu is on the verge of being overwhelmed. Garp chuckled heartily, if to confirm Garp's words. The situation on the battlefield took a swift turn. The dark waves of Haki had indeed suppressed the magma tsunami, pushing back its crest steadily. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Soon, all the lava was forcefully held down by the external Haki, unable to rise even a fraction of an inch. Chapter 17. Official announcement of the 4th Admiral. The global situation, unbelievable. Admiral Akainu's magma fruit ability has actually been suppressed. The Navy's Rear Admiral, Weasel, struggled to widen his eyes in sheer shock. He was not alone. The expressions of nearby naval officers mirrored his astonishment. Akainu's magma fruit could melt mountains. It was being suppressed. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a thing. Indeed, Admiral Yudian's strength is astonishingly formidable. A chorus of awe erupted from the elite naval officers, their jaws agape in disbelief. IT has truly suppressed Sakazuki. Sengoku nodded slightly, but then added, however, this is merely a superficial suppression. Sakazuki has not been harmed. Indeed, Garp concurred with a nod. Their exchange irked Zephyr greatly. Humph. If Yudian can suppress Sakazuki once, he can do so a second or third time, as if to validate his words. Yudian's external Haki continued to apply pressure, forcing the magma that Akainu had transformed deeper into the ground. Observing the turbulent movement of the magma, it was evident that Akainu was persistently resisting, attempting to break free from the Haki's grasp, yet to no avail. Enough. This must end here. Finally, Sengoku could no longer bear to watch and called for the 4 admirals to cease their combat. If this continues, the headquarters plaza will be utterly destroyed. Sengoku gazed sorrowfully at the battlefield that had become a war zone in just a short span of time. The plaza was riddled with craters. The area where Akainu's magma was being suppressed was scorched into a vast, blackened pit. Such destruction would take days to repair, of course. If the fighting persisted, the time required for repairs would be uncertain, and it might very well result in the destruction of the Naval Headquarters structures, leaving them unable to complete repairs until the day of execution. "Ha! Well done, my disciple," Zephyr exclaimed with delight. He crossed his arms and glanced at Sengoku, his gaze seeming to convey, "Do you have any objections? Dare you question this?" Sengoku, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead and turned away, wishing to avoid Zephyr's taunts in this moment. However, the attention of most naval personnel was focused on the 4 admirals at the center of the battlefield. The recent display of power from the 4 admirals had profoundly shaken the hearts of tens of thousands of elite Navy personnel. At that moment, Yudian had already retracted his Haki, and Akainu finally ceased his transformation. A figure formed from the swirling, smoke-laden magma took shape, and Akainu's voice resonated. "Your strength is commendable. You indeed possess the qualifications to serve as an admiral of the Navy." Akainu's tone remained grave and serious. Yet the combat fervor in his eyes had diminished. He suddenly rose and, under the watchful gaze of the thousands of naval officers, approached Yudian, extending his right hand. "I apologize for the earlier attack. From this day forth, you shall be the 4th admiral of the Navy." Yudian rolled his eyes in response. "What a stubborn old fool, only recognizing strength and speaking as if you have the authority to decide whether I become an admiral or not." Nevertheless, Yudian extended his hand and briefly shook Akainu's. Following this, Aokiji and Kizaru approached in turn, each shaking hands with Yudian. Such gestures may appear trivial, yet upon reflection, Yudian realized they held profound significance. The 3 admirals' handshake not only acknowledged his rank as the 4th admiral, but also demonstrated their collective solidarity. This display of unity was particularly crucial in anticipation of the imminent significant events, serving to stabilize morale. Indeed, the admirals were not to be underestimated. Yudian suddenly recognized that he had previously underestimated these 3 admirals far too much. With the handshake of the 3 admirals, the 4th admiral was thus established and swiftly announced officially. The so-called official announcement involved publishing news about the 4th admiral of the Navy in the world's most widely circulated official newspaper. This news would undoubtedly astonish certain individuals. Garp grinned, his eyes filled with meaning. Several days later, the news of the Navy's unprecedented promotion of a 4th admiral spread throughout the entire world, in the New World. At the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, roared angrily. "You say you didn't know? You mean to tell me you had no prior knowledge of the Navy's extraordinary promotion of an admiral? What good are you if you know nothing?" The booming voice reverberated throughout the massive structure, shaking it as Kaido's fury erupted. "That I don't want to hear your explanations anymore," Kaido shouted at the transponder snail in his hand, before smashing it into pieces. Yet his anger remained unabated as he turned to his subordinates, demanding, "What do you think the Navy's sudden promotion of an admiral signifies?" The truth struck the onlookers, leaving them in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word. For a brief moment, the island resonated solely with the sound of Kaido's furious destruction of objects in the New World at the headquarters of the Big Mom Pirates, Cake Island. A grand cake banquet was in full swing. One of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, occupied the seat of honor, joyfully indulging in cake as her eyes narrowed into mere slits at tea that moment. Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders, approached and spread out the latest newspaper before Big Mom. "Mom, The Navy has just appointed a new admiral, Katakuri reported in a solemn tone. Chapter 18. New mission. Monitor the 4 emperors. Ah, it's Katakuri. What is it? Big Mom casually replied, clearly too engrossed in her cake to have comprehended Katakuri's words. Mom, the Navy has appointed a new admiral. The 4th one. This is a significant event. Katakuri's expression remained stoic, but his tone grew weightier. Oh, it's just the appointment of an admiral. What is the big deal? Big Mom chuckled nonchalantly, waving her hand dismissively. Come, try this piece of cake. It's a new flavor. Katakuri sighed silently, realizing he could not resist her whims, and reluctantly joined in the merriment. The festive atmosphere grew even more jubilant. Meanwhile, in the New World, the red-haired pirates' flagship, the Red Force, had just departed from the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. One of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, stood alone at the bow, his expression dark and clearly displeased. That old stubborn fool is utterly unreasonable. Shanks fumed, his frustration simmering within him. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Captain, a major event, exclaimed the rotund Lucky Roo, scurrying over with a newspaper in hand. What is going on? Shanks inquired, perplexed, as he took the newspaper. His expression shifted dramatically after a quick glance. Hasn't it been years since the Navy appointed an admiral? Why the sudden promotion of someone? Upon reading further, Shanks discovered that the new admiral had been promoted directly from the rank of major. A rarity in naval history. The only way to gain the approval of Sengoku for such an extraordinary promotion was under dire circumstances. Shanks lowered the newspaper and turned his gaze toward the sea behind him, his demeanor grave. That new admiral, Udian, possessed monstrous strength. Almost simultaneously, on the deck of the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, an assembly was underway following the deaths of Sachi and the capture of Ace. The remaining 14 division commanders gathered to discuss a plan to rescue Ace. Whitebeard sat in his prominent position, holding a newspaper, his expression grim. Those bastards in the Navy truly believe I've grown too old to wield my sword. They think appointing a mere youth as an admiral will intimidate me. I am Whitebeard, furious. Whitebeard rose and commanded, immediately summon all the pirate crews under my command. Prepare to rescue Ace. Yes, father, the division commanders responded in unison. Over 10 days had passed since the Navy announced the appointment of the 4th admiral. The shockwaves caused by the news began to subside across the world. The Navy headquarters, Akainu, and the other 2 admirals returned to the New World after assessing Udian's strength. Continuing their surveillance of the 4 emperors, particularly focusing on the Whitebeard pirates. Monitoring a power of such caliber among the 4 emperors with merely 3 admirals seemed insufficient. One day, Sengoku summoned Udian to the Marshal's conference room to discuss the deployment of additional personnel to the New World. With elite naval forces and the 7 warlords still in the process of gathering, this period was particularly prone to unexpected incidents. Sengoku's expression was serious as he outlined the situation. Therefore, I intend to send another team to the New World. This team's mission will be to monitor the movements of the beast pirates among the 4 emperors. They will pass through the Dressrosa kingdom, and we can urge the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo to respond promptly to the summons to come to the Navy headquarters. The 7 warlords, notorious for their obstinacy, often pose challenges during gatherings. However, Sengoku was not overly concerned about da Flamingo. Despite his unique position, he had never refused a summons before. That I would like you to lead this team, or recommend someone for the position, Sengoku said, nodding toward Udian, who was seated on the sofa. As Udian surveyed the room, he noted that aside from Sengoku and himself, only Garp was present, with Sengoku, the marshal, needing to oversee the Navy headquarters. The only individuals capable of leading the team to monitor the 4 emperors were him and Garp. Just as Udian was about to speak, Garp suddenly chimed in with a hearty laugh. I am too old for this. Let young Udian take the lead. After all, he is an admiral, and I'm just a vice admiral. Hearing this, Udian couldn't help but smirk. Can someone who can obliterate mountains truly be considered old? It's clear he just doesn't want to be troubled. In that moment, he recalled a saying Garp once shared. If you don't want to be worn out, don't accept a position of too high in office. Well then, Udian, what is your stance? Sengoku turned to inquire, clearly still undecided. Udian initially intended to decline, but suddenly recalled an important matter, prompting him to change his mind and nod. All right, I will lead the team for this surveillance mission. Very well, you shall lead. The monitoring period will last for 1 month, and you must return immediately upon its conclusion. Sengoku deliberated for a moment before finalizing the decision and issuing detailed instructions. The execution date for Ace-S execution was just over a month away. Chapter 19. Dressrosa Kingdom. Several days later, in the new world of the Dressrosa Kingdom, the once quiet realm had been transformed into a tourist destination. Boasting numerous man-made attractions that IT had gained considerable fame as a tropical vacation island, dubbed the country of love, passion, and toys. With the influx of visitors, the harbor was bustling with various ships. However, one particular vessel stood out, flying a skull flag, a pirate ship. While many pirates frequented Dressrosa, an ordinary pirate ship would hardly draw much attention. Why is everyone staring at that ship? It's just a pirate vessel. A group of elegantly dressed upper-class individuals nearby conversed in astonishment as a merchant ship docked. Shh, quiet down. That's the ship of the Beast Pirates. The captain of the merchant ship hurriedly stepped in to disperse the crowd, unwilling to invite disaster upon his vessel. The Beast Pirates, the 4 emperors. The upper-class individuals ceased their discussions, awestruck. Despite their self-proclaimed status, they dared not provoke any of the 4 emperors of the New World. Why would members of the 4 emperors be here? A sense of bewilderment enveloped the tourists as they disembarked onto the island. Meanwhile, within the highest palace of Dressrosa, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, assembled with grave expressions as if awaiting a formal reception. This shipment is all here, Lord Jack. Dellinger cheerfully pointed to the boxes of goods at their feet. A total of 15 boxes, each adorned with markings reminiscent of devil fruits, lay before them. Across from Dellinger stood Jack, one of the 3 calamities renowned for his association with the Beast Pirates. Is this all there is? Just 15? Jack frowned upon inspecting the number of boxes and sternly questioned, why is the shipment so sparse this time? The members of the Don Quixote family exchanged uneasy glances. The wrath of a 4 emperors pirate crew was not to be taken lightly at that moment. Doflamingo stepped forward, chuckling, "Foo-foo-foo. The recent tensions have affected the factories. If you wish to place blame, seek out the Navy." As one of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo maintained his composure even before the infamous Calamity Jack. "Humph. Remember, this is the only time I will let this slide, clown," Jack coldly reminded, uttering Doflamingo's notorious black market title. Few within the ranks of powerful factions were aware that Doflamingo, a 7 warlord, was infamously known as the clown in the black market that moment. The transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates was a quintessential black market deal. "Next time, I expect to see a sufficient quantity of goods." Jack turned around and coldly threatened once more as he departed, "Do not use the Navy as an excuse. I fear no naval force." He was just stepping out with a band of pirates when several members of the Don Quixote family rushed into the Grand Hall. "Young master, the Navy has arrived." Their frantic expressions ignited a wave of anxiety among the Don Quixote family officials present. "What is the commotion? What on earth is happening?" Diamante stepped forward, delivering a few sharp slaps to the panicked individuals, effectively rousing them from their fear that a naval warship is rapidly approaching the kingdom of Dressrosa, led by the newly appointed Admiral Udian. The group clutched their swollen faces, providing a clear account of the situation. At the entrance of the hall, Jack, who had intended to leave, suddenly halted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The new admiral? Is he the youngest admiral in history? Subsequently, everyone exited the hall to gaze towards the distant sea. The royal palace was situated atop the highest peak of Dressrosa Island, affording a panoramic view of the entire kingdom. At that moment, Doflamingo, using a telescope, indeed spotted several warships surrounding the island, swiftly approaching Dressrosa. On the foremost ship's deck, Admiral Udian's figure was clearly visible. "Oh, it is him." Doflamingo's expression darkened. This new admiral was unpredictable and formidable. Just recently, he had personally attacked 2 of the 7 warlords, the Empress and Blackbeard. Doflamingo's intelligence network was formidable. He had already obtained information about Udian's skirmishes with Hancock and Blackbeard. It should be noted that these battles have been witnessed only by the Navy and the pirates involved, and the relevant information have been sealed by the world government, remaining undisclosed. So, that new admiral is coming for you. One of the 7 warlords, Jack's voice brimmed with anger. He would never allow anyone to disrupt his dealings. As he spoke, Jack rose, preparing to head to the port to confront the Navy beside him. Cyprus was somewhat apprehensive, urging, "Lord Jack, he is an admiral, and it is possible that he is not here to instigate a battle." However, before he could finish, Jack abruptly turned and shot him a fierce glare. "Fool! What of the admiral? This battle is mine to fight." In the water surrounding Dressrosa Island, Admiral Udien stood quietly on the main warship, his demeanor unruffled. Behind him stood Vice Admiral Squirrel and several rear admirals. Given the primary objective of this operation was to monitor the movements of the Beast pirates, the Navy had allocated Udien an ample force, more than sufficient to obliterate a common nation. Admiral Udien, directly invading Dressrosa Kingdom, seems rather unwise, does it not? Vice Admiral Squirrel furrowed his brow. Filled with concern, "We are here to summon the 7 warlords Doflamingo, and such an approach will only make him wary, possibly leading him to refuse the summons." A vice admiral. Squirrel was cautious regarding the 7 warlords. Given their strength, in stark contrast, Udien's attitude was resolute as he stated, "If Doflamingo refuses the summons, we shall directly strip him of his title as a warlord." Internally, he mused, given Doflamingo's character, he will most likely resist. Then the situation will be easier to handle. He had not come merely to relay a message. The efficacy of consuming artificial devil fruits was inferior to that of natural ones, and the attributes acquired may also differ, as long as one could obtain over 10 points in attributes from a single fruit. It would still hold value. Doflamingo's domain boasted a complete production line for artificial devil fruits. Even if each fruit provided merely 10 points in attributes, with an infinite supply, accumulating hundreds or thousands would inevitably lead to substantial attribute enhancement. Udien pondered whether there were any manufactured artificial devil fruits on Dressrosa Island at that moment. As he contemplated, he peered through his telescope at the massive island ahead. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Truly, what one thinks about often comes to fruition. Chapter 20. Conflict. Drought Jack takes the field. What has occurred? Vice Admiral Squirrel was taken aback. Unable to comprehend Udien's sudden laughter, he and the other rear admirals hastily used their telescopes to scan the distant island, but found nothing. However, being a capable Vice Admiral of the Navy, Squirrel, after a meticulous observation, seemed to have made a discovery, his face displaying astonishment. That ship, could it be? Indeed, that is the ship of the Beast pirates, Udien declared without hesitation. The other officers on the ship quickly resumed their observations of the island, focusing on the port. After a thorough search, they indeed spotted the Beast pirates' vessel, based on the flag. It was confirmed to be the ship of Drought Jack from the disasters. A rear admiral reported calmly. "Drought Jack." The expressions of the Navy soldiers behind him shifted slightly, but no commotion ensued. Nor did whispers arise. Drought Jack's reputation was formidable, even in the New World, capable of instilling fear among numerous factions. Yet aboard the warship, an admiral presided. "Admiral Udien, should we encircle Dressrosa Island?" Squirrel suggested in a deep tone. His attitude markedly altered. Prior to the appearance of the Beast pirates, their destination had been a territory recognized by the world government as belonging to the 7 warlords. However, with the emergence of the Beast's pirates vessel, the dynamics had shifted entirely. Collusion between the 7 warlords and the emperors of the sea was decidedly prohibited. Moreover, the primary objective of their operation was to monitor the Beast pirates. The collusion between the 7 warlords and the emperors of the sea must be reported to headquarters. A rear admiral stated solemnly. Udien waved his hand to interrupt, smiling as he gazed towards Dressrosa Island. "The frontline situation must be assessed independently. We are capable of handling it here." He then began issuing commands. Dispersing the 10 or so warships to tightly encircle Dressrosa Island. In truth, the island was not particularly large. Although it was a nation, its size was comparable to that of Amazon Lily, Sun's Island before long. The warships successfully completed their encirclement of Dressrosa Island. That moment, Udien had already boarded the main warship, entering the island's port, docking right next to Drought Jack's pirate ship. In broad daylight, openly docking a pirate ship in the kingdom's largest port was utterly audacious. Vice Admiral Squirrel fixed a hostile gaze upon Jack's pirate ship. The pirates left behind on the ship had already been informed and rushed to the deck, weapons in hand, confronting the Navy with brazen defiance. "I'm a subordinate of Lord Jack. You repugnant Navy, get lost. Do not interfere with our transaction." A pirate with an X-shaped scar on his face shouted a warning. Udian casually glanced over and nodded at Squirrel. "You handle that pirate ship. Drought Jack should be within the confines of Dressrosa Kingdom." "Understood." Squirrel leaped towards the pirate ship. Having been seething with rage, he now jumped onto the vessel, drawing his sword, the blade gleaming menacingly. Swoosh, swoosh. The sharp blade sliced through flesh, blood spraying into the air. Soon, the deck was stained crimson. Blood pooling into a stream, cascading over the ship's edge and into the sea. The remaining pirates on the ship were merely common pirates, lacking even a single capable fighter. The vice admiral was essentially on a rampage here. The opponents had not anticipated such a sudden assault from the Navy, especially led by an admiral. "Damn it, Lord Jack will avenge us," the last pirate roared as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Udian had led his team down from the warship, arriving at the port. They soon encountered another group, led by Drought Jack himself. "What have you done?" Jack sensed the metallic tang of blood carried by the sea breeze, his eyes igniting with murderous intent as he bellowed. "How dare you kill my subordinates?" Without waiting for Udian's response, Jack unsheathed his weapon, rising to confront them. His weapons were two uniquely shaped blades, one resembling a straight sword and the other scythe. Known as a shotel, renowned in the world of pirates, with high-intensity Haki enveloping his shotel, he swung down fiercely towards Udian's head. In the face of this perilous strike, Udian remained unflappable by actively assaulting a Navy admiral. "I am entitled to apprehend you according to Navy regulations." The moment his words fell, he made his move, just as Jack's shotel descended before him. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from Udian's body. The Conqueror's Haki, with a staggering 900 points of attribute. The Conqueror's Haki had materialized. At this moment, under the immense pressure, the nearby rocks and ground trembled, producing a series of cracking sounds as the earth split into countless fissures. Even the distant walls were marred by cracks of varying sizes. Wah! The fearsome shippers, Zapusi Hade and Jean Lamy, let out a cry of despair, only for it to be abruptly cut short as they collapsed. Unconscious as for the ordinary pirates, they were rendered into a deep stupor without even a whimper. The Conqueror's Haki. It has materialized. Disaster Jack clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. He had charged directly towards Udian, yet was forcefully repelled to the ground by the overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki, compelled to halt his advance. Even he, at such close quarters, could hardly withstand the brunt of the materialized Haki. This fellow's Conqueror's Haki is nearly on par with that of Kaido. Jack silently heightened his vigilance, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent. Not long ago, when he had led his team in a battle, he had dismissed the newly appointed Marine Admiral, failing to perceive the threat they posed. Now his mindset had completely shifted. "Your strength is indeed formidable, so I shall exert my utmost." Jack gripped his twin swords tightly, the intense armament Haki coiling around the blades, ready for a sudden strike. Opposite him, Udian raised his hand impassively. "Your words are excessive." Before his words could fully escape, Udian unleashed a slashing strike. A blade forged from the condensed armament Haki flew toward Disaster Jack like a massive throwing knife, aimed directly at his head. "Humph! Do you think such a feeble attack can harm me?" Jack scoffed, crossing his massive shotel blades above his head as a shield. Above, the dark blade of armament Haki descended with remarkable speed. Clang! A sharp and violent sound erupted as the shotel Jack wielded shattered instantly. Chapter 21. Mammoth form. Jack had lost his temper. He crossed his two shotel blades above his head, each enveloped in potent armament Haki. However, at that moment, the blade on top had already fractured, the scythe-like front half severed and crumbled, leaving only the straight blade behind. In a moment of urgency, Jack seemed to sense something amiss. As the shotel shattered, he moved at full speed, narrowly evading the subsequent descent of the armament Haki blade. Nonetheless, the edge of the Haki blade still grazed Jack's right arm, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Jack glanced at the bloody wound on his right arm, a mixture of shock and anger flooding his senses. Even my Shodel has been cleaved. What in the world was that? Until this moment, he could not comprehend how Yudian had executed that slash. After all, he had never heard of anyone capable of manifesting sword energy from their palm, and with such power akin to that of a great sword. Is it a power from some devil fruit? A Paramecia-type ability? Jack lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed intensely on Yudian, silently speculating about his opponent's fruit ability. The three renowned marine admirals, already famous worldwide, were all users of devil fruit powers, particularly rare and potent Logia types. It seemed reasonable for Yudian, as the new marine admiral, to possess a fruit ability. Even Disaster Jack of the Beast Pirates was being suppressed. On the distant palace heights, Baby 5 was taken aback by the battlefield situation. Apart from her, all other officers of the Don Quixote family were present. The group stood atop the heights, completely detached, observing the unfolding battle through telescopes. Doflamingo glanced over at Diamante, inquiring, "What do you think that was just now?" "Fufu, can't you see? That was the power of released armament Haki." Doflamingo chuckled, seemingly unbothered. "Who am I? Of course I noticed. I merely asked you casually." Diamante replied somewhat awkwardly. Meanwhile, Buffalo suddenly turned to Doflamingo, asking, "Young master, should we go assist Disaster Jack?" The others, upon hearing this, also turned to look at Doflamingo, awaiting his command. In truth, the renowned Disaster Jack being so easily subdued had dramatically altered the perception of those present, diminishing their trust in his strength. It is disappointing to find that Disaster Jack, who could frighten people into not daring to venture out at night, is of such limited capability. Diamante laughed, then turned to Doflamingo. "But if this fellow gets captured by the Marines, our deal with the Beast Pirates will be thoroughly ruined. What do you think, Doflamingo?" No one else spoke, and the group quietly awaited. Doflamingo gazed into the distant battlefield, an eerie smile still adorning his face, as if everything was under his control. "Ufufu. There's no need to rush. For now, we simply wait." Doflamingo sneered, already holding a decision. The longer we wait, the higher the bid we can secure. Most of the officers present were puzzled by his words, exchanging glances in confusion. Yet Diamante suddenly burst into laughter. "You intend to wait for Jack to request our assistance?" "Huh. Truly impressive, Doflamingo." Upon hearing this, the other officers quickly grasped the implication. If Disaster Jack were to actively request or plead for the Don Quixote family's intervention, he would undoubtedly have to offer something of value in exchange. "Truly worthy of the young master," Dorinji exclaimed excitedly. "With the young master present, our Don Quixote family shall undoubtedly dominate the world." The officers were invigorated, brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, the battle at the distant port intensified. Jack discarded the damaged Shodel, gripping tightly onto the last remaining one, fully enveloping it with his highest intensity of armament Haki. When Yudian once more unleashed the blade of armament Haki, Jack managed to block it with his final Shodel. It is indeed released armament Haki. After multiple encounters, Jack recognized the power Yudian wielded, acknowledging that to wield armament Haki to such an extent made him a true master. However, to defeat me, this level is far from sufficient. After repeatedly blocking the armament Haki blade, Disaster Jack felt invigorated. He believed Yudian had exhausted his means, while he himself had yet to reveal his true killing move. Clang! Jack blocked the armament Haki blade once more, roaring defiantly. "Is that the only attack you possess? If so, you might as well surrender early. I shall spare your life." His thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, and his words sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Marines. How audacious to demand the surrender of a Marine admiral. This is an insult to our Navy. Disaster Jack must be captured. The Marines erupted in fury, rising under the leadership of several rear admirals. They found it difficult to intervene in the clash between Yudian and Jack, so they directed their efforts towards dealing with Jack's subordinates. With varying levels of ability, their tasks differed accordingly. Yet, all understood that the decisive factor in determining the outcome of this battle lay in the confrontation between Yudian and Jack. After capturing all of Jack's subordinates present, the Marines tightly encircled the battlefield's center, closely monitoring the situation. Admiral Yudian has made his move. This time, he will surely capture Disaster. The crowd widened their eyes in anticipation. Once again, a blade of armament Haki manifested on the battlefield. There was no need for further explanation. Having used this technique multiple times, the blade of armament Haki had nearly become Yudian's signature ability. How many more times do you intend to employ the same technique? Jack scoffed, stepping forward, raising his shotel high, and slicing through the blade of armament Haki. Following that, he pressed his advantage, stomping the ground with force. His figure like lightning, dashing towards Yudian that if you refuse to surrender, then prepare to meet your demise. Jack lifted his shotel, striking down fiercely towards Yudian's head. Bang! The blow, powerful enough to cleave a small mountain, collided with a dark shield, firmly blocked. This deep, ink-like shield materialized above Yudian's head, and no matter how forcefully Jack struck, he could not breach its defenses. Damn it. His armament Haki is astonishingly strong. Jack felt a surge of anger and disbelief. In his view, the strength of the armament Haki Yudian displayed was nearly comparable to that of the Yonko Kaido. Not even my shield can withstand it. Yudian languidly stood there, speaking, "Are all members of your beast pirates as novice as you? Do not be so arrogant." Jack was instantly engulfed in a fit of rage, his fury reaching a boiling point. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed the full might of his devil fruit ability. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as a colossal figure of a mammoth materialized out of thin air. This was the ultimate form of Drought Jack. Chapter 22. Toppling the mammoth. Immediate arrest. Oh, is this the ancient variety of devil fruit? Even rarer than the natural type? Yudian stood his ground, intrigued as he observed the entire transformation of Drought Jack, that animal type. Elephant fruit. Ancient variety. Mammoth form. This form epitomized the renowned visage of Drought. A horde of insignificant ants, Jack cast a disdainful gaze over everyone on the battlefield. In his human form, Jack stood at an imposing height of 8 meters 3, and after transforming into the mammoth form, his size surged exponentially. All present, including Yudian, found themselves looking up at Jack in his mammoth form. Everyone on and off the battlefield appeared as diminutive as ants. In the next moment, Jack lifted his massive foot and brought it crashing down upon Yudian's head, while his trunk swung violently, sweeping away more than a dozen nearby naval soldiers. Damn pirates, do not be so arrogant. Several naval rear admirals, filled with fury, drew their swords and charged at the mammoth Jack. Slash! One admiral managed to strike Jack's trunk, leaving a deep gash. Another struck his foot, creating a bloody mark that exposed bone. Yet another launched an aerial strike, their sword crashing down onto the mammoth's back. But it failed to even pierce the skin. The back of the mammoth was indeed the most fortified area, despite the admiral's concerted assault yielding some success. As they retreated, Jack's mammoth form was already riddled with wounds. Blood gushed from the injuries, further inciting Jack's fury. "You wretches have angered me." Finally, Jack could no longer contain his roar, and with a powerful stomp, he struck the ground. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if an earthquake had erupted, the rocky ground rising violently like waves. Ugh! The naval soldiers outside the battlefield were jolted, their bodies swaying, some even toppling over. However, aside from this, little else was a consequence. Such astounding power, the naval personnel gasped in awe. It must be said, Jack's move, Quake of the Earth, while not inflicting substantial damage, was certainly impressive in its effect. Oh, angry now. Quite intimidating, indeed. Yudian raised an eyebrow, smiling as he lifted his hand. It seemed he too would need to exert some strength. A single pirate suppressing the scene. That was utterly intolerable. In the next moment, Yudian clenched his right fist, adopting a posture of gathering strength, before unleashing a powerful blow. Whum! As his right fist struck out, a colossal fist manifested in the air before him, born of his Haki. "You insolent fool, I am no mere jester to be mocked." Jack was thoroughly incensed by Yudian's smile. He infused his trunk with intense Haki and swung it with ferocity. Boom! The black trunk struck the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. Yet, in the face of the descending Haki-imbued giant fist, Jack's swinging trunk appeared no more formidable than a child's in the blink of an eye. The Haki fist crashed down upon the black trunk. Bam! Jack strained with all his might to resist, the immense force causing the ground beneath him to splinter. Rumble, rumble, rumble! A torrent of earth and stone rolled, as Jack's massive mammoth form was forcibly driven underground, a cloud of dust enveloping his enormous body. Have we won? Yudian the admiral has defeated the nefarious Drought. Victory belongs to the Navy, to justice. The naval personnel erupted in cheers, their morale greatly uplifted. Even as mere spectators, they had felt the heart-stopping intensity of the battle. Would Drought Jack truly be so easily vanquished? Rear Admiral Weasel, having dealt with other pirates, approached the battlefield, frowning as he surveyed the swirling dust. A seasoned Navy commander, Weasel had fought for over 20 years on the seas, facing many renowned pirates. He could not shake the feeling that Drought Jack, with his strength, would not be so easily defeated. Even a grasshopper in autumn could still leap a few times, let alone a mammoth. Yudian, with a languid gesture, pointed towards the cloud of dust, saying, "You are, after all, a notorious pirate. Do not play dead." Upon hearing this, the surrounding navy was taken aback. What? Jack is still unharmed. The battle is not over. As the crowd gasped in surprise, Rear Admiral Weasel unsheathed his sword, his eyes narrowing, ready to strike a moment's notice that he had been delayed dealing with Jack's subordinates and had missed the earlier clash. This time, he did not wish to miss out. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the battlefield, dispersing the dust swiftly. Beneath the haze lay a deep pit, from which a massive figure was slowly rising. Jack in his mammoth form. At this moment, Jack was drenched in blood. Blood oozed from his skin. Two crimson streaks trickling down from the corners of his eyes, resembling a resurrected specter, utterly terrifying. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Weasel sprang into action, gripping his sword tightly and delivering a powerful strike to the back of the colossal mammoth. Slash! The mammoth's most fortified area, its back, was sliced open, blood and flesh scattering instantly. Ugh! You damn scoundrel! Jack roared in fury, forced to revert to his human form. He was gravely injured, finding it difficult to even use his intense Haki, which had led to Weasel's successful strike on his back. Had he been able to apply his Haki, Weasel's swordsmanship would have posed no threat to his back. Rear Admiral Weasel has wounded Drought Jack. The naval personnel erupted in astonished cheers. Following this, under the leadership of several naval rear admirals, the elite forces began to fire upon Jack. In his prime, Jack might have withstood their assault, but now, gravely injured and barely able to muster any Haki, he was at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. Some naval personnel had even brought artillery, bombarding Jack relentlessly, while others aimed their powerful firearms, taking shots at him. The area where Jack stood was engulfed in smoke, flames reaching skyward. From a distance atop the royal palace, the officers of the Don Quixote family observed the battlefield with grim expressions. Doflamingo, it seems Jack is on the verge of defeat. Diamante, dropping his playful demeanor, spoke solemnly. You must decide quickly whether we will intervene. Other officers turned to look at him. Doflamingo gazed expressionlessly towards the distant battlefield, his face cold, remaining silent. Meanwhile, as the smoke began to clear, the Navy personnel located the gravely injured Jack, who, despite the fierce assault, had not been killed outright. His formidable vitality left the gathered Navy in awe and somewhat horrified. If it weren't for Admiral Yudian's presence, defeating this Drought would have been utterly impossible. The soldiers thought to themselves, glancing occasionally at Yudian not far away. Yudian, however, had already shifted his focus from Jack, gazing towards the distant royal palace. That was the primary target of his mission. Chapter 23. The blaze of war spreads. The Don Quixote family in a panic. With Drought Jack captured, no one remained to thwart the Navy. Soon, including Drought Jack, the members of the Beast Pirates were shackled in handcuffs and seastone leg irons, being driven back to the warship for confinement. This crew, once rampant in the seas of the New World, now found themselves utterly stripped of their former might, reduced to mere trash as they were herded away. Damn it! The pirates seethed with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet they were powerless. Some pirates gazed longingly at the distant Don Quixote royal palace, their eyes glimmering with hope. Surely Doflamingo will rescue us? He is recognized by the world government as one of the 7 warlords. They hoped the Don Quixote family would come to their aid. However, there was no sign of movement from the palace, dampening their spirits further. Some pirates even noticed the Don Quixote family officers at the palace. Yet they remained passive, unwilling to intervene. That bastard Doflamingo dares not to help us. The pirates' hope swiftly morphed into fury. Amidst their mounting anger, they were shoved aboard the warship. Drought Jack was the last aboard, turning to glare at Yudian without a shred of fear, his eyes still fierce as he coldly declared, "Do not think this matter will end so easily. You shall face the most ferocious retribution from the beast's pirates." Yudian stood quietly at the lower port, attentively listening. Before breaking into a smile and nodding, he summoned a messenger and instructed him to assign Drought Jack the most uncomfortable cell available. As for the special services, there was no need for further elaboration. A mere glance conveyed everything to the seasoned veterans. Once the pirates were arranged, a rear admiral approached to report. The members of the Beast Pirates had been fully detained, and the summons for the 7 warlords had already been relayed to Don Quixote Doflamingo, should preparations be made to set sail for Wano country. The headquarters of the Beast Pirates, Onigashima, was located in Wano, and monitoring their activities necessitated a presence in the nearby waters. However, upon hearing the report, Yudian shook his head and, with a serious and earnest demeanor, declared, "There is a covert transaction between the Beast Pirates and Doflamingo that must be thoroughly investigated." The surrounding navy was momentarily taken aback, though it was not entirely unexpected. In truth, once Drought Jack and his crew made their appearance, the naval personnel had tacitly accepted the notion that the Beast Pirates were colluding with Doflamingo. Nevertheless, given the current tumultuous state of the world, the Navy required the combat strength of the 7 warlords to counter the impending large-scale conflict. Thus, while the admirals initially reacted with fury, they soon calmed down and refrained from mentioning the pirates' collusion again. "We lack evidence, and a forced investigation could be detrimental to us," explained Vice Admiral Wushu, furrowing his brow. "I possess concrete evidence of the Don Quixote family's clandestine dealings with the Beast Pirates regarding artificial devil fruits." Yudian asserted confidently, for Doflamingo was none other than the infamous Joker of the black market. Joker? Vice Admiral Wushu's gaze sharpened, as he had heard of the Joker's notorious reputation as a titan of the black market. Yet, he was also puzzled. When had Yudian acquired evidence of the clandestine transactions between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors? Truly, he was a naval admiral of remarkable diligence. The other navy personnel harbored no doubts, merely marveling at Yudian's capabilities. And oh wonder the headquarters had made an exception to promote Admiral Yudian. If that is the case, let us proceed to apprehend them directly. These 7 warlords are nothing but scoundrels. The headquarters has long desired to deal with them. The Navy's morale soared, ready to seize another faction of the 7 warlords with unyielding resolve. However, is this approach not a tad reckless? Vice Admiral Wushu expressed his hesitance. "I act with prudence," Yudian retorted with a decisive wave of his hand, leaving no room for dissent. "All personnel, prepare to assault the palace of Dressrosa, where Doflamingo conducts his dealings involving artificial devil fruits with the 4 emperors." "So it is." I had hesitated, Vice Admiral Wushu acknowledged, casting aside his doubts. The group's gaze shifted toward the distant heights of the Dressrosa Palace. Meanwhile, as the Navy observed the palace, the cadres of the Don Quixote family on the heights were also monitoring the Navy's movements. "Jack has been imprisoned," someone remarked, and immediate silence enveloped the group. Perhaps it was the Navy's overwhelming presence that intimidated them, or perhaps it was the shared sense of impending doom. Regardless, no one spoke. Even the 3 highest-ranking cadres present fell into silence. That moment, Doflamingo suddenly let out a cold laugh, as if his scheme had succeeded. "Fu. They actually captured Jack. The fool has dug his own grave." As the other cadres began to comprehend the situation, they gradually realized. Indeed, Jack's arrest would surely enrage Kaido of the Beasts, and the Navy would then have to endure the wrath of the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. Truly, the young master has considered this aspect. The cadre's spirits lifted, previously worried that Drought Jack's capture within the territory of Dressrosa would invite Kaido's vengeance. They now understood that Kaido's primary target for retribution would undoubtedly be the executing Navy. "Let us convey this news to Kaido at once." "No, let us wait for those Navy personnel to depart to avoid any unforeseen complications." The group began deliberating their next course of action. However, they soon noticed something amiss. Why have those Navy personnel not yet departed? Dillinger frowned, stating, "It seems they are observing us." The other cadres turned their gazes toward the distant port. They then saw Yudian leading the Navy forces, advancing towards the palace heights. What does this mean? Diamante sensed a crisis, his expression darkening. They intend to attack us. These Navy personnel truly plan to violate the world government's agreement and initiate an assault on the seven warlords? Buffalo's face blanched in shock. Fury etched across the faces of the Don Quixote family cadres. "We have not intervened at all. The Navy is being excessively unreasonable." As the Navy drew closer to the palace heights, the anger on the cadres' faces intensified. This moment, Doflamingo also wore a grim expression, yet he waved his hand, calmly stating, "The Navy must be here to convey the summons of the seven warlords." I had yet to respond to their previous communication. "Very well, I shall respond to them in person." With that, Doflamingo cautioned the other cadres present, "Do not speak, to avoid any conflict with the Navy. We shall let Kaido deal with them later." Just as he spoke, Yudian's Navy approached the palace, standing face to face with the cadres of the Don Quixote family. "Doflamingo, in my capacity as an admiral of the Naval Headquarters, I hereby arrest you," Yudian declared directly, leaving no room for refusal. "Should you dare to resist, I shall revoke your status as a seven warlord and apprehend all members of the Don Quixote family." The cadres of the Don Quixote family were instantly left in a state of shock. Chapter 24. Two choices. Doflamingo at his wits' end. The cadres of the Don Quixote family, upon hearing Yudian's words, were momentarily dumbfounded. Clearly, they were not here to deliver any summons. What was being stated was nothing short of a judgment. Moreover, it was a judgment that did not permit any form of resistance. "This individual is even more formidable than the four emperors." Diamante's eyes widened in disbelief at the audacity of such a declaration from a naval admiral. "How outrageous! This is akin to a rabid dog." Doflamingo, beside him, could no longer maintain his composure, but he realized that Yudian's intent was unmistakably clear. They had come to apprehend him. The sheer ferocity and overwhelming presence made Doflamingo question himself. Could it be an order from Ariehua? Or perhaps I had provoked this newly appointed admiral in the past? Alas, before he could reach a conclusion, Yudian suddenly furrowed his brow. He had overheard Doflamingo's muttered curses that in fact, it was not just Yudian. Other naval officers and several soldiers present had also caught wind of it, defying orders and cursing a naval admiral. "How audacious of you, seven warlord!" Yudian scoffed coldly. That moment, a furious rear admiral stepped forward. The admiral represents our Navy's utmost combat strength, embodying the Naval Headquarters. You dare to openly curse a naval admiral. This is a challenge to the entire Navy. The conflict instantly escalated to a level that implicated the Navy as a whole, essentially declaring war against Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. It is worth mentioning that the rear admiral who had just spoken had previously assisted Yudian in subduing the Blackbeard pirates and had lauded Yudian's actions against them. In response, Yudian nodded at the rear admiral, expressing his approval. "Speak more if you can." Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family were once again left in a state of bewilderment, astonished by the Navy's audacity. What is the meaning of this? "A few words have led us to declare war against the entire Navy," Buffalo questioned, still trying to grasp the situation. Nearby, Baby 5 slapped Buffalo on the head, exclaiming angrily, "Fool! That is the Navy's trap." The sticky Torbol let out a mocking laugh. "It won't be so easy to frame us. Our Doflamingo is officially appointed as a warlord of the sea by the world government. Each appointment of a warlord of the sea is publicly announced in the most widely circulated official newspapers by the world government, signifying their acknowledgement of the legitimacy of the warlord's acts of piracy. It is akin to the system once employed by the British Empire for privateers. The full title of the seven warlords of the sea is Warlords of the Sea under the King, with under the King referring to the celestial dragons. The rulers of the world, Fufufu, you wish to revoke my status as a warlord of the sea? Doflamingo replied with a scornful smile. You must first obtain permission from the world government. If the world government agrees to revoke my title, I would willingly submit to capture, even to be imprisoned in the Impel down without any qualms. Doflamingo exuded confidence, seemingly certain that the world government would side with him. The three highest-ranking cadres exchanged glances, recollecting something, and their composure returned as they looked at the Navy with disdain. Should you dare to capture Doflamingo, then let us see if you can. The naval commanders were incensed, even contemplating rising immediately to apprehend Don Quixote Doflamingo. It seemed they had some form of support. Rear Admiral Tontada maintained his composure, furrowing his brow as he analyzed the situation. Merely possessing the title of a warlord of the sea was insufficient, unless there lay a deeper, more significant background. At that moment, Tontada harbored a suspicion, though he dared not voice it. Up ahead, Eugene casually remarked, "What you rely upon is the so-called celestial dragon status, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the naval personnel and the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family present were taken aback. A celestial dragon. This warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, was indeed a celestial dragon. Why would a celestial dragon willingly assume the role of a warlord of the sea? After the initial shock, the Navy found themselves perplexed. The title of warlord of the sea literally meant being subordinate to the world's ruler, the celestial dragons. Thus, their status was beneath that of the celestial dragons. It was akin to a sovereign choosing to become a eunuch. However, the members of the Don Quixote family did not ponder such implications. They were simply elated by their young master's celestial dragon identity. "Hee, even I was kept in the dark," Jorah exclaimed joyfully, casting a flirtatious glance at Doflamingo, her expression a mixture of playful indignation. Yet her teasing smile was somewhat disconcerting. Other members of the family displayed genuine smiles. In contrast, the three highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, Treble, and Pica, showed no overt signs of surprise, as if they had long been aware of this information. The elated members failed to notice that Violetta, the princess of the royal family of the Force of Nature and currently a member of the Don Quixote family, wore a rather grim expression. Soon, Eugene spoke again, extinguishing the members' excitement. "Doflamingo, you must be well aware that your celestial dragon status was revoked many years ago. Your parents were attacked and robbed by commoners after losing their celestial dragon status. And now, you are merely a commoner." Eugene's blunt revelation of Doflamingo's true identity and predicament immediately dispelled any apprehensions the Navy had. After all, the privileges of the celestial dragons were deeply ingrained in society and not easily dismissed. Fu. Doflamingo scoffed coldly, yet to the Navy, his demeanor merely appeared as an act of feigned calmness. Before Doflamingo could utter a word, Eugene, with an icy expression, declared, "Now, I present you with two choices. Surrender the complete production chain of artificial devil fruits, leaving not a trace behind. Alternatively, I shall capture your Don Quixote family and gradually uncover your production chain." After issuing his ultimatum, Eugene stood firm, seemingly awaiting Doflamingo's response. Meanwhile, the members of the Don Quixote family were rife with suspicion. How did he know about the artificial devil fruits? Was there a leak? In an instant, they considered numerous possibilities and speculations. "Doflamingo, we cannot relinquish the artificial devil fruit business," Diamante stated gravely. Doflamingo remained silent, his gaze flickering as if contemplating something. Shortly thereafter, he concluded his thoughts and nodded at Eugene. "I can hand over the complete production chain for artificial devil fruits. But you must guarantee that none of the Don Quixote family members will be captured." Upon hearing this, Eugene smiled. "You did not respond immediately, which suggests you have devised a plan to counter us. Have you not? I cannot trust you. Thus, it is best to capture every member of the Don Quixote family." Across from him, Doflamingo could no longer contain his fury. "You insolent fool! Do you dare to toy with me?" Chapter 25. The Don Quixote family's all-out effort. Doflamingo was rarely enraged. He could no longer endure Eugene's insults and mockery. And more importantly, his carefully laid schemes had utterly collapsed. Indeed, his earlier agreement to surrender the complete production chain of artificial devil fruits was part of a larger conspiracy. He intended to retain the core members, such as Caesar, while handing over everyone else. This way, he could shift all the blame onto the Navy, and Kaido would only seek retribution against them, leaving him with minimal losses. As the core would remain in his possession to ensure the success of his scheme, Doflamingo had pretended to deliberate before responding, so as not to reveal his preparedness. Who could have anticipated that Eugene would reject his response precisely because he took that moment to deliberate? the humiliation stemming from his foiled machinations, a far deeper wound than mere verbal insults, ignited Doflamingo's wrath. It seems we can no longer continue this conversation. Doflamingo's expression turned utterly grim as he spoke with palpable menace. I hope you do not regret your decision. Yudian regarded him coolly, allowing Doflamingo to finish before slowly raising his hand and announcing on the spot, former warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, has refused to cooperate with the Navy. I hereby revoke his warlord status. In my capacity as a Marine Admiral, I command, apprehend all members of the Don Quixote family. Behind him, the Navy soldiers had already begun to prepare quietly, and, at his command, a chorus of gunfire erupted. The ominous muzzles of the guns and cannons formed a fan shape, completely encircling the Don Quixote family. Each member of the Don Quixote family faced at least 10 firearms aimed at them. Prepare to fire. Rear Admiral Tontata drew his sword and issued a solemn order. Fufufu. They truly do not regard us as a threat. Doflamingo's gaze was icy, a smirk playing on his lips. Do you genuinely believe those weapons can intimidate us? Beside him, Diamante was equally furious. Doflamingo, do these Navy scoundrels look down on me? As he spoke, Diamante swiftly unsheathed his rapier, wielding it as if cracking a whip. Snake's sword, the blade of the rapier twisted like a serpent, striking towards Yudian at an astonishing angle. Clang. In the next moment, a sharp metallic sound rang out before Yudian as Diamante's snake sword halted just a meter from him, unable to advance any further, as if an invisible barrier had blocked its path. This ability is the emission of armament Haki, Diamante exclaimed in shock. Previously, while observing the battle between Jack and Yudian from a distance, he had not perceived anything particularly exceptional about Yudian's use of armament Haki. Now, facing him directly, he recognized the terrifying nature of his ability. The precision with which Yudian controlled the emitted Haki, creating barriers at will, was nothing short of horrifying. Diamante could not help but murmur in astonishment. Let me handle this. A sharp voice pierced the air. Pika was beginning to make his move like that moment. Rear Admiral Tontata suddenly charged forward. Do not think the Navy consists solely of admirals. He rushed towards Pika, prepared to engage. However, Pika did not rise. Instead, he sank rapidly to the ground, as if the rocky surface beneath him were a quagmire, a devil fruit user. Tontata immediately realized, warily surveying his surroundings while utilizing Kenbunchika Haki for perception. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Following that, a colossal arm burst forth from a nearby cliff. A gigantic hand, composed of solid rock, blotted out the sun as it descended heavily towards the Navy forces. Pika was making his move, and his target was not Tontata, but the entire Navy, aiming to crush every last one of them. Do not be so arrogant. Tontata leapt into the air and executed a slashing strike. Swoosh! The sound of rock being severed echoed as Pika's enormous arm was cleaved in two. The severed stone hand plummeted from the sky, landing squarely where the Navy troops stood. Open fire! Shouted a Navy rear admiral. Boom, boom, boom! In an instant, gunfire erupted, and countless bullets and cannonballs struck the falling stone hand, causing it to disintegrate mid-air. Fragments of rock rained down, but posed little threat. What a terrifying display of power! Is this the true strength of the Don Quixote family members? A Navy rear admiral recalled the enormous stone hand with a sense of dread. Just a single member possessed such formidable power. What are the other members present? The expressions of the Navy turned grave. There is no need for panic. We have an admiral. Tontata called out to reassure them. He then took the initiative to lead the charge, rallying their spirits. However, his sword was intercepted mid-swing. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal stone arm suddenly surged forth from beneath the ground. Its massive rock fist aimed with precision at the airborne weasel. The strike approached with astonishing speed, like lightning descending upon its target. However, the weasel's keen perception, honed through countless battles, had already foreseen the impending blow. In midair, he deftly twisted the blade, slashing downward toward the oncoming giant fist. Zing! Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as the colossal stone arm was cleaved in two by the sword's energy. fragments of stones scattering in all directions. What a troublesome adversary! Frustrated by repeated thwarting of his attacks, the weasel's attention shifted to the ground beneath him. The elusive Pika, who had melded into the earth earlier, had yet to reveal himself, evidently still concealed within the subterranean rock. That individual must possess a fruit ability related to stone. Seasoned by numerous encounters, the weasel quickly formulated reasonable conjectures regarding Pika's powers. To contend with such a combatant, the most effective strategy would be to identify their true form. Just as the weasel contemplated his next move, the rocky ground beneath him trembled violently once more. Pika was about to strike again. Simultaneously, across the battlefield, Doflamingo revealed a sinister smile, waving his hand. "Go forth. Teach those arrogant Marines a lesson." Pirates teaching the Marines a lesson? Doflamingo's words ignited a fiery rage among the naval forces. These pirates are utterly outrageous. Lawless. Yet before the Marines could voice their indignation, the officials of the Don Quixote family charged forward. Each member unleashed their fruit abilities or martial techniques. In an instant, a barrage of various attacks rained down, dazzling the onlookers. "Hold firm," a naval major shouted through gritted teeth, bracing himself for the confrontation. The other naval officers similarly steeled themselves. Just then, Yudian made his move. Chapter 26. The Collapse of the Royal Palace Heights. Boom! Yudian raised his hand, unleashing his armed color Haki like an avalanche. This time, he directed a portion of his emitted Haki downward, and the trembling ground was instantly calmed. That Pika's stone fruit ability was forcefully halted by the armed color Haki. The other half of his Haki surged forward, forming an immense shield of armed color. Soon, all the attacks unleashed by the Don Quixote family officials struck the shield, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Indeed, the admiral of the Marines is formidable. I must give him my all. Rao Ji clenched his fists, his muscles bulging. The ordinary old man's diminutive figure rapidly transformed into a towering muscle-bound giant exceeding 3 meters in height. The ultimate technique of the Diong Fist, Battle Preservation Fist. This technique was devised so that even in moments of illness, injury, or old age, one could maintain peak combat readiness by conserving the strength amassed in youth. Rao Ji roared, unleashing his full potential. He then raised both hands, forming the letter G, and charged at the nearby shield of armed color. The G stamp, a blow capable of shattering a small mountain, struck heavily against the shield. "Shatter!" Rao Ji bellowed. Yet nothing happened. The shield of armed color did not even quiver. What is going on? Rao Ji's roar abruptly ceased, his mind filled with confusion. Suddenly, the shield of armed color erupted with a shockwave. Armed color Haki issued forth. Boom! Rao Ji was instantly propelled far away, crashing into the distant palace wall. Crack! Crack! The sturdy stone wall bore numerous fissures from the impact, while Rao Ji himself was embedded deep within the thick wall, the violent tremors rendering him instantly unconscious. The Don Quixote family had directly lost a cadre member. Truly, Admiral Yudian is remarkable. The weasel, still searching for Pika's true form, could not help but exclaim in awe. Attack! Eliminate them in one fell swoop. The morale of the Marines surged, emboldened to launch their offensive. In stark contrast, the officials of the Don Quixote family appeared visibly demoralized. Can armed color Haki be utilized in such a manner? Buffalo gaped, stunned by Yudian's display. I have never witnessed such a master of armed color Haki. Even Diamante's expression darkened, no longer able to face the enemy with a carefree demeanor, acutely aware of the immense pressure. The other officials likewise wore grim expressions, initially thwarted by the shield of armed color, followed by Rao Ji's explosive state being instantly neutralized by the enemy. One after another. These setbacks significantly undermined their confidence, even sowing seeds of self-doubt. Your admiral is powerful, but that does not imply you are as well, Doflamingo sneered. His words served as a reminder to the Don Quixote family officials present. He, Doflamingo, is correct. These marine brats think they can seize the opportunity to attack, but they are gravely mistaken. Treble cackled. He then suddenly expanded, bellowing as he struck. Sticky, sticky cannon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense clumps of viscous substance erupted from his body, Hurtling rapidly toward the advancing Marines, soldiers struck by the clumps found themselves pinned in place, unable to move. Meanwhile, Gladius unleashed his most powerful technique, Explosive Rock, Super Grand Performance. He activated the detonators hidden beneath the surface, triggering violent explosions underground. The shock waves caused the ground to swell, and the higher the ground rose, the greater the power of Gladius's attack. In due time, the explosive shock waves would propel shards of stone at incredible speeds, each fragment's force far surpassing that of a cannonball. Yet at that moment, Yujian suddenly raised his hand, releasing his armed color Haki to suppress the ground. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out from below, yet the surface layer remained unscathed by the shock waves. Furthermore, as the armed color Haki continued to exert pressure, the rising ground gradually flattened. This is impossible. Gladius's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. His ultimate technique had never failed before. This time, however, it had backfired and inadvertently harmed Pika. Pika's true form was concealed within the mountain beneath the surface. Due to Gladius's failure to breach the surface, the explosive power remained trapped within the subterranean mountain. Pika desperately evaded, yet still sustained light injuries from the shockwaves. However, this was not the most crucial matter. The most pressing issue was that the mountain peak beneath their feet was rapidly collapsing due to the explosions. Even if you have blocked the explosive shockwaves. So what? You shall still perish, Gladius exclaimed excitedly. Believing his scheme had succeeded, the mountain's collapse posed little threat to the Don Quixote family officials. Each of them was formidable, most possessing devil fruit abilities, so a few hundred meters of height was hardly daunting. However, for the Marines, even the elite soldiers of the headquarters would struggle to survive amidst a collapsing mountain. Just a small hill. Yudian regarded the mountain beneath him with indifference, when his armed color Haki attribute was merely 1,000. He could demolish nearly half of the Marine headquarters with full force. Now, with an armed color Haki attribute of 1,800, what devastation would he unleash if he released it all? The Don Quixote family would soon learn the answer. Today, the royal palace heights of Dressrosa shall cease to exist. Yujian pressed down with both hands, unleashing his armed color Haki in its entirety. Boom! In an instant, the mountain beneath his feet collapsed by half. Initially, even with Gladius igniting the mountain, the speed of the collapse would not be rapid. After all, it was a mountain. A collapse takes time. Gladius did not possess modern directional blasting techniques. He merely maximized the power of his fruit ability. Rumbling, the armed color Haki continued to suppress, relentlessly striking at the mountain beneath their feet, countless fragments of stone exploding outward, yet not a single shard struck the surface, all suppressed by Yudian's emitted armed color. Damn it! In mid-air, Doflamingo, suspended by his string fruit ability, watched helplessly as the mountain crumbled, furiously proclaiming, daring to destroy my palace. Indeed, his grand and opulent palace was reduced to dust by the unleashed armed color Haki. Meanwhile, the citizens of Dressrosa in the distance heard the tremendous roar. They turned to seek the source of the sound, only to discover that the symbol of Dressrosa's royal authority, the royal palace heights, had utterly collapsed. Chapter 27. Doflamingo takes the stage. The palace of Dressrosa is constructed upon the highest point in the realm, symbolizing the pinnacle of royal authority. Yet at this moment, the populace is in a state of shock as they discover that this emblem of sovereignty has been utterly destroyed. Moreover, it is not merely the palace that has met its demise. The entire mountainous terrain is rapidly collapsing, crumbling into fragments and raising clouds of dust into the air. Am I mistaken? The palace highland has collapsed. Ah, I see it too. This cannot be an illusion. The collapse of the palace highland swiftly stirs a tempest within the kingdom. In a frenzy of astonishment and panic, the citizens murmur. Has Dressrosa come under attack? Who could be responsible for this? I previously witnessed a contingent of the Navy entering the palace highland, seemingly led by a naval admiral. Eyewitnesses speak of the truth. Why would the Navy launch an assault? Our king is one of the 7 warlords. After all, some remain skeptical. Yet increasingly, individuals begin to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that their homeland has undergone a cataclysmic transformation, rendering it no longer safe. People flock to the port in search of vessels, eager to escape this island as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the mountain's collapse persists, with dust clouds blotting out the sun. Doflamingo, utilizing the powers of the string fruit, ensnares the clouds above, suspending his body in midair. He watches, fury evident on his face, as the palace highland crumbles. You Navy are utterly reckless. The palace, painstakingly cultivated over many years, has disintegrated and been annihilated in mere minutes. Such an outcome is intolerable for Doflamingo. In the next moment, he darts into the fray. However, the collapse has reached its final stages, and his entry cannot salvage anything. Rabid dogs, do you Navy admirals think you can act with impunity just because of your rank? Doflamingo bellows in rage, asserting that even if he were to eliminate them all, the world government would not hold him accountable. Doflamingo's resolve is unwavering, exuding an aura of murderous intent, no longer concealing his animosity towards the Navy present. Including Admiral Yen, it seems you have no regard for the Navy admirals at all. Yujian shakes his head, glancing at the time, urging, enough with the idle chatter, I'm pressed for time and will not indulge your ramblings. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo not only refrains from retaliating, but also suppresses his furious expression, now gazing at Yujian with a serious demeanor. Nearby, the members of the Don Quixote family can clearly discern Doflamingo's anxiety. Although Doflamingo had just issued a series of fierce threats, when it comes to confronting a naval admiral, even he, a warlord, feels the weight of tension. The formidable might of the naval admirals is well ingrained in the hearts of many. The young master is being targeted by a naval admiral, Dringy exclaims in alarm. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family quickly turn to see, their faces paling in shock. This is perilous. That is the Navy's utmost combat strength. Bafaro stutters in his anxiety. On the other side, Diamante decisively rises. We must assist Doflamingo. However, scarcely has he stood when he is obstructed by a figure. Admiral Muskrat. Damn rodent, do not block my path. Diamante frowns and strikes, dismissing the naval admiral with contempt. The powers of the flare fruit are unleashed, and the rapier moves like a serpent, its trajectory unpredictable. Muskrat retaliates with a sword, the sharp edge slicing through the air, narrowly grazing Diamante's scalp, causing blood to flow profusely. The intense pain jolts Diamante into full awareness, and he finally engages with all his might as the two clash fiercely, their scattered sword energies shattering the ground beneath them. Here, Diamante is held up by Muskrat, while other members are similarly besieged by various naval captains. Nevertheless, neither Yuden nor Doflamingo has made a move. The collapse of the mountain continues, and although they stand upon the ground, it is gradually descending relative to sea level at last. The mountain crumbles completely, and the ground upon which they stand is violently thrust downward, crashing against the island. Boom! Like explosives capable of obliterating a city being detonated. The deafening roar causes the entire island to tremble violently. This is not an illusion. Those within the kingdom of Dressrosa feel the quaking of the island, many being thrown into the air before crashing down heavily. The shockwaves rapidly propagate, generating towering waves of dozens of meters high, submerging pirate ships newly set sail, claiming the lives of countless pirates beneath the sea's depths, within the entirety of the Dressrosa kingdom. The only place unaffected by the tremors is, paradoxically, the battlefield. Centered around Yudien, the ground upon which the Navy stands remains intact despite the violent impact, shielded by the protective barrier of Haki. They weren't killed after all? Gladius' eyes widen in disbelief, his schemes having yet again unraveled. The members of the Don Quixote family, engaged in fierce battle with the Navy, also land safely, benefiting from Yudien's Haki's shield, yet harboring no sense of gratitude. Instead, their anger mounts due to the absence of the spectacle of the Navy members being crushed beneath the collapse, prompting them to strike with even greater ferocity, every attack laced with lethal intent. At this juncture, Doflamingo makes his move, truly entering the fray. Divine execution, he unleashes his most powerful technique, the colossal wave of white threads, imbued with high-density Haki, darts toward Yudien's head at tremendous speed. The white wave is a capability that can only be wielded after the awakening of the string fruit. its potency vastly exceeding that of the ordinary fruit's abilities, rendered indomitable when entwined with concentrated Haki, a divine execution line. However, Doflamingo only manifests a single divine execution line, seemingly testing the waters. This is your strongest technique, is it not? Yudian inquires, surprised by Doflamingo's sudden attempt to strike with his ultimate attack. As their conversation unfolds, the divine execution line closes in. Its velocity is such that it leaves a distinct trail in the air. Clang! Boom! In the next instant, the air erupts several meters in front of Yudian, a violent explosion resulting from the collision of the divine execution line with the Haki shield. The invincible divine execution line is firmly halted by the dark shield. And despite being mere meters away from Yudian, it feels as though an insurmountable chasm separates them. Indeed, Doflamingo expresses no surprise at the outcome, stating impassively, "I do not underestimate an admiral of the Navy." He then strikes again, this time holding nothing back, pouring forth his full strength. Chapter 28. Doflamingo's defeat. Birdcage, 16 divine bullets. Divine execution. Doflamingo's voice is cold and merciless as he unleashes a barrage of 16 threads, each entwined with high-density Haki. These colossal white threads surge toward Yudian from various directions, effectively covering all angles without any blind spots. There's a thread poised to strike from behind, another from above, and even one emerging from beneath the ground, aimed directly between Yudian's legs. In his quest for victory, Doflamingo spares no effort, disregarding any concerns of face. The victor will inscribe history. The vanquished shall lose everything. Having cunningly seized control of the Dressrosa kingdom, Doflamingo is all too familiar with such machinations. The 16 colossal white threads charge forth along the trajectories anticipated by Doflamingo, all ultimately targeting Yudian. Even if your Haki is formidable, you cannot achieve complete defense. Doflamingo refuses to believe that anyone can simultaneously unleash Haki in a full 360-degree radius. His gaze is fixated on Yudian, eager to witness the latter's expression of terror. Then he sees it. Yudian leisurely raises his right hand, releasing a vast expanse of Haki. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions resonate in rapid succession, occurring 16 times in a fleeting moment. The 16 colossal white threads are entirely thwarted by the Haki shield. The shockwaves generated clearing the ground beneath Yudian's feet, creating a massive semicircular P. IT has failed. Doflamingo grits his teeth, his fingernails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the pain, his fury reaching its zenith. Your strongest technique is indeed commendable, Yudian remarks, nodding in acknowledgement, suggesting that with further practice, there may be a chance to breach my Haki shield. Doflamingo. These words are undeniably a tremendous mockery. However, before he can respond in anger, Yudian raises his palm, unleashing a shockwave of Haki. This time, Yudian endeavored to concentrate his armed color Haki into a small area ahead, striving to prevent any inadvertent destruction of the distant residential streets. Initially, he believed this task would not pose much difficulty. Yet upon execution, he discovered it to be considerably challenging. And no wonder someone remarked, to crush an ant without killing it is a power that is difficult to master. Yudian gasped, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Just moments ago, he had successfully thwarted the entire onslaught of the Don Quixote family with far less effort than he was expending now. Nevertheless, his efforts bore fruit. The formidable armed color shockwave was accurately confined to the vicinity surrounding Doflamingo, sparing the more distant structures from harm. Naturally, Doflamingo was not one to sit idly by, as Yudian raised his hand to unleash the armed color shock. He summoned the full might of his awakened string fruit powers, shield white line, divine shield. In an instant, Doflamingo waved his hand repeatedly, causing the ground beneath him to swell with numerous broad strands of line, each entwined with dense armed color, layering upon one another like a formidable shield before him. Even in defense, he exerted himself to the utmost, refusing to allow even a hint of carelessness. Boom! In the next moment, the armed color Haki collided with the shield white line, the immense and solid shield quaking violently. Subsequently, Doflamingo was taken aback to find that his prideful strongest shield had developed a web of cracks. It appeared that this shield was on the verge of shattering. No, I shall not be defeated here. Doflamingo frantically waved his hands, conjuring wave after wave of shield white lines in a desperate attempt to halt the armed color shockwave. Alas, Udian's armed color shock was not a mere instantaneous force. It was relentless and unceasing. While Doflamingo struggled to create new shield white lines to reinforce his divine shield, the armed color Haki continued its relentless assault. Clearly, the pace at which Doflamingo was fabricating the shield white lines could not keep up with the destruction wrought by the armed color Haki. The fissures in the shield widened at an alarming rate. And ultimately, it seemed to reach a critical point. The massive and wall-like divine shield exploding into fragments, a violent explosion erupted, scattering countless broken strands, many of which hurtled toward Doflamingo, before he could true in the future. When I become a king of thieves in Shanghai, I shall remember their contributions. Ha ha ha. Such a proclamation sent shivers down the spines of even the disparate factions of the Navy. Meanwhile, the ordinary members of the Don Quixote family were brought to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Young master, please don't abandon us. Save us. A vast throng knelt in supplication, with not a single soul daring to resist. Have these individuals forgotten even the will to fight back? The weasel, with a disdainful expression, scornfully rebuked, "No wonder you are called worthless. Even on the brink of death, you do not dare to rebel." But that person is the young master, stammered a family member, trembling in fear. And what of the young master? If you wish to survive, you must seize the opportunity for yourselves. The weasel bellowed. Every individual has the right to pursue fairness and justice. Yet, fairness and justice can only be attained through struggle. The members of the Don Quixote family present comprehended his words, their hearts shaken profoundly. Some began to rise, no longer kneeling, while others remained on their knees. But more and more, upon witnessing their peers stand, followed suit. Soon, those who stood exceeded half, each seizing weapons, turning against the leaders of the Don Quixote family. If we slay you, we shall survive. A group, fueled by unwavering conviction, launched their assault. Ha ha ha. What do you worthless scum intend to do by gathering here? Betrayal? Diamante laughed heartily. He then raised his hand, unleashing the snake sword, indiscriminately reaping lives. At that moment, the Navy initiated their counterattack, led by naval officers who surrounded each cadre of the Don Quixote family. With the defector members joining the fray, the numbers attacking the cadres surged, intensifying the pressure on them. They had long looked down upon these members, deriding them as trash. Yet now they found themselves besieged by a throng of trash, nearly overwhelmed. "Who gave you the audacity to betray us?" Tory Pole shouted in fury, attempting to intimidate the defectors, but his efforts proved futile. "You bastards! I should have killed you long ago." Don Quixote Doflamingo hovered in midair, helplessly watching as his family was besieged, his anger boiling yet powerless to intervene. The earlier release of the birdcage had already gravely wounded his body. Nearing exhaustion, any further actions could risk his very life. What is the matter? Are those not your most cherished family members? Why do you not save them? Udian remarked with a mocking smile, observing Doflamingo's anxious hesitation. Or perhaps you do not truly value those so-called family members? The only one you truly care for is yourself. Doflamingo's fury erupted. Silence. Chapter 30. Breaking the birdcage. Doflamingo surrenders. Shut your mouth. Doflamingo shouted in anger, his entire face flushed crimson, his sunglasses failing to conceal the bloodshot veins and the madness creeping into his gaze, seemingly overcome with rage and humiliation. However, he offered no explanations, merely stewing in his fury. "That I have encountered many like you." Udian shook his head, losing interest in continuing the conversation. Yet this seemed to provide a moment of respite for the suspended Doflamingo, who laughed maniacally. "If my family perishes, then I shall take everyone in this kingdom down with them, including a Navy scum. Ha ha ha." With that, his laughter grew more triumphant. "I am eager to see how you intend to stop me, if you are indeed capable." As the two exchanged words, the birdcage had already shrunk considerably, now less than 1,000 meters from the battlefield. 1,000 meters may not seem short to the average person, Many struggled to run 500 meters without gasping for breath. However, at the pace of the birdcage's contraction, that distance would be traversed in under a minute. Yet the cadres of the Don Quixote family appeared unable to endure even that brief span. You bastards, you bastards. Dorinji cried out in terror, being overwhelmed and brutally beaten by a throng. He was the youngest cadre of the Don Quixote family and the first to be defeated in this conflict. Once one fell, another soon followed. Buffalo was quickly brought down, his body marred with injuries, blood gushing forth. Then came Abai's senior pink, Jorah. One by one, the cadres fell, and the defensive line of the Don Quixote family crumbled rapidly. Only a few, such as Diamante and Toripole, continued to resist, but it was evident they could not hold out much longer. Kill them. We must eliminate them all before the birdcage arrives. The defectors, eyes blazing with fervor, seemed to have forgotten their own survival, focused solely on taking down another cadre of the Don Quixote family to accompany them to death. Damn it! Doflamingo's eyes widened in rage, exerting all his strength to hasten the birdcage's contraction. With a whoosh, rumbling sounds erupted as the lines of the birdcage accelerated wildly, sending countless stones and debris flying, accompanied by a shower of severed limbs. Outside the battlefield, it resembled a hellish scene. Bloody and terrifying. Die. All of you die. Doflamingo had completely lost his sanity, recklessly waving the birdcage. Haki that moment. Adjian made his move. It is time to bring this farce to an end. Adjian yawned, as if he had just witnessed a tedious performance. He raised his hand with an air of nonchalance, as though swatting away flies. Subsequently, a wave of armed color erupted from his palm, powerful enough to obliterate a mountain. Boom! The tremendous, high-intensity armed color compressed air produced a series of explosive sounds, rolling forth like monstrous tidal waves. This time, his armed color shockwave, through precise control, bypassed the Navy personnel, roaring toward the rapidly contracting lines of the birdcage. Clang. Bang! The metallic clash of sounds echoed, followed by explosive detonations. Amidst the cacophony, the rapidly shrinking birdcage finally halted, unable to advance another inch. The birdcage was stopped. The defectors of the Don Quixote family were left in shock. Adjian had succeeded. The Navy erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. In stark contrast, the remaining cadres of the Don Quixote family widened their eyes in disbelief, unwilling to accept their fate. It was so close. Damn it. Yet the suspended Doflamingo remained composed, sneering mockingly. You can hinder me now, but how long can you sustain it? Once I unleash my birdcage, it shall never cease. In truth, the strength of his technique lay in its ability to be continuously activated with minimal exertion. He could maintain the birdcage's operation for days and nights on end. In moments of madness, one often forgets their greatest weakness. Adjian spoke softly. As long as I defeat you, the birdcage will automatically dissolve. Correct? Humph. You are mistaken. This birdcage shall continue to operate even without my control. Doflamingo replied in a low voice. Yet, the dark, somewhat panicked expression on his face betrayed a vulnerability, clearly indicating Adjian had struck a nerve. No need to be anxious. Adjian shrugged dismissively. While I can indeed defeat you, that is not my intention at present. That I wish to test the limits of my own strength. As he spoke, another wave of armed color erupted from his being. This time, it was a full throttle release, unleashing 1,800 points of armed color prowess. Boom! Though the battlefield's inhabitants were not targeted by the armed color shockwave, they felt an overwhelming sense of chest tightness and panic, as if they might explode at any moment. Had Adjian not controlled the output of his armed color, they would indeed be obliterated. However, he maintained control, directing the majority of the shockwave against the outermost lines of the birdcage. Crack, crack! Bang! In an instant, the lines of the birdcage could no longer withstand the assault, shattering under the pressure. Those once razor-sharp lines, seemingly unyielding, fragmented into varying lengths, tumbling down. With Doflamingo's control relinquished, these lines were now merely more resilient than ordinary thread, devoid of the power to cleave through rock and stone. After shattering the birdcage, Adjian withdrew, shaking his head. Still not quite sufficient. He appeared dissatisfied with his current strength, though the specifics of his discontent remained a mystery to others. Subsequently, Ujian gazed up at the suspended Doflamingo, lifted a finger, and lazily remarked, "Come down. Do not waste my time. If we set sail early, perhaps I can catch a nap on the ship." Doflamingo clenched his teeth in silence. Fully aware of his defeat, with no opportunity to escape, the terrifying power of Haki was something he could not withstand, and he lacked the confidence to flee from the onslaught of the Haki shockwave. Manipulating his strings, he relinquished his own body, surrendering without resistance. Chapter 31. The artificial devil fruit is in hand. Doflamingo's expression was calm, a stark contrast to the near-manic demeanor he had exhibited earlier. As he lowered his body to the ground using his string manipulation, he then awaited the inevitable, allowing the naval soldiers to approach and place sea-stone handcuffs upon him. The entire process unfolded smoothly, without a hint of turmoil, and Doflamingo made no further attempts to resist. It seemed he had accepted the reality of his defeat. Indeed, he was a shrewd individual, possessing the potential for greatness. Ujian nodded discreetly in acknowledgement. Doflamingo's earlier frenzy had been an act of desperation, but upon realizing the unchangeable outcome of his defeat, he swiftly accepted the truth. This approach would minimize his losses post-defeat, or rather, it would allow him to preserve himself to the greatest extent possible. After all, not resisting might lead to death, but continuing to fight would surely result in it. This was the most prudent choice you could have made today, Ujian remarked with a smile as he gazed upon the shackled Doflamingo. With Doflamingo's capture, other members of the Don Quixote family began to falter or surrender. However, one individual remained defiant, relentlessly launching attacks in an attempt to free the captured Doflamingo and his associates. Thunderous roars erupted as the earth trembled violently, with debris spewing forth as if from a volcanic eruption. The ground beneath the crowd seemed to conceal a colossal beast, the violent quakes making it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing. It was Pika, utilizing his fruit abilities underground. After the collapse of the royal palace, he had transferred his essence beneath the surface using his stone fruit powers, still brimming with offensive potential. This fellow has hidden his true form. Dealing with him is quite troublesome. The weasel squinted at the ground below, feeling quite vexed. Just as he prepared to search for Pika's true form once more, Ujian waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'll bring him up." Ujian, unwilling to waste any more time, extended his palm, releasing his Haki to form a colossal spear. The spear pierced the ground, and with the perception granted by his observation Haki, Ujian accurately pinpointed Pika's location, driving the Haki spear through him. The tremors of the earth ceased immediately, and no further disturbances arose. Soon after, the severely injured Pika was dragged to the surface, a gaping wound traversing his abdomen, with intestines spilling out. Yet, for a being of his caliber, such injuries were unlikely to prove fatal in the short term. A little treatment would suffice to remedy the situation. The gravely wounded Pika was also captured, subsequently shackled alongside other members of the Don Quixote family, standing a line as the Navy surrounded them, vigilantly watching over the group of prisoners. "Should we hand over those items?" Doflamingo, Diamante, quietly inquired of the captive Doflamingo. However, he received no response. The latter had remained silent since his capture, betraying no signs of his thoughts. Ujian had long noticed Ujian issued his orders. Shortly thereafter, Vini led a contingent back to the port, where a warship remained docked. The other vessels set sail, continuing their journey towards the waters of Wano country. During this time, the fleet made a brief stop at the Navy's G5 branch located in the New World. Doflamingo and Kaido were engaged in clandestine dealings. If we brought him along to surveil the beast pirates, we would likely face an ambush. Weasel approached Ujian, articulating his thoughts. It would be prudent to temporarily detain Doflamingo at the G5 branch, or to dispatch him and other prisoners to the Navy headquarters. His analysis was coherent, presenting two viable solutions, thus allowing for a choice. This revelation caught the attention of several nearby rear admirals, who quietly admired Weasel's intellect. Recognizing the problem and proposing a solution so swiftly was no small feat. Detaining Doflamingo at the G5 branch, that would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. Ujian smirked, aware that Weasel was oblivious to the intricacies at play, unaware of the true identity of Vice Admiral Virgo, the commanding officer of the G5 branch. Doflamingo could not be held here. After a moment of contemplation, Yudian spoke softly. Virgo of the G5 branch is one of Doflamingo's men, a senior officer of the Don Quixote family. Upon hearing this, the assembled commanders were taken aback, their faces reflecting shock. The base commander of G5 was, in fact, a spy for the pirates? Weasel was equally stunned, but now was not the time for astonishment. He quickly regained his composure and analyzed the situation anew. In that case, detaining Doflamingo here was unfeasible, and we could only send him back to headquarters. Yudian nodded with a smile. This was precisely why I ordered a halt at the G5 branch. WY now. Virgo has probably relayed the news to the Beast Pirates. While this discussion unfolded elsewhere, in an underground chamber of the G5 base, Virgo wore a grim expression, clutching a transponder snail as he spoke in hushed tones. Shortly after, he hung up, exiting the chamber and returning to the base to mingle casually with Yudian subordinates. Meanwhile, in Wano country, at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, a figure rushed into the enormous structure resembling a demon's head, only to find no sign of the governor of the Beast Pirates. Captain Kaido, what was happening? Why the urgency? One of the three Calamities, Flame Calamity King, emerged with a displeased expression, chiding, "What is the meaning of this commotion? News from the Don Quixote family has arrived. Doflamingo has been captured." The messenger reported hurriedly that, apart from Doflamingo, most of the senior members of the Don Quixote family had also been apprehended, including Lord Jack, the Plague, and his subordinates. The operation was led by the newly appointed Marine Admiral. Yudian, upon hearing the report, King's expression shifted dramatically, yet he maintained his composure, inquiring, "Who delivered this information? Is the source reliable?" The informant claims to be a member of the Don Quixote family, but refused to disclose their name. However, the code was correct. The messenger nodded repeatedly, indicating that the information was likely credible. It seemed the intelligence was indeed authentic. King furrowed his brow, grappling with the situation. The governor was absent from the island, making contact impossible. He was probably off drinking somewhere, likely intoxicated. Kaido often indulged to excess and had a penchant for wandering. When bored, he would even leap from heights for a free fall. The higher-ups of the Beast Pirates had grown accustomed to such whims from their leader. Encountering such a reckless and irresponsible captain was truly. Jack was a handful as well, getting captured by the Marines. What a useless fellow. King shook his head in exasperation before deciding, "Very well, I'll go personally." In the next instant, King transformed into the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, his body enveloped in flames as he spread his wings, soaring swiftly into the howling winds. What a rare sight. King himself is taking action. The pirates on Onigashima gasped in awe at the spectacle. As the second strongest member of the Beast Pirates after Kaido, King's power and prestige were immense within the crew, and his appearances were infrequent, attracting many curious onlookers. Something significant must have occurred, one pirate speculated. Whatever it is, as long as King is involved, it surely cannot go awry. Most pirates held great faith in King. At the G5 branch base, outside the port, warships were setting sail, departing from the harbor. Among these vessels was the flagship of the G5 branch. Virgo, the commander of the G5 branch, stood on the deck of Yudian's warship, Chapter 33, dealing with traitors. The bamboo demon Virgo, Admiral Yudian, is our mission to engage in battle with the Beast Pirates. Virgo, the vice admiral of the G5 branch, was still unclear about the particulars of the mission and felt somewhat bewildered. On the day Yudian announced the impending departure, he had suddenly informed Virgo to lead a team to join the fleet bound for Wano country. The reason given for this last-minute assignment was insufficient manpower. As Wano housed one of the four emperors of the New World, Kaido, and the Beast Pirates, when confronting one of the four emperors, the more personnel, the better, a point on which Virgo had no objections. Our task is to monitor the movements of the Beast Pirates. Your presence is a precautionary measure. Yudian did not conceal any details regarding the mission, openly sharing the information. Furthermore, he informed Virgo that due to the significant troop withdrawal from the G5 branch, and considering the remaining soldiers were few, the Don Quixote family members had not been detained at the base. to prevent these pirates from seizing the opportunity to escape in light of diminished guards. As for the specific location of their imprisonment, Udien did not elaborate that it seemed that the young master and Diamante were still confined in the lower cells of the warship. Virgo accepted this arrangement, as Udien had repeatedly emphasized the need to prevent the escape of Don Quixote family members. Thus it was certain that detaining the prisoners aboard the warship was the safest option, since they had not been transferred to the G5 branch's prison. They could only remain confined in the lower cells of the warship. However, which warship was it? Previously, Virgo had learned that the Don Quixote family had been thoroughly dismantled, with all high-ranking members, including the family head Doflamingo, captured, and even the kingdom of Dressrosa had changed hands, with the former Princess Violet temporarily holding power. Yet regarding the precise location of the Don Quixote family members' imprisonment, no one had disclosed any information. The officers and soldiers from the headquarters were tight-lipped, consistently withholding details about their confinement. Even if Virgo wished to send personnel to investigate, it was impossible, as patrols were conducted around the clock on the warship, leaving no opportunity for covert inquiries. When the fleet set sail, Udien had proactively requested Virgo to lead a team to temporarily join the fleet, providing Virgo with an excellent opportunity. Shortly after the fleet embarked, Virgo found an excuse to temporarily leave the deck and entered the ship's hold. There, in an ammunition storage room, he encountered a soldier, his trusted subordinate, whom he had dispatched prior to boarding to gather intelligence. The subordinate had completed his task and informed Virgo. The members of the Don Quixote family were being held in the lower cells of Udien's warship. So, it was indeed this warship. A look of realization crossed Virgo's face that he had suspected as much. Given Udien's caution, how could he feel secure detaining them on another vessel? It was undoubtedly safest to keep them under his very nose on the flagship. The plan could commence. Virgo dismissed his subordinate and ventured into a hidden corner of the warship, preparing for the next step. However, this plan did not involve a direct attempt to rescue Doflamingo and the others. After all, with Doflamingo captured, even Virgo's arrogance would not lead him to believe he could match a marine admiral in combat. He intended to reach out to the beast pirates, leveraging the power of the four emperors to rescue the Don Quixote family. The fleet was bound for Wano country, the headquarters of the beast pirates, and there was still ample time. Virgo nonchalantly produced a specially crafted transponder snail, contacting the beast pirates, relaying the fleet's mission and other pertinent details, while arranging a specific time and place for the rescue. Having completed these tasks, he hung up and prepared to leave. Just then, a languid voice called from behind, "Have you finished your business?" Virgo was startled and quickly turned, only to see Udien emerging from the shadows, stifling a yawn. "You are excessively cautious. It's just a matter of relaying information, yet you've taken so long that I nearly drifted off to sleep." Udien expressed his disinterest in a rather mundane manner. Upon hearing this, Virgo's eyes twitched in response. Despite his cautiousness, he had still been ensnared by Udien. Was it not Udien's words that were truly excessive? Nevertheless, Virgo felt no anger, nor did he attempt to defend himself. At this juncture, any words would be utterly ineffectual and devoid of purpose. Although I am acutely aware that I may not be your match, I must make an attempt. Virgo, drawing forth a bamboo stick from an unknown source, pointed it towards Udien. This seemingly ordinary bamboo was swiftly enshrouded in a formidable coating of armament Haki, while Virgo himself was similarly enveloped in the same aura. "Ghost bamboo," Virgo declared. Bang! In the next moment, he sprang into action, the sheer force of his movement causing the air to explode with a thunderous roar, and a tempest surged within the confined space, rendering one unable to open their eyes. Knowing he was outmatched, why even attempt to struggle? Udien raised his hand with an air of indifference and remarked, "Surrender sooner to spare yourself the agony." Soon enough, Virgo comprehended the true nature of the agony. Udien unleashed a shockwave of armament Haki from his palm, simultaneously erupting with a potent Conqueror's Haki. That it was a manifestation of Conqueror's Haki that felt almost tangible. Boom! Within Virgo's field of vision, it was as though the world had suddenly erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. His entire being resonated with a deep hum, and he found himself involuntarily immobilized. The outwardly radiating armament Haki prevented him from advancing any further, while materialized Conqueror's Haki instilled a paralyzing dread within him. leaving him momentarily stunned. Yet the bamboo, still entwined with high-intensity armament Haki in Virgo's grasp, continued its slow but determined advance towards Yudian. The tragic folly lies in your unrecognized misdirection. Yudian shook his head and turned away. At the same time, a surge of armament Haki erupted from him, morphing into a blade that sliced through the air towards Virgo. Splurt, the individual known by the codename Red Heart, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, collapsed amidst a pool of his own blood, his abdomen gaping with a gruesome wound through which his innards could be vaguely discerned. Shortly thereafter, soldiers stationed outside rushed in, dragging Virgo away and administering rudimentary medical care before Yudian had long since devised his plan. Subsequently, he continued to absorb, during which he unexpectedly encountered scrapped artificial devil fruits detected by the system. Upon absorption, they yielded a mere pitiful 3 points in attributes. These scrapped fruits were likely failures among the artificial devil fruits, and consuming them would bestow no abilities, reducing one to merely a being of laughter. Yudian was aware that within the Beast Pirates, there existed a faction known as the Joyful Ones, consisting entirely of pirates who had ingested these failed products. Naturally, such failures were deemed worthless, and due to the side effect of laughter, they were scarcely better than refuse. The system's ability to repurpose such waste was indeed a pleasant surprise. Soon, he had absorbed all 15 artificial devil fruits. Well, the harvest was decent, not exceeding expectations, yet remaining within the realm of anticipation. Yudian felt a measure of satisfaction with this outcome. Chapter 35. Approaching the cliffside waterfall. The yield from the artificial devil fruits was neither substantial nor entirely trivial. Of course, the greatest advantage lay with the system, which could absorb the energy from these artificial fruits, even converting the scrapped ones into a few attribute points. Through this method, he could even discern the failures. The technology for creating artificial devil fruits was not sufficiently mature, leading to the emergence of failed products. Consuming such failures not only denied one the corresponding abilities, but also stripped them of all expressions save for laughter. However, even the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates, under the 4 emperors, were unable to identify these failures. Only Yudian's system possessed that capability. On the Dressrosa front, the cleanup must be nearing completion, right? On Dressrosa Island, Yudian had left a contingency, a naval force led by Major General Vini. With the Don Quixote family's cadres eliminated, the remaining pirates posed little threat. Major General Vini and his men could easily handle them. Upon reaching Wano country, he intended to contact Vini to prepare for an attempt to establish a factory for artificial devil fruits. Yet he wondered how many raw materials remained on Dressrosa. Yudian held little expectation for the operation of the artificial devil fruit factory. After all, creating artificial devil fruits required special materials. Sad. Only Caesar Clown possessed the technology to produce sad, along with the apparatus for its manufacture, both located on Punk Hazard Island. Yudian's current mission was to monitor the Beast Pirates. Dressrosa was merely a stopover. Previously, he had refrained from visiting Punk Hazard Island to avoid alarming Doflamingo, who might then prepare defenses. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the efficacy of the artificial devil fruits. What if they absorbed energy but yielded no increase? That would be an utter waste. Yudian would not idly chase the Don Quixote family only to return with a trove of useless refuse. That was not the outcome he desired. After the mission concluded, he could make a side trip to Punk Hazard Island. Yudian mused, though he was not particularly concerned. The acquisition of free attribute points was not limited to artificial devil fruits. With sufficient currency, berries, he could easily procure them from the black market. It was hardly a significant matter. Having set aside those thoughts, Yudian refocused on his data panel, discovering that he had amassed over 100 points in free attributes. Specifically, he had acquired 126 points, averaging less than 9 points per artificial fruit. The primary issue lay in the abundance of scrap products. Astonishingly, 8 out of the 15 were failures, an alarming rate indeed. Reflecting on this, Yudian could not help but feel somewhat speechless, while also grasping why there were so many pirates consuming failed products within Kaido's crew, even forming a legion, the Joyful Ones. Kaido truly had a carefree disposition. Or perhaps he simply did not care. With such a high failure rate, even the world government would hesitate to deploy them en masse, would they not? Yudian shook his head. However, this bore little relevance to him. His gaze returned to the data panel, contemplating how to allocate his points. After a brief consideration, he resolved to enhance his armament Haki first. He aimed to elevate it to 2,000 points before supplementing the observation Haki attributes. A well-rounded development was essential for balanced capabilities. Once resolved, Udian immediately set about allocating his points, completing the task in an instant. The system's feedback notification chimed. Ding! Host's armament Haki attribute increased by 126 points. Host's observation Haki has been enhanced, increasing the attribute by 20 points. Host Conqueror's Haki has been fortified, increasing the attribute by 60 points. Host Udian armament Haki, 1926 observation Haki, 220 Conqueror's Haki, 960. The attributes not being whole numbers struck Udian as somewhat awkward. He felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, he did not possess obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Otherwise, merely gazing at those figures would have been intolerable. And for now, it was merely a slight unease, akin to the sensation of encountering a beautiful woman or a tank. Well, it shall suffice for now. With the task completed, Udian refrained from overthinking and reclined back onto his comfortable bed, resting peacefully. Time passed swiftly upon the sea. Days later, the fleet led by Udian had arrived in the waters near Wano country. Report, Admiral Udian. The cliffs ahead marked the boundary of Wano country. A rear admiral approached the bow to relay the information. The geographical environment of Wano country was quite unique. It lacked coastal shores, surrounded entirely by cliffs and waterfalls. Crossing those cliffs and waterfalls would lead into Wano's inland sea, which housed two major islands, the original main island of Wano and Onigashima. Notably, Onigashima was the headquarters of the beast pirates led by the fourth Emperor Kaido. The rear admiral elaborated succinctly, painting a clear geographical picture in the minds of the crew that if we wish to monitor the beast pirates, we can do so from the outer sea. However, entering Wano's inland sea necessitates traversing those cliffs and waterfalls, where we may face an assault from the beast pirates. The naval rear admiral offered this advice. Udian listened quietly, offering no verbal response, his expression revealing only a non-committal demeanor. His mind was occupied with another matter. Virgo had clandestinely arranged with the beast pirates to ambush their fleet en route. Yet throughout their journey, no trace of the beast pirates had been discerned. Could it be a setup for an ambush here? He raised his gaze, contemplating the distant cliffs and waterfalls leading to Wano country. This geographical setting required no introduction. He recognized it as an excellent ambush site. In fact, he was aware that 2 years hence, Flame Calamity Ember had successfully utilized these very cliffs and waterfalls to overturn the ship of the fourth Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. However, Kaido was not currently at Onigashima. Udian had received word from the headquarters that Kaido had ventured into Whitebeard's territory, where he had clashed with Whitebeard. This intelligence was, of course, obtained from the Navy monitoring Whitebeard's crew, which had resulted in the loss of several naval vessels. With Kaido absent, the strongest within the beast pirates were Playquin and Flame Calamity Ember. Those two cannot possibly hinder me. Udian was not arrogant. He possessed ample confidence in his strength. Soon he issued orders to set sail toward Wano's inland sea. With a naval admiral present, the crew aboard the warships harbored no fear that a dozen warships surged forward at full speed, swiftly reaching the precipice of the cliffs and waterfalls. Here lay the most perilous zone. Chapter 36. Landing on Wano country. The tumultuous waters made navigation difficult for the warships, while the steep cliffs instilled a sense of dread, rendering one's legs weak at a mere glance. This was the edge of the cliffs and waterfalls, the most dangerous locale, where in the original narrative, the ship of the fourth Emperor Big Mom had been capsized by Flame Calamity Ember. All hands, raise your vigilance. Be on guard against ambushes. Commanding officers aboard each warship bellowed orders, heightening the soldiers' attention and alertness to the utmost degree. Then, the fleet passed through the cliffs and waterfalls without incident, successfully reaching the coast of the main island within Wano's inland sea. Until they disembarked, the beast pirates had yet to make an appearance, leaving Udian puzzled. Was it because Kaido was absent that they dared not launch an attack? Or perhaps, after careful contemplation, he surmised a semblance of the truth. Although Virgo had previously tipped off the beast pirates and even coordinated an ambush, due to his capture, subsequent intelligence had ceased, leaving the beast pirates to act with caution and refrain from recklessly assaulting the naval fleet. Who said the beast pirates were merely a horde of mindless muscleheads? Yudian felt it was imperative to alter his perception of the beast pirates. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, the Navy opted to land on the largest main island rather than Onigashima itself. A decision that was entirely reasonable, as the Navy was not yet inclined to engage in battle with the beast pirates. Directly invade an enemy's headquarters would inevitably provoke conflict, even if that was not the intention. However, the main island was home to numerous factories dedicated to weapon manufacturing, with most of the produced arms being utilized for trading artificial devil fruits. Consequently, the beast pirates held the main island in high regard, consistently dispatching individuals to closely monitor the movements of the naval fleet led by Yudian, meticulously recording even the precise moment he set foot on the island. Before long, this intelligence was relayed back to Onigashima. At that moment, within the enormous skull-shaped edifice on the island, the affairs of the pirate crew were temporarily overseen by Pleiquin and Flamejin. Upon receiving the latest intelligence, Flamejin scrutinized the information for a moment and, with a contemplative expression, remarked, "As anticipated, they are here to surveil us," seemingly reluctant to engage in combat. On the other side, Pleiquin set aside his instruments of torture and scoffed derisively. "What do you mean anticipated? They've come right to our doorstep, and yet you lack the courage to strike first. Truly pathetic." Flamejin retorted with a cold huff, "If you're so confident, then take your men and attack their fleet." "Me? That's not my responsibility," Pleiquin replied, curling his lip while lowering his gaze to fiddle with his implements. Surrounding him were an array of grotesque torture devices that sent shivers down the spines of nearby pirates. Within the ranks of the beast pirates, it was well known that Pleiquin had a peculiar penchant for utilizing various instruments of torture to execute his foes in creative ways. Merely gazing at those fearsome tools was enough to instill terror. However, Flamejin was undeterred and continued to taunt Pleiquin, leading to a heated exchange between the two. Alas, with Lord Kaido absent, the pirates could only watch the two calamities mock one another, too intimidated to intervene. Disputes seldom yielded resolutions, and this instance was no different. Flamejin and Pleiquin failed to reach a consensus, and without their leadership, no one within the beast pirates dared to take unilateral action against the Navy, especially given the presence of a Navy admiral. Once the Navy personnel settled on the main island, they commenced their surveillance duties. Originally, according to the Navy Headquarters plan, Yudian's fleet was to remain offshore from Wano country, specifically in the waters beneath the cliff waterfall, to execute their monitoring mission. This strategy was also designed to avoid provoking Kaido, thereby preventing the Emperor from personally intervening against the Navy, as they would then be unable to allocate forces for support. Especially with the Whitebeard pirates requiring special attention, to provoke two of the four Emperors simultaneously would be perilous, even for the Navy, as their combat strength would be severely stretched. However, with Kaido absent, the scenario changed entirely. "Has there been any movement from the beast pirates?" Yudian inquired daily about the surveillance updates, receiving a consistent negative response. Without Kaido's presence, the pirates would have to be insane to contemplate an attack on a Navy admiral. Until Kaido's return, the beast pirates posed little threat. Reflecting on this, Yudian nodded to himself and then inquired about another matter. "Have you found that girl?" After landing, Yudian had dispatched personnel to search, and it had now been over 10 days. "I apologize, Admiral Yudian," a reporting Navy rear admiral said, slightly bowing his head in a display of remorse. "We have scoured Kibi village, but have yet to locate the girl you mentioned." Named Wano country's main island was divided into several regions: Flower Capital, Kuri, Shimatsuki, Usopp's Bowl, and Suzu, with Kibi village situated within Kuri. As a time traveler, Yudian was aware that 2 years hence, he would encounter the Tontada tribe fruit user, Au, residing in Kibi village, with her master being Tenguiyama Height Su. In truth, Yudian found the division of such a small area into numerous regions and villages quite exasperating, though he deemed it irrelevant. Tenguiyama Heitetsu possessed the second-generation sword, Inma, one of the 21 great grade swords, which was one of Yudian's primary objectives upon entering Wano. Regrettably, it was still not 2 years hence, and without locating anyone, he would likely return empty-handed this time. His foremost mission was the acquisition of artificial devil fruits. Everything else was merely supplementary, and the absence of the girl was of little consequence. After all, a significant upheaval would occur in Wano 2 years later, at which point these legendary swords would emerge, and he would merely have to wait a little longer. However, just as Yudian was preparing to abandon his search and head toward the flower capital for leisure, the rear admiral behind him unexpectedly reported some surprising news that we have uncovered some clues regarding the other individual you requested to find. The rear admiral's report caused Yudian to halt in astonishment. "You found the courtesan Kamurasaki?" Yudian asked, somewhat thrilled. Upon reflection, locating the courtesan might indeed be relatively easier. After all, courtesans were renowned and did not conceal their identities in public. Indeed, the courtesan Kamurasaki is in the flower capital. The Navy Rear Admiral provided a comprehensive account of the information uncovered. Yudian listened quietly, a smile spreading across his face. This counts as a gain as well. Chapter 37. Courtesan Kamurasaki, Trading Inma. The flower capital is the most prosperous area of the main island in Wano country, often regarded as the upper echelons of society. A courtesan is the most celebrated female performer within Wano, or rather, a geisha T. Omida courtesan. One must not only part with a significant sum of money, but also possess a certain social standing. Ordinary citizens could only await the annual parades to catch a glimpse of a courtesan. As an admiral of the Navy, Yudian encountered no such expenses and met Kamurasaki, but that was the extent of it. True to her status as a courtesan, her residence was lavish even by Wano's standards. Upon entering Kamurasaki's performance venue, Yudian found himself in an opulently adorned hall. Shortly thereafter, the current courtesan, Kamurasaki, entered gracefully, her face concealed by a paper fan. Adhering to customary practices soon, she began playing the shamisen, performing Suki no Hime. The shamisen is a traditional Wano instrument akin to a simplified pipa from China, and Suki no Hime is Kamurasaki's signature piece, typically performed only during grand festivals. Presently, the merchants accompanying Yudian were enraptured by the enchanting melody. Yudian, however, was indifferent to their fascination, discreetly appraising Kamurasaki's appearance and nodding slightly. She seems to be the one for the people of Wano. Kamurasaki's origins were shrouded in mystery, even to the actual ruler of Wano, Shogun Orochi, who was unaware of her true identity. In reality, the courtesan Kamurasaki was none other than Kazuki Hiyori, among the 2 swords inherited by the Kazuki family, one of the 21 great grade swords. Inma resided in her possession. Were it an ordinary weapon or even a typical great grade sword, Yudian would not have been particularly interested. He had never been fond of using weapons, especially since he could accurately channel his Haki externally, even transforming it into weaponry, such as Haki-infused blades. However, the sword in Kamurasaki's hands, Inma, was an entirely different matter. Inma, reputed to be a blade capable of destroying even hell itself, could autonomously absorb the Haki of its wielder. Yudian was acutely aware of Enma's unique abilities that if wielded by an ordinary person, the sword would uncontrollably release their internal Haki, potentially draining them entirely and resulting in exhaustion and death. Yet, its power was terrifying. In the original storyline, Zoro wielded Enma, severing a cliff with a single stroke, only to find his arm withered from excessive Haki consumption. It could be said that for an ordinary individual, this sword was undoubtedly a cursed artifact, a so-called demon blade. However, for Yudian, it was perfectly suited. The total amount of Haki within him, if released, could collapse even the Navy headquarters. Nevertheless, since this courtesan Kamurasaki was neither a pirate nor a villain, it would be best to conduct a fair trade with her. Yudian's gaze swept over the courtesan, Xiaozi, and he found himself resolute. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy, and the person before him was neither a pirate nor an unscrupulous merchant, nor a murderer. In terms of both status and morality, coercive measures were not appropriate. Soon, as the melody of the Moon Princess concluded, courtesan Xiaozi rose to depart. Indeed, this courtesan had performed but a single piece before preparing to exit, and even that performance was reluctantly given out of respect for the admiral's rank and prestige. Such is the nature of courtesans, akin to the superstars of modern Earth, yet their grandeur surpasses even that of the most renowned. Yudian remained unfazed. He had not come merely to listen to music like tea this moment. He sought an excuse to step out of the hall alone, and utilizing his observation Haki, he effortlessly located courtesan Xiaozi. At this time, she was alone in a room, staring intently at a long object wrapped in cloth upon the stage, lost in thought. That blade must be your family's heirloom, Yamamoto, right? Yudian, disinterested in pleasantries, cut straight to the chase, indicating his desire to negotiate for Yamamoto. Xiaozi was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, refraining from panicking or calling for help. Having witnessed countless grand spectacles and possessing a unique status, her temperament far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. However, she remained skeptical of Yudian's intentions, unwilling to divulge too much or engage in extensive conversation. I am aware of your true identity and your background, yet these matters cannot be addressed at present. Do you understand? Kazuki Odin. Yudian sought to avoid wasting time and directly reference the courtesan's real name. His surveillance mission was limited to 1 month, meaning he could remain in Wano for no more than that duration. And now only a few days remained. Should the Naval Headquarters summon him back prematurely, his time would be even further constricted. Thus, he had no desire to engage in testing the waters. His words were forthright. You wish to trade for Yamamoto? Courtesan Xiaozi, being astute, shifted the topic toward the transaction after a moment of silence. However, her conditions were rather steep. If you can kill Kaido, I shall gift you Yamamoto. Upon hearing this stipulation, even Yudian, with his experiences spanning 2 lifetimes, found himself momentarily speechless, wishing to say to her, "You are indeed beautiful, but your expectations are even more fantastical." Did this young lady think Kaido was merely a common pirate? Furthermore, Kaido was not even at his lair on Onigashima. Where would he find him? Yudian shrugged and plainly declined, stating, "I cannot agree to this condition. A blade for the head of an emperor. If such a bargain were possible, the world government would not allow the 4 emperors of the New World to maintain their power." Fortunately, courtesan Xiaozi did not insist on this demand, smiling sweetly as she proposed. Alternatively, assisting the Kazuki clan in their restoration would suffice. This condition was akin to slaying Kaido. No, it was even more difficult, as it would require defeating the entirety of the beast pirates. Yudian found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could not help but speak up. Do you gaze into the mirror every day, leading you to fantasize about such grand ideas? Courtesan Xiaozi was taken aback. She had never encountered such mockery before. After all, she was a courtesan, adored by the citizens of Wano, far surpassing mere school beauties, considered by some as the national flower or perhaps a goddess of the people. However, before she could regain her composure and respond in anger, Yudian shook his head and continued. Eradicating pirates is the Navy's duty. The reason for my refusal lies elsewhere. Within 2 years at most, the beast pirates will be annihilated. Upon hearing this, courtesan Xiaozi, who initially intended to scoff, found herself moved by Yudian's serious demeanor, and her own expression turned earnest. In due time, a significant event will occur at the Naval Headquarters, at which point you may verify my words. For now, what I can offer is to exchange your national treasure, the blade Yuki wielded by the swordmaster Ryoma, for Yamamoto. Do not look at me like that. I did not steal the swordmaster Ryoma's grave. That I am an admiral of the Navy, and I have no interest in grave robbing. That blade Yuki is not in my possession, but I am aware of who has it. Yudian added an explanation, lest Xiaozi, driven by vengeful thoughts, mistake him for a grave robber. Before departing, he left her with a final note. In no more than 16 days, I shall set sail, leading the fleet back to headquarters. Before then, I hope you will provide me with a response. Inside the room, courtesan Xiaozi stared blankly at Yudian's retreating figure until her maid, Hutu, burst in, snapping her back to reality. Hutu, assist me with a task, Xiaozi said with a glint in her eye. Chapter 38. Yamamoto in hand, the flame Calamity approaches. Kaido had not returned to Onigashima, and the Navy and pirates of Wano had coexisted peacefully. Since Yudian's last visit to propose the trade, courtesan Xiaozi had not responded, as if her silence had swallowed him whole. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye dot on this day. The communication officer aboard the warship received a message from headquarters, instructing an early return. IT signal would not be obtained just yet. Yudian stood on the warship, casting a backward glance toward the direction of Wano's flower capital, a hint of regret in his eyes. However, that was the extent of his sentiment. For Yudian, weapons were best acquired, yet their absence was not a matter of great concern. Moreover, there would be ample opportunities in the future. With his strength, even the world's mightiest supreme great blade. The 12 works could be attained, as those who wielded such renowned swords were not exactly law-abiding citizens. All right, set sail. HM? Just as Yudian prepared to give the order to return, a naval major hurried over, presenting an object. It was a long item wrapped in cloth, seemingly containing a sword. Yudian recognized it at a glance. It was Yamamoto, the heirloom of Kazuki Oden. Courtesan Xiaozi of the flower capital requested that it be gifted to Admiral Yudian. The naval major reported meticulously. Upon hearing this, several nearby naval rear admirals exchanged glances, then shared a knowing look with Yudian. They were aware that half a month prior, Yudian had attended a performance by Courtesan Xiaozi, and the object wrapped in cloth was naturally perceived as a token of affection. Understood. Yudian accepted the wrapped Yamamoto with an impassive demeanor, unwilling to explain anything to the rear admirals nearby. After all, this item was obtained through a specific condition, and it was neither trivial nor insignificant. Buzz. The moment he grasped Yamamoto, Yudian felt the renowned blade pulsating in his hand, as if brimming with excitement, communicating a sense of exhilaration directly to Yudian's mind. It seemed that the immense quantity of armed Haki within Yudian's body had stirred Yamamoto into a frenzy, akin to a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin. The sword could express emotions. This blade was rapidly becoming sentient. The unusual occurrence left Yudian astonished. In the world of One Piece, the distinctions between knives and swords were often blurred. For instance, Hawk Eyes My Hawk wielded one of the supreme great blades, Blackbeard, yet was known as the greatest swordsman in the world. Thus, one could treat these two types of weapons as one, without the need for confusion. While contemplating this marvel, Yudian's observation Haki sensed something, prompting him to turn toward a certain coastline, where he indeed spotted a figure cloaked in a large coat. Even shrouded in a voluminous garment, the outline of the person's graceful form was discernible. Although the face was obscured by a mask, Yudian could surmise the identity. Courtesan Xiaozi. Thank you, Yudian nodded in acknowledgement. The hidden Courtesan Xiaozi on the distant shore also gave a slight nod before turning to leave. That it seemed he would need to have a chat with the Straw Hat Pirates upon his return. Yudian stowed Yamamoto away. This sword had not come without a price. He intended to exchange it for Akiyuki, another supreme great blade, and he was not one to break his word. Thus, he planned to discuss with the Straw Hat Pirates whether they would be willing to part with the famed sword Akiyuki in exchange for freedom. He felt confident they would be amenable to such a proposition. Before long, the fleet departed the coastline, once again reaching the intersection of Wano's inland sea and outer sea, the cliffside waterfall. Unlike their previous approach, which had been from below to above, fraught with peril and potential ambushes. This time they would navigate from above to below, significantly reducing danger and difficulty. Nonetheless, caution remained paramount. All hands maintain the highest alert. We must not let our guard down. The commanders on every warship shouted orders. Despite this being their second passage through the waterfall, the naval personnel remained vigilant, attentively monitoring their surroundings, and signs of the beast pirates were detected in the direction of Wano, the rear admiral of the navy. Utilizing a telescope to scrutinize the distant waters behind, gradually felt his tense demeanor ease. It appeared that this time, danger would be averted. Beside him, another rear admiral nodded and remarked, "Indeed, until Kaido returns, those brutes of the beast pirates lack the audacity to recklessly assault a fleet commanded by a naval admiral." In the next moment, an alarm blared abruptly, with a lookout soldier shouting, "Enemy detected from the skies." Currently, only one enemy has been sighted. The crew on deck instinctively looked up, and indeed, they discerned a colossal shadow looming above the fleet. Resembling a gigantic bird, it seemed that trouble had arrived. Yudian had long since sensed the adversary's approach and gazed upwards, then calmly issued orders. It was the Calamity Jin of the beast pirates, directing the other warships to converge towards the flagship. The Calamity Jin could launch an aerial assault, and should the warships spread too thinly, Yudian was aware that safeguarding the other vessels would demand excessive resources. Swiftly, the orders were relayed, and the nearby warships drew closer, guiding the fleet to the precipice of a waterfall, less than 100 meters from the chasm below. Such proximity. Amidst the torrent, the distance could be traversed in mere seconds. Concurrently, the shadow in the sky descended, growing increasingly formidable in the eyes of the onlookers. Behold, the beast fruit, ancient type, no-toothed pterosaur form. As Jin transformed into the no-toothed pterosaur, his entire being was enveloped in raging flames. The ferocity of those flames was terrifying. He need not even lift a finger to capsize the warships, as the flames alone could incinerate the naval personnel entirely. Perfect, I shall use you to test the might of Enma. Yudian gazed up at the swiftly approaching Calamity Jin. A smile gracing his face, he then reached out to unveil the true form of the Enma's sword. Chapter 39. Cleaving the Canopy. In the skies, the Calamity Jin, now in his no-toothed pterosaur form, arrogantly spread his wings and looked down upon the fleet below. Quick to react. Is he planning to concentrate his forces? Jin observed the warships gathering before the waterfall, laughing heartily. Haha, it seems my arrival has instilled considerable pressure upon them. He appeared somewhat surprised yet exhilarated. Due to Kaido's prolonged absence from the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, during Yudian's surveillance, none dared to act recklessly. Even when Yudian ventured near their lair, these hot-headed fellows showed little sign of agitation. Under normal circumstances, these brawny hot-headed fellows would have charged forth, howling to eliminate any provocateur. Even Jin's purpose for coming forth was merely to scout the Navy's movements. Thus he had come alone, flying with great urgency. However, the Navy's recent reactions sparked a shift in Jin's thoughts. Though he could not ascertain the cause, it was evident that these naval forces held a certain fear of him as he hovered in the air. Silently observing the naval fleet, he noticed that once the warships converged to a certain distance, they began to sail at a uniform pace, seemingly believing that this formation provided adequate safety. This infuriated Jin. Do they think such tactics can contend with me? Am I to be underestimated? He felt his reputation challenged. After all, he was the most renowned of the three calamities within the Beast Pirates, a figure capable of frightening children into silence. Yet, Plague Queen also claimed to be the foremost of the three calamities. The existence of two claimants to this title was common knowledge within the Beast Pirates. Are naval admirals truly formidable? Jin's gaze fixated on the flagship of the Navy, his hawk-like eyesight precisely locking onto Admiral Yudian. A dangerous glint shone in his eyes as the flames upon him began to roil, eager for a confrontation with a naval admiral. Previously, when Yudian led his team to Wano, Jin hesitated to act due to his suspicion that Virgo had been captured, fearing that their plot had been uncovered and that the Navy was prepared for a trap. Even now, Jin had no intention of launching a full-scale assault on the naval forces led by the admiral, as he was uncertain whether the Don Quixote family was aboard those warships. Without sufficient profit, it was unlikely to move pirates of his ilk. In other words, if the stakes were sufficiently high, these pirates would reveal their reckless nature. His reconnaissance over the past few days had nearly confirmed that Don Quixote da Flamingo was not aboard those vessels. Jin mused darkly, his face twisting into a cruel smile. Without sufficient profit, there was no need to clash head-on with the naval admiral. However, creating a little trouble for the Navy was merely a trivial task for Jin. With a roar, he flapped his wings vigorously, conjuring a fierce whirlwind, intermingled with flames, a rare firestorm. Subsequently, Jin pointed towards the fleet below, and the firestorm surged downward with incredible speed. If they can withstand this tempest, I shall spare you. But wait. Jin, who had been coldly anticipating the firestorm to engulf the naval fleet, suddenly sensed something amiss. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he frantically flapped his wings, seemingly attempting an urgent evasion. With a sharp sound, a colossal sword aura shot skyward, severing the firestorm and slicing past Jin, ultimately cleaving into the boundless sky. Then, a stunning spectacle unfolded. The vast clouds above were forcibly cleaved apart, with the two halves retreating as if startled rabbits. In Jin's eyes, in the eyes of the naval personnel below, and in the gazes of the Wano residents and pirates on Onigashima. That sword strike seemed to have cleaved the very canopy of the heavens. What transpired? On Onigashima, numerous pirates emerged from the massive skeletal structure, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at the distinctly divided sky. Was it the doing of that Calamity Jin? Plague Queen, aware of Jin's formidable swordsmanship and his recent confrontation with the Navy, pondered the magnitude of the disturbance. Surely, the Navy would be annihilated. With this thought, he swiftly turned and commanded, "Search the cliffs and waterfalls and bring me any captured Navy personnel." He casually fiddled with several gruesome instruments exuding a strong scent of blood. Simultaneously, in Wano, at Kirikabuto village, Tengu Yamato emerged from the woods, gazing into the distant sky with a grave expression. Who is this formidable swordsman? Moreover, I sensed the presence of Enma, rumbling. At that moment, the residual sword energy in the sky curiously drew in more clouds. Soon, vast accumulations of clouds gathered, casting an ominous shadow over the land. The densest area of clouds corresponded directly beneath the cliffs of Wano's waterfall. At this juncture, the naval fleet had arrived at the precipice of the waterfall, poised to plummet down the cliffs at any moment. Such terrain posed inherent dangers even under normal navigation conditions. Wow, that was indeed perilous. Jin flapped his wings furiously, feeling unsettled. He had nearly been cleaved in two. Was it that naval admiral Udian who made the move? He first glanced at the overcast sky and then shifted his gaze to a figure aboard the warships below. Jin had perused the latest intelligence on the newly appointed naval admiral Udian, including the latter's feat of demolishing the Navy headquarters with his Haki. Yet he had never heard of Udian possessing such formidable swordsmanship. A master of Haki and a swordsman are entirely different matters. Had he intentionally concealed his true capabilities? Jin's expression darkened. What a cunning fellow! The brush with death earlier weighed heavily on him, igniting a surge of fury. A swordsman. A sword master, you say? Humph. In the next moment, Jin abruptly dove towards the waterfall, yet his target was not the naval fleet, but rather the turbulent waters 100 meters from the fleet. Splash! With a powerful flap of his wings, he generated towering waves that soared several meters high. The immense waves surged towards the fleet, rendering escape impossible. He chuckled menacingly. I'll help you leave here more swiftly. No need to thank me. Crack! Rumble! At that moment, the clouds above crackled with lightning, thunder striking down and shaking the very earth. Soon, torrential rain poured down, intensifying the perilous currents of the waterfall. Strangely, the downpour did not extinguish the flames engulfing Jin. Amidst the rain, those flames continued to blaze fiercely. Chapter 40. Capturing Calamity Jin, the naval fleet's flagship deck. Udian extended his hand to caress the blade of Yenma, casually gazing at the tumultuous waves created by Yinzaijin in the distance. Indeed, this Yenma possesses extraordinary capabilities. He felt quite pleased with the sword's recent performance. Even those unacquainted with the way of the sword could unleash formidable slashes by harnessing the power of armament Haki. In truth, Udian's regard for Yenma stemmed from this very fact. After all, he lacked the luxury of time to start anew with swordsmanship, and he certainly did not have excess attribute points to invest in it. Now, that Yenma was in his grasp. As long as he wielded armament Haki, Yenma could manifest its strength. The greater the potency of armament Haki, the more formidable Yenma would become. Misuse could lead to the depletion of his own armament Haki. Yet, Udian remained oblivious to this flaw and peril. As he stroked Yenma, he sensed a subtle vibration emanating from it, conveying a rather peculiar emotion, akin to a human's feeling of being full or burping. My armament Haki. If you wish to consume it, then do so to your heart's content. Udian communicated with Yenma. Suddenly, the enchanted blade leapt into his hand. Following that, the aura of armament Haki surged forth, and Udian slashed forward with his sword. Swoosh! The naval officers aboard the fleet witnessed a long arc of sword energy slicing through the distant waves, and to their astonishment, they realized that the warship beneath them had ceased its violent trembling. Previously, due to the tumultuous current, even a massive vessel had been affected, swaying back and forth, yet the naval personnel had grown accustomed to the sensation, and none were seasick. But now, they found the ship had stopped rocking. and even the torrential downpour above had diminished significantly. It was as if, in an instant, the entire world had grown quiet. No, the current has been severed. A naval rear admiral discerned the anomaly and exclaimed in shock. Just ahead, several dozen meters from the fleet, the rushing water toward the cliff's waterfall had indeed been severed, and the colossal waves stirred by Inzagine had halted at the edge of the broken current. It was Inma's sword energy that had cleaved through the water. The overwhelming sword energy lingered in place, preventing the water and waves on the other side from advancing a single inch, though we seemed to be descending. Another rear admiral, sensing the environmental shift, commanded loudly, "All hands on deck. The fleet is passing through the waterfall." Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Just a short distance away was the waterfall, its torrential cascade clearly visible, and their warship was not above the waterfall. The cliff's waterfall is falling? A naval major's eyes widened, as though witnessing an unfathomable scene. The warship was plummeting, and the waterfall was also in free fall. At this moment, they realized that the waterfall had been severed, or rather, an entire segment of the waterfall had been cleaved away, now falling alongside the fleet into the sea below, and the crew sensed that the descent of the fleet seemed to be accelerating slightly. Boom! Just as the warships were about to crash violently into the ocean, a colossal surge of armament Haki erupted that a portion of the armament Haki surged toward the sea, counteracting much of the fleet's gravitational acceleration. Meanwhile, the majority of the armament Haki surged upward, transforming into a shockwave that swept away in the direction the fleet had come from. The top, a figure could be faintly seen. Yinzai in his toothless dragon form. What is that? Yinzai hovered above the severed waterfall, noticing a wave of energy rushing toward the descending Navy fleet. A sense of intense danger suddenly surged within him, akin to the rumored natural disaster of armament shockwaves. He flapped his wings frantically, trying to evade, but it was already too late. This incoming armament shockwave was unlike the previous sword energy. There was no time for evasive maneuvers. The shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, extending over 1,000 meters, overwhelming and inescapable. Damn it, is there really someone who can wield armament Haki in such a manner? At this moment, Yinzai finally comprehended why so many formidable opponents had fallen to Yudian. He had merely regarded Yudian as a master of armament Haki, primarily utilizing outward manifestations, yet he had defeated so many strong foes. Even prior to this day, he had thought Yudian's external manifestation of armament Haki was merely ordinary, effective over a limited area, with perhaps great defensive capabilities but limited offensive potential, just as the 3 admirals stationed at the Navy headquarters had utilized outward armament Haki to block Whitebeard's tremor waves. To counter such a degree of armament Haki shockwave, swordsmanship was imperative. Yinzai had just intended to revert to his human form and draw his sword for a counterattack when a powerful aura suddenly intimidated him, momentarily freezing him in place. Consequently, he remained in his toothless dragon form, plummeting downward. That was Conqueror's Haki. Yinzai did not lose consciousness. He remained aware, yet his body was temporarily beyond his control. His limbs stiffened. He quickly realized that within that armament Haki shockwave lay a potent Conqueror's Haki assault. In the urgency of the situation, he had been unable to examine it closely, only perceiving the armament shockwave while neglecting the concealed Conqueror's impact, and thus fell victim. How treacherous! This naval admiral is more cunning than the most vicious pirate. Yinzai roared in fury within. However, he was utterly unable to command his body, rapidly descending toward the sea below the waterfall. Splash! A spray of water erupted as Yinzai plunged into the ocean. Retrieve that pirate and confine him with sea stone. Completely powerless and in a daze, Yinzai vaguely heard someone issuing commands. Soon after, he regained consciousness, discovering himself lying in a dim, damp cell, his limbs firmly shackled by sea stone. He turned his head to survey his surroundings. Swiftly spotting a figure in the adjacent cell, the individual gazed at him in astonishment. "You are Yinzai of the Beast Pirates? How did you end up captured as well?" Upon hearing this, Yinzai slowly turned his head, remaining silent. Chapter 41. The channel for artificial devil fruits secured. Marineford, Navy Headquarters. Marshal's conference room. The current fleet admiral of the Navy, Sengoku, pressed his hand to his forehead, displaying a visage of entangled concern. Yudian, you truly are a source of constant worry. In the room, Yudian, who had successfully completed the mission of monitoring the beast pirates, sat on the sofa. After several days of navigation, he had returned to headquarters and had just reported to Sengoku regarding significant events during the mission. This included the clandestine collusion between the Don Quixote family and Drought Jack, as well as the incident of the naval fleet being ambushed by Inzaijin upon their return from the mission. Ultimately, he had no choice but to apprehend the troublemaking Don Quixote family, along with Drought Jack and Inzaijin. It was unavoidable, as they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep, compelling him to take action. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I also did not anticipate that these pirates would proactively attack the Navy fleet. Yujian shrugged helplessly, lamenting, pirates these days are growing increasingly audacious, daring to confront the Navy. Sengoku, sitting behind a desk, was rendered speechless at this remark, while Carp, seated on the sofa munching on senbei, nearly spat it out. Given how you pressured them, it would be strange if they didn't resist. Nevertheless, he concurred with Yudian's approach, as did Zifa, Yudian's mentor. Those pirates have always been quite bold. Yudian, well done. Zifa gave Yudian a thumbs up while playfully nudging Sengoku, seemingly provoking him. Sengoku glared at him, but was met with indifference. In the room, besides Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Yudian, there was another individual, the Marine Admiral Kizaru. Only Kizaru and Yudian had returned to the Navy headquarters, while the other two admirals remained in the New World, monitoring the movements of the four emperors, particularly caring for the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, Kizaru merely sat there, smiling as he watched Sengoku and the others converse, seemingly without any intention to interject, embodying neutrality to in summary. During this exceptional period, no unforeseen events must arise. Sengoku, with a headache, glanced at Yudian, earnestly instructing, justice must be upheld, but it cannot be executed simultaneously. Our Navy's strength is quite limited. Indeed. Zifa immediately seized the opportunity to interject, his expression grave as he addressed Yudian. Our Navy is still quite weak, incapable of eradicating all pirates in the world. So if you encounter pirates in the future, it's best to flee. This wave of sarcasm utterly broke Sengoku's composure, steam rising from his head as he angrily exclaimed, Damn it, Zifa! What on earth are you saying? Is that what I meant? Zifa, there's no need to mock Sengoku so harshly. He has endured considerable pressure from above. Carp chuckled lightly, raising his finger in an upward gesture. Yes, I have heard about this, Zifa replied, his expression growing solemn. After all, the identity of that Doflamingo is anything but ordinary. I will handle the matter concerning Doflamingo, Sengoku huffed, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. Although his status gives us in the Navy some reservations, it does not mean he can act with impunity. At this remark, both Zifa and Carp nodded slightly. Soon after enduring several rounds of Sengoku's admonitions and orders to avoid trouble, Yudian finally concluded this report and exited the Fleet Admiral's conference room. Sengoku appeared rather tense. Yudian glanced back at the conference room. He mused that under normal circumstances, provoking the ire of two Emperor-level pirate crews simultaneously is indeed an unwise move. However, what concern is that of mine? When the sky falls, there will naturally be taller individuals to bear the brunt. He is merely a Navy admiral, and above him are the Fleet Admiral, the supreme commander of the world, and the 5 elders of the world government. There are plenty of tall individuals to shoulder such burdens, far beyond what he needs to fret over. The so-called Navy Admiral is nothing more than a high-ranking enforcer. Yudian scoffed, showing no inclination to sacrifice himself for the sake of justice. After his departure, the door to the conference room swung open once more, and Navy Admiral Kizaru emerged With Ace's execution day fast approaching, I should take some time to treat myself to a little holiday. Kizaru mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at Yudian's retreating figure, chuckling to himself. One admiral left at headquarters should be sufficient. Bayou! In the next moment, a flash of light flickered, and Kizaru's figure had already vanished, leaving one to wonder where he would go to relax. Meanwhile, Yudian returned to his residence in a nearby town to the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters is home to tens of thousands of elite soldiers year-round, along with a large number of logistical personnel and some family members. Naturally, not everyone resides in the military barracks of the base, so there exists a large town nearby to accommodate logistical staff and their families, with some high-ranking officers also having residences there. Creak. Yujian opened the door and stepped inside, throwing open the windows to gaze at the tranquil sea in the distance, before lounging back on his comfortable bed. The cool, refreshing sea breeze wafted in, invigorating his spirit. Blurp, blurp. The transponder snail rang, and upon answering, Yudian discovered it was a communication from Vice Admiral Vini of the Dressrosa Kingdom. He had returned directly to the Navy headquarters after completing his surveillance mission. Without stopping in Dressrosa, Admiral Yudian, the tasks you assigned have all been completed, Vice Admiral Vini reported meticulously. The new queen of Dressrosa, Violetta, has ascended to the throne, and the 2 artificial devil fruit factories within the kingdom have resumed production. Having signed new contracts with the little people, after a thorough report, he outlined the current state of affairs in Dressrosa. In simple terms, everything was progressing according to Yudian's predetermined plan. Indeed, the actions taken by Vice Admiral Vini largely followed Yudian's directives. However, his ability to reach this point speaks volumes of his competence. Violetta, being the daughter of the royal family of the Force Repository, possesses a legitimate claim to the throne and will garner support from the populace of Dressrosa, allowing order to be swiftly restored. Consequently, the artificial devil fruit factories will be able to produce artificial devil fruits consistently and reliably. Yudian nodded to himself, recognizing that he had achieved half of his goal. While the other half pertained to the matter of raw materials, he retrieved a specially crafted transponder snail to contact another Rear Admiral. Mongoose. Rear Admiral Mongoose was stationed at the Navy G5 branch in the New World when Yudian dispatched him to escort the Don Quixote family and the pirate prisoners, including Jack, back to headquarters. Additionally, he assigned him another task, to dispatch a team to monitor the activities at Punk Hazard Island. The raw material manufacturing site for artificial devil fruits is located within a secret base on Punk Hazard Island. Chapter 42. A world-shattering event. Blurp blurp. After dialing, a response came shortly. This is Rear Admiral Mongoose. Yudian identified himself and immediately inquired about the situation at Punk Hazard Island. Is there any activity? Have Monet and the mad scientist Caesar Clown made an appearance? These 2 individuals are linked to the channels for raw materials for artificial devil fruits, yet Yudian currently lacked the time to address this. With Ace's execution day approaching and a multitude of affairs pending at headquarters, Monet and Caesar Clown have not been sighted. There was a significant tremor reported on Punk Hazard Island, suspected to be an earthquake. Rear Admiral Mongoose responded. Throughout the exchange, Mongoose did not mention anything regarding the raw materials for artificial devil fruits, as he was entirely unaware of such intelligence when Yudian initially assigned the task. He instructed Mongoose to keep an eye on the remaining cadres of the Don Quixote family and the notorious mad scientist, with Mongoose simply carrying out his orders as for the production chain of artificial devil fruits. He was not privy to that information, of course. Even if these matters were revealed, it would not pose much of a problem. During Yudian's previous report, Sengoku had not mentioned anything regarding artificial devil fruits, tacitly allowing Yudian to handle everything independently. Report any developments to me at once, Yudian concluded, urging Mongoose to maintain vigilant surveillance, particularly ensuring that Monet and Caesar Clown do not escape. After hanging up, he contemplated his next course of action. Vini should be able to wrap things up within a week, after which he would take over Mongoose's responsibilities and continue monitoring Punk Hazard Island. Yudian intended to address the 2 individuals on Punk Hazard Island after the impending Marineford War passed. As for the raw materials for artificial devil fruits, there remains a substantial stock on Dressrosa Island, all previously stored by the Don Quixote family. After all, these individuals belong to the 7 warlords of the sea and are not so short-sighted as to only preserve materials for short-term use. In fact, the remaining raw materials on Dressrosa Island are sufficient for 3 months of production. While Yudian was occupied with matters regarding artificial devil fruits, news of his eradication of the Don Quixote family and the capture of the Beast Pirates' prominent figures, including the Drought Jack and Flame Kinman, began to spread. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, especially concerning such monumental events. The arrest of all the warlords of the sea and the capture of high-ranking officials from the Emperor pirate crews are occurrences that have not transpired in many years. Even though the world government and the Navy made every effort to suppress news of the events, with the change of the king in Dressrosa, how could they continue to conceal the truth? Soon, the related events graced the front pages of the news, emblazoned in the largest, most eye-catching font, with the newspaper being the World Economic News, one of the top 3 selling papers globally. The world government also has its own official newspaper, which enjoys high sales. However, this time, they chose to suppress the news, preventing the official paper from reporting. Unfortunately, they could not stop other news outlets from covering the story, due to the immense circulation of the World Economic News. The latest issue reached most regions of the world within just a few days in the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the 14 division commanders and elite members of each division gathered, alongside other captains from Whitebeard's affiliated pirate crews, seemingly preparing for some action. Just then, 1st Division Commander Phoenix Marco approached Whitebeard, presenting him with the latest newspaper. "Old man, the latest news states that the newly appointed Navy Admiral Udian has captured the Don Quixote family, along with Jack and Kinnaman. The Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates headquarters are located in the New World. While Whitebeard is not particularly familiar with them, they're not entirely unknown either, especially with the Beast Pirates. Kaido had just come to trouble them a few days prior. Jack, Kinnaman, those 2 brats have been caught." Whitebeard bypassed the Don Quixote family, raising an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. Does the Navy intend to challenge 2 Emperor powers simultaneously? Gururara. It seems that prolonged peace has made the Navy arrogant and overconfident. Whitebeard scoffed, offering his critique. On the lower deck, the division commanders erupted into excited laughter. The Navy certainly lacks the capacity to confront 2 emperors at once. Our chances of rescuing Ace have significantly increased. The crowd rejoiced, believing this to be an excellent opportunity. With the Navy so presumptuous, our plan is bound to succeed. Marco's tone was resolute as he turned his gaze towards the distant sea, where the silhouettes of several warships could vaguely be seen. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Red-Haired Shanks pirate crew, Red-Haired Shanks gazed solemnly at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes filled with perplexity, to provoke the Beast Pirates while embroiled in conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. What does the Navy truly intend to accomplish? He was utterly perplexed, instinctively turning to his side to gaze at the ship's first mate, Ben Beckman. Ben Beckman, the mastermind of the red-haired pirates. Yet at this moment, even this mastermind wore a look of confusion, chuckling as he shook his head. Sengoku's thoughts are indeed difficult to decipher. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Ha ha! How could it possibly be a coincidence? Shanks of the red-haired pirates laughed heartily. Little did they know, in a certain sense, this incident was indeed a coincidence. On the island of Cake, the headquarters of the big Amoan pirates, Charlotte Lin, known as Big Mom among the 4 emperors, appeared to be in a foul mood. Seated upon her throne with a sullen expression. Why is there no cake? Did the supply ship encounter misfortune? Regardless of the reason, I demand to see a cake within the hour. Cake. Charlotte Lin's furious roar reverberated throughout the magnificent palace, her malevolent gaze seeming ready to devour anyone in her path. This left the cadres of the big Amoan pirates trembling below, none daring to utter a word, for they knew that when Big Mom went into a frenzy, even her own children could be consumed. She truly would eat people. Mom, a major incident. Suddenly, Charlotte Karakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders, entered the palace, making his way to Big Mom and presenting a detailed report. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, Yu Dian, has captured the Drought Jack and Flame Jin of the Beast Pirates. Is Karakuri not afraid of death? Is he not afraid of being devoured by Mom? The cadres below widened their eyes, anxious and apprehensive as they watched. Then, they noticed Big Mom's expression quickly shift from a dark scowl to a smile after perusing the report. How delightful. Kaido has suffered a setback. This Admiral Udian seems quite impressive. Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, chuckled, her eyes sparkling with the eagerness and hope of a child who has just spotted a coveted toy, a trickle of drool escaping her lips. An advanced Conqueror's Haki ability? How intriguing. Perhaps he belongs to some legendary race. I truly want to obtain him. Chapter 43. Kaido's Plan, the Alliance of the 4 Emperors. In a new world within the Marine fleet, this naval fleet, led by admirals Akainu and Akiji, had successfully completed their mission to monitor the 4 Emperor's pirate crews and was swiftly returning to the Marine headquarters. The execution day for Ace was fast approaching, prompting the Navy to consolidate its finest forces to prepare for the impending major incident. It was evident to any discerning observer that the day of Ace's execution would also mark the day the Whitebeard pirates clashed with the Marines, with the battleground being the Marine headquarters, designated as the execution site. Naturally, the Navy could not afford to lack the top-tier combat forces of the admirals in such a confrontation with one of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews at this moment. Akainu and Akiji led their fleet back to headquarters with great urgency, receiving detailed intelligence en route regarding Udian's capture of the Don Quixote family and the Flame Jin and Drought Jack. Such a commotion. Kaido may take action. Akiji furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the intelligence. His expression darkening. He and Akainu had received word from headquarters days prior, even before Udian returned, informing them of the conflict between Admiral Udian and the Beast Pirates. However, they were stationed at the front lines, communicating with headquarters via snail phone, where interception was a possibility, leaving many details inadequately conveyed regarding the clash with the Beast Pirates. That it was not until today that they learned the full account of the events, albeit with certain inconsequential details omitted as reported by Udian. Such a time, provoking another of the 4 emperors is hardly a prudent course of action. Akiji set down the intelligence, clenching his fists unconsciously, and remarked solemnly, "I must advise Admiral Sengoku. During this critical period, we cannot allow certain individuals to act recklessly." He was irate, believing Udian's recklessness jeopardized the overall situation, placing the Navy in an extremely precarious position. Admiral Udian's actions were not erroneous. Akainu interjected suddenly, snorting disdainfully. These pirates are colluding with one another, even secretly forming alliances, which will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the Navy in the future. If we do not deal with them now, shall we merely sit idly by and watch them grow stronger, only to threaten us later? Akainu exuded an ironclad aura as he concluded, "I believe we should support Admiral Udian's actions this time. Our paths diverge. There is nothing more to discuss." Akiji turned away, departing without further conversation. In a new world at the headquarters of the Beast Pirates on Onigashima, Kaido, having returned to Onigashima after an extended absence, was instantly enraged upon learning of the capture of Flame Jin, Drought Jack, and the entirety of the Don Quixote family. What the hell? Why am I only being informed of such crucial matters now? His colossal roar reverberated through the skeletal structure, causing it to tremble violently. Most of the elite cadres of the Beast Pirates fled the skeletal building, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their demise in the wake of Kaido's wrath. Meanwhile, the elite pirates listened to Kaido's furious outburst from within the building, unable to suppress their thoughts. "It was you who refused to answer the phone. We were on the verge of going insane trying to reach you." However, they were well aware that their captain was exceptional in every regard, except for his intellect. In terms of combat prowess, he was unparalleled across the globe, truly a force to be reckoned with. Yet in terms of intellect, one could easily find someone who could outsmart him. His approach to challenges was characterized by sheer brute force. No matter the opponent's schemes, he would simply charge in headlong. Yet now, with the Navy's elite forces concentrated at Marineford, even Kaido would find it difficult to confront an army of over 100,000 Marines. The cadres felt the current situation was rather grim. The global situation was becoming increasingly tense. The conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy was almost common knowledge. The members of the Beast Pirates were acutely aware of the current dynamics. The Marine headquarters was heavily fortified. Should they attack the Navy at this juncture, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Thus, they could only silently pray that their captain would not act impulsively and recklessly. Even if war were to be initiated, it would be wise to wait until the day of the execution. At that time, they could leverage the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. A clever pirate pondered within. Kaido seemed to have heard his thoughts and suggestions. After a furious outburst, he refrained from issuing orders to gather the pirates for an assault on the Marine headquarters, nor did he recklessly charge in alone to confront the Marines. Once his inner fury had somewhat subsided, Kaido produced a specially designed snail phone. one that had not been used in decades. That a rare look of hesitation crossed his face, yet ultimately, he picked up the phone and dialed. Soon, the connection was established, and the voice of the Emperor Big Amoem reached him. "Well, isn't this a surprise? You're actually calling me, Kaido." Charlotte Linlin seemed taken aback, yet there was a glimmer of anticipation in her tone. "I have something important to discuss, Linlin," Kaido replied solemnly, outlining his plan. Below, Play Quinn was greatly astonished. Kaido can actually engage in a normal conversation with that old madwoman, Charlotte Linlin. Typically, Kaido referred to her as the old madwoman, a sentiment shared by nearly all members of the Beast Pirates, who believed her to be genuinely insane. Only a few, like Play Quinn, thought she was not entirely mad. If they could engage in a rational discussion, perhaps Kaido's proposed plan could indeed succeed. Play Quinn felt a flicker of hope in his eyes. However, his hope was soon dashed. What initially appeared to be a calm conversation suddenly devolved into chaos. For reasons unknown, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin began to argue fiercely. As they clashed, their inner fury ignited their powers, unintentionally unleashing a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The overwhelming force sent a multitude of their own men flying. In contrast, Charlotte Linlin sighed, suffered more severely. Her ministers, clustered near her, were completely overwhelmed by the Conqueror's Haki, nearly all succumbing to unconsciousness. Kaido's crew, having largely evacuated the skeletal structure and waiting outside, felt the impact less severely. The robust Play Quinn, still within the structure, managed to withstand the surge of Conqueror's Haki, and no matter how we look at it. "We must unite," Kaido bellowed in anger. Surprisingly, Charlotte Linlin on the other end of the phone did not refute him, but instead laughed heartily in agreement to join forces. "Yudian, I shall claim him." Charlotte Linlin drooled, her eyes glimmering with desire. Chapter 44. The Natural Fruit or Full Haki Mastery. Naval Headquarters, Marineford Town. It has been 4 or 5 days since Yudian returned to the headquarters as the day of execution approaches. A palpable tension envelopes the entire naval base. The large harbor is bustling with the constant arrival and departure of numerous warships, creating a scene of frenetic activity. Nearly every naval soldier entering or leaving the base wears a solemn expression, diligently executing their duties. In the lead-up to the Great War, no one dares to become complacent. Yudian gazes out the window at the troops jogging in formation across the distant square, and he cannot help but sigh. However, this is of little concern to me at the moment. He quickly averts his gaze and turns to recline back onto his comfortable beat. In the preceding days, he had been tirelessly engaged in various activities, often aboard ships tossed by tumultuous waves. Even lying in bed, he felt unsteady, as if his body swayed in sync with the ship's movements. How wonderful it feels to be on solid ground. Yudian muses to himself. The Great War is imminent, but it has not yet arrived. This interim period before the conflict is a rare respite. The feeling of being grounded, the soft and cozy bed, the gentle and warm sea breeze. These sensations lead Yudian to resolve. Even if there are advantages, I shall not rise. I will remain here until the Battle of Marineford. Suddenly, the phone bug rings, signaling a communication from Admiral Sengoku. "I understand. I will be there shortly." After a brief exchange with Sengoku, Yudian springs from his warm and comfortable bed like a coiled spring. Although he had just resolved not to get up, he had no choice. The offer was simply too enticing. Sengoku intends to bestow upon him a natural-type devil fruit. Well, here I go. Yudian moves swiftly and soon arrives at the Admiral's conference room. He opens the door to find Sengoku alone. Even his close comrade, Garp, is absent at this moment. Sengoku sits behind his desk, leisurely munching on senbei. Without Garp there to snatch the snacks, Sengoku's eating is rather refined. He even invites Yudian. "Have you eaten? Come, have some with me." Sengoku does not rush into business, instead offering Yudian some snacks. Afterward, the two engage in casual conversation while discussing the matter of the natural-type devil fruit. Previously, Sengoku had only informed Yudian about the delivery of a natural-type fruit, leaving the specifics unclear, but Yudian could surmise some details. Indeed, Sengoku elaborates, explaining that the natural-type devil fruit he had applied for upon his promotion to admiral has been delivered. This is the very fruit. As he speaks, Sengoku retrieves a devil fruit from a nearby cabinet, its surface adorned with mysterious, intricate patterns. The exact type of this devil fruit remains unknown. Sengoku hands the fruit to Yudian. Now, let us discuss serious matters. His expression suddenly turns grave, clearly transitioning into a business mindset. I anticipated this. Yudian rolls his eyes, having already guessed that this natural-type fruit would not come without strings attached. Relax, it is not a grave matter. Sengoku smiles and gestures dismissively, asserting that no issue could overshadow the impending major event. Yudian, uninterested in the old fox's riddles, directly inquires, "Speak plainly. What troublesome task do you wish to assign me?" "Ha! Do not say it like that." Sengoku chuckles. "I do not solely assign you burdensome tasks. Does this imply that this mission is not only troublesome but also perilously challenging?" Yudian speculates inwardly. Just then, Sengoku's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. "I am preparing to assign you the task of escorting Ace. You were the one who led the team to Banero Island to retrieve the prisoner Ace from Blackbeard. Now, you shall lead the team once more to Impel down to retrieve Ace and escort him to the execution platform at Naval Headquarters." At this, Sengoku pauses, smiling. "So, do you have confidence in this task?" Yudian, weary of further protest, accepts the mission and stands to leave, decisive and resolute. Shortly thereafter, Yudian returns to his residence in Marineford, once again lying down. However, this time, he holds a devil fruit in his hand. A natural type 1 at that. Based on previous experience, absorbing the energy of this fruit should yield approximately 800 free attribute points. Yudian does not rush to absorb it. Instead, he holds the fruit and quietly releases his observation Haki to sense its properties. He aims to investigate this natural type fruit to compare it with the one he obtained from Blackbeard. Seeking to discern any differences between the two, after a moment of concentration, he finds nothing. Disappointment washing over him as he opens his eyes. The rarer the fruit, the higher the energy conversion efficiency, and thus the more attribute points one receives. Artificial devil fruits can be produced in bulk, which diminishes their rarity. Yudian contemplates silently. If not for the high production rate of artificial devil fruits, the paltry attribute points they provide would render them rather useless. Among natural-type fruits, there exists a hierarchy in abilities, such as between the magma fruit and the flame fruit. Regrettably, he is yet to discover any natural-type fruits that exhibit a clear upper or lower rank distinction in terms of energy conversion efficiency. After all, he does not possess a magma fruit or a flame fruit, or any other similar natural-type fruits for comparison. He resolves to seek opportunities to delve deeper into the energy conversion efficiencies of different fruits and summarize the data. Yudian silently establishes this plan. Subsequently, he turns his gaze to the fruit in hand, tossing it casually while secretly issuing the command to absorb its power. The process of absorbing the devil fruit's energy commences. Ding! Absorption complete. The host has gained a total of 900 free attribute points this time. This includes an additional rare bonus of 350 points from the natural-type devil fruit. Indeed, there is a distinction. Yudian discovers that this natural-type fruit has provided him with an additional 100 free attribute points compared to the one from Blackbeard. Next, he prepares to allocate his free attribute points. His gaze sweeps over the various attributes, such as Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Ultimately, he decides to invest all points into Armament Haki. Enhancing the Armament Haki attribute will simultaneously strengthen both Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki. Moreover, with the top war imminent, it is best to maximize his strength. Other attributes can be addressed after the top war concludes. Yudian believed that while he is already quite strong, caution is paramount. Even the invincible heroes are constantly vigilant, let alone someone who has yet to attain invincibility. In the next moment, he allocates all free attribute points to Armament Haki, and the system provides feedback. Chapter 45 Armament Haki, 2,826 points. Internal destruction. Ding! The host's Armament Haki increases by 900 points. The host's Observation Haki is reinforced, increasing by 120 points. The host's Conqueror's Haki is reinforced, increasing by 450 points. Host. Yudian Armament Haki, 2826 Observation Haki, 340 Conqueror's Haki, 1410. It is done. The attribute points are now utterly fragmented. Yudian gazes at his uneven three-color Haki attribute points, pondering that a perfectionist would be distressed by these figures. He himself is not overly bothered. It is merely a slight discomfort. In truth, his focus is more on the power represented by the attribute points themselves. An increase of 900 points in armament Haki undoubtedly augments its potency significantly. Filled with anticipation, Yudian is eager to test the enhanced power of his armament Haki. Just as he prepares to find a place to experiment with the newfound strength, the system notification chimes once more. Ding! The host's armament Haki attribute has surpassed 2,000 points, automatically unlocking the internal destruction ability. Ding! The host's armament Haki attribute has surpassed 2,500 points, automatically unlocking the long-distance internal destruction ability. As the system notifications conclude, Yudian suddenly feels a deepening understanding of the application of armament Haki, having grasped a method of utilizing a certain technique. This sensation is quite extraordinary, akin to a sudden awakening. So, I can perform this technique. However, internal destruction. Yudian furrows his brow, but he is aware that internal destruction is a method of externalizing armament Haki. Externalized armament Haki can penetrate the surface of a target object, directly inflicting internal damage, a sophisticated technique of armament Haki application. Achieving 2,000 points to unlock the internal destruction ability. Is 2,000 points not already substantial enough to wield significant power? Yudian is somewhat puzzled. While internal destruction is indeed an advanced technique, it should not necessitate a 2,000-point attribute threshold to utilize, should it? It is essential to note that when he reaches a staggering 1,000 points in the attribute of armament Haki, the external manifestation of this power is capable of collapsing the very base of the Navy headquarters. Filled with perplexity, he inquires about the system and receives a mechanical response that, while somewhat elucidating his concerns, primarily informs him that the system's main function is to absorb energy to enhance his attribute points, while the unlocking of abilities is merely a secondary benefit. Yudian summarizes the system's explanation, understanding that abilities like internal destruction and others are categorized as additional rewards. According to the system, once Yudian's attributes reach a certain threshold, it will conduct a check. If he has yet to learn the corresponding abilities, the system will grant their unlocking. However, if he has already mastered them, such as in this instance, where he had acquired the technique of internal destruction prior to enhancing his armament Haki, the system will not provide an additional unlocking. This mechanism acts as a safeguard, ensuring that once his attributes reach a certain level, he is equipped with advanced techniques. Yudian comprehends this fully and nods in agreement, recognizing that acquiring such techniques is indeed time-consuming. Thus, direct unlocking is exceedingly convenient. With an understanding of the system's ability unlocking principles, Yudian's focus shifts to long-distance internal destruction. This ability is essentially an enhanced version of internal destruction, which has a relatively limited range. While long-distance internal destruction can affect targets over 100 meters away, moreover, as Yudian's armament Haki attributes increase, the range of long-distance internal destruction will continue to expand. That he silently assesses this, realizing that his current range for long-distance internal destruction is approximately within 10,000 meters. Standing still and employing internal destruction, the externally manifested armament Haki can penetrate any object within 10,000 meters, striking enemy targets. However, this seems rather insignificant. Is there really a wall 1,000 meters thick? Yudian has yet to discern the optimal conditions for utilizing long-distance internal destruction. Nonetheless, this enhanced ability is not easily acquired through training, making it a unique technique in Yudian's repertoire of armament Haki. Furthermore, with the impending upheaval of the Marineford War, bolstering his strength is crucial for facing potential unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, before the war commences, Yudian believes the most important matter is to rest, to truly recuperate. After all, he must escort prisoners and needs to be in top form. With the weight of responsibility upon him, Yudian feels justified in reclining. After all, there is not much of significance left to attend to before the Great War. The only notable event on the horizon seems to be the Celestial Dragon incident in Sabati Archipelago. Such matters hardly concern Yudian. With Kizaru stationed at the headquarters, he is certain that Kizaru will manage the situation. Yudian muses, considering taking a moment to inform Kizaru to retrieve the Great Blade. 21 work known as Autumn Water from the Straw Hat Pirates, saving him a trip. As the days pass, the entire world is enveloped in a tense atmosphere, anticipating Ace's execution day. While the global gaze is fixated on the Whitebeard pirates and the movements of the Navy headquarters, certain individuals quietly prepare to stir trouble in a certain maritime area. Dozens of nautical miles from Impel down, a colossal warship cuts through the waves with an overwhelming force, rendering even the most tumultuous seas feeble in its wake, obliterated without mercy. This is the flagship of the Beast's pirates. Led personally by Kaido, the ship is filled with elites of the Beast pirates, essentially an all-out mobilization. The terror of a Yonko-level force can be gleaned from the heightened state of readiness of the Navy headquarters. To confront the Yonko Whitebeard pirates, the Navy has concentrated nearly all available combat power and elite personnel, truly going all out. However, this time, the Beast pirates, also a Yonko-level force, do not target the Navy headquarters. Not for the time being. At least, how far is it to Impel down? Kaido inquires of his subordinate, his demeanor impatient as he drinks alone at the ship's bow. One of his men, unable to afford a misstep, promptly responds. We are still over 50 nautical miles away. We should reach Impel down by this afternoon. This subordinate holds a certain status within the Beast pirates, akin to a cadre-level figure in the organization. Afternoon. Kaido's brow furrows as he contemplates this, then coldly asks, "What about Old Hag?" Upon hearing the term Old Hag, the subordinate momentarily freezes, then realizes Kaido refers to another Yonko, Big Mom, in the days following the alliance of the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Kaido has consistently referred to her as Lean, causing the crew to grow accustomed to it, only for Kaido to suddenly use Old Hag, catching his subordinate off guard. Earlier that morning, the Big Mom pirates had communicated that they would arrive at the designated location by evening. After realizing this, the subordinate hastily reports, "That's good." Kaido's face remains stern, his eyes flickering with the fire of battle, brimming with anticipation for confrontation. His demeanor suggests that Impel Down is about to face some tumult. However, at that moment, a pirate rushes in from the rear, urgently delivering crucial intelligence. Chapter 46. Kizaru actually skipped out. "Boss, Kaido boss, there has been a situation over at Sabati Archipelago." The newcomer, a subordinate, urgently relays alarming news. It seems several of this year's supernovas have assaulted a celestial dragon, and now a large contingent of Navy forces is heading towards Sabati Archipelago. Our people there are preparing to evacuate. Despite this urgent report, Kaido shows little interest in the news. Supernovas appear every year. What significance does a commotion caused by a few of them hold? The ones attacked were celestial dragons. At this juncture, Babanuki approaches, his typically stern expression marked by a hint of incredulity. A large elephant head adorns his chest, and as he walks, his long trunk sways humorously. Nonetheless, his strength is formidable, placing him among the absolute elite within the Beast Pirates, akin to a captain-level figure. As Babanuki strides forward, the two subordinates behind Kaido instinctively step aside, for the celestial dragons possess privileges. Babanuki, now standing behind Kaido, speaks gravely. There have always been rumors that attacking a celestial dragon will incite the wrath of a marine admiral. Indeed, this is precisely why so few dare to provoke celestial dragons. One of the subordinates scoffs, "It's simply not worth the trouble." Even the most ferocious pirates, provided they possess sound judgment, will weigh costs and benefits in their actions. The celestial dragon faction, even if robbed, offers little in return, and the heavenly gold tribute collected from all corners of the world is transported by designated personnel. Robbing the vessels transporting heavenly gold does not equate to robbing the celestial dragons themselves. In contrast, the costs associated with assaulting a celestial dragon are exorbitant, provoking relentless retaliation from the world government and the Navy. After all, to a certain extent, celestial dragons represent the face of the world government, making the notion that attacking a celestial dragon will draw the ire of a marine admiral entirely plausible. However, another subordinate, who had come to report, remained skeptical, shaking his head. Currently, the Navy headquarters is in a heightened state of readiness. The admirals in the New World have yet to return to the headquarters, and they must also guard against Whitebeard's attacks. It is unlikely they would dispatch an admiral to handle such a trivial matter in Sabati Archipelago. "Fool!" Babanuki admonishes coldly. What you consider trivial, the world government does not. Even if the Navy headquarters lacks an admiral on standby, the world government will certainly demand the reassignment of an admiral from elsewhere. The ensuing debate piques Kaido's interest, prompting him to gaze thoughtfully towards the direction of Sabeti Archipelago, pondering the implications of a marine admiral. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's conference room, the incident involving the celestial dragons at Sabeti Archipelago has been communicated to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Previously, the Navy had already faced significant turmoil due to the recent attack on their fleet monitoring the Whitebeard pirates, resulting in the loss of over 10 warships, leaving Sengoku in a state of exasperation. Now, with the emergence of this new incident requiring immediate attention, one that directly impacts the world government's prestige, he contemplates the situation. Where's Kizaru? Send him to handle it. After a brief moment of reflection, Sengoku decides to dispatch Admiral Kizaru, who possesses the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, to deal with the matter. The rationale is simple. Kizaru is incredibly swift. However, shortly after issuing the command, an officer rushes in to report. Admiral Kizaru left the headquarters 10 days ago. He is currently in the West Blue and will not be able to reach Sabeti Archipelago in the near future. What? Kizaru has gone to the West Blue. The sudden news left Sengoku in a state of shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. He could not recall having issued any orders for Admiral Kizaru to head to the West Sea. It seems that Admiral Kizaru mentioned he was going to the West Sea to handle some incidents involving pirate robberies. The sweating major, who relayed the message, explained a voice that grew increasingly faint. Clearly aware that such a justification lacked persuasive power, Sengoku, however, was keenly aware of Kizaru's temperament, having been his subordinate for many years. With a pained expression, he covered his forehead. Kizaru was trying to slack off again. He had long noticed Kizaru's tendency to slack off, but most of the time, it was inconsequential and did not affect the execution of tasks. Kizaru was undoubtedly aware of his responsibilities, though whether he would exert his utmost effort during missions was known only to him. For instance, it was reasonable that an admiral failed to capture the legendary pirate Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. This was an unexpected incident, one that Kizaru could not have foreseen. Sengoku silently dismissed the possibility that Kizaru was intentionally slacking off. Just then, while Sengoku was deep in thought, the transponder snail suddenly rang, signaling a call from the 5 elders, the highest leaders of the world government. The conversation was brief, yet conveyed the unequivocal stance of the world government's supreme authorities. The 5 elders spoke in stern terms, clearly demanding that Sengoku immediately dispatch an admiral to the Sabeti Archipelago to address the Celestial Dragon incident and apprehend all involved parties. Following the issuance of the order, the 5 elders abruptly ended the call, seemingly preoccupied with other matters, as the impending war heightened the workload of the world government. There was no room for delay. Sengoku put away the transponder snail, sighed, and shook his head, pondering his options. Akainu and Akiji are still dealing with Whitebeard in the New World. Kizaru is in the West Sea and now back at headquarters. After some contemplation, he realized that the only admiral who could swiftly reach the Sabeti Archipelago for support was the stationed Admiral Yudian. However, was Yudian the right choice? Sengoku furrowed his brow, hesitating. While he recognized Yudian's potential, his rapid rise from joining the Navy to becoming an admiral in less than 6 months raised concerns. Such swift advancement often lacked the necessary tempering of character, especially considering Yudian's youth and impetuousness, which could lead to trouble. In simple terms, Sengoku worried that Yudian might be unable to restrain himself from striking the celestial dragons, who were accustomed to their arrogance and treated even admirals as mere subordinates to command at will. Nevertheless, despite his brief tenure in the Navy, Yudian had consistently completed his mission successfully. Reflecting on Yudian's actions and personality since joining the Navy, Sengoku approached this situation with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently causing severe consequences. Upon careful reflection, Sengoku discovered that Yudian generally exhibited a gentle demeanor, unlike the hot-tempered Akainu, and he was respectful and humble in conversation. Nodding to himself, Sengoku ultimately decided to assign the support mission to Yudian. Soon, Yudian's phone rang. "Hello, Admiral Sengoku, what is this about Sabeti Archipelago?" Yudian, still somewhat groggy from sleep, took a moment to gather his thoughts before comprehending the task Sengoku had entrusted to him. Are you saying I should provide support to the Sabaody archipelago? Yudian was now fully alert. Chapter 47. The Celestial Dragon Incident. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Yudian had originally planned for Admiral Kizaru to handle the Celestial Dragon Incident at the Sabaody archipelago. As Kizaru seemed well-suited to address such matters, he had anticipated that he would not be required to undertake any missions before the impending War of the Best, and could enjoy a long period of restful reprieve. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, he discovered that Kizaru, who should have been one of the key players, was absent from headquarters. That old rascal Kizaru. Could he have caught wind of something? Yudian had reason to suspect Kizaru's premature departure from headquarters. However, upon closer analysis, this conspiracy theory revealed numerous inconsistencies. At the very least, Kizaru could not have predicted that the Celestial Dragon incident would unfold at the Sabaody archipelago unless his observation Haki could foresee events more than half a month into the future. And that, clearly, was improbable. Perhaps he simply wished to take it easy, given his notorious reputation as the slacker admiral. Yudian felt exasperated. Encountering such a slacker admiral left him a loss, as Kizaru had not committed any heinous acts or violated Navy regulations. Even his slacking off remained within acceptable bounds. However, this meant that, apart from himself, there were no other suitable candidates to handle the Celestial Dragon incident at the Sabaody archipelago. Addressing this incident necessitated the dispatch of an admiral. And currently, he was the only one available at headquarters. Yudian contemplated the situation and realized that he was indeed the only suitable choice for support amidst the Navy headquarters, not one to shy away from challenges. He prepared himself, changed into appropriate attire, and made his way to the Navy headquarters port. At the port, numerous warships were fully equipped and prepared to set sail for the Sabaody archipelago. Which vice admirals will accompany us? Yudian inquired of his subordinates to ascertain the situation regarding accompanying Navy vice admirals. He soon learned that all 6 vice admirals stationed at Navy headquarters had been dispatched to assist him in addressing the Celestial Dragon incident. It was noteworthy that 6 vice admirals and over a dozen warships could launch a military operation akin to a demon slaughter order. Moreover, in addition to the Navy personnel, there were also special combat units from the scientific division, the pacifistas. With such a formidable force at his disposal, Yudian was capable of decimating the entire Sabaody archipelago. This might have been Sengoku's way of expressing his lack of confidence in this new admiral, fearing potential mishaps, or perhaps for other reasons. Regardless, the provision of personnel was ample and satisfactory. Before long, Yudian arrived at the port, where 6 vice admirals, over a dozen rear admirals, and thousands of elite Navy personnel were ready to embark on their mission. As Yudian boarded the warship, the fleet swiftly set sail, braving the winds and waves toward the Navy headquarters. These are the human weapons. The pacifistas? On board the warship, Yudian finally encountered the pacifistas. These human weapons, developed under the guidance of the world's foremost scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, bore a striking resemblance to Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, as the latter was the original prototype of the pacifista. Designated PX-0.IT that moment, the enormous war machine stood on the deck. The warship's hull was vast enough that the 4 pacifistas on deck appeared harmonious rather than out of place. These were likely the initial experimental models. Yudian was aware that the scientific base had already produced standardized models that would soon emerge in the forthcoming War of the Best. However, the personnel accompanying the pacifistas on this mission were not Bartholomew Kuma. As Dr. Vegapunk's personal bodyguard, Kuma was not present with the pacifistas this time. Perhaps this was yet another consequence of Kizaru's absence from the Sabaody archipelago. Yudian led his team toward the Sabaody archipelago. The scene unfolded on Island Number 1, the human auctioning house. Inside the auction house, all visitors had fled, leaving only members of the Straw Hat Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Kid Pirates, along with a few others still present. Outside the building, Navy forces had assembled, tightly surrounding the massive structure in multiple layers, which explained why others had evacuated. The Navy's cannons were fully loaded. Who would remain behind to face the bombardment? Naturally, those still in the auction house were not afraid of cannon fire. Report: the human auctioning house has been completely sealed off. The perpetrators who assaulted the celestial dragons remain inside. A Navy major relayed the frontline situation via transponder snail. Other Navy personnel remained vigilant, their weapons loaded and cannons primed, prepared to launch an attack. The 3 celestial dragons are still inside the auction house. Should we rush in to rescue them? A Navy colonel inquired of the Navy Rear Admiral commanding the scene. Before the Rear Admiral could respond, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the human auctioning house. In no time, those 3 figures stepped outside. Confirmed, the bounty of 315 million berries for Captain Eustace Kidd. A bounty of 300 million berries for the Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy. A bounty of 200 million berries for the Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. Attention! Attention! They are all supernovas! The herald present shouted loudly, alerting everyone to be on high alert with widened eyes. The 3 individuals in the auction hall walked out unperturbed under the gaze of the crowd, and then, without any warning, they struck. In a maritime area several dozen nautical miles from Impel down, a colossal pirate ship anchored upon the tumultuous sea. Despite the fierce winds and waves surrounding it, the ship remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ocean floor. This was the main vessel of the beast's pirates. With Kaido standing on the ship's bow, his icy gaze fixed upon the direction of Sabeti Archipelago, uttering not a single word, seemingly awaiting something. What is happening on the Sabeti Archipelago? What? No news yet. You useless fools, can you not put some effort into your tasks? Behind him, Plague Queen, holding a din mushy, was fuming with rage. Soon after, Plague Queen managed to momentarily quell his fury, for he had received the information he desired. Brother Kaido. Plague Queen approached Kaido from behind, excitement evident in his voice. The Marine Headquarters has dispatched Admiral Udian to the Sabeti Archipelago, and there are no other admirals left at our base, with no admirals available for deployment from the Marine Headquarters. Our plan to assault Impel down will undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding officers displayed expressions of surprise. Kaido, however, suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with a piercing light. You just mentioned that the admiral supporting the Sabeti Archipelago is Ujian? A cold smirk crept across his face. Chapter 48. The Eager Supernovas. The Sabeti Archipelago is comprised of a multitude of islands, each featuring a colossal Yarchman red tree, the largest tree in the world. Its roots emerge from the sea, forming the foundation of the island's surface, accumulated over the years to create the present-day Sabeti Archipelago. One might say that a single Yarchman red tree constitutes an island. In total, the Sabeti Archipelago boasts 79 Yarchman red trees. These trees have endured countless battles, yet have survived resiliently, showcasing their remarkable vitality. Each Yarchman red tree bears a unique number from 1 to 79 for identification of island regions. At this moment, the fleet led by Admiral Udian had arrived in the waters near the Sabeti Archipelago, preparing to land. Although the archipelago is vast, not every stretch of coastline is suitable for landing. Some coasts consist of sheer cliffs. While Udian could scale such terrain, his troops would find it challenging to disembark. Therefore, they were required to utilize the ports, and there was more than one port in the entire archipelago. As Sabeti is a renowned tourist destination and the last major supply port before entering the New World. Thus, the port where Udian's fleet intended to land was located on Island 27. 27. That seems familiar. Udian suddenly recalled that the Yarchman red tree marked as 27 was the very one severed by Admiral Kizaru in the original story. So, this landing site is the same as Kizaru's? Upon further contemplation, the recent Celestial Dragon incident occurred on Island 1, making this the nearest and most suitable landing port. What appears as coincidence is, in fact, marked by a certain inevitability. Admiral Udian, shall we proceed directly to the human auction house on Island 1? Or should we first capture a few nearby supernova pirates? Rear Admiral Dauberman stepped forward to inquire. He was one of the 6 rear admirals accompanying Udian, seasoned by countless battles, embodying the essence of a formidable veteran officer. As he spoke, an aura of menace radiated from him, a natural instinct of a warrior poised for battle. As Dauberman sought clarification, other rear admirals also chimed in, offering their suggestions. Some advocated for immediate support of the human auction house to rescue the celestial dragons, while others argued it was imperative to confront evil head-on, capturing all pirates along the way. Indeed, your points are quite valid, Udian replied with a slight nod, appearing to ponder seriously. Yet in reality, he had little regard for their opinions. He had already resolved to treat this expedition as a leisure trip, with no genuine intent to rescue any celestial dragons. After all, Kizaru's attitude in the original story indicated that such an approach was entirely procedural. Truth be told, Yudian harbored no fondness for the celestial dragons and had no intention of rescuing them. His motives for this venture included seeking the great Blackbeard from the Straw Hat crew. However, these true intentions were not to be disclosed lightly, especially with several commanders exhibiting fervent enthusiasm for the rescue of the celestial dragons. Thus, after a period of deep contemplation, Yudian stated, given the varying opinions, let us divide our forces. He proceeded to delegate. Those wishing to rescue the celestial dragons would do so, while those keen on capturing the supernova pirates would pursue that course to AS for himself. He declared, I will remain at the rear to provide support as needed. Of course, his true purpose was to prevent the Straw Hat crew from escaping before he secured the Haki. After all, if he arrived at the human auction house only to find the Straw Hat crew had already departed, it would pose a significant dilemma. He was not a user of the Pika Pika no Mi and could not chase after them with such swiftness. Let the Marine Rear Admirals locate the Straw Hat crew and hold them at bay. Then I shall proceed to deal with matters accordingly. Yudian's thoughts were clear and his objectives well defined. The other commanders raised no objections to his distribution of tasks, as they themselves could not devise a superior personnel allocation scheme. Soon, the teams began to mobilize. Groups led by Marine officers disembarked from the warships, landing at the port. The landing of thousands created a vast throng. Like a colossal wave sweeping toward the island, the pirates gathered at the port, preparing to board their ships, were taken aback. What the hell? Why are there suddenly so many Marines, so many rear admirals, so many generals, and even the Marine admirals? Are they planning to initiate a demon slaughter order to annihilate the Sabati archipelago? Ah, the admirals have arrived. Everyone run. The pirates, in a state of panic, fled in terror. Yet the landing forces comprised the elite of the Marine Corps, moving swiftly to apprehend a multitude of pirates. Among them, those who had cried out the loudest were captured, pleading that they were innocent, only to be met with the unwavering response from the Marine soldiers. If you weren't a pirate, why did you run upon seeing us? The conduct of the Marines varied worldwide. Some Marine branches might be corrupt or even collude with local pirates. However, in the Sabati archipelago, close to the Marine headquarters, the island's inhabitants perceived the Marines as saviors, and the Marine forces there had yet to decay to the point of associating with pirates, truly embodying a force of justice. At this moment, the landing Marine forces commenced a thorough search, swiftly apprehending over 100 pirates, most of whom bore bounties, while a few were obscure individuals whose names had scarcely reached the ears of the Marines. Thus, the Marine forces advanced, capturing pirates along the way. With a separate team heading to Island 1 to rescue the Celestial Dragons, Yudian, meanwhile, remained unhurried, leisurely trailing behind the main group. Simultaneously, on Island 24, in front of a restaurant, several supernovas who sensed something amiss as they prepared to depart suddenly caught wind of the arrival of a Marine admiral. Stirring their interest at the newly appointed Marine Admiral Yudian, Jewelry Bonnie scoffed derisively. I heard he was promoted out of turn. Is he truly that formidable? I don't think so. Her expression conveyed disdain, as she seemed unperturbed, even pausing her steps to await something. Not far down the street, a group of pirates led by Basil Hawkins also halted. Dressed in hooded cloaks reminiscent of cultists, the supernova Basil Hawkins was casually handling his tarot cards. Seemingly engaged in divination. I seem to have a chance. Before long, Hawkins lifted his head, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Chapter 49. Before I even strike, you have already fallen to this moment. The group of pirates gathered around Hawkins, clad in hooded garments, remained silent upon hearing his words, neither inquiring nor expressing dissent. They appeared to hold a profound trust in Hawkins. If he claimed there was a chance to defeat a Marine admiral, then there must indeed be a possibility. After all, that was a Marine admiral. Did they believe they could easily bully mere soldiers? Not far away, the subordinates of Capone Beach, a member of the Supernovas, could not help but speak up. The onlookers felt a mixture of fear and disbelief, while Hawkins and his crew remained remarkably composed, leaving one to wonder if it was due to their genuine strength or simply a carefree attitude? Someone actually intends to challenge a Marine admiral. This is getting interesting. On the opposite side, atop a building, Skull Scrutchman AP, one of the supernovas, watched with keen interest, disregarding the warnings from his subordinates. How could one possibly miss such an exhilarating event? As he spoke, AP suddenly extended his long, unique arms, each ending in 2 elbow joints, pulling 2 of his subordinates close with a mischievous grin. Don't you think it would be rather amusing to toy with a Marine admiral? The 2 subordinates, caught in his grip, widened their eyes in terror, nearly bulging out of their sockets. Please, don't joke around. They struggled desperately to escape, yet AP held them firmly in place. In contrast to the supernovas like Hawkins and AP, who were eager to engage the Marine admiral, there were others among the supernovas who held an opposing stance, unwilling to confront the Marines and preparing to leave immediately. Leading this group was Red Flag X, Drake, who was swiftly distancing himself from the street. The recent Celestial Dragon incident had erupted on Island Number 1, and it was highly likely that the Marine support team would choose the port of Island No. 27 as their landing point. Drake quietly analyzed and theorized, seemingly well acquainted with Marine tactics. In fact, before becoming a pirate, Drake had once been a Marine rear admiral. His transition to piracy was even a result of a mission assigned by Marine Headquarters soon. The supernovas on Island Number 24 took various actions, either remaining in place or hiding discreetly, while others, like Drake, sought to retreat before the Marines arrived. Unfortunately, their movements proved to be a moment too late, just as Drake's group had not yet exited the street. They were suddenly confronted by a towering figure blocking their path. At the same time, 2 other imposing figures emerged from different locations on the street. Pacifists have arrived. On the other side, near the port of Island No. 27, the Marine forces were rapidly advancing towards the location of the supernovas on Island Number 24, while Udian strolled leisurely on his own. The speed of the Marine forces had left him alone on the street. As for the pirates, some had been captured along the way, others had fled, and still others lurked nearby, closely monitoring Udian's movements. That the new Marine admiral. So young. If I take him down, I could become famous overnight. Are you out of your mind? That is a Marine admiral. It's fine. Such a young Marine admiral must have been promoted due to some connections. His strength is likely lacking. Some pirates, sensing the dire situation, sought opportunities to flee. However, they quickly fell into despair upon realizing that a multitude of naval forces had arrived in the vicinity, swiftly sealing off the entire street. With the limited strength of these ordinary pirates, breaking through the blockade was utterly beyond their capabilities. They could only place their hopes on the so-called powerful supernovas. Unfortunately, these supernovas, who had been invested with such high expectations, were now struggling for their own survival. 3 pacifistas relentlessly unleashed lasers, the violent explosions ringing in the air, threatening to deafen all present. Several supernovas soon found themselves injured. Even the magician Hawkins, who possessed a strawman to absorb damage, bore a gruesome wound from a laser. Just as these supernovas were on the verge of being defeated by the pacifistas, Udian leisurely approached from the rear of the troops, followed closely by 2 nameless pirates who, though not shackled, dared not attempt to escape at all. These fellows are so easily overwhelmed. Upon arriving and assessing the situation, Udian was taken aback that he had not anticipated that he would not even need to intervene, as these supernovas, who would later be dubbed the worst generation, were already falling like dominoes. Chapter 50. Hawkins' divination. Initially, Udian had expected that the pacifistas would cause some trouble for the supernovas, yet ultimately, they would be vanquished by these supernovas. After all, in the original narrative, the 4 pacifistas sent by Bartolomeo were decisively destroyed, with 2 obliterated and the remaining 2 spared only due to the presence of Kizaru. Of course, the threat posed by these pacifistas to the supernovas was significant, resulting in numerous injuries among them. Wow, this monster is too formidable. The monster Urki lay on the ground, bloodied and appearing as if he were on the brink of defeat. He had endured multiple assaults from the pacifistas, his body marred by wounds, with even his muscles appearing to cave in. This sight astonished Udian. He recalled that in the original tale, Urki had not been so thoroughly beaten. Turning his gaze around, he scanned the group of supernovas and found that each bore injuries. None remained unscathed. Urki seemed to be the most grievously injured, his towering frame brought low to the ground. However, what surprised Udien the most was Magician Hawkins. I remember this fellow as a strawman, right? How could he be so severely injured? In the midst of the chaos, Hawkins hunched over, one hand clutching his chest, blood trickling from his palm, clearly indicating a serious injury. Yet Udien suspected that he might be feigning, deliberately refraining from utilizing his strawman to preserve his strength for a playing possum strategy. Aside from Urki and Hawkins on the other side, Red Flag Drake was similarly wounded, a gaping wound in his abdomen for which blood flowed profusely. Meanwhile, Humming App, who had previously concealed himself on a rooftop, had long since been reduced to rubble, and he himself had vanished, seemingly seeking another hiding place. Interestingly, the two groups led by Jewelry Bonnie and Capone Beach were conspicuously absent from this street, evidently having departed point 1, 2, 3. Udien's eyes roamed over Hawkins, Urki, and Drake, ultimately resting on a house in the distance to the left. 4 supernovas still remained in the far left house. Even the most seasoned Navy veterans could detect no anomalies. But under Udien's observation, even a fly could not escape his notice. That moment, App, concealed within the house and stealthily observing the battlefield, became more conspicuous to Udien than the ordinary pirates in view, due to his stronger aura compared to them. Why does that new Marine admiral keep looking this way? Has my position been compromised? In the shadows, App felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. However, he soon noticed that after glancing in his direction, Udien made no further moves and shifted his gaze elsewhere, which gradually eased his anxiety. He even began to suspect that Udien was merely attempting to intimidate him. Is he trying to scare me into revealing myself? What a cunning individual! App silently resolved to deliver a blow to Udien when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Udien, having withdrawn his gaze, felt a sense of tedium and disappointment. It seemed these supernovas were not as formidable as he had imagined. Back on Earth before his transmigration, Udien had always regarded these supernova pirates involved in the Celestial Dragon incident as exceptionally powerful, and even upon arriving in this world, he continued to hold that belief, as they were destined to be known as the worst generation. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the nostalgia that comes with being a transmigrator. Nostalgia and reality were indeed disparate. Udien shook his head and prepared to leave. If they could not withstand the attacks of 3 pacifistas, there was no need for him to intervene, but he held little interest in witnessing the pacifistas slaughtering pirates. He would rather expedite his search for the Straw Hat crew to obtain the famed Sword Autumn water, as that was of utmost importance. After all, he did not have a habit of accruing long-term debts. You two lead the way. Let's head to island number 1 first. Udien commanded the 2 pirates trailing behind him, but he then turned to depart. Wow, what a remarkably powerful attack. Suddenly, Urki, who had fallen to the ground, rose, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned. Now it's my turn to strike. As he spoke, Urki's body abruptly swelled and expanded, quickly reaching a height comparable to that of the pacifistas. Let me deliver my punches. Just as Urki prepared to swing, the opposing pacifista suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a laser blast. Boom! Urki's towering form was pierced by the laser, the beam shooting forth and detonating in a brilliant explosion at a distance. What a letdown! I was somewhat looking forward to this. Udien, halfway through his turn, shook his head in exasperation, pondering, why do these pirates chatter so much? Had they struck sooner, he might have witnessed the so-called cause and effect in action. With a thunderous crash, Urki's massive body collapsed, causing the ground nearby to tremble violently. Not far away, Magician Hawkins glanced expressionlessly at the fallen Urki before redirecting his focus to Udien. Not only him, but Drake on the opposite side did the same. The presence of a Marine admiral, even without direct engagement, exerted immense pressure on the pirates present. With an admiral here, our chances of escape are slim, Hawkins stated coldly, then raised his hand. There's no other choice. The encircling Navy personnel, seeing this, assumed he was about to launch an attack and hurriedly trained their weapons on him, bracing for the worst. Instead, Hawkins procured a deck of tarot cards and began to perform a divination right there. Tarot divination. Udien found himself intrigued. Hawkins was of average strength, but this tarot card divination seemed quite fascinating. While tarot divination was traditionally viewed as a superstitious practice, Yudian understood that Hawkins' approach was unique. Seemingly capable of predicting certain future events, that he speculated that this might be related to the powers granted by Hawkins' fruit. Before long, Hawkins concluded his divination. Battle, 100 failure rate. Escape, 0 success rate. Survival, 100. After finishing the reading, Hawkins himself appeared stunned. He had conducted countless divinations, yet had never encountered such an odd result. Chapter 51. Shock supernovas. What on earth is happening? The crew of hooded pirates behind Hawkins expressed their astonishment. They rarely witnessed their typically solemn and composed captain display such a significant emotional upheaval. This is not right. The first mate seemed to grasp the situation. Speaking in hushed tones, the probability of victory in battle and the chance of successful escape are both 0. The only certainty is survival at 100, which implies, he lowered his voice even further, we are likely to be captured alive. What? How can this be? The other hooded pirates immediately panicked. Being captured by the Navy would be disastrous. Please, I don't want to be imprisoned and impelled down. The crew of hooded pirates cried out in alarm. At that moment, Hawkins, having stowed his tarot cards, rose and drew his sword, coldly asserting, there is no need for alarm. Our survival rate is 100. We will not perish here. Upon hearing his words, the hooded pirates fell silent. Upon reflection, they realized the truth of the matter. Even if they were captured later on, that was a concern for another day. At least in the upcoming battle, they would not meet their end. Thus, they resolved to fight back. In this battle, we shall all survive, so why not exert ourselves to the fullest in the fight? The first mate spoke in a grave tone. Immediately, the hooded pirate spirits were reignited. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of laser light shot from the distance, exploding amidst the crowd. It was the handiwork of a pacifist, just as Eugene had remarked. These supernova pirates were excessively verbose and sluggish in their actions. They deserved the beating they received. Following this sudden laser strike, the hooded pirates, who had just rallied their courage, found their resolve once again wavering, as fear reclaimed its dominance within them, prompting them to retreat. That moment, the blinding light from the explosion had yet to dissipate. Amidst the brilliance, Hawkins advanced rather than retreated, swiftly charging towards Eugene's position. During his approach, Hawkins's body underwent a rapid transformation, with long strands of straw emerging from his flesh. When he reappeared behind Eugene, he had transformed into a colossal, demonic scarecrow, the manifestation of his demon-slaying form. Hawkins's 10 fingers were entwined with 10 black spikes. The sharp tips aimed squarely at Eugene's head. Impressive speed, Eugene noted with a smile, without turning back. Even with his observation Haki, Hawkins's velocity had been nothing short of astounding to the eyes of other onlookers. It appeared as though he had teleported, as Hawkins seemingly materialized in an instant behind Eugene. In the distance, the elite Navy soldiers encircling the battlefield hastily redirected their firearms, but it was already too late. The next moment, Hawkins exerted force with his hands, driving the black spikes forcefully towards Eugene's head. Clang. Suddenly, Hawkins's hands halted mid-dash motion. It was not by his own volition. He was compelled to stop. He found that the black spikes could penetrate no further than a meter from Eugene's head. What on earth is this? Hawkins's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he secretly exerted more force, but the black spikes remained immobile, as if an invisible barrier stood in their way. Your strength is indeed commendable, Eugene remarked casually, turning his head slightly. Then, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Bang! Hawkins was abruptly struck by a powerful aura that erupted before him, sending him flying backward. Hiss! Upon landing, a small scarecrow replica emerged automatically from his body, already broken and igniting into flames as soon as it appeared to have lost a scarecrow merely from being blown away by an aura. Hawkins's expression darkened as he finally comprehended the nature of the power Eugene had just wielded. That must be the power of armament Haki. He recalled that the newly appointed admiral across from him had been promoted due to his formidable armament Haki abilities. Now, as he personally engaged in combat, he grasped just how extraordinary his opponent's Haki truly was, simply employing his armament Haki in such a manner to achieve this. In the distance, Drake, the red flag pirate, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he observed Hawkins's predicament. The earlier rumor, it might indeed be true. Rumor? What rumor? Nearby, Erky, who had been injured and was now on the ground, asked in pain yet curiosity. Drake turned to him, his voice low and grave. The rumor is that this Admiral Yudian was promoted due to his ability to unleash armament Haki, which once collapsed the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. Erky laughed heartily, but the force of his laughter caused him to grimace in pain, revealing his injuries. The Navy headquarters was intact, was it not? That rumor must be a fabrication. Not only Erky, but the other pirates present also found it hard to believe Drake's conjecture. After Yudian inadvertently destroyed the Navy headquarters, the Navy and the world government swiftly took action to seal the news. This led even the powerful factions in the know to only receive vague information. The newly appointed Admiral Yudian was a master of armament Haki. As for the ordinary factions, they could not even acquire such simplified intel. At this moment, the supernova pirates on Sabiti Archipelago, despite their grand reputations, possessed less strength than those long-established ordinary forces, such as local overlords, who at least had stable and reliable channels for information. Consequently, among the present supernova, apart from Drake, who had once served as a Navy captain and had a general understanding of the situation, none believed that any rumor could be true. Regardless of who he may be, he cannot obstruct our path. In the distance, Hawkins stated expressionlessly he rose once more, charging at Yudian. Before my remaining powers are exhausted, I must defeat him. Hawkins's gaze hardened, the black spikes on his fingers emanating a faint glow of tea that moment. Yudian, the target of his focus, suddenly made a move. Instead of turning to face Hawkins, Yudian merely raised his hand, extending his index finger, seemingly pointing casually in Hawkins's direction. This is bad. In that instant, Hawkins felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He realized he was facing a tremendous crisis. However, before he could react, a flowing energy surged through him, piercing his body. Even in his demonic scarecrow form, the demon-slaying appearance, blood continued to pour from the wound. Simultaneously, 3 miniature scarecrows burst forth from within him, turning to ash. How is this possible? Hawkins, usually composed and reserved, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yudian's assault did not cease. After pointing at Hawkins, he raised his hand and pointed towards Drake on the other side. Even the injured Erky on the ground and AP, hidden within the buildings, were not spared. Puffed. The sound of bodies being pierced echoed, as the other 3 supernova pirates were simultaneously grievously wounded. What was that just now? Erky's face contorted in pain and frustration, having not even caught a glimpse of Yudian's method. Nearby, the fallen Drake struggled to lift his head. That technique, the extension of the 6-style shave, why was its power so immense? He was astounded, utterly baffled. Meanwhile, the other pirate crew members were left agape in shock, unable to utter a word. Chapter 52. Overwhelming Power. This is the Admiral. 6-style shave. In the distance, Hawkins returned to his normal form. Though he bore no visible wounds, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Most critically, Yudian's last strike had cost him his final 3 scarecrow replicas. Now, if he were to be attacked again, his true body would be at risk of injury, or even death, such as the consequence of being unprepared. Hawkins spoke calmly, his demeanor still composed. In contrast, Happy, hidden amongst the ruins, found it hard to maintain his composure. Why did you suddenly target me when it was Hawkins who attacked? AP could not accept the outcome unfolding before him. Feeling utterly wronged and deeply frustrated, he had been leisurely spectating the deadly duel, only to find himself thrust into the fray. From a safe observer to a participant in a life-and-death battle, and now facing potential defeat with his very life at stake. Such a drastic turn of events was unbearable. Even an ordinary person might have lost their sanity. There was no choice. Now that he was involved, he had to fight with all his might. Though reluctant, AP knew he had no option but to act. The next moment, he rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He then raised his long-armed limbs, placing his right index finger in his mouth, while flicking his left hand against his right arm. It was as if he were playing a trumpet. Soon, an eerie yet aesthetically pleasing melody filled the air. However, before AP could make any further moves, Yudian suddenly raised his hand and clapped in the air. Bam! AP's face suffered a blunt impact, sending him flying, his right side swelling, although Drake was unable to fully comprehend the intricate principles behind Yudian's recent maneuver. Specifically, how the emitted armament Haki could strike a target instantaneously from such a distance. As if his arm had extended, he could ascertain through his instincts that it was indeed a manifestation of armament Haki. Armament Haki projection. Nearby, Urki, having overheard Drake's analysis, turned to Udien in astonishment, exclaiming his armament Haki projection is astonishingly powerful. As he concluded his statement, a broad grin spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Hey, such a formidable warrior is precisely the kind of target I seek. In the midst of his words, Urki, despite his grievous injuries, managed to rise to his feet. Subsequently, his body began to swell once more. Karma. With the utilization of his ability, his wounds rapidly healed. At least the surface injuries were mended. Monkshung, you're going to reach your limit very soon, exclaimed nearby crew members of Urki, who typically refer to him as Monk. Ha ha ha. Urki laughed heartily, his body brimming with restored strength, his eyes radiating intense confidence. To battle a strong adversary, one must give their all, he proclaimed, striding purposefully toward Udien and on the other side. Upon hearing this, Drake's gaze flickered, as if he were grappling with an internal conflict. After a brief moment, his expression resolutely transformed, and he slowly rose. Indeed, we have no retreat left. He then swiftly shifted from his ordinary human form, transforming in the blink of an eye into a colossal dinosaur. Zoan type, dragon fruit, ancient variant, Allosaurus form, Drake, now in Allosaurus form, propelled himself with powerful legs, charging towards Udien at high speed. Simultaneously, Hawkins, positioned behind Udien, silently unleashed his transformation into the demon Strawman as demon form. Whoosh! In the next instant, he vanished, appearing behind Udien, his 10 fingers, now blackened, lunging towards the top of Udien's head. Almost concurrently, transformed Urki and Drake reached their destination. Even the severely injured App, whose cheek was swollen, struggled to rise, intermittently playing music with his fruit ability to assail Udien. Oh, are they truly prepared to fight to the death? Udien mused, not in anger but amusement at the display of these 4 supernovas. Would you feel angered if an ant challenged you? Thus, Udien felt no irritation. Rather, he found it intriguing, aware of their inferiority, yet still determined to resist. Such resolve indeed qualifies them as supernovas. He considered that while these 4 may lack strength, their spirit was commendable. With this realization, it was time for him to adopt a more serious demeanor. He withdrew his casual posture and began to engage earnestly. Udien raised his hands, pushing them forward and backward as if he were moving some heavy object. As he did so, 2 immensely powerful auras erupted forth. This was the shockwave of armament Haki projection. Boom! Wow! In an instant, all 4 supernovas were struck by the armament shockwave, sent flying, blood gushing from their bodies, including App, who was attacking from a distance amidst the rubble of a building. None of their assaults even grazed the hem of Udien's attire. The clash of their powers was a complete and utter rout. Udien decisively overwhelmed the 4 supernovas. Is this the strength of a marine admiral? The pirate crew present trembled in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Just as they thought their demise was imminent, Udien's transponder snail suddenly rang, signaling an urgent communication. Chapter 53. Capture a little girl as a guide. The shockwave of armament Haki suppressed the entire area, plunging it into silence. This led to the subsequent ringing of Udien's transponder snail sounding particularly clear. He halted, retrieving the device, only to hear an urgent report. Admiral Udien, this is Island Number 1. We have surrounded the culprit who assaulted the celestial dragons, the Straw Hat crew, near the human auction house, requesting reinforcements. The voice on the other end was frantic, punctuated by distant sounds of battle. Oh no, he is coming, crackled the transponder snail before a sudden cry was cut off, the communication abruptly severed. What transpired? A nearby vice admiral approached. It was Fire Mountain, a seasoned and powerful vice admiral from headquarters. He had heard the message conveyed by the transponder snail and frowned in confusion. The team dispatched to Island Number 1 consists of Doberman and Gumir. Can they not handle the Straw Hat crew? That shouldn't be the case, right? Fire Mountain, having grown alongside Doberman and Gumir, had collaborated with them numerous times and possessed a clear understanding of their capabilities. From his perspective, it should not be challenging for Doberman and Gummer to deal with a few supernovas, especially since they had a pacifista as backup. How could they fail to subdue those supernovas? Fire Mountain was perplexed. The situation was evidently dire and unforeseen. Yudian spoke languidly, his casual demeanor striking Fire Mountain as somewhat enigmatic. He appeared so calm, as if he were aware of everything. Yudian continued walking toward the street. Pausing at the intersection to command, "You all stay here. I can go alone," that he was not intending to capture those troublesome pirates and saw no need to mobilize a large contingent. Furthermore, having too many people might slow them down. And he certainly did not wish for the Straw Hat crew to escape. However, as Yudian rose once more, he suddenly realized a significant issue. He had never been to Sabaody Archipelago and was unfamiliar with the terrain. In simpler terms, he did not know the way to "I need someone to guide me." Yudian glanced back and noticed two pirates he had previously brought over from Port Island number 27, finding it amusing at the time. He had seized them, and now they could serve as guides. Just then, a small figure passed nearby, causing Yudian to pause momentarily before breaking into a smile. "That I believe I've found a more suitable guide." With that, he set off, his pace deceptively swift, catching up to the diminutive figure in but a second. It was a little girl, clad in an oversized coat, appearing to be around 10 years of age. Yudian beamed a friendly smile at her. "Little girl, would you help me find the way?" As he spoke, he reached out and grasped the girl's shoulder. This action and posture left many nearby Marines puzzled, even questioning whether Yudian harbored some peculiar inclinations. However, Fire Mountain remained composed, admonishing the surrounding Marines. Though he had not interacted much with Yudian, he trusted that the latter was a competent Marine admiral and would never engage in any nefarious behavior. Moreover, he felt that the girl looked somewhat familiar. Fire Mountain scrutinized the distant child in the oversized coat, his brow furrowing in contemplation. That moment, the small girl, grasped by Yudian, trembled slightly, seemingly terrified. "Are you grabbing me?" "Daddy, Mommy. Help." She resembled a child separated from her parents, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a stranger. Yudian rolled his eyes and delivered a firm slap to the girl's head. "Stop the nonsense. Quickly lead me to Island number 1, Jewelry Bonnie." The girl, who had been clutching her head and preparing to cry, froze in shock. Actually knows, Bonnie's fruit ability allowed her to age others or herself, yet the Navy should not have detailed information regarding her powers. When did it become exposed? Bonnie bit her lip, her large eyes darting nervously around, searching for an escape opportunity. As she settled on a direction and prepared to rise, she suddenly discovered that her body was immobile. His hand. Ugh! This pressure. At that moment, Bonnie realized that Yudian's hand on her shoulder felt incredibly heavy, but soon she understood that it was not the weight of his hand. Rather, she was overwhelmed by his imposing aura. The power of Conqueror's Haki. The only target affected by this force was her alone. This man was a master of Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Bonnie comprehended the caliber of the warrior she was facing. The rumors were indeed true. This newly appointed young Marine admiral is not merely a master of armament Haki, but he also possesses formidable Conqueror's Haki, and his observation Haki is likely equally formidable. Generally, those who excel in martial arts, such as Iron Fist Carp and Black Arm Zephyr, do not confine their training solely to the mastery of the armament Haki. They also cultivate the observation Haki. Without honing this skill, one cannot anticipate the movements of their adversaries, especially when faced with those swift devil fruit users. Bonnie speculates that Yudian is likely a rare master of all three Haki types, having developed each to a formidable level. Such individuals are exceedingly rare, as even practitioners of martial arts may not necessarily awaken all three forms of Haki. The Conqueror's Haki, in particular, is an innate ability that cannot be acquired through training. It is a natural talent. The notion that only one in a million awakens the Conqueror's Haki is not a mere exaggeration. Even someone as renowned as Iron Fist Carp, a veteran martial artist, has only mastered the armament and observation Haki, lacking the Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, most individuals who do awaken the Conqueror's Haki possess the powers of a devil fruit, thus not falling into the category of pure martial artist, in a certain sense. It is these martial artists who have the potential to become the true strongest, for they are unburdened by the side effects of devil fruits and are not intimidated by any devil fruit user. At this moment, Bonnie realizes that she cannot forcibly break free from her restraints and must resort to other auxiliary means to deceive and escape. Her abilities have been discerned by him. Thus, she must seek assistance from others. This world is never short of those overflowing with compassion. Bonnie plans to play the role of a pitiable girl to elicit sympathy, awaiting an opportunity to flee. In the next moment, she turns around to face the distant naval officers and begins to wail uncontrollably. Chapter 54, Arrival at the Human Auction House. The Navy over there will soon be drawn in, and undoubtedly an opportunity will arise. However, the time left for my escape is limited. I must seize the moment. Bonnie turns, sobbing, her small hands incessantly wiping away tears, while her mind races to strategize her escape. After all, those naval officers are not fools. Even if they are initially deceived by her pitiful appearance, upon witnessing her attempt to flee, they will surely come to their senses at that point. Should her escape fail, and she be captured again, it would be nearly impossible to resort to the same tactic of feigning pity to garner sympathy. Oh, is something happening over there? Soon, the naval officers in the distance notice something amiss and turn to look in Bonnie's direction. Upon seeing this, Bonnie's heart leaps with joy, feeling she has taken a significant step toward success. However, the next moment, the words of the naval officers plunge her into despair as if she has fallen into an ice cellar. Look, something's happening with Admiral Idyan. Indeed, how strange, there was clearly a little girl beside Admiral Idyan just a moment ago. How could she have vanished so quickly? Could that girl be a devil fruit user? Impossible! Even if she were a devil fruit user, she could not escape under the very eyes of an admiral. The naval officers converse with expressions of confusion, evidently oblivious to Bonnie's cries. This leaves Bonnie utterly stunned, with no desire to continue her charade. If no one can see her, who is she performing for? Suddenly, she realizes something, her body stiffening as she slowly raises her head to meet Idyan's mocking gaze. What? Do you not understand? Idyan smiles and speaks leisurely. I merely released a bit of armament Haki to distort the air, creating a refractive effect similar to that of X-ray vision. But never mind. You wouldn't comprehend this. Simply put, anyone beyond 3 meters cannot see you. He shakes his head, earnestly advising, you ought to read more. Without knowledge, even as a pirate, you will only be a failed one. Hearing this, Bonnie's eyes twitch with anger, yet she dares not retort. When the path of feigning pity to gain sympathy has been completely blocked off, it signifies that her chances of escape have vanished. As for resorting to violence against the admiral in a bid to flee, such thoughts are merely fanciful. Should she attempt to act, she would likely be killed in an instant. After all, Idyan is right beside her. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Seemingly sensing Bonnie's inner turmoil, Idyan reassures her with a smile. Although you have your little tricks, they have not yet reached the threshold for immediate execution. Bonnie's earlier antics do not provoke anger in Idyan. Rather, they are seen as inconsequential. Would you feel angered if an ant threatened you at your feet? However, Idyan still issues a warning to Bonnie. On the way to Island Number 1, you best remain obedient. Because I cannot yet precisely control my strength, it is challenging to crush an ant without killing it. Upon hearing this, Bonnie indeed becomes much more compliant, albeit slightly irked, as a bounty of 140 million berry supernova, to be compared to an ant. Her indignation swells. A few meters away, 2 nameless pirates, seized by Idyan, look at him with confusion, unable to see Bonnie from their vantage point, assuming Idyan is merely talking to himself. But soon, Idyan ceases to project his armament Haki, allowing the distorted air to return to normal, and the onlookers are astonished to see Bonnie's figure revealed. Led by Bonnie, the group begins their journey towards Island Number 1. The remainder of the journey proceeds without incident, and they arrive at the vicinity of the human auction house. This is the very site where the Celestial Dragon incident unfolded. At this moment, a large contingent of naval forces surrounds the human auction house, encircling the grand edifice in layers. Leading the encirclement are Rear Admiral Dauberman and Gumir, who surprisingly have not stormed into the auction house but are instead outside, directing the encirclement and assault. Could these two be shirking their duties? Idyan is taken aback to discover that there are those even bolder than he, daring to slack off at the front line of battle. after a moment of surprise. He dismisses it. After all, he is not truly here to rescue any celestial dragons, so whether one more or less slacker is inconsequential. Meanwhile, the two nameless pirates and the young girl, Bonnie, who were initially guiding him have vanished without a trace. What is the situation? Idun approaches Dauberman directly, inquiring. The situation is not optimistic. Dauberman's expression is grim. He is one of the 6 naval admirals supporting the priority rescue of the celestial dragons in this operation. Yet, despite leading an elite force, they have been unable to breach the human auction house or save the celestial dragons. Now, even the naval admirals have intervened, which makes him feel utterly humiliated. However, when addressing a superior admiral, Dauberman must reluctantly provide a detailed report on the situation. Soon, Idun learns that the reason Dauberman and the others have been unable to breach the human auction house is that the pirates inside are using the 3 celestial dragons as hostages to threaten the Navy. It turns out that the Straw Hat crew, the Kid Pirates, and the Heart Pirates initially charged out of the human auction house, engaging in fierce combat with the Navy, after which the members of the Kid Pirates and the Heart Pirates departed. However, the Straw Hat crew, for reasons unknown, inexplicably returned to the human auction house and took 3 celestial dragons hostage. How peculiar! Idun is perplexed by this turn of events. Familiar with the original plot, he cannot comprehend the current situation. This sequence of events does not occur in the original storyline, indicating an unexpected twist. He furrows his brow in contemplation, carefully considering the possible actions the Straw Hat crew might undertake next, muttering to himself, "I cannot allow them to escape so easily. My prize sword." Upon hearing this, Dauberman immediately assures him, "I will certainly capture the Straw Hat crew and ensure that not a single criminal escapes." Dauberman believes Idun has come to assist them upon realizing the unfavorable situation. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, failing to handle the supernova pirates would be disgraceful enough. Would he truly require the assistance of an admiral to deal with these so-called supernova pirates? If so, his future reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Your determination is commendable," Idun nods and then waves his hand. "However, I must personally enter the fray. After all, I am an admiral of the Navy." Idun smiles as he strides toward the entrance of the human auction house. Chapter 55. The Straw Hat crew rarely appears. Due to the naval siege, the exterior of the human auction house appears somewhat dilapidated. The entrance is particularly grim, with the large wooden doors having been shattered long ago. Idun strides forward, entering through the threshold. As he disappears beyond the door, Gomir approaches from a distance, conversing with Dauberman. Did Admiral Idun decide to handle this personally? Is that truly necessary? He expressed his disapproval of Udun's actions, furrowing his brow as he inquired why Dauberman did not intervene. Although Dauberman intended to explain, he suddenly changed his mind and replied in a somber tone. Perhaps only General Udun has the capability to turn the situation around. His involvement is the best course of action. Moreover, as an admiral present at the scene, failing to act might lead to dissatisfaction from the world government. Upon hearing this, Gomir fell silent for a moment, slowly nodding in agreement. However, neither of them could foresee the repercussions that Udun's entrance into the human auction house would have, which would extend beyond mere dissatisfaction from the world government. I could see that moment. Within the auction house, Udun scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the Straw Hat crew along with 3 celestial dragons, accompanied by 3 fishmen and an elderly man. This group seemed preoccupied with the female fishman. Kami, their expressions fraught with urgency, he observed further and soon identified Roronoa Zoro, the pirate hunter, and the 3 swords sheathed at his waist. Is that autumn water? Udun mused, lacking knowledge about these swords, but reassured that as long as the person was present, the sword would remain as well. After a brief pause, he stood and made his way toward the auction stage. "Wait, why are more Navy personnel coming in?" Usopp exclaimed upon spotting Udun, quickly rising to aim his gun. "Stop right there. Leave, or I will shoot the celestial dragons." It turned out that Usopp was not aiming at Udun, but rather at the 3 celestial dragons who had been knocked down. However, Udun was indifferent to the fate of those celestial dragons as he approached the auction stage with a benevolent smile, finally catching sight of Kami, who was surrounded and in dire straits. She lay unconscious on the ground, a pool of blood beneath her, clearly having sustained severe injuries. The Straw Hat crew was attempting to revive her, desperately fighting to save her life, while the elderly man nearby was also assisting, demonstrating his concern for Cammy's well-being. "This is bad. Cammy's breathing is becoming weaker," Chopper suddenly exclaimed, his face drenched in sweat from panic. "Damn those celestial dragons." "Monkey D," Luffy shouted in fury, turning abruptly to glare at the 3 celestial dragons nearby. "You killed Cammy." His anger radiated like a beast poised to unleash devastation. That moment, Eugene stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "It appears she has fainted due to excessive blood loss. How about I give it a try? Perhaps I can save her." Having acquired some knowledge of first aid before his travels, Eugene understood that the medical practices on Earth had been systematically organized for high efficiency. Unfortunately, none present believed him, casting doubtful and warning glances his way. Luffy, in particular, whipped his head around and fixated his blood-red eyes on Eugene, demanding, "Shut your mouth." In response, Eugene shrugged. It seems that even attempting to do a good deed is frowned upon. Nonetheless, saving lives was merely an ancillary intention for him. Since they were unwilling to accept his help, he decided to focus on his primary goal, acquiring the famed sword Autumn Water. The next moment, Eugene raised his hand and pointed at Roronoa Zoro on the stage. "You are the pirate hunter Zoro, correct? Trade me your Autumn Water, and I shall offer you equivalent or even greater value in return." Upon hearing this, Zoro squinted, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he retorted, "Oh, what can you possibly offer?" Before Eugene could respond, Luffy suddenly shouted at him in anger, "Did you not hear me tell you to shut up?" Boom! A powerful aura erupted suddenly, causing everyone present to feel an overwhelming sense of dread, as though their very souls were being shaken. Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, Luffy had yet to master precise control over his Conqueror's Haki, but the majority of the released energy surged toward Eugene. The Haki moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant. Then, with a thunderous crash, an even greater force erupted from Eugene, instantly shattering Luffy's Conqueror's Haki and sending him hurtling backward. In an instant, Luffy was propelled through the air, crashing violently into the thick stone wall of the auction house. Under the dual onslaught of Conqueror's Haki and tremendous impact, he lost consciousness. Unfazed, Eugene's expression hardened. Meanwhile, the other members of the Straw Hat crew suddenly snapped back to reality. Luffy, Sanji, Frankie, and the others shouted as they rushed to assess Luffy's condition. Chopper, the crew's doctor, was equally anxious but unable to leave Cammy's side, as she still required urgent medical attention. Roronoa Zoro swiftly drew his sword, its blade pointed at Eugene, his demeanor serious as he remained vigilant against any potential attack from Eugene. Eugene maintained his composure, responding to Zoro with indifference. "The equivalent I can offer is your life. You may judge for yourself which holds more value, your life or Autumn Water." He was disinterested in lengthy discussions, directly asserting his intention. The famed sword Autumn Water was his target. "How arrogant!" Zoro sneered, preparing to strike. Just then, a figure suddenly interposed between them. It was the elderly man with white hair, none other than Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Pirate King. "Roger." "Rayleigh?" Eugene was not surprised. Speaking with indifference, "Are you here to stop me?" "Ha! After all these years in seclusion, the new generation of the Navy still recognizes me." Rayleigh chuckled, though his eyes were devoid of mirth. The next instant, his smile vanished, and he spoke coldly. "The presence of someone like you in the Navy is a disgrace." Not only Rayleigh, but the members of the Straw Hat crew shared similar sentiments. They had never heard of an admiral demanding items from others, and they instinctively overlooked their own identities as pirates. "You, a murderous pirate, dare speak to me of disgrace?" Eugene could not help but laugh. "Shall we discuss your youthful exploits of theft and murder?" Rayleigh huffed coldly, a smile flickering on his face. And the next moment, without warning, he launched an attack with extreme ferocity. Chapter 56. Break the Barrier. "Consider me defeated." Rayleigh struck with relentless vigor, wielding his sword to deliver a slashing blow. Swoosh! In that instant, it seemed as though the very fabric of space had been cleaved, a distinct black trajectory slicing through the air. Truly, he was the Dark King, Roger's first mate. Eugene appeared to stand leisurely, offering commentary without making any move to evade. He resigned to his fate, not even attempting to dodge. Usopp watched in bewilderment, questioning, even if he knows he'll die, shouldn't he at least try to avoid it? To him, it seemed as though Udian had accepted his demise, lying down to await death without even attempting to struggle for his life, which contradicted his previously arrogant demeanor. However, Robin nearby shook her head in confusion. That young man does not seem to be waiting for death. He appears quite confident. Humph. Provocation invites retribution. Nami crossed her arms, still seething with anger. The three of them were convinced that Udian was no match for Rayleigh. Even though Udian had just effortlessly sent Luffy flying, that did not guarantee he was among the world's top-tier fighters. After all, Luffy had been knocked away at the very start of the battle before, and given Udian's youthful appearance, how strong could he possibly be? Was he stronger than the four emperors? Soon, they realized they might have severely underestimated him. Ding! As Rayleigh swung his sword down upon Udian's head, it struck what seemed to be an invisible barrier, producing a sharp metallic clang. The sound echoed repeatedly, and Rayleigh continued his onslaught, with the area surrounding Udian resonating with a series of metallic chimes. Rayleigh's strikes were as swift as lightning, creating a flurry of sword shadows in the air like a curtain of rain, yet every blow met with futility. Impossible. He blocked them all. Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she gasped, covering her mouth. Usopp and Nami stood agape, utterly stunned, unable to utter a word. Rayleigh's strikes were formidable. Zoro, anxiously observing from the sidelines, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, astonished that the young man had managed to withstand them all. Had it been him, he would have been unable to withstand even the first of Rayleigh's attacks. By the third strike, he would have sustained injuries, and by the fifth, he might have been gravely wounded or even killed. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, the relentless attacks from Rayleigh suddenly ceased, his sword sheathed as he withdrew. The shadowy veil of sword strikes dissipated like a curtain of rain, revealing the unscathed figure of Udian. Impressive strength, my young friend. Rayleigh grinned, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and no wonder that fellow Sengoku decided to promote you to admiral. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was immediately taken aback. What? He—as an admiral. The newly appointed fourth Admiral Udian, and so young. They had seen reports in the newspapers about the Navy's appointment of a new fourth admiral, but at that time, they had barely traversed half of the Grand Line, making such titles seem distant and unattainable. They had heard whispers of the new admiral's youth, but had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Surely, he must be under 18. At such an age, he had already attained the rank of admiral. Usopp cast a glance at himself, realizing that despite being the same age, he was merely an unknown sniper, and tears welled in his eyes. Meanwhile, Robin pondered thoughtfully. It is said that the new admiral is a master of armament Haki. So, was he able to fend off Rayleigh's attack just now due to the power of armament Haki? Although Nico Robin had not extensively trained in armament Haki, she was reasonably well-versed in its nature after nearly 2 decades of adventuring. Could he have hardened his defenses to block the cut? Or was it an external application of armament Haki? Robin speculated quietly, all the while understanding that regardless of the type of ability, it was beyond their current capacity to withstand if it weren't for Mr. Rayleigh. We would be in dire straits today, Nami said, her hand resting on her chest, relief evident on her face. The others nodded in agreement, echoing Nami's sentiments. At that moment, Rayleigh, engaged in a standoff with Udian, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. You shouldn't place such high expectations on this old man. With a sigh, he continued, who would have thought that at my age? I would still have to step out to fight. Can't the Navy lend me a hand and remove me from the wanted list? Rayleigh spoke with sincerity, seemingly contemplating a reformation and retirement from piracy. Ha! Your willingness to amend your ways is indeed commendable, Udian replied with a smile, though he shook his head. However, the matter of helping you lift your bounty is not a decision I can make alone. It requires extensive discussion. Then, with a reassuring smile, Udian suggested, how about this? I will escort you to the afterlife, and you can ask those you have slain for their approval that if you can secure their consent. I believe even the world government would have no objections. This remark left everyone present momentarily speechless. After a brief period of astonishment, Rayleigh burst into laughter. My young friend, You truly possess a sense of humor. Perhaps I should recommend you to the circus? He laughed heartily, revealing his teeth, yet the glint in his eyes was laced with a deadly intent. Since his retirement, Rayleigh had seldom exhibited such murderous intent. It had been a while since he had wielded a sword, and he felt slightly out of practice. He positioned his sword, scrutinizing it closely, its blade aimed directly at Yudin in the next moment. Rayleigh launched forward with the force of thunder. A sharp arc sliced through the air as his blade descended towards Yudin's back. Was this a surprise attack from behind? Yudin remained unfazed, not even glancing back. Ding! Just like before, Rayleigh's strike was once again thwarted by Yudin's external armament Haki. This time, the external Haki manifested as swirling dark mist enveloping Yudin, forming a vague protective barrier. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that these dark, mist-like manifestations of armament Haki moved with incredible speed, yet they emitted not a single sound. Your armament Haki is quite formidable, Rayleigh remarked with a smirk, but it won't suffice. Repeatedly attacking the same spot will eventually breach even the strongest defenses. As he spoke, Rayleigh raised his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes in rapid succession, targeting the very same location. The air resonated with the clinking sounds of metal on metal, a relentless symphony of impacts. While Rayleigh fervently executed his slashes, Yudin within the shield of armament Haki remained utterly indifferent. Feel free to chop away. If you can break through my barrier, I'll concede defeat. He finally turned to face Rayleigh, arms crossed, as if watching a performance. Chapter 57. A4 Emperor falls from the sky. Arrogance. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, his expression as cold as frost at Yudin's intrigued demeanor, as if he were merely spectating a show. Ignited Rayleigh's ire, robbing him of any inclination to exchange witty banter. That moment, Rayleigh was regaining the aura of his former self. The fierce and decisive presence of the Dark King, first mate of the Roger Pirates. Mr. Rayleigh, not far away on the auction stage, Chopper was so intimidated by the overwhelming aura that he kept retreating, his snot trailing behind him. Not just him, the entire Straw Hat crew was retreating. Including Rorano Azuro. I seemed to smell blood. Nami covered her nose, her eyes wide with fear. The auction house had already witnessed injuries and bloodshed, and having been there for a while, Nami was accustomed to the scent of violence. Yet, the blood she now sensed felt almost tangible, as if fresh blood was flowing at her feet, an overwhelming presence far too close for comfort. This was what truly terrified her. It's not just the scent of blood. Robin, with her wealth of experience, noted as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. It's an illusion brought on by Mr. Rayleigh's overwhelming aura. She couldn't finish her thought, as Rayleigh had once again launched an attack. This time, his strike radiated an intense force, one that seemed capable of cleaving through anything that it bore down upon those present, creating a profound psychological terror akin to an ordinary person facing a rapidly descending cleaver. Unable to evade, merely left to envision the gruesome fate of their own demise. Undoubtedly, this scene would leave an indelible psychological scar on anyone, even those with bounties in the millions. Ding, ding, ding. One sword after another, Rayleigh continued. Yudin cast a sidelong glance at the auction platform and noticed that the members of the Straw Hat crew were retreating, that he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Muttering to himself that he had intended to test the upper limits of this shield's defensive capabilities. This remark caused Rayleigh, who was relentlessly launching slashes from the opposite side, to feel utterly disarmed. Here I am, sweating profusely and exerting myself to attack, and your true intention was merely to assess the so-called shield's defense? Kid, do not presume that creating a wall-like layer of armament Haki guarantees your absolute safety. Rayleigh scoffed, his gaze icy on the other side. Yudin expressed surprise. You figured it out? What he was employing was far beyond a mere layer of armament Haki. Ordinary strong individuals could only perceive the surface of a shield. But as a top-tier powerhouse in the world, Rayleigh could naturally detect the anomalies within. The flowing armament Haki on the surface was merely a fa-ade. The true strength of the shield lay in the wall-thick layer of armament Haki within. Rayleigh solemnly articulated the principle behind the armament Haki shield. The term wall-thick was merely Rayleigh's metaphor or conjecture. He had yet to discern the true extent and thickness of the armament Haki concealed beneath the dark surface. After all, he had not yet shattered this armament Haki shield, or, more appropriately, this armament Haki wall. Fortunately, Yudian was a straightforward individual and directly informed him of the specific thickness of the internal armament Haki. The luminous flow of color around me to the surface of my body is all armament Haki. As he spoke, Yudian deliberately intensified the outward projection of his armament Haki, transforming the originally faint hue into a deep, dark shade. His entire figure was suddenly obscured, leaving behind only a spherical dark object. Achieving such a feat, even Rayleigh couldn't help but marvel. Was he not afraid of overexertion? Users of Devil Fruit abilities expend stamina when utilizing their powers, and those who rely on physical prowess also experience consumption when employing armament Haki. The outward projection of armament Haki could be honed to a formidable level. Rayleigh himself possessed a strong armament Haki and was confident he could engage Yudian in a direct competition of strength. However, it was absurd that Yudian was so recklessly expending armament Haki as if it were free, achieving absolute defense in the process. In truth, other armament Haki users were not incapable of attaining the same level of absolute defense as Yudian. Rather, they were unwilling to do so due to the excessive consumption involved. The continuous expenditure of outward armament Haki was astonishingly taxing. Even if one were composed entirely of armament Haki, such consumption would be unsustainable. Yet, his approach made it genuinely difficult to breach his defenses in the short term. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the dark spherical entity before him, his gaze flickering that in truth, he could merely do nothing and wait there, allowing Yudian to exhaust himself to the point of collapse, at which point defeating him would be a trivial task. However, Rayleigh was primarily concerned about his pride. Oh well, what does pride matter? At my age, I cannot withstand such a war of attrition. With a flash of determination, Rayleigh lifted his gaze to the ceiling overhead and ultimately set aside his dignity, ceasing his attacks and remaining in place, waiting for Yudian to tire. Unexpectedly, Yudian also halted the outward projection of his armament Haki, gazing at Rayleigh with evident confusion. Have you exhausted your stamina so soon? Honestly, you should consider taking some ginseng. I wonder if ginseng exists in this world. Yudian shook his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, though not comprehending the mention of ginseng, could surmise it wasn't a compliment that a smile crept across his face, yet he still refrained from attacking. At that moment, Yudian sensed something amiss and suddenly looked up. Boom! In the next instant, the sturdy dome of the human auction house, the arched ceiling, violently shattered, and a figure plummeted down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Amidst the swirling dust, the descending figure emerged. Who is Yudian? Kaido bellowed furiously. Chapter 58. A shocking scene at Sabeti Archipelago. Moments earlier, a gigantic figure had suddenly appeared in the skies above Sabeti Archipelago, soaring in incredible speed. Many people on Sabeti Archipelago, even ordinary citizens, caught sight of this imposing silhouette. I asked at a dragon, mommy. A little girl pointed her chubby finger at the sky, speaking innocently. Wow! Look! It truly is a dragon. Nearby, other panicked individuals began to notice the enormous figure in the sky. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with many momentarily forgetting to flee as they stood frozen in place, captivated by the spectacle. Originally, due to the celestial dragon incident on Island Number 1, chaos had enveloped the entire Sabeti archipelago. Many pirates seized the opportunity to loot, compounded by the Navy's onslaught. Bullets were indiscriminate, and no one felt safe from stray shots, leading to large groups of fleeing people. However, upon the appearance of the colossal dragon in the sky, the chaotic situation across the archipelago unexpectedly came to a temporary standstill on every street, regardless of age or affiliation, be it Navy or pirate. Everyone looked up, their gazes fixated on the gigantic silhouette above. That it was a greenish-blue dragon, enveloped in mist, its roars accompanied by the sound of thunder. The dragon had not yet landed, but its flight above instilled a profound sense of pressure upon the inhabitants of the archipelago, who dared not even breathe. Dragons truly exist in this world. On Island Number 24, the encircling Navy personnel looked up in awe, one exclaiming in astonishment. Not far away, a Navy vice admiral commanding the scene suddenly turned grave upon witnessing the dragon's silhouette in the sky. that is. Kaido, what? You mean that dragon is one of the four emperors' beast, Kaido? The nearby Navy captain gasped in shock. The news spread rapidly, and soon the surrounded supernovas were made aware of this revelation. That the legendary Kaido. Humming Oppo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the dragon above in awe, it truly seemed formidable. Haha, I can't wait to test his strength. The monster Munkulki grinned while lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Red Flag Drake, hearing Oppo's astonishment, shook his head and spoke solemnly. This is not good news for us. But it could be an opportunity. Hawkins silently took out his tarot cards, beginning to divine the fate that awaited him following Kaido's appearance. The supernovas each contemplated their thoughts, while the commanding Navy Vice Admiral closely observed the movements of the dragon in the sky. It appears he is not coming for us. Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly saw the massive green dragon heading towards Island Number 1, causing his expression to drastically change. This is bad. Kaido is heading to Island Number 1. At this moment, the Navy Vice Admiral had received word that not only were the Straw Hat crew present on Island Number 1, but also the legendary first mate of the Roger Pirates, Dark King Rayleigh. If Kaido were to join them, it would be two of the world's top pirates. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Navy Vice Admiral quickly retrieved a transponder snail to urgently contact the Navy Headquarters, reporting Kaido's appearance. Subsequently, he dispatched a portion of the Navy forces to Island Number 1 for support. As a result, the number of Navy personnel surrounding the scene visibly decreased, and the four supernova pirates trapped within the encirclement immediately brightened with hope. Near the human auction house on Island Number 1, Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie, who had previously been released by Yudian, had not departed. Instead, she was hiding in the nearby jungle, secretly observing the commotion at the auction house. As the battle within the auction house unfolded, some news began to circulate. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh has appeared. It truly is lively. Humph, that Navy brat must be getting thoroughly beaten right about now. Bonnie thought, evidently still holding a grudge against Yudian for capturing her. Hey, don't you think so? Is that kid getting beaten to a pulp? She turned with indignation to question the two figures beside her. They were a tall, stooped old man and a small child who could only crawl. These two were the nameless pirate brothers who had also been released by Yudian that moment. They'd been transformed into an old man and a child by Bonnie's devil fruit ability. Appearing fragile and struggling to articulate words, Bonnie huffed, turning back to continue watching the activity at the auction house. Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and instinctively, Bonnie looked up. Is that a dragon? Suddenly, she recalled something. Gasping in shock, could that dragon be Kaido? In the next moment, the colossal dragon in the sky vanished abruptly, yet the keen-eyed Jewelry Bonnie took note of the spot where it had disappeared. As a figure emerged, the silhouette plummeted swiftly, crashing through the dome of the human auction house and landing inside. Even Kaido, one of the four emperors, had arrived. Jewelry Bonnie swallowed hard, then suddenly erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! How splendid! This is a rare spectacle indeed. Truly, the decision to stay behind was the right one." She laughed unabashedly, only to soon hear a voice from a distance. There's laughter over there. Go check it out. A squad of elite Navy soldiers hurried toward Jewelry Bonnie's hiding place. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku hung up the phone, his brow furrowed tightly. Kaido, why is he appearing in Sabaody Archipelago? Could he be connected to the Celestial Dragon incident? As he pondered, Sengoku felt a surge of pain in his head. Chapter 59. Kaido seeks revenge. Sengoku continued to deliberate, striving to deduce the true reason behind the four emperors' presence in Sabaody Archipelago. If Kaido had come due to the Celestial Dragon incident, his swift arrival indicated that he must not have been far from Sabaody Archipelago beforehand, while others might be unaware of the location of Kaido's lair. Sengoku certainly knew. It was indeed quite distant from Sabaody Archipelago. Recently, Kaido had been in conflict with Whitebeard before returning to his pirate crew's stronghold in Wano. Sengoku had dispatched Navy officers and troops to monitor the movements of the four emperors. During this critical period, no one was idle, and Kaido's actions had been closely observed. However, it was precisely because Sengoku was aware of Kaido's movements that he felt even more alarmed, acutely sensing something was amiss. Why was there no news from the front lines regarding Kaido's deployment? Sengoku realized that the personnel stationed at the front lines to monitor the beast pirates had likely been discovered, or worse, eliminated. Yet now was not the time for extensive contemplation. He needed to address the immediate emergency: how to deal with Kaido's entry into Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the four emperors would not easily abandon their territories. And given that Kaido had clearly been close to Sabaody Archipelago, it was likely he had come specifically for it and would not be easily deterred. What could Kaido be scheming, if it were a plot against the celestial dragons? Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding, rubbing his forehead with force, before retrieving a din mushi. Kizaru, where are you? Kaido has gone to Sabaody Archipelago. Wherever you are, you must hurry there for support, after succinctly issuing the command. Sengoku hung up the phone. Feeling the room grow stifling, he exited the room, stepping onto the walkway outside, gazing anxiously toward the distant sea, the direction of Sabaody Archipelago. I hope Kizaru can make it in time. Sengoku muttered to himself, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. On Sabaody Archipelago, Island Number 1, within the human auction house, following a tremendous crash, the surrounding Navy forces sprang into action. Gumir remained outside to lead the defense, while Doberman took command of the troops to initiate an assault. Soon, a multitude of Navy soldiers surged into the auction house, swiftly encircling the auction stage area. Indeed, there stood Rayleigh, the Dark King and Roger's former right-hand man. Confronting even Doberman's gaze swept over Rayleigh and Yudian, before settling on a towering figure, 7 meters tall, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Kaido, how infuriating, it truly is him. Why is he here? Doberman's expression darkened as he immediately waved his hand, commanding the troops to halt their advance, instructing everyone to remain on high alert. Many Navy soldiers were perplexed, unfamiliar with the legendary figures of Dark King Rayleigh and Beast Kaido. However, it wasn't long before they grasped the situation. Kaido, is that the Beast Kaido among the four emperors? Rayleigh, the legendary Dark King. The soldiers came to a standstill, each seeking cover, their weapons trained on the battlefield below, watching intently if those two formidable figures truly were present. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to assist. Regardless, we must find a way to support Admiral Yudian. We cannot let him face this battle alone. We must heed Vice Admiral Doberman's orders. The elite Navy soldiers were undaunted by the reputations of Rayleigh and Kaido, placing their trust in Doberman to issue the most prudent commands. Yet the weight of expectation bore heavily on Doberman's shoulders. Kaido, Rayleigh, Admiral Yudian. This is a battle meant for admirals. Cold sweat trickled down Doberman's back as he gripped his sword tightly, contemplating how to minimize casualties. However, what was Kaido's purpose in coming here? Could it be related to the celestial dragons? Doberman scanned the scene, attempting to ascertain Kaido's true objective for arriving. After all, he could not fathom that a renowned emperor would travel all the way to Sabaody Archipelago merely to seek a fight. Then, in the next moment, Kaido, having descended, bellowed, "Who is Yudian?" His roar reverberated through the air, creating shockwaves that dispersed the dust around him. Even the auction house seats and shattered rocks nearby were directly obliterated. Kaido's arrival was indeed to seek out Admiral Yudian. The elite Navy soldiers, concealed in the shadows surrounding the auction house, exchanged glances. However, among them were some soldiers who had previously accompanied Yudian on expeditions to the New World and had gone to Wano to monitor the beast pirates. Kaido must be here for his subordinates, Flame Calamity King and Drought Jack. These soldiers speculated solemnly. Yet, such reasoning evidently failed to convince Doberman of. Flame Calamity King and Drought Jack have long been imprisoned in Impel Down. Doberman scoffed, rebutting, even if Kaido truly wished to rescue these two, he should be heading to Impel Down, not here. At this point, Doberman's expression grew profound, glinting with the light of wisdom. Kaido harbors grand ambitions. He seeks to overturn the existing world order. His target must be the celestial dragons. Upon realizing this, Doberman promptly issued orders to send personnel to stealthily approach the 3 unconscious celestial dragons on the auction stage, preparing to rescue them amidst the ensuing battle between Kaido and the others. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Rayleigh had initially furrowed his brow, his eyes fixated on Kaido, but upon hearing the latter's thunderous words, his demeanor suddenly relaxed. "So you were looking for you, Yudian," My young brother. Rayleigh nodded with a smile toward Yudian. His words caught Kaido's attention, who immediately shifted his gaze to Yudian. In truth, Kaido could have deduced who the newly appointed Admiral Yudian was without Rayleigh's prompting. Young, powerful, able to stand against Rayleigh. Who else could it be but Yudian? Huh. Do you know where Yudian is? Have him come over here. Kaido mistakenly assumed that the Yudian before him was just an ordinary Navy officer. This absurd situation left even the seasoned Rayleigh momentarily speechless. Rayleigh could only take out his beloved flask, taking a swig to calm himself. However, at that moment, Yudian stretched lazily, nonchalantly speaking up. Kaido, right? Here to seek revenge. Just in time. Let us see how my Haki shield holds up. After a moment, Yudian recalled something and nodded at Kaido, saying, I forgot to introduce myself, that I am Yudian, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Chapter 60. Internal Sabotage. Long-distance strikes. Once Yudian finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the arena for a brief moment. Almost instantly, Kaido's beast-like eyes snapped back into focus. What did you just say? Kaido's right hand gripped his kanabo, his muscles rippling with intensity. Whoosh! In the next instant, Kaido charged forward, gripping his kanabo tightly and swinging it with all his might. Haki and Conqueror's Haki surging forth, enveloping the weapon, he then swept past Yudian with his kanabo. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! The ferocious swing unleashed a raging tempest, and even Rayleigh, positioned nearby, felt the world around him resonate with a deafening roar as the area was seemingly divided into 2 realms in that instant. Fortunately, the tempest was fleeting and the assault was not aimed at Rayleigh. Aside from the violent winds tearing at his coat, Rayleigh himself remained unaffected. Sigh. Looks like I'll need to ask Shaki for help with repairs when I return. Rayleigh helplessly shook his head, then raised his gaze to the battlefield across from him. There Kaido had halted, standing behind Yudian, still maintaining a majestic posture as he swung his club forward. What was it you just said? Who are you? Before he could finish, a yawn from Yudian echoed from behind. Aren't you still under 60? Is your memory really that poor? Without bothering to turn around, Yudian lazily dug at his ear and said, Remember, I am Yudian, a general of the Navy Headquarters. When we arrive at Impel Down, it will be quite unfortunate if you forget who captured you. With that, Yudian blew on his fingertips, sending the earwax flying with a casual grace. Why do I feel as though he is on vacation? Rayleigh observed with a tinge of envy, thinking that the young naval general seemed more like a retired tourist than anything else. On the other side, Kaido slowly turned, exuding a palpable aura of deep purple energy that it was a mix of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Not bad, Kaido said in a low voice, his tone still imposing. As if he were a dangerous criminal ready to kill at any moment. It's rare to encounter an opponent like you. It almost makes me reluctant to end you so swiftly. As he finished, a grim and bloody smile crept across Kaido's face that moment. Yudian responded with a wave of his hand, and a dark shield of armament Haki manifested beside him. Are you really planning to use such a technique so casually? Rayleigh interjected, unable to hold back. What may not pose a threat to me could prove insufficient against Kaido, my friend. Kaido was renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities and combat prowess. When discussions of duels arose, it was often said, the strongest in one-on-one battles is undoubtedly Kaido. Such a powerhouse was naturally unfazed by war of attrition. However, at this moment, Kaido was still uncertain about the nature of Yudian's abilities. What is this black sphere? A devil fruit power? Kaido furrowed his brow. But being one of the 4 emperors, he was no stranger to countless battles. After a brief observation, he discerned the truth. Ah, so it is the power of armament Haki. Interesting. To use armament Haki in such a manner, even someone as powerful as Kaido had never seen anyone create an absolute defense like Yudian's. That was simply a waste of armament Haki. Yet at this moment, Kaido found himself deeply intrigued by Yudian's technique. Will this truly enhance your defense? Gripping his kanabo tightly, Kaido crouched slightly, channeling his strength. Buzz! At that instant, Kaido erupted with a tremendous aura, causing all surrounding objects to shatter and fly into the air. However, the range of his aura abruptly halted at Yudian's position. An invisible line divided their territories, the area belonging to Kaido and that belonging to Yudian. Gradually, Kaido's aura peaked, and the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki radiated wildly from his body. Resembling a glowing meteor from afar, "Oh wow, that is quite a spectacle," Rayleigh exclaimed, watching in awe. Suddenly, Kaido struck, his kanabo enveloped in intense armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, crashing down towards Udian's head like a bolt of lightning. "Thunder Bagua!" Kaido roared. The same technique, now accompanied by a loud shout, seemed to amplify its might. The speed of the kanabo was so extreme that even Rayleigh struggled to comprehend it, appearing almost distorted. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the kanabo slammed into Udian. More accurately, it struck the shield of armament Haki Udian had conjured. Then, Kaido and his kanabo came to an abrupt halt, not by choice, but because they were blocked by the shield of armament Haki before him. Yet, despite being halted, the power of his kanabo did not wane. The immense force collided violently with the dark, thick shield, causing significant dents to forward as the shield appeared on the verge of shattering. Even Rayleigh couldn't help but marvel at Kaido's astonishing strength. However, the advance of the kanabo ceased entirely this time. "It seems you have exhausted your strength?" Udian's voice came from within the shield of armament Haki. "Very well. You have made a significant contribution to testing my shield. Now, I shall respond with my utmost power, as a form of gratitude." As he spoke, the color of the dark shield surrounding Udian began to fade, swiftly revealing his form that Kaido's kanabo was now less than 10 centimeters from Udian's head, while Udian raised his right hand, forming a fist within the shield, and then struck out towards Kaido's chest. Bang! A violent resonance erupted, sending Kaido flying. As he soared through the air, Kaido couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Udian's punch was not merely a shockwave. It contained the destructive power of armament Haki from within. Chapter 61. The Conqueror's Haki of the Four Emperors. This was not an ordinary internal destruction. As Kaido flew backward, droplets of blood streamed from the corner of his mouth at this moment. He realized that Udian had not employed a typical internal destruction technique. Rather, it was a high-level application of internal destruction. Internal destruction is a high-level manifestation of armament Haki, and while all internal destruction techniques share this principle, their potency varies significantly, just as Udian's internal destruction can affect a range of 10,000 meters. Someone who has just learned internal destruction might only possess a range of less than 1 meter. This illustrates the disparity in the strength of techniques. Even my defenses can be breached. As he soared backward, Kaido could still distinctly feel a powerful energy swirling within him, a force so destructive that even he, as a Four Emperor, sensed danger. The fluid state of armament Haki flowing outward resembled gas. The technique of internal destruction, as its name suggests, involves the gaseous armament Haki penetrating the surface of an object to directly inflict damage from within. At this moment, Kaido understood that if he did not exert power to counteract, that energy would annihilate him from the inside out. The ability to utilize armament Haki in such a manner explained why Jack and Jinbe were defeated. Sensing his life was in peril, Kaido's internal power surged forth. Alas, even this level was far from adequate for him. In the next instant, Kaido's power erupted from his body, an overwhelming aura enveloping the entire area. Even as he flew backward, the intensity of his released aura remained astonishing. As Kaido unleashed his formidable aura, powerful figures both within and outside the battlefield could clearly see an energy emanating from his body that appeared as if Kaido was forcibly expelling it. And once the energy burst forth, it dissipated rapidly. This was the armament Haki that Udian had injected into Kaido, now expelled through an unknown method, alleviating the crisis within him. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated as Kaido's figure collided violently with the robust stone wall of the auction house in the distance. It must be said this human auction house was astonishingly sturdy. Despite the ongoing battle, the walls had suffered several damages, and the ceiling had developed massive breaches, yet remained intact. One could be certain that no shortcuts were taken in its construction. It was built with ample materials. Although the auction house had not collapsed, Kaido's tremendous impact caused the entire structure to shake violently, dislodging large chunks of debris from the ceiling, creating an unsettling impression of imminent collapse. However, beyond the potential for the building to fall, The assembled powerful figures were far more concerned with the state of the battlefield. The battle has escalated to such an extent. Doberman's eyes widened. To witness a clash between a general and a four-emperor left him exhilarated. The fierce fight was so dizzying that even he, a seasoned vice admiral, was struggling to keep track of the detailed exchanges between Yujian and Kaido. In contrast, Rayleigh observed the battle with ease. Yet, even he, the Dark King, was astonished by the fierce conflict between the two. That kid Kaido, if he had hesitated for even a second in expelling his armament Haki, he might have been torn to shreds from the moment Yujian unleashed the armed color internal destruction to send Kaido flying. To the instant when Kaido collided with the distant rocky wall, the entire sequence transpired in a mere few seconds. During that fleeting interval, had Kaido hesitated even slightly or delayed his movements by a mere second, the chaotic armed color Haki surging within him could have torn his body apart. After all, while Kaido's formidable defenses are manifested externally, his internal fortitude is not nearly as robust. The younger generation is indeed remarkable. Rayleigh shook his head in lamentation. Such intense battles were beyond his endurance, and he could not sustain a prolonged engagement. Fortunately, Kaido's focus was singularly fixed on Yujian. Meanwhile, upon Kaido's arrival, Yujian seemed to have abandoned Rayleigh as an opponent, redirecting his attention solely towards Kaido. It could be said that Yujian now sought to have Kaido, the emperor still at the pinnacle of his strength, test the resilience of his armed color Haki shield, having lost all hope in the old man Rayleigh. The disparity between the two was evident. After enduring an armed color internal destruction and crashing against the wall, Kaido effortlessly rolled over and stood up, casually shaking off the debris clinging to him, restoring his imposing emperor demeanor. Indeed, to be struck by my previous blow and yet remain so vigorous. Yujian observed Kaido in the distance, as if he were a test subject. Feeling quite satisfied. Humph. Kaido let out a cold snort. His emotions surged, his aura radiated outward, instantly pulverizing the fragments of stone scattered around him. This was the might of Conqueror's Haki, just like Yujian. It was a tangible manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Your armed color Haki is quite formidable, young man, Kaido remarked coolly, his voice low yet resonant, for as he spoke, his powerful Conqueror's Haki was already unleashed, leaving everyone in the auction house, apart from Rayleigh, Yujian, and the distant Doberman, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure of an Emperor-level Conqueror's Haki. Fortunately, the intensity of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki was not excessively high, aside from the closest and weaker individuals like Usopp, Nami, and Chopper. Others, including the more distant elite Navy soldiers, barely managed to withstand it. Nonetheless, the dread instilled by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki lingered in the hearts of the Navy personnel. Terrifying, I felt as if I was on the brink of death. A Navy major thought with trepidation, his heart racing violently. The nearby Navy soldiers shared similar sentiments. Even Doberman, a rear admiral in the Navy, found himself in a precarious situation, positioning his sword before him as if to mitigate the impact of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. In contrast to the Navy and pirates engaged in battle, the auction house owner Disco, who was secretly observing the situation from a preparation room at the back, appeared entirely unfazed, able to move freely even amidst Kaido's overwhelming aura. Yet, his auction house lay in ruins, the once grand auction event utterly shattered, with losses amounting to billions, causing Disco's eyes to redden with grief that, in truth, he himself looked quite pitiful, his clothes tattered and caked in dirt. Resembling a beggar or vagrant, his face smeared with blood and a deep gash on his head oozing profusely. However, Disco paid no mind to his own state. He clutched a specially designed snail phone, seemingly engaged in conversation. Yes, Kaido has arrived. Wow, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki is so strong. No worries, I can still withstand it for now. Whatever it takes, I must protect this auction house, as it is a crucial asset for the clown. But when will my previous auction's remuneration be settled? All right. I hope you honor the agreement. What? You want me to leave? I haven't even sorted my assets. Kaido, Rayleigh, they won't discover my presence. At most, I will only be slightly affected by the Conqueror's Haki. Their Conqueror's Haki cannot intimidate me. Wow. Just as Disco finished speaking, an immensely powerful aura surged from the direction of the auction hall. The force struck Disco instantaneously. Buzz! Disco's eyes widened in shock, his heart stopping. His mouth gaped open to its fullest extent as his body stiffly collapsed to the ground. The voice on the other end of the snail phone called out, "Hello, hello," but soon fell silent. As the snail phone transmitting the words was also rendered unconscious by the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki that moment, the situation within the auction hall had drastically changed. Chapter 62. Kaido, your Conqueror's Haki is quite weak. The vast and spacious auction hall was suddenly swept by a tempest without warning. The whirlwind gathered debris and shattered rocks, grinding everything into dust mid-air. This was no ordinary tempest, but one induced by the shockwave of Conqueror's Haki. A tangible manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious and solemn. He rose to the auction stage, determined to assist the Straw Hat crew in countering the onslaught of Conqueror's Haki. The method he employed was straightforward. He unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki in an effort to counteract it. However, at that moment, Rayleigh found himself straining against the force of his own Conqueror's Haki. Is this serious, Kaido? Rayleigh could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head. I do not wish to perish here. I must depart at the earliest opportunity. He muttered to himself, glancing beyond the battlefield in search of an appropriate escape route. Fortunately, neither of the two combatants seemed to pay him much heed. Kaido was advancing step by step, enveloped in a deep purple glow, his target being Yudian. Those deep violet radiances were the manifestation of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. And the tempest capable of crushing rocks was a result of Kaido's unleashed might. Indeed, this time it was not the shockwave from Yudian's armed color Haki that caused the whirlwind. In fact, Yudian was still focused on testing the strength of his armed color shield. As for the armed color shockwave, he had employed that technique numerous times and had a fair understanding of its potency. Among the emperors, red-haired Shanksconqueror's Haki could manifest in such a way as to shatter boulders and colossal trees solely by his presence. That Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, on the other hand, could entwine and exert a much greater force than armed color Haki. It appeared that both methods of application belonged to the advanced techniques of Conqueror's Haki and were not exclusive to one another. Yudian silently analyzed the situation, realizing that the terrifying tempest caused by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki had little impact on him. He was far more intrigued by the techniques Kaido displayed in wielding his Conqueror's Haki. Amidst the apocalyptic scene of howling winds, Yudian stood unfazed, pondering. I have essentially mastered the techniques of armed color Haki, and the skills I will unlock moving forward will be true top-tier abilities. However, as for Conqueror's Haki, armed color Haki encompasses several major techniques such as hardening, entwining, external projection, and internal destruction. And at this moment, Yudian had even unlocked the rare long-range internal destruction technique of armed color Haki. One could say that his armed color capabilities ranked among the highest in the world. Yet in terms of Conqueror's Haki application, he currently possessed only the ability to control it freely and achieve materialization, having yet to grasp the technique of entwining. This was certainly not due to a deficiency in the strength of his Conqueror's Haki, but rather a lack of targeted training. The potency of Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through mere training. However, the techniques of application can be refined. In the original narrative, Rayleigh imparted lessons on the application of Conqueror's Haki to Luffy. Nevertheless, mastering entwining was different. Even with guidance and personal effort, it remained exceedingly difficult to master, with only a handful of formidable individuals across the globe possessing this ability. Perhaps only upon surpassing 2,000 points in Conqueror's Haki attributes would the entwining technique become accessible. Yudian did not wish to expend excessive time on targeted training, speculating on the attribute level required to unlock the entwining capability of Conqueror's Haki. That I could try it myself. The techniques of utilizing Conqueror's Haki are not limited to automatic unlocking by the system. Yudian gazed at Kaido, who was steadily approaching, scrutinizing the deep violet radiance of his Conqueror's Haki. Undoubtedly, that was the power of entwining. Perfectly, while testing the strength of my armed color Haki shield, I can also investigate how Kaido employs entwining. In no time, Yudian made a decision in his heart. He then raised his hand, pointing towards another auction stage across the room. Oh no, have I been discovered? This movement startled Rayleigh, who thought Yudian had noticed his intent to sneak away. However, in the next moment, Rayleigh realized his concern was unwarranted. Yudian's target was neither him, nor the straw hat crew behind him, nor the three celestial dragons sprawled unconscious in the distance. Instead, it was the sword in Roronoa, Zoro's hand. The Great Blade 21, the famed sword Chioshe. You want to steal my sword? Zoro's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched as he roared. I will never allow you to succeed. Just then, Eugene unleashed his Haki, which surged forth like a long whip, aimed directly at Zoro's grasp on Chioshe. Even as Zoro put forth all his strength to resist, it proved futile. The flowing whip of Haki effortlessly snatched Chioshe from his hands. In the blink of an eye, the renowned sword was now firmly held by Eugene, who even claimed the scabbard along with it. This sword was no ordinary blade. Merely grasping it allowed Eugene to perceive its profound weight, not in terms of mass, but rather some intangible essence. However, he had no time to ponder further, as Kaido was already approaching from a distance. A famous sword? Kaido, being discerning, briefly flicked his gaze before dismissing it. Regardless of how sharp a weapon may be, it requires the wielder's capability to be effective. As he spoke, Kaido swung his kanabo with both hands, enveloping it in a powerful Conqueror's Haki. The massive weapon emanated deep purple flashes reminiscent of lightning. In that moment, the oppressive aura of his Haki intensified throughout the arena. The elite Navy forces, along with the Straw Hat crew, found themselves struggling to endure the pressure, with even a bounty of over 1 billion on Roronoa's Zoro seemingly faltering. As he drove his remaining 2 swords into the ground to support his weight. Come and defeat me if you can, Kaido bellowed, exuding an unmatched presence. In contrast, Eugene casually lifted Chica with his right hand and stated coolly, Kaido, do not flaunt your Conqueror's Haki before me, I assure you. Your Haki appears weak in my eyes, akin to a child's toy. Chapter 63. The Ultimate Clash, the Island's Collapse. Eugene's current Conqueror's Haki attribute stood at 1,410 points. What magnitude of power does such an attribute truly possess? In truth, even Eugene himself was uncertain. Ever since he absorbed the energy from a Logia-type devil fruit, enhancing his 3 types of Haki. He had yet to test the limits of his Conqueror's Haki. Of course, prior to that, when his Conqueror's Haki attribute was merely in the hundreds, he had not experimented either, as he predominantly utilized armament Haki. Without practical application, there was naturally no comparison of damage or power. Nonetheless, there were still indirect methods of comparison. With an attribute of over 1,000, armament Haki had already proved formidable. Eugene recalled that when his armament Haki attribute was merely 1,000 points, he could unleash it with enough force to collapse the Navy headquarters. Perhaps a direct comparison between Conqueror's Haki and armament Haki was not feasible, as the power levels represented by similar numerical values might differ significantly. However, the discrepancy would not be so outrageous, thus making the comparative data still valuable. If 1,000 points of armament Haki could obliterate the Navy headquarters, then even accounting for a potential overestimation, with 1,410 points, Eugene's Conqueror's Haki should at least reach the level of an admiral, capable of contending with the 4 emperors in a contest of Haki, right? At that moment, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, unleashed his full Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming pressure causing even the Straw Hat crew, including the billion bounty pirate Roronoa Zoro, to buckle under the intensity. Thud! With his dual swords propping him up, Zoro finally succumbed, collapsing backward. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew, shielded by Rayleigh, retreated, barely maintaining consciousness, though their faces were pallid, as if enduring an excruciating force. Further afield, the elite Navy forces began to buckle as well, with soldiers at the front fainting one by one. Damn it! Has Kaido lost his mind? Is he intent on utterly annihilating this place? The Navy Vice Admiral Dauberman felt utterly helpless as he witnessed his soldiers succumbing to unconsciousness. He lacked the awakened Conqueror's Haki to protect his subordinates. Moreover, the Haki of ordinary powerful individuals typically lasts only a brief moment. It might producing merely a transient intimidation. However, Kaido's Conqueror's Haki surged relentlessly, an unyielding wave of intimidation that was simply unreasonable. If members of the Whitebeard pirates were present, they might exclaim in astonishment. Isn't this the style of Conqueror's Haki used by red-haired Shanks? Recently, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, had visited the Whitebeard pirates, radiating an imposing aura as he approached the legendary captain. Whitebeard, His Conqueror's Haki had been so potent that even the rookie crew members of the Whitebeard pirates could not withstand it, collapsing in shock. These rookie members had bounties exceeding 1 billion, qualifying them as great pirates outside the New World. Boom! Kaido's body suddenly quaked, his unleashed Conqueror's Haki intensifying once more, as if he sought to ensure those already fallen were thoroughly incapacitated, delivering a brutal finishing blow. This surge of energy shook the entire auction house, causing the ground to tremble violently and the grand structure to sway precariously. Massive boulders, larger than carts, plummeted with a resounding crash, creating deep craters upon impact. Clang! Rayleigh intervened, effortlessly shielding the Straw Hat crew with a sweeping arc of sword energy. Meanwhile, Doberman, amid the onslaught of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki, struggled to act, slicing through several enormous stones with his blade. Though the fragments still posed a danger, they were merely superficial injuries rather than grievous wounds. The Straw Hat crew and Navy forces were only suffering the residual effects of the Conqueror's Haki shockwave, compared to the direct assault aimed at Udian. The residual power was trivial. If Doberman, a vice admiral, were to face Kaido's Conqueror's Haki head-on from Udian's position, he would likely lose consciousness immediately. Yet, amidst the ferocious onslaught of Haki, Udian remained largely unfazed, his expression unchanged, exuding an air of calm. "Kaido, cease your futile endeavors," Udian calmly declared, raising the famed swordship with nonchalance. "Your Conqueror's Haki is of no consequence before me." His words were delivered with an air of indifference, as if this were an undeniable truth. Kaido was incensed. For how many years has no one dared to treat me with such disdain? Enraged, he exerted all his strength, his muscles bulging as if they might burst forth from his skin. A brilliant, deep purple aura enveloped him, his presence unparalleled, before he stomped down fiercely. Boom! The earth bore the brunt of his stomp. 2 deep imprints left in its wake, cracks spiderwebbing outward from the edges. Using the recoil, Kaido propelled himself forward, brandishing his kanabo high above his head, intending to bring it crashing down upon Udian's skull. At that moment, Udian also struck, his swordship cleaving the air, leaving a distinct trail as if the very space were being sliced apart. Simultaneously, Udian unleashed both armament and Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, this time, Udian did not merely release an armament Haki shockwave. He invoked his 1,410-point Conqueror's Haki, intertwining it with Shoshi as it surged forth to meet Kaido's strike. A tsunami-like wave of armament Haki surged, infused with the immense power of Conqueror's Haki, creating a remarkable synergy that bore witness to extraordinary transformations. Yet, Udian had no time to delve into the intricacies of this phenomenon. In an instant, the renowned Sword Shoshe collided with Kaido's Kanabo Bash Ka. Crash! The ground fractured beneath them, debris flying in defiance of gravity. However, this was merely the prelude, a mere effect of the clash of 2 titanic forces. What followed was a more profound wave of kinetic energy, buzzing. Unexpectedly, the sound that emanated from the clash between Udian and Kaido was neither tremendous nor particularly violent. Those still conscious in the arena, puzzled, looked up to witness the tumultuous clash of their Haki, each refusing to yield, the shockwaves ultimately spiraling upward. Boom! The vast and sturdy dome of the auction house was shattered by the force of their confrontation. The overwhelming energy, like a tempest, swiftly obliterated the entire ceiling. Soon, the once grand and enclosed auction house transformed into an open-air structure, the ceiling completely gone, and parts of the walls crumbled into disarray. From above, it resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum on Earth. The encircling Navy forces also felt the effects, as numerous soldiers succumbed to the shockwave of Conqueror's Haki. Those at a greater distance, yet still powerful, were sent flying by the subsequent armament Haki shockwave. Retreat immediately. Keep as far away from the auction house as possible. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Gumir swiftly issued orders, personally overseeing the retreat of his troops. However, as the Navy personnel engaged in their tense withdrawal, an even more terrifying turn of events unfolded. The ground beneath their feet, on the island, began to crack with a series of sharp, crisp sounds, echoing ominously. If one were to gaze down from the sky upon this island number 1, they would observe the fissures rapidly spreading across the terrain, centered around the auction house, as if the very island itself were on the brink of collapse. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Kizaru. An unfinished battle. Oh no! The ground is sinking. The retreating Navy soldiers quickly sensed the anomaly, exclaiming in alarm that Gyumir, too, felt the ground beneath him fracturing, and upon turning to scrutinize the scene. His face paled in horror. The island was indeed splitting apart. The Yarkaman mangroves were showing cracks. If this continued, the entire island would surely crumble. He found it hard to believe, his body trembling slightly. It is essential to remember that this archipelago of Sabaody has existed for over a millennium, enduring countless battles, yet has remained intact. The resilience of the Yarkaman mangroves was the very foundation sustaining the archipelago for 1,000 years. Yet now, the Yarkaman mangrove marked with the enormous numeral 1 was fracturing from its roots, with the cracks rapidly ascending the trunk. Cracking from the roots? Gyumir hesitated to accept this, scrutinizing the scene once more until he finally confirmed the grim reality. His sword-holding hand trembling. Merely the residual force of their clash had devastated the Yarkaman mangrove. The Yarkaman mangrove, standing for over 1,000 years and having withstood countless conflicts, could never have anticipated that it would succumb to the aftermath of the battle between two formidable foes. Alas, the truth lay stark before him. Boom! Inside the auction house, Yujian and Kaido were still locked in their clash of wills, the shockwaves from their confrontation wreaking havoc on everything surrounding them. Ugh, my old bones can't take this much strain. Outside the battlefield, Rayleigh couldn't help but mutter, shaking his head as he began to retreat alongside the rest of the Straw Hat crew, due to the intensity of the battle between Yujian and Kaido. The Navy personnel encircling the area had either been knocked unconscious or had retreated to a safe distance. This fortunate turn of events provided Rayleigh with a chance to escape. The aged Dark King led the Straw Hat crew swiftly away from the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity as the Navy troops were in disarray and had not yet fully completed their encirclement. "All right, we should be safe now," Rayleigh chuckled, addressing Chopper and the fishman Jinbei. "Let us return." Huh. Suddenly, Rayleigh sensed something, abruptly looking up. Above in the sky, a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, darted towards them. Oh, it seems to be heading our way, Chopper exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock as the meteor-like light drew closer. Finally, with a whoosh, the golden light vanished, leaving behind a new figure before them. The Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. "Ah, I didn't expect to encounter you here. How terrifying." Kizaru initially expressed surprise, but his expression soon turned serious as his gaze locked onto a particular figure within the crowd. Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. Encountering such a powerful adversary without proper preparation was entirely unforeseen. When Sengoku had notified Kizaru to head to the Sabaody archipelago for support, he had only mentioned the appearance of Kaido, neglecting to mention Rayleigh. Having just arrived from the West Blue, Kizaru was still bewildered by the battlefield's circumstances, only to be confronted by a formidable F.O.E. Kizaru furrowed his brow in contemplation. Rayleigh once again drew his sword, grinning as he remarked, "Meeting you here is quite the surprise. But isn't life about surprises, Kizaru?" As he spoke, Rayleigh launched his attack, the blade slicing through the air towards Kizaru. "I dare not underestimate you," Kizaru declared, extending his hands, palms together, summoning forth a brilliant golden sword. The Amatsu Kaze. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Kizaru aimed the sword at Rayleigh's blade, delivering a powerful strike. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as their swords met, a sprinkle of light cascading from the point of contact, as if the luminous blade, Amatsu Kaze, had sustained damage. "Oh dear! Your strength remains formidable. How frightening." Kizaru grinned, a cut appearing on his cheek, blood trickling forth. However, this minor injury was of no consequence to him. At that moment, his gaze behind his glasses scanned the retreating Straw Hat crew. "Those little rascals are the ones responsible for the Celestial Dragon incident, aren't they?" A cold smirk crept across Kizaru's lips. Suddenly, he sprang into action, launching a lightspeed kick. Whoosh! The laser beam erupted instantaneously. Kizaru, not holding back, was fully aware that he was facing the legendary Dark King, and thus fought with seriousness. Oh no! Rayleigh swiftly intervened, blocking most of the laser's power. Boom! The residual laser struck behind them, causing a violent explosion that impacted the nearby Straw Hat crew. Ah! Ouch! Chopper and the others were sent flying by the shockwave. Their bodies battered and bruised. Already injured, they found themselves in even greater peril, blood oozing from their wounds. Although Rayleigh did his utmost to shield them, the serious Kizaru was not so easily thwarted. As he unleashed a barrage of lasers toward the Straw Hat crew, placing them in a dire predicament, IT that moment, an enormous figure suddenly appeared near the battlefield. IT was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kuma? Kizaru frowned slightly upon recognizing the figure, questioning the latter's intentions. In the next instant, Kuma vanished in a flash, reappearing before Luffy, delivering a powerful strike. Whoosh! Straw Hat Luffy vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Kuma continued to teleport around the battlefield, swatting away the Straw Hat crew one by one. Before long, only Rayleigh, Kizaru, and Kuma remained on the battlefield. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Kizaru inquired, his voice laced with irritation. Kuma offered no response, instead turning and departing the battlefield. "Haha, it appears we won't be fighting today, Kizaru," Rayleigh remarked, glancing at Kuma's retreating figure before sheathing his sword. "Old man is taking his leave now. By the way, that new Marine Admiral Udian is still engaged in battle with Kaido inside the auction house." As his words faded, Rayleigh's figure swiftly vanished. Kizaru contemplated pursuing him, but upon hearing Rayleigh's last statement, he restrained himself, turning his gaze toward the dilapidated auction house in the distance. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Kizaru propelled himself into the fray within the auction house. As Kaido prepared for a fierce battle, he took notice of this unexpected guest, halting his assault. While he was indeed combative and arrogant, he was no fool. Engaging in a 1-on-2 fight against 2 admirals was something he would do when he was in the mood, such as when he previously challenged the Marine solo. However, at present, he had not yet entered that state, and there were more pressing matters at hand: rescuing Disaster Jack, Flame Ember, and most importantly, his trading partner Nightmare Doflamingo. Therefore, Kaido ceased his attacks, opting not to engage further on the other side. Udian also halted, realizing that today's battle could not proceed as planned, bringing it to a close. Chapter 65. A major incident unintentionally unfolds. You Marines are quite swift in your movements." Kaido no longer attacked, standing his ground as he cast a cold glance at Kizaru, his expression filled with disdain. He understood that with a second Marine Admiral arriving, the situation had shifted to a 2-on-1 confrontation, and the battle before him needed to conclude. Nevertheless, even when faced with 2 Marine Admirals, Kaido exhibited no fear, unperturbed by the prospect of a joint assault from the Marines. He had challenged the entire Marine force on multiple occasions before. "When we meet again, I shall surely defeat you," Kaido declared before departing, his voice filled with conviction, assuring that day was not far off. With that, he erupted into boisterous laughter, his audacious demeanor inviting retribution. Kizaru, who had just arrived at the battlefield, stroked his chin with intrigue, remarking, "It seems you have your sights set on Admiral Udian. I, too, am looking forward to such a battle. However, if you wish to leave now, you might want to seek my approval first." A glimmer flashed behind Kizaru's glasses as he suddenly lifted his foot, launching a kick through the air towards Kaido. Lightspeed kick! Suddenly, the yellow monkey's feet shimmered with a brilliant golden light. In the next instant, he moved at the speed of light to the side of Kaido, raising his right foot and delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The lightning-fast strike connected with Kaido's waist, instantly exploding with a violent burst of light. Soon, as the brilliance dissipated, 2 figures re-emerged. The yellow monkey maintained the posture of his lightspeed kick, while Kaido, struck at his waist, remained steadfast, completely unscathed. The waist, a crucial and vulnerable area for humans, appeared dark and bruised at that moment. That IT was not merely a result of the kick, but rather the effect of the armament and Conqueror's Haki entwined around it. His defensive capabilities at that location had been significantly augmented. Clearly, the yellow monkey's lightspeed kick had inflicted no damage upon Kaido. Oh my, such astonishing defensive strength! The yellow monkey exclaimed in surprise, before he could retreat. Kaido suddenly reached out, grasping his ankle, and with a forceful motion, hurled him towards the ground. Kaido's attack was both sudden and swift, leaving no time for reaction. The yellow monkey crashed violently against the rocky earth. Bang! With exaggerated cries, the yellow monkey's form shattered into light, as if his very being had been obliterated by that strike. Humph! Don't play such tricks in front of me, yellow monkey. Kaido, well aware that the yellow monkey would not be easily killed or severely injured, felt insulted and huffed in dissatisfaction. Buzz! Nearby, specks of light rapidly coalesced into a human form. Soon, the yellow monkey emerged from the luminescent mass, laughing heartily. Don't be alarmed, it was merely a jest. I never thought such trivial tactics could fool a Yonko. Umph. Kaido turned his head, casting a cold glance at Yudian before departing. Phew. In a flash, he transformed into a massive azure dragon, soaring through the clouds towards the heavens. The auction hall, devoid of a ceiling, offered no obstruction. The only naval admirals capable of hindering Kaido did not take action. The yellow monkey, as was his habit, had merely been going through the motions, not exerting himself during the critically important Marineford war, let alone risking his life to tea this moment. It was unrealistic to expect him to engage in a fierce confrontation with a Yonko without sufficient cause. His tentative actions were merely a FADAS for Yudian. His initial purpose for coming here was not to engage in battle, nor to confront Dark, King Rayleigh, or Yonko Kaido. His primary intent was to observe and enjoy a leisurely visit, treating it as a prelude to the impending conflict. Matters such as the Celestial Dragon incident or capturing the perpetrators and murderers held no interest for him. He had no intention of seeking vengeance for the Celestial Dragons. Well then, it is time for us to return. Yudian turned around, surveying the surroundings. Kaido had departed, leaving only Yudian, the yellow monkey, and the 3 unconscious Celestial Dragons along with other dazed individuals. The majority were naval soldiers, with a few being merchants and tourists who had been stranded in the auction hall. Even the formidable Vice Admiral Doberman had exited the auction hall, unable to withstand the residual shockwave from the earlier fierce battle between Yudian and Kaido. Among the unconscious individuals, most had sustained injuries from the battle, with many severely wounded, including the 3 Celestial Dragons. That moment, all 3 were bleeding profusely, with dozens of visible wounds. Fortunately, the Navy had prepared medical personnel. These skilled doctors quickly arrived at the auction hall and stabilized the Celestial Dragon's injuries. In fact, after administering treatment, one middle-aged Celestial Dragon gradually regained consciousness. Damn it! How dare you lay hands on a noble Celestial Dragon? This middle-aged Celestial Dragon, named Rosward, was now loudly berating the guards and naval soldiers before him. After Kaido's departure, the naval forces on site had begun to withdraw, as there were no pirates remaining. However, Celestial Dragon Rosward insisted that the Navy pursue those pirates, especially the perpetrators from the Straw Hat crew. Unfortunately, the Straw Hat crew had long since fled, leaving the naval officers present with no choice but to awkwardly relay the truth. What? You let the Straw Hat crew escape? Rosward, the admiral, pondered silently in his heart, then rose once more to command the naval personnel to retreat from the scene. Meanwhile, in the auction hall, the powerful clash of Haki emanating from Yudian continued unabated. The Celestial Dragon, Rotorwad, was sent flying, his body suspended in midair, already a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The formidable impact of the 2-color Haki had rent his alcohol-soaked body asunder, leaving him with countless gaping wounds. The most grievous of these injuries revealed bone beneath the flesh. Such catastrophic injuries evidently rendered him beyond the hope of survival. In fact, Rotorwad's body was still airborne when he breathed his last, his eyes wide open, blood oozing from his eyeballs. Thud! Shortly thereafter, Rotorwad's corpse crashed against the wall, producing a muted sound. The Celestial Dragon, Rotorwad, is dead. The guards near the body stared with wide eyes, paralyzed by fear, their bodies trembling violently. They were the guards of the Celestial Dragons, akin to combat-capable slaves. If the Celestial Dragon they served met with an unfortunate demise, it was highly likely that death would await them as well. At that moment, another guard, trembling as he retreated, inadvertently stepped upon a corpse, and let out a startled scream. See Celestial Dragon Charlos? Charlos is dead too. There lay Celestial Dragon Charlos, the middle-aged son of Rotorwad, with his rotund visage now lifeless, sprawled upon the ground, his body ruptured, blood flowing profusely. Unlike his father, he had not died with his eyes open, nor had he even registered the pain, for he had been struck while unconscious by the two-colored Haki, leading to his immediate demise. In this sense, one could consider it a stroke of misfortune that spared him the agony, at least. Rotorwad and Charlos are both dead. The guards were on the brink of madness. The deaths of these two celestial dragons likely foreshadowed their own impending demise. Where is Shirulia Palace? A group of guards hastily scanned their surroundings, finally locating the last remaining celestial dragon present. Shirulia, the daughter of Rotorwad and sister to Charlos. Once arrogant and dismissive, Shirulia now resembled a different person. Cowering in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, her large eyes staring vacantly ahead, mumbling incoherently. "They are dead, all dead, please, don't kill me." This woman had seemingly been driven to madness by fear, her mind shattered. It was evident that witnessing the disintegration and death of her father and brother in succession had inflicted an unbearable psychological blow. A doctor approached to examine her briefly, only to shake his head and sigh. Such symptoms are nearly impossible to remedy. In the span of mere minutes, 3 celestial dragons had either perished or gone mad. The guards present found this reality too much to bear. Shirulia has lost her mind. We are truly doomed. Tears streamed down the faces of the guards, filled with resentment. However, the nearby naval soldiers showed no sympathy for these individuals, if they feared repercussions. They should never have served as guard for the celestial dragons. If one desires to bask in the privileges of the celestial dragons, one must also contemplate the potential consequences. The soldiers observed indifferently, though they too felt a twinge of astonishment. After all, the deceased were celestial dragons, and they had been slain by an admiral no less. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly provoke inquiries from the world government. Regardless of the decisions made by the world government, I shall always stand by Admiral Yudian. Suddenly, a naval officer spoke with a grave tone, voicing his stance. This declaration quickly garnered the response of nearly all the naval personnel present. Bayo. At that moment, a beam of light surged into the auction hall. It was Admiral Kizaru, having sensed something amiss and returned to the scene. However, as soon as Kizaru landed, he beheld the bloodied corpses of Rotorwad and Charlos, as well as Shirulia, who was huddled in a corner, acting deranged. Kizaru paused in silence, then turned to Yudian, speaking in a low voice. "Admiral Yudian, do you understand what you have done?" Even he could not maintain his usual nonchalant demeanor in the face of the unfolding events. "Oh, they are truly dead?" Yudian replied in astonishment, shaking his head with a hint of frustration. "These celestial dragons are so weak that a mere scare sends them to their graves." This remark left the naval personnel in a state of shock. Were you under the impression that those 2 celestial dragons were merely feigning death? They are mangled, their bodies torn asunder. Moreover, do you intimidate others using Conqueror's Haki? As the crowd fell into a stunned silence, Kizaru produced a din mushi to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Such a significant event should be handled by Sengoku himself. Kizaru thought to himself, not wishing to deal with such a troublesome matter. Chapter 67, just as I was hoping for a break. Marine Headquarters, Marine Meeting Room. Sengoku had just assigned a few vice admirals to precautionary military tasks. The execution day was approaching, and with these defensive measures in place, the Navy would be thoroughly prepared, no longer fearing potential attacks. Resolving these matters allowed Sengoku's taut nerves to finally relax a bit. Granting him a moment to breathe, he had recently faced a series of unexpected events. First, the Whitebeard pirates' sudden assault, which had annihilated over 10 naval vessels in one fell swoop. Then came the shocking celestial dragon incident in Sabaody Archipelago. In addition to these, there were other matters, such as Eugene's eradication of the Don Quixote family and the capture of Drought Jack and Flame Sabo, among others. Each of these incidents required Sengoku's personal attention, for the repercussions of mismanagement could lead to even greater chaos. The capture of the Don Quixote family and Drought Jack and Flame Sabo, if mishandled, could easily provoke a large-scale retaliation for one of the 4 emperors, the Beast Pirates. At that point, the Navy would have to contend with attacks from 2 of the 4 emperor factions. A daunting prospect even for the world's strongest force. Now, at last, everything had been settled. Sengoku removed his glasses, weary and rubbed his forehead, yet his tone was now noticeably lighter. All that remained was to await the execution day. He muttered to himself, but before he could finish, the din mushy rang. That IT was a call from Admiral Kizaru regarding the incident in Sabeti Archipelago. On the other end, Kizaru succinctly relayed the unfolding events, each point hitting hard, like thunderclaps, leaving Sengoku momentarily speechless. Soon, Kizaru concluded his report, hanging up without delay, appearing quite eager to end the conversation. Meanwhile, Sengoku remained in a daze, the words Kizaru had just spoken echoing relentlessly in his mind. 2 celestial dragons, dead, 1 driven to madness. This concise yet shocking information had been delivered by Kizaru. Sengoku found it impossible to accept such an outcome. He had sent them to rescue. How had it turned into a matter of murder? Sengoku racked his brain, unable to comprehend. Ultimately, he could only attribute it to Yudian's youth and lack of composure. Reflecting on this, Sengoku felt a wave of regret. Alas, had I known, I should have sent Kizaru to provide assistance. When first learning of the Celestial Dragon incident, Sengoku's first choice was Kizaru, intending for him to support the rescue in Sabeti Archipelago. Who would have thought Kizaru would be dispatched to the distant West Blue? In truth, had he sent Kizaru to Sabeti Archipelago, it would have only delayed matters slightly, and he might have faced reprimands from higher-ups afterward. At the time, considering the principle of proximity, he had opted for Yudian, albeit with the awareness that the latter's youthful exuberance might lead to recklessness. Yet he never imagined that Yudian would prove so unreliable as to kill celestial dragons. They are not mere livestock, but celestial dragons, and yet he slaughtered them without a second thought. This truly spells trouble. Buddha's brow furrowed deeply. Although the situation was dire and challenging to navigate, it ultimately required resolution that he pondered for a moment, then rose to issue orders for the Navy of the Sabeti Archipelago to return, while simultaneously beginning to draft a battle report. This report would ascend the chain of command to the world commander and, eventually, reach the 5 elders of the world government. The repercussions of the Celestial Dragon's death were too significant for the fleet admiral to handle alone. A higher authority must intervene. Before long, the door to the admiral's conference room swung open, and figures hurriedly entered and exited, each preoccupied with their respective tasks. Command were disseminated, and documents were escalated, ultimately arriving at the highest echelons of the world government, before the 5 elders. Concurrently, the bulk of the naval forces dispatched to support the Sabeti Archipelago returned to the Marine Headquarters, with Yudian among them, rejoining the fleet. Yudian led the way, followed closely by Kizaru, the 2 admirals proceeding toward the conference room. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the escort of a prisoner. In truth, given the recent incident involving the Celestial Dragons, Yudian was, in a sense, considered a half-prisoner. He remained unfazed, recognizing his unintentional act of killing a Celestial Dragon. Such indiscriminate violence was indeed a grave error. Thus, he intended to clarify matters with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Minutes later, Yudian entered the conference room, immediately encountering Sengoku as a stern countenance. "Speak," Sengoku commanded, foregoing his seat, standing resolutely behind his desk, his expression grave as he awaited Yudian's explanation. "How did it come to pass that, while you were instructed to rescue and apprehend pirates, 2 celestial dragons met their demise instead?" In truth, Sengoku harbored little affection for the celestial dragons, yet his duty required him to manage the situation with utmost delicacy. "It was all an accident," Yudian replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "The pirates escaped, and I became somewhat agitated, inadvertently employing my Conqueror's Haki as a result. Those 2 inept individuals perished." Upon uttering this, Yudian appeared to realize the inappropriateness of his words and hastily added, "I apologize. I truly cannot find a more fitting term than inept to describe those 2. Surely, even a beggar on the street would not succumb to a mere wave of Conqueror's Haki, would they?" Listening to Yudian's seemingly rational discourse, Sengoku's expression darkened further, revealing his ire. "Admiral Yudian, do you comprehend the gravity of having slain those 2 celestial dragons?" Sengoku inhaled deeply, speaking with earnest seriousness. "Do not attempt to shirk responsibility with excuses. It is futile. Even as a high-ranking admiral, you must be held accountable. With the execution date approaching and an inevitable confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates looming, Sengoku sought to consolidate greater forces, particularly elite combatants. The presence of admirals could decisively alter the course of battle. Despite Udin's actions, Sengoku still wished to preserve him to bolster the Navy's strength and enhance their chances of victory. Alas, this matter was now beyond his jurisdiction. Sengoku sighed, his expression shifting as he ultimately shook his head in resignation, that I have already reported this incident, and the proposed course of action is likely to confine you to Impel down. Different incidents yield disparate outcomes based on their ramifications and the status of those involved. For instance, if a civilian or an ordinary pirate were to kill a celestial dragon, they would be summarily executed. However, the ramifications differ significantly when the perpetrator is a marine admiral. Confinement becomes the most probable course of action. After all, the admirals possess formidable strength, and the potential destruction arising from a desperate resistance must be factored in. Furthermore, with war imminent, the Navy cannot afford substantial losses in combat power. Thus, confinement and Impel down emerges as the optimal solution. Yet, while being confined is certainly preferable to execution, it nevertheless signifies the loss of personal freedom, a reality most individuals, particularly high-ranking admirals, would find intolerable. For instance, should Kizaru be sentenced to endure the oppressive existence within Impel down, he would undoubtedly refuse. A.S. for Udin. Confinement? Impel down. Udin's eyes sparkled with unexpected enthusiasm, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Perfect! I was just thinking of taking a break." Udin shockingly perceived this confinement as an opportunity for leisure. Chapter 68. Opposition from the Five Elders. Udin's declaration stunned the entire assembly. Even the seasoned Sengoku was taken aback. A break? Do you truly consider Impel down a vacation destination? On the other side, Kizaru expressed disbelief, stating, "Admiral Udin, the place of your confinement is Impel down, not some tourist attraction." Kizaru's reminder bore a chilling undercurrent, seemingly intended to prompt Udin to recognize his precarious situation, though it appeared Udin remained oblivious to the implication, responding cheerfully, "Vacation? For us in the Navy, isn't every place just the same? Come to think of it, I've never taken a vacation in Impel down. I must make sure to explore it thoroughly." Udin wasn't merely jesting. He genuinely intended to relish his time in Impel down. After all, it was renowned as the world's foremost underwater prison, instilling terror in countless pirates. The mere mention of its name could induce panic in the faint-hearted. How could such a place not warrant a thorough exploration? Udin had even resolved to enlist Domino, the vice warden, as his guide, eager to traverse the depths of the prison's 6th level. As for why he did not seek the guidance of Magellan, the prison warden, the reason was simple. Udin desired a beautiful guide to accompany him, purely for the aesthetic pleasure. You are indeed optimistic, Admiral Udin. Kizaru could think of no other words, merely admiring Udin's buoyant outlook. After all, this incident bore little consequence for him. He was merely a bystander. However, for Sengoku, who was directly managing the situation, the matter was far from light-hearted. Sengoku sighed, shaking his head in resignation, unable to persuade Udin further. He could only convey the plan he had devised. "I will exert all my efforts to persuade the world government, hoping to provide you with an opportunity to achieve merit and atone for your transgressions." Sengoku still hoped for a potential reversal, as the impending war with the Whitebeard pirates necessitated an increased presence of admiral-level strength. In comparison, the incident involving the celestial dragon's death paled in significance if the Five Elders acquiesced to Udin's temporary reprieve from confinement, and Udin subsequently distinguished himself during the conflict. It would be entirely plausible to absolve him of the culpability associated with the celestial dragon's demise. Nonetheless, confinement in Impel down could indeed be regarded as a form of respite. Sengoku recalled Udin's recent relentless assignments, returning to the headquarters only to prepare for battle, leaving little room for proper rest. Perhaps a period of clarity in Impel down would serve as a beneficial choice, providing an opportunity to temper his overly assertive demeanor. As these thoughts coursed through Sengoku's mind, he found himself wavering. Considering Udin's youth and potential to serve as an admiral for decades to come, a few years of confinement would hardly prove detrimental. At that moment, Udin and Kizaru departed the conference room, leaving Sengoku to contemplate, his thoughts muddled, unable to locate a suitable confidant for discussion. Just then, the speaking snail began to ring that it was a communication from the 5 elders of the world government. Sengoku, the newly appointed Admiral Yudian, does not require immediate handling. The first words from the 5 elders left Sengoku astounded, and their subsequent remarks further deepened his astonishment. The act of slaying a celestial dragon is indeed an unforgivable sin. However, as he is an admiral with significant contributions, his punishment can be deferred. Remember, your primary task is to eradicate the Whitebeard pirates. You must eliminate this so-called emperor of the New World. The authoritative voices of the 5 elders resonated, each expressing their opinions and stances in turn. Evidently, a unanimous consensus had been reached among the 5 elders. Yudian would not face punishment, not even a verbal reprimand, as their focus shifted towards confronting the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing the 5 elders' decision, Sengoku suddenly recalled his earlier notion of confining Yudian and Impel down to temper his character. He felt a stirring within and solemnly stated, "I understand that engaging the Whitebeard pirates is our Navy's foremost priority. However, the act of killing a celestial dragon is far too heinous to overlook. A punishment must be rendered. Failing to do so could incite other factions, leading to further fatalities among the celestial dragons." As the fleet admiral, Sengoku was now proactively requesting a penalty for Admiral Yudian. Yet peculiarly, the 5 elders, hailing from the celestial dragon lineage, categorically rejected his appeal. "Sengoku, do not question our decisions. Execute the orders. The Gorosei are resolute," issuing a strict directive forbidding any punishment of Yudian. Ultimately, Sengoku has no choice but to acquiesce to the commands of the Gorosei. That it is perplexing. Why are the Gorosei so insistent? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku remains bewildered, unable to fathom why they would not wish to safeguard the privileges and dignity of the celestial dragons. Or perhaps there is some other matter compelling them to act thus? Seated behind his desk, Sengoku ponders and speculates in silence. Yet he remains fruitless in his inquiries. Little does he realize that one of his conjectures holds a kernel of truth. The Gorosei's decision stems from an exceedingly significant reason, even going so far as to personally contact Sengoku to prevent him from enacting any punishment on Yudian. Who could have anticipated that a day would come when the murder of a celestial dragon would go unpunished? In the grand and opulent hall of power, a voice from one of the Gorosei resonates, followed by a flurry of conversation. Surely, such actions will diminish the influence of the celestial dragons. We must not doubt this decision. Indeed, after all, at that moment, an announcement from the guards reverberates through the hall, indicating that a celestial dragon wishes to pay a visit to the Holy Land. Chapter 69, Im's Decision. The entire world knows that the celestial dragons enjoy privileges as the nominal nobility of the world, akin to kings, hence the existence of the Shichibukai. However, few are aware that the supreme rulers of the world government, the Gorosei, also hail from the celestial dragons and exist as the highest rank among them. Under this order, ordinary celestial dragons typically do not concern themselves with the affairs of the world government. Furthermore, who would not relish a life of leisure, devoid of labor, where desires are easily fulfilled? Is fine wine no longer pleasurable? Or have beautiful women lost their allure? The long-standing aversion to work has rendered most celestial dragons indifferent to the affairs of the world government. Yet today, an unexpected turn of events has arisen, for the recent incident of the death of a celestial dragon is closely tied to them. This time, we must exert every effort to persuade the Gorosei to impose severe punishment on the murderer of the celestial dragon. One by one, the celestial dragons enter the Hall of Supreme Authority, their faces taut and their moods heavy, exhibiting no interest in fine wine or beautiful women, as absurd as it may seem. When one's life hangs in the balance, there is little inclination for revelry. If the execution of the murderer cannot be publicly carried out this time, the safety of the celestial dragons will become a grave concern. Over 20 ordinary celestial dragons proceed deeper into the hall, standing before the Gorosei. They disperse, forming an arc that subtly encircles the Gorosei across from them. "What do you intend to do?" one of the Gorosei coldly inquires, remaining seated, showing no regard for the portly figures before him. "This is not a place for your kind. Depart at once. Do not impede our work." The chilling words echo throughout the hall. initially brimming with bravado. The celestial dragons find themselves at a loss, exchanging glances, rendered mute by the reprimands. Their status within the celestial dragon clan is already inferior to that of the Gorosei. In essence, the Gorosei are akin to their leaders, possessing slightly less authority than the clan leader, more like acting clan leaders. In any circumstance, opposing a leader is easily construed as an attempt to subvert the existing order, leading to inevitable repercussions. In this moment of heated impulsivity, the ordinary celestial dragons now ponder whether they themselves might face punishment from the Gorosei following this incident. Silence envelopes the room, as no one dares to utter a word. Instead, it is the Gorosei who speak again. Still here, do you wish for me to provide you with an answer? Is that it? Based on your standing? The Gorosei cast their cold gazes upon the 20-odd celestial dragons before them, members of their own kin. Yet deemed worthless? Very well. Since you seek the truth, I shall divulge it to you. This matter was indeed meant to be communicated to you. One of the Gorosei begins to speak. What follows astounds all the ordinary celestial dragons present. There will be no punishment for the murderer of the celestial dragon. This is the decision of Lordum. Do you still wish to question the decision of Lordum? Upon hearing this, the Gorosei direct their piercing gaze back at the assembly of ordinary celestial dragons. This time, their glances are not merely cold, but infused with a palpable aura of menace, and no one can oppose the decision of Lordum. Not even the celestial dragons themselves? Since it is the decision of Lordum, it must be infallible. Indeed, Lordum is undoubtedly correct. This time, we were in the wrong one by one. The ordinary celestial dragons swiftly recognized their errors, lowering their proud heads, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Even those who harbor lingering resentment remain silent under the imposing name of Lordum. The celestial dragons are the nominal rulers of the world. The Gorosei occupy the highest rank among them, and Lordum reigns as the king of the celestial dragons, the only one worthy of occupying the throne of empty space. Soon, in a state of terror, the ordinary celestial dragons hurriedly exit the hall of power within the world government. The magnificent hall once again becomes empty and silent. Did Lordum foresee something? Though I share doubts regarding Lordum's decision. We must never question this individual. The course of history shall be determined by Lordum. Thus, we shall be the bearers of the sword. Within the hall, the Gorosei engage in somber discourse, exchanging opinions and speculating on Lordum's decision. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Yudian has yet to receive the latest development from Sengoku, but he is already prepared to vacation in Impel Down. Upon arrival, he intends to select Domino as his guide, preferring to keep the likes of Magellan and Hannibal at bay. Yudian has chosen his vacation guide. They ask for whether the choice is mutual. Yudian is unconcerned. Strength is the ultimate truth, especially in Impel Down, where power reigns supreme. Upon reflection, it seems that life in Impel Down may very well be more leisurely and enjoyable than life within the Navy. Yudian is filled with anticipation for his upcoming experiences in Impel Down. At that moment, however, his din mushy rings. Admiral Yudian, the results regarding your case have been delivered. Sengoku's serious voice emanates from the device. Yudian then learns that he has faced no punishment whatsoever, not even a verbal reprimand. Such an outcome is utterly unforeseen. After all, how could a naval admiral anticipate that the killing of 2 celestial dragons and the fright of another would ultimately result in no repercussions? Is this an encouragement for others to hunt celestial dragons? Yudian speculates that the Gorosei, those 5 ancient schemers, might be playing a deeper game. While others may remain oblivious, Yudian, as a time traveler, is acutely aware. The Gorosei are older than the previous generation's Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong and have witnessed numerous monumental events. For instance, the God Valley incident nearly 40 years ago, or the O'Hara incident over 20 years ago, during the era of the previous Pirate King. Rox, the Gorosei, had already seized control of the world as highest authority. To suggest that these individuals operate solely on whims, devoid of intent, is a notion Yudian finds utterly implausible. The only explanation is that something is amiss. Perhaps it involves him. Yudian is aware of Im's identity and speculates whether this outcome bears Im's influence. Regardless of whether the decision-maker is the Gorosei or Im, it undoubtedly harbors a profound conspiracy. Udian has witnessed numerous instances where those in power devise long-term, intricate schemes to this moment. He keenly senses the thick aroma of conspiracy. So, do I accept such a result? For others, the outcome may seem unilateral. Whatever decisions the superiors render, one must abide. However, for Udian, the result possesses a degree of choice. If I disapprove of this outcome, I am entirely at liberty to reject it. After a moment's contemplation, a spark of revelation ignites within Udian, and a knowing smile graces his lips. Why dwell on such matters? As long as one's strength is sufficiently formidable, what need is there to fear any conspiracy? He recalls that this is not Earth from his past life. This is a world where power is inherent. With the attribute system, he can infinitely enhance his personal abilities. When the time comes, will anyone, be it him or the Gorosei, withstand the force of his fist? Indeed, he finds himself rather intrigued by the schemes of these individuals that a smile spreads across Udian's face. When Im and the Gorosei believe they have successfully orchestrated their conspiracy, they shall soon discover that their roles have reversed. They have become the prey. While Udian assumes the role of the hunter, what expressions will adorn their faces then? Udian was filled with anticipation. Chapter 70. Akainu's warning, Whitebeard's shock. Ultimately, Udian's plan to advance to Impel down met with failure. Yet, it was not a complete failure. For in just a few days, the execution day of the prisoner Ace would arrive, and prior to that day, Ace would be extracted from the depths of Impel Down and escorted to the execution platform of the Navy headquarters. This task had previously been assigned to Udian, and at that time, he would still enter Impel Down, albeit not as a prisoner, but in the capacity of a fleet admiral of the Navy. Thus, the Celestial Dragon incident would reach its conclusion, though Udian felt it was premature to declare that everything had settled. However, at least for now, the repercussions of this event would not expand further. Both the Navy and the world government would need to focus their efforts on a significant task, executing Ace, and preparing to confront one of the four emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. In the following days, the two admirals, Akainu and Akiji, who had been dispatched to the New World to monitor the movements of the four emperors, began to return to the Navy headquarters with their respective fleets. At this juncture, all four admirals convened at the Navy headquarters, summoning more than 100,000 elite naval forces from around the globe. It could be said that 90% of the Navy's combat strength was concentrated at the headquarters, while the remaining personnel scattered across various branches worldwide were merely ordinary garrison troops with limited combat capability. On this day, upon their return to the headquarters, Akainu and Akiji encountered Udian in the plaza of the base. Admiral Udian, I hear you've accomplished something remarkable recently. Akiji approached with a jovial smile, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. You've even taken down celestial dragons. Truly astonishing. Akiji's words were not mere flattery. They stemmed from genuine respect. Even he, despite his grievances against the celestial dragons, would never dare to openly slay one, as those world nobles ultimately represented the face of the world government and were not to be trifled with. In response to Akiji's praise, Udian displayed great humility. It was merely a trivial deed. At that moment, Akainu, who had been walking over, let out a heavy snort and angrily exclaimed, to brazenly kill celestial dragons is sheer audacity. Admiral Udian, how do you intend to justify this? Akainu's fury was palpable, his emotions surging so intensely that magma flames ignited around him, suggesting a readiness for conflict at the slightest provocation. However, Udian's reaction remained remarkably calm. He lazily stifled a yawn and replied casually, they're just celestial dragons. Killing them is inconsequential, isn't it? Inconsequential. Akainu erupted with rage, the magma flaring up to several dozen meters high as he retorted vehemently, do you intend to disregard the dignity of the world government and the Navy? As Akainu spoke, the magma surged violently, taking on a volcanic shape as if it could erupt at any moment. Scattered droplets of magma splattered onto the nearby rocky ground, leaving behind blackened pits, some of which splashed onto Udian, yet were halted by an invisible barrier. Throughout this exchange, Udian exhibited no signs of utilizing any abilities, as if his body instinctively defended against the magma splatter. This spectacle only deepened the sense of enigma surrounding him. Even Akanu's gaze towards Yudian bore a weight of seriousness. That moment. Upon hearing Akanu's words, Yudian's previously relaxed demeanor shifted, and his expression became grave. Akainu, we are both members of the Navy. Why should we concern ourselves with the world government's dignity and opinions? Yudian retorted coldly, without a trace of fear, turning the question back to Akainu. We, the Navy, execute justice. Those who violate justice must be dealt with. So, Akainu, do the actions of the celestial dragons not constitute a violation of our Navy's justice? Or do you, as an admiral, believe that these celestial dragons possess supreme privileges? Yudian's voice was not loud, but each word darkened Akainu's countenance further. When he finished speaking, Akainu's face was stormy. Clearly, he was furious, yet could find little to counter Yudian's assertions. Previously, Akainu had always adhered to the concept of absolute justice. Yet today, he found himself confronted with that very principle by Yudian. In truth, Akainu had largely come to accept Yudian's actions against the celestial dragons. But given his character, he would never admit it openly. Do as you wish. After a cold snort, Akainu turned and departed, the magma receding back within him, his form returning to that of an ordinary human. This turn of events greatly relieved the nearby gathered sailors. They were thankful that no internal conflict had erupted before the impending battle. They knew Akainu's temperament was volatile, and his willingness to withdraw was the best outcome possible. However, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Yudian gazed at Akainu's retreating figure and frowned. You think you can just walk away after causing such a ruckus? Remember, you've incurred a favor from me today. While others may fear Akainu, Yudian was unperturbed, publicly demanding a favor after being inexplicably admonished. He felt it necessary to seek some form of compensation. His words left the surrounding Navy personnel aghast, too afraid to even breathe. Akainu, now at a distance, paused momentarily, but it was a brief halt before he resumed his departure. Thank goodness, the Navy personnel finally felt at ease. They assumed Akainu had chosen to ignore Yudian's words. Akiji, however, understood the implications and looked at Yudian in astonishment. Akainu actually acknowledged your point. That is truly rare. Having been comrades with Akainu for many years, Akiji was well aware of his character, allowing him to discern this nuance. Is that so? He acknowledges he owes me a favor? Yudian, as a transmigrator, had not perceived this aspect. In that case, perhaps Akainu is not entirely hopeless. Yudian mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Meanwhile, as the Navy headquarters braced itself for the intense preparations ahead, details regarding the celestial dragon incident gradually began to circulate. Naturally, the spread of such news required time, yet those influential powers with their ears to the ground found it relatively easy to acquire specific intelligence. At that moment, in a certain sea region of a new world, aboard the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard held a report concerning the celestial dragon incident, sipping his drink as he read. His initially nonchalant expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Killing 2 celestial dragons, yet facing no repercussions? Whitebeard exclaimed in shock upon finishing the report. Chapter 71. The 4 Emperors Stunned, Undercurrents Rising. Old man, the source of this information is absolutely reliable. Marco approached with a serious demeanor, stating the newly appointed Navy Admiral Yudian openly killed 2 celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, and reportedly the last celestial dragon was driven insane by fear. Under normal circumstances, such an act would be utterly unforgivable in the eyes of the world government. Yet curiously, following that incident, the perpetrator Yudian faced no punishment whatsoever. According to the intel, Admiral Yudian was still in good standing, remaining at the Navy headquarters. Marco provided a detailed explanation, ensuring the other division members understood the entire sequence of events. That it was evident that anyone of sound intellect could perceive the oddities surrounding this incident. Yet, explanations were not entirely lacking. The world government is likely concerned that the Navy's current strength cannot contend with us, which is why they have yet to deal with Yudian. Diamond Jozu suggested quietly, noting the importance of an admiral as a combat asset that the world government would prefer to retain. This interpretation was rather superficial, quickly inviting rebuttal. You think too simplistically, Jozu, Bista, the captain of the 5th Division, crossed his arms and frowned in contemplation. The world government does not hold us in such high regard, and first appeasing and then punishing is not their style. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Even the rebutted Jozu lowered his head in thought. Just as Bista had stated, the world government, as the nominal rulers of the world, operated with an iron fist and rarely hesitated once a decision was made. In fact, many aboard Whitebeard's ship still vividly recalled the world-shaking O'Hara incident. It was certain that the world government was brewing some sort of conspiracy. Marco calmly analyzed at the tea that moment. Whitebeard abruptly rose, slamming his bicento against the deck, exuding an air of immense strength and confidence. Whatever schemes those 5 old geezers have, they cannot deter me. I am Whitebeard. His booming voice reverberated through the skies, sending ripples across the sea. The next moment, Whitebeard waved his hand. Prepare to set sail, my sons. In a swift motion, the imposing vessel, akin to a colossal whale, the Moby Dick, actively submerged into the depths of the ocean. Although the date of execution was still several days away, the Whitebeard pirates were evidently taking precautions, opting to commence their maneuvers ahead of time. In the New World waters at the headquarters of the red-haired pirates, the flagship, the Red Force, rose and fell with the waves along the island's shore. Most of the pirate crew had already boarded, leaving behind a group of officers led by red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the officers were huddled together, engaged in an intense discussion regarding some intelligence. The death of a celestial dragon was a significant event. The world government would not let this matter pass lightly. The rotund Lucky Lu exhibited signs of agitation. However, based on the current intelligence, it was clear that Udien had not faced any repercussions. Jezeb lowered his head to scrutinize the information, responding with a calm demeanor. If this were indeed the case, then the implications of such an outcome were quite intriguing. Does this not suggest that I may have the opportunity to personally eliminate a few celestial dragons in the future? The other officers joined in the chatter, their expressions occasionally turning menacing, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. They had long harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, but due to their privileges and a lack of any tangible benefit from confrontation, they had refrained from provoking them. At that moment, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, approached Shanks, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, casually inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this matter? I am unaware of the intricacies involved, but it is certainly not Sengoku's idea." Shanks raised his head, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, and replied solemnly, "Even the fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong, does not possess such authority. Only the good thing to address matters concerning the death of a celestial dragon. It is even possible that—" Shanks did not continue, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and uncertainty, as if he too were grappling with his own thoughts. If this were indeed the Gorse's decision, it could spell trouble. Ben Beckman's expression turned grave as he deliberated softly. On the day of the execution, it is highly likely that a grand conspiracy is afoot. The Gorse's inaction regarding that Marine admiral suggests they intend to avoid disrupting the forthcoming machinations. At this point, the man known as the Brain Ben Beckman wore a shadowed expression. Truly, figures of such stature, having survived through various eras, can effortlessly orchestrate schemes targeting the 4 emperors. This operation is fraught with peril. Ben Beckman finally turned to Shanks, refraining from explicitly conveying his recommendations, instead seeking his insight through a glance. Should we proceed with this operation? The tacit understanding forged through years of partnership meant Shanks comprehended Beckman's intentions without the need for further elaboration. This matter was indeed peculiar. Even with Shanks' audacity, he pondered for a considerable time before raising his head. The plan shall remain unchanged. We shall proceed as originally intended. Shanks' gaze was resolute. Shortly thereafter, the Red Force, laden with its crew, set sail towards the Marine Headquarters, several dozen miles outside of Impel. Down in a turbulent and undisclosed sea, 2 colossal 4 Emperors factions quietly converged. The 4 Emperors Big Mom and Kaido met in these waters, each accompanied by nearly their entire contingent of principal combatants. With the execution day approaching, the Marines had consolidated their forces, with the majority of their main battleships returning to the Marine Headquarters. Even withdrawing personnel tasked with monitoring the Big Mom pirates and the Beast Pirates could tease such a juncture. The Marine High Command was too preoccupied with the Whitebeard pirates to concern themselves with the movements of other Four Emperors factions. This resulted in the personnel maneuvers of the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates going unnoticed by the Marines. The audacity of killing a celestial dragon without facing any punishment. This Yudian is truly remarkable. The Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin chuckled as she perused the intelligence, her interest in Yudian growing. Beside her, Kaido snorted derisively. What is so impressive about slaying a few ordinary celestial dragons? I will soon obliterate the entire holy land Mariewa. At this point, Kaido abruptly turned, his fury directed at the assembled all-stars. When can we set sail? I'm growing impatient. Boss Kaido, let us wait a few more days. It would be best to strike on the day of the execution, the all-stars urged in unison. Ultimately, Kaido restrained himself, resolute in orchestrating a monumental event, one that could even overturn the entire world, in the waters near Sabaody Archipelago. Following the world-shocking celestial dragon incident, a temporary calm had returned to the Sabaody Archipelago. With numerous pirates and nefarious traitors having departed, the overall security of the archipelago had visibly improved. However, a handful of pirates chose not to leave for the New World immediately, instead lingering near the Sabaody Archipelago as if awaiting something. Among these few were the majority of the supernovas. Among these supernovas, only Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie was privy to the true outcome of the Celestial Dragon incident, as news of the Celestial Dragon's deaths remained tightly under wraps. Inaccessible to ordinary pirates lacking special intelligence sources. Knowing that Yudian had committed such an astonishing act and yet faced no repercussions, Bonnie was particularly eager for the impending battle at the Marine Headquarters. Just how formidable is that individual's strength? Bonnie believed that Yudian's lack of punishment stemmed from the higher echelons of the world government valuing his immense power. Aside from her, most of the other supernovas, with a few exceptions, had either encountered Yudian or even crossed blades with him. These supernovas were equally enthusiastic about the impending war, believing it would alter the balance of power in the world if Whitebeard were to perish. It would usher in my era. Many pirates harbored vast ambitions within their hearts. In the days leading up to the execution, the world seemed tranquil, yet beneath this calm, turbulent currents were already surging. Chapter 72. The day of execution arrives. The entire world was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. Every individual could sense the oppressive tension of an impending storm, yet the global situation appeared eerily quiet. With even the most ruthless and unreasonable pirates settling down, refraining from acts of robbery, as if silently anticipating something. The situation was fraught with uncertainty, and few factions dared to engage in any unusual behavior at such a time. For that would be tantamount to provoking the Marines' sensitive nerves. In other words, those who dared to act with impunity during such a time, even orchestrating grand maneuvers, were forces that were unafraid of the Marines. The Four Emperors possessed such qualifications. Among the Four Emperors, Whitebeard created the greatest stir. Within a short span, the Whitebeard pirates not only gathered all their direct subordinate crews, but also summoned 43 allied pirate crews. These pirate crews boasted considerable renown in the New World waters, far from being mere nameless entities. This was tantamount to openly declaring to the world and the Marines that they would endeavor to rescue Ace. The formidable elite among countless pirates converged upon the Whitebeard pirates, with their total number exceeding 50,000. This vast force would be personally led by Whitebeard Edward Newgate, setting forth with great momentum towards the Marine Headquarters. Although the entire world was aware that the Whitebeard pirates would appear at the Marine Headquarters on the day of execution, it was unlikely they would make any significant moves prior to that day or launch a direct assault. Nevertheless, the Marines remained on high alert, patrolling the Marine Headquarters day and night, never daring to relax their vigilance. Even the Marine admirals were in a state of constant readiness. However, among them, Yudian was far less anxious. Instead, adopting a leisurely demeanor, treating the days leading up to the execution as a holiday. He would awaken at noon each day, and after rising, he would amble about the vicinity of the Marine Headquarters. Occasionally, when encountering slightly flustered Marine soldiers, he would offer them patient guidance. With 3 days remaining until the execution, Whitebeard would not arrive, so they should relax. This counsel had some effect. yet did not fully take hold. The Marine soldier opposite him paused momentarily, and upon regaining focus, he hurried away with a more frantic expression. "Oh no, I'm going to be late for training. I'll surely be scolded by Sergeant Chow." The soldier, filled with frustration, departed in haste, evidently placing the blame for his tardiness on Yudian. Truly, he knows not how to savor the beauty of life. Yudian shook his head, continuing to relish the joys of life. Such carefree days passed swiftly in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed, and the day of execution had arrived. At the Naval Headquarters base in Marineford Port, a formidable warship was poised for departure, with thousands of elite soldiers already on board. Not only were there vice admirals and rear admirals aboard this grand vessel, but also a fleet admiral leading the charge. The mobilization of such forces was solely to escort the prisoner Ace. Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally arrived at the port, repeatedly advising Yudian, who was preparing to set sail. The task of escorting Ace was of paramount importance. Vigilance must be doubled. The so-called execution referred to that of Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. Should the prisoner be intercepted along the way, the efforts of the Navy over the past few days would be rendered futile. In truth, the Naval Headquarters on execution day was a grand trap, with Ace serving as the bait. Without the bait, Whitebeard would naturally not take the hook. During the preparatory phase prior to the execution, no mistakes were to be tolerated. Sengoku concluded his instructions. Thereafter, Yudian boarded the massive warship, leading the troops into the fray. Once the warship departed the Naval Headquarters base, Sengoku dispatched over a dozen escort vessels to follow. Yudian's grand warship was on its way to Impel down, traversing a special route. This was no ordinary passage. It was indeed a special navigational path, one that was difficult for other powers, especially pirate factions, to obtain permission to traverse. Connecting the Naval Headquarters and Impel down was the colossal Gate of Justice. As long as they passed through the Gate of Justice, even if the Whitebeard pirates attempted to abduct the prisoner, it would be impossible, as no other vessels could enter the special passage from outside the Gate of Justice. The route leading to the Gate of Justice was the most perilous. However, the Naval Headquarters had gathered over 100,000 elite personnel, including 4 admirals, numerous vice admirals, and a vast number of rear admirals. This formidable assembly made escorting a single warship to the Gate of Justice a relatively effortless task. Even if the Whitebeard pirates launched an attack, the Navy had already devised countermeasures. For Yudian, there was no concern about being ambushed along the way. As a traveler from another world, he was acutely aware of when and where the Whitebeard pirates would make their appearance. Thus, Yudian enjoyed the journey, savoring fine wine and admiring the scenery, patiently awaiting the arrival of the warship at Impel down. Finally, the Gate of Justice loomed ahead. Chapter 73. Magellan personally welcomes. Is that the Gate of Justice? Wow, it's enormous. This is my first encounter with the Gate of Justice. On the massive warship, many naval officers were witnessing the Gate of Justice for the first time. They gazed at the towering structure that seemed to pierce the clouds, their hearts filled with a In truth, there were 3 gates of justice, connecting the Naval Headquarters, Impel down, and Justice Island, forming a perfect triangle. The 3 gates were interconnected, and the passage linking 2 gates was an extraordinarily unique reverse whirlpool. When vessels navigated through the center of the reverse whirlpool, the force of the current significantly accelerated their speed. However, it was utterly impossible to enter the center passage from the external area of the reverse whirlpool to construct the Gate of Justice. A passage had to first be opened within the reverse whirlpool, which was a formidable challenge. Yudian contemplated the scene of the Navy constructing the Gate of Justice. The 4 emperors lacked the strength to build such a marvel. Only the world's most powerful navy possessed this capability. While Yudian was lost in thought, the massive warship had already sailed into the Gate of Justice, braving the waves. The gates closed, and Yudian's warship entered a high-speed torrent. Standing on the deck, Yudian gazed around, suddenly feeling as though he were embarking on a river rafting adventure akin to his past life on Earth. Although the warship was colossal, amidst the fierce currents below, it felt like a mere skiff. Fortunately, the water flow was consistent, absent of turbulence. Otherwise, capsizing such a large vessel would have been effortless. Indeed, it was a reverse whirlpool. Yudian peered further out to sea, noticing that the surrounding water flowed in the opposite direction. Dispersing outward in such a water environment, it was exceedingly difficult for external vessels to enter. The warship, sailing through the torrent, experienced a dramatic increase in speed, significantly reducing the time required to reach Impel Down. Soon after, the naval crew aboard the massive warship caught sight of a great gate, the gate of justice belonging to Impel Down. The gate had already swung open. Without any delay, the warship passed through the colossal gate, and the crew could faintly see the structures of Impel Down rising above the waves. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away, two enormous warships remained anchored upon the tumultuous sea, despite the chaotic waters, with waves crashing violently. The two vessels remained steadfast, seemingly anchored to the ocean floor. These ships belonged to the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates. At that moment, the four emperors by Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido of the 100 Beasts stood at the prow, gazing toward the distant Impel Down. Due to the considerable distance, even the vision of the four emperors struggled to discern the end of the sea. They required telescopes. Soon, lookout pirates began to report the latest developments. A massive warship was rapidly approaching Impel Down. Report: the warship was confirmed to harbor Admiral Udian. The Navy's objective is indeed Impel Down. The massive warship has anchored at the Impel Down dock. Kaido: Admiral Udian has entered Impel Down, accompanied personally by Warden Magellan. A stream of updates continued to pour in, and both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido could barely contain their excitement. Especially Charlotte Linlin. Upon hearing of Udian's presence, she immediately commanded her pirates to set off for Impel Down to seize the prisoner. Kaido aimed to capture Doflamingo and the Drought Jack Flame Djinn, while Charlotte Linlin had set her sights on the formidable Admiral Udian. Fortunately, Kaido promptly restrained Charlotte Linlin's impulsive desire. "Quiet down, Linlin. Have you forgotten our plan?" Frustrated by the interruption, Charlotte Linlin retorted, "Kaido, if this plan fails, I'll have your head." The two engaged in a heated argument. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Impel Down, Warden Magellan, akin to the Emperor of Impel Down, exceptionally emerged from the depths of the prison, leading Deputy Warden Hannibal, Chief Guard Domino, along with several head guards and jailers, to welcome the approaching naval contingent. At this moment, Udian had already descended the warship with a portion of elite soldiers, leaving other naval officers aboard it. As Udian put it, "If we encounter foes that I, as an admiral, cannot handle, your presence would merely complicate matters and lead to unnecessary casualties." The term unnecessary casualties was rather novel to the sailors on board, but its meaning was clear and easily understood. While the naval officers aboard were somewhat disgruntled, upon reflection, they begrudgingly accepted the reasoning. Soon, under Magellan's personal guidance, the naval team led by Udian entered Impel Down, with the warden himself leading the way, accompanied by the beautiful deputy warden. How could I not feel elated at receiving such treatment? What more could one desire from life? The soldiers following Udian down the gangplank were filled with disbelief and pride, their steps lightened by exhilaration. Meanwhile, those left aboard the warship were not so fortunate, begrudgingly musing, "Humph. If not for Admiral Udian, you would have only enjoyed the treatment of a mere jailer escort." As the naval officers on the ship quietly murmured amongst themselves, the entire procession ahead entered Impel Down, and to their astonishment, the colossal gates of this underwater prison began to close slowly. This spectacle only fueled the whispers of those remaining aboard the warship. The soldiers accompanying Udian into the depths of Impel Down were blissfully unaware of their comrades' thoughts. In fact, for most of them, it was their inaugural visit to this notorious fortress, and while diligently maintaining vigilance over their surroundings, their eyes wandered in awe, taking in every novel sight within Impel Down. This was also Udian's first glimpse of the prison's interior, having previously encountered it only through animated depictions on Earth in his former life. However, Udian felt little curiosity towards Impel Down itself. Rather, he was taken aback by the grand reception orchestrated for the arrival of their group. Magellan was not one to readily assume the role of guide, unless the visitor were a striking beauty. Udian recalled that in the original narrative, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Empress Boa Hancock, was personally escorted by Magellan, who displayed remarkable enthusiasm solely due to her unparalleled beauty. Reflecting on this occasion, Udian pondered and found no evidence to suggest Magellan harbored any homosexual inclinations, which alleviated his concerns. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He had never anticipated Magellan would serve as a guide. After all, who could decline a burly man as a tour guide? With Magellan's appearance, he could easily masquerade as a ghost without the need for makeup or a mask. Initially, Yudian had expected the Vice Warden Domino to lead the way. Not for any particular reason, but simply to provide guidance to the young women stationed in hazardous roles, thereby contributing indirectly to the security of the underwater prison by enhancing the strength of the guards. The likelihood of prisoner escapes would diminish, of course. The presence of beautiful companions was undoubtedly a significant motivation. Thus, while en route to the 6th level underground, Yudian insisted Domino serve as their guide, introducing them to the internal workings of Impel Down. Chapter 74. Commanding Magellan's Respect. Mr. Yudian, as this is your first visit to Impel Down, allow me to provide you with an introduction to this grand prison. As they entered the expansive elevator, Domino, the Vice Warden, stood beside Yudian, intermittently describing the various levels they passed. For the most part, Domino wore a stoic expression, regardless of whether she faced the Director Magellan, the sycophantic Vice Director Hannibal, or the notorious pirate inmates. However, while presenting the levels of Impel Down to Yudian, her demeanor exhibited an unusual, albeit slight, shift. Such a display astonished the accompanying guards. Had Vice Warden Domino actually smiled? They were not gossiping. Many had worked in Impel Down for years without witnessing their Vice Warden display any semblance of joy. Yudian, well aware of Domino's indifferent temperament, paid little mind and quietly listened to her explanations. Nodding occasionally, the largest prison in the world, Impel Down housed many vicious and notorious pirate criminals. Depending on the severity of their crimes and their strength, inmates were confined to different levels, ensuring they received appropriate punishment. Domino elaborated on the operational dynamics within Impel Down. Just as the elevator passed the first underground level, there lay the Level 1 Red Lotus Hell, where the least severe offenders were held, requiring only ordinary blades for their punishment. You may have heard the roars of ferocious beasts. That level corresponds to the Level 2 Beast Hell, where we utilize a plethora of savage creatures and monsters instead of traditional instruments of torture, subjecting inmates to physical and psychological torment. Though incidents of inmate disappearances and fatalities frequently occur, this section of the prison was notably quiet, perhaps eliciting curiosity. In truth, it was the Level 3 Hunger Hell, where inmates commanded bounties exceeding 50 million berries, with nearly all facing the death penalty. Consequently, we do not provide these death row prisoners with food or water, leaving those who have endured prolonged starvation too weak even to cry out. Thus, the tranquility of this level is rivaled only by the Infinite Hell. Additionally, due to ascending heat from the lower levels, the entire Level 3 is exceedingly sweltering as the elevator continued its descent. Domino suddenly cautioned Yudian about the incoming heat wave, for they were about to traverse the most scorching section of Impel Down. While they conversed, the elevator arrived at the next level, and Yudian was immediately met with a wave of heat. In reality, there was no fire, but rather an illusion created by the oppressive warmth. Please be cautious, Domino reiterated, explaining that this level was the Level 4 Scorching Hell. The office of Director Magellan is situated on this level, which is the hottest place within Impel Down. All prisoners, upon their initial incarceration, must undergo a session of intense heat sterilization at this level. Please remain vigilant, as the levels below exhibit a stark contrast to the Scorching Hell. As Domino elaborated, an icy gust swept into the elevator. The guards and wardens had prepared themselves, donning thick winter coats, but the naval soldiers were unprepared, shivering uncontrollably, some even becoming stiff with cold tea that moment. Yudian raised his hand, unleashing a powerful aura, the manifestation of his Conqueror's Haki. The aura he emitted was not directed at anyone present. It was solely intended to disperse the frigid air infiltrating the elevator. Soon enough, the cold was banished, and the naval soldiers regained mobility in their limbs. Meanwhile, Domino and Magellan, standing nearby, exchanged glances of surprise. Even though Yudian's Conqueror's Haki was not aimed at anyone, they could still feel its formidable presence. Among them, Magellan himself was a top-tier powerhouse. Otherwise, he could not maintain control over the infamous pirates confined to the 6th level. Yet at that moment, he was genuinely astonished by Yudian's display. It seemed that capturing Flame, Calamity Jin, and Drought Jack, and holding his own against Kaido, might indeed be true. Until today, Magellan had harbored some doubts about these claims, given his prolonged stay in Impel Down, relying solely on hearsay for information from the outside world. The sound of creaking chains shattered the silence. Domino, regaining her composure, cleared her throat and continued her explanation. Below the scorching hell lies the level 5 extreme cold hell. From this level onward, all inmates possess bounties exceeding 100 million berries, categorized as extremely dangerous criminals. The notorious criminal world destroyer Bondi Waldo, who once shook the world by attacking the celestial dragons, is confined on this level. Having been imprisoned in a state of frozen death for nearly 30 years, suddenly, as Domino spoke, the elevator came to an abrupt halt with a resounding clank. They had arrived at the lowest level of Impel Down. "We have arrived." Domino raised her gaze toward the elevator doors, her expression unusually grave, as if they were about to enter a perilously dangerous zone. This was the 6th level below ground, the level 6 infinite hell. "The prisoner you are to escort, Ace, is confined at this level." As she spoke, the group exited the elevator. The surroundings were eerily quiet. According to Domino, this level was even quieter than the hunger hell of level 3. For it was the infinite hell. Before them lay a passage leading deep into the inner levels, and gazing down the road, one could see a shroud of darkness, silent and profound, harboring a sense of uncanny foreboding. This level housed individuals who had once shaken the world, and one could anticipate the terrifying dangers lurking within the darkness at the end of the passage, were it not for the presence of formidable figures like Magellan and Yudian. Ordinary wardens and naval soldiers would not dare to tread upon this level of the prison. "Let us proceed to retrieve the prisoner." Magellan took the lead, striding into the depths of the passage. Chapter 75. The Great Pirates of Level 6. As the crowd proceeded deeper into the passage, an enveloping silence surrounded them, as if the cells lining the walls were utterly vacant, devoid of human presence. However, through the keen perception of Kenbunchika Haki, Yudian could distinctly sense the presence of numerous individuals lurking within the confines of those cells. Not only Yudian, but the other guards and naval soldiers, despite lacking the same heightened awareness, were well aware from past experiences that many prisoners resided within the shadows of the cells. They had witnessed inmates lingering at the fringes, and a few even approached their cell doors, silently watching them through the iron bars without uttering a word. Despite the multitude of prisoners confined within, the entirety of the 6th underground level remained relatively tranquil, with only the echoing footsteps of the group reverberating through the corridor. Why was it so quiet? Would those criminals suddenly burst forth from their cells? The naval soldiers tread cautiously, their hearts racing with trepidation, each beat echoing in their ears. Although they were elite members of the Navy, brimming with courage, the instinctual fear of danger, deeply rooted within their beings, could not be suppressed in a place that housed countless of the world's most notorious offenders. The guards and wardens accompanying them exhibited a degree of tension, yet maintained vigilance against any unforeseen events that might arise. Among those present, only a handful managed to remain completely composed. Starting from this particular cell, they were all newcomers who had been incarcerated in recent years. Domino spoke gravely, gesturing toward a cell on the left front, which contained the notorious tyrant King Pizarro, infamous for his heinous deeds. In the cell across from the tyrant king was the extremely dangerous moonlit hunter Katarina Devon. And in that other cell resided the big, drunkard Bast Choate. Domino introduced each prisoner, yet those named remained eerily still in stark contrast to the old hands who had been imprisoned here for years, openly taunting Magellan. These newcomers exhibited behavior akin to well-behaved children. However, this impression of docility was soon shattered as the group approached Ace's cell. Domino raised his hand to point at a nearby cell, stating, "The inmate in this cell has been here for less than 6 months. He is the former Shichibukai, Crocodile." Perhaps emboldened by the lack of incident thus far, Domino's mood lightened, and he remarked, "Crocodile displayed no change of expression during his hellish baptism in the scorching depths, not even a frown. I remember him vividly." In truth, it wasn't just Domino. Even the warden Magellan had an impression of this newcomer Crocodile. Upon hearing this, he glanced toward the adjacent cell. only to find a figure slowly approaching the iron door, coldly regarding them from behind the bars. What is the meaning of this? Do you take me for a monkey in a zoo, to be gawked at your leisure? Crocodile's voice dripped with disdain, his gaze sharp and laced with a chilling aura. Silence. Magellan furrowed his brow, feeling his authority as the Emperor of Impel Down had been challenged. I am the boss. You will heed my commands. Yet his words only served to further provoke Crocodile, who retorted, Magellan, do not threaten me with such words. Even imprisoned, I will not endure such indignities. This blatant provocation left Magellan feeling humiliated. It seems I must use you to validate my status as the warden of Impel Down. Magellan halted, releasing a faint aura of his poison powers, the venom swirling around him, potent enough to claim the lives of many creatures merely through its scent. Yet he refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to threaten through action. Magellan understood that a prisoner like Crocodile would not be easily intimidated, even if he were to strike out. Indeed, Crocodile showed no sign of fear or retreat, standing resolutely before the iron door, locking eyes with Magellan. During this exchange, Crocodile's icy gaze swept over Domino, whose body trembled slightly under the weight of the murderous intent emanating from the former that moment. Yu Jian stepped forward, smiling as he gestured. When addressing a lady, one must be gentle. With his words, an intangible aura radiated from him. It was Conqueror's Haki, a gentle manifestation rather than an explosive display, thus appearing softer compared to its use in combat. If the explosive nature of Conqueror's Haki resembled a tyrant exuding a murderous intent that instilled fear, then this slow emanation was akin to a king asserting his dignity without a trace of hostility. Nevertheless, even this dignified aura left Crocodile visibly shaken. The former Shichikai, once known as the Desert King, found himself retreating step by step under the impact of Yudian's Conqueror's Haki. When he steadied himself, and again met Yudian's gaze, the arrogance and defiance in his eyes had been replaced by profound fear and apprehension. You are a Marine Admiral? Crocodile recognized the uniform adorning Yudian, his brow furrowing in confusion. When did the Navy acquire someone of your caliber? When Crocodile was captured and imprisoned in Impel Down, Yudian was merely a reserve soldier in the Marines training camp, barely recognized even within the Navy. However, Yudian had no desire to explain himself. After all, he deemed a Shichibukan worthy of such a personal response. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from a nearby cell. This young man is named Yudian, the newly appointed 4th Admiral of the Navy. The group turned toward the voice, witnessing a tall figure emerge from the shadows of the adjacent cell to Yamato of the Beast Pirates, known as one of their 3 main commanders. Chapter 76, Breaking Your Arrogance, in the 6th underground level of Impel Down. Known as Infinite Hell, the prisoners confined here had all committed acts that shook the world. They had been so heinous that the world government had expunged their existence from history, rendering them legendary monsters among pirates. The deeds of these most vicious criminals were concealed by the world government. Even thorough searches through newspapers yielded no records of them. This was why even the guards and wardens managing Impel Down were reluctant to venture into the 6th level. The criminals held within were so fearsome that merely walking through the corridor could lead to assault or even death. Yet, even among the monstrous strength that populated this 6th level, Yamato stood at the pinnacle of the prisoners' hierarchy. At this moment, Yamato fixed his gaze intently on Yudian beyond the cell door, addressing Crocodile bluntly. Not long ago, it was this Marine Admiral Yudian who defeated me. You believe he lacks the right to regard you as a mere monkey. Understand your position and speak accordingly, Sand Crocodile. Yamato's tone was far from amicable, carrying a condescension befitting one of higher status. However, the equally temperamental Crocodile refrained from retorting, merely furrowing his brow before retreating into the shadows of his cell. Within the prison, hierarchies existed based on individual strength. Crocodile perhaps recognized that his standing paled in comparison to that of Yamato, or simply chose not to engage in meaningless disputes. After all, within these confines, their exchanges would only serve to diminish their own status. In any case, Crocodile chose to endure this time. Meanwhile, Yamato's attention had already shifted back to Yudian. Acknowledged strength draws the gaze of those who wield power. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Yamato observed Yudian from beyond the door. A glimmer of amusement in his eyes. I have never witnessed Magellan personally escort someone before. You truly are the center of attention, surrounded by numerous naval soldiers and guards, and accompanied by the beautiful Deputy Warden Domino acting as a guide. Yudian was indeed the focal point, impossible for others to overlook. The prisoners in the nearby cells couldn't help but express their astonishment. Indeed, the upper echelons of Impel Down are present. Are all you big shots here simply to guide that marine lad named Yudian? Ha ha! Magellan, are you planning to step down as warden and take up the role of a tour guide instead? How comical! It's like a gathering of clowns within the confines of the prison cell. The malevolent pirate inmates roared with laughter, mercilessly mocking the denizens of Impel Down. Particularly focused on Magellan, these prisoners seized the opportunity to ridicule the warden of Impel Down with unrestrained glee. They were utterly indifferent to the prospect of retribution. After all, they were death-defying outlaws, criminals whose very existence had once instilled fear across the world. Soon, their reckless provocation succeeded in inciting Magellan's wrath. You have truly forgotten who reigns supreme here, Magellan's voice thundered, unable to bide his time for revenge. That moment, he unleashed his powers, the toxic abilities of his devil fruit surging forth as a torrent of deep purple venom erupted from his body. Poison Dragon, he commanded, and the venom coalesced above him, forming an elongated serpent of poison. In the blink of an eye, the toxic dragon lunged toward a nearby cell. Wah! Magellan, have you lost your mind? Using the poison dragon, a prisoner within that cell gasped. Realizing the potency of Magellan's abilities, he had only exchanged a few taunts, never anticipating such a formidable response. Bang! The poison dragon crashed into the cell, and the anguished screams of the prisoners echoed forth as their bodies became ensnared in the venom, enveloped in a vaporous mist from the corrosive toxins. Antidote, please! I beg you for the antidote, they cried in desperation. Humph! No one defies me within this prison, Magellan declared, retracting the poison dragon and casting a frigid gaze over the other cells. His threat unmistakable. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, but was only brief. Moments later, a figure appeared before the nearby cell door, coldly stating, Magellan, do you think I fear you? Magellan turned to the voice. Recognizing the speaker and furrowing his brow, Jack the Drought, a notorious member of the Beast Pirates. Alongside him stood T.I. Jean, both of whom had recently entered Impel Down but had already made a name for themselves as troublemakers. No matter the tortures inflicted upon them, they remained defiantly unyielding. Even Magellan had attempted to subdue them on numerous occasions. You two had best behave, Magellan threatened in a low voice, but he refrained from striking. He understood that an attack would likely provoke Jack's rebellious spirit even further. Shut your mouth, Magellan, Jack retorted, visibly enraged, veins of fury coursing through his eyes. Yet before he could further escalate the confrontation, another voice broke through the tension, cold and somewhat halting, as if the speaker had not uttered a word in ages. During my absence, it seems many newcomers have emerged upon the seas, as the voice resonated. A figure stepped forth, clad in tattered Impel Down attire, appearing somewhat disheveled yet with eyes that burned with intensity. Are you the legendary individual? Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. That moment, Idyan rose abruptly and approached. You speak truthfully. The recent crop of pirates has indeed shown an alarming level of arrogance. As he spoke, an aura began to emanate from Idyan the Conqueror's Haki. He declared, you've already been imprisoned, yet you continue to flaunt your arrogance. For whom do you display it? Is it for me? With that, Idyan smiled, raising his right hand. In that case, I shall unleash a fraction of my power and shatter your unfounded pride. Instantly, an invisible force swept through the vicinity. Rumble! The entire corridor quaked violently, nearly unbalancing those within. Fortunately, the tremor was fleeting and tranquility returned almost as quickly as it had arrived. What just happened? Was that an earthquake? The naval soldiers murmured in confusion. Impossible! This is Impel Down. An earthquake cannot occur here, the guards asserted with certainty, quickly deducing that the recent disturbance was no natural phenomenon. As they exchanged hushed words, they suddenly noticed a peculiar silence enveloping the prisoners in their cells. Could they have been intimidated into silence? One guard speculated. Upon closer inspection, they found that many prisoners lay unconscious, having collapsed without warning, white foam trickling from their mouths. It was evident that these prisoners were not willingly succumbing to unconsciousness. Conqueror's Haki, murmured one prisoner, still partially conscious, struggling to remain upright before ultimately succumbing to the ground with a thud. Yet his final words illuminated the realization for the guards and soldiers. Those inmates had been overwhelmed and rendered unconscious by the sheer force of Adyan's Haki. Strange, I felt no extraordinary force, one naval soldier pondered aloud, scratching his head as he sought the source of the Haki. Then it became clear to him and the others that the wielder of this Haki was indeed Adyan. No wonder he is revered, the soldiers exclaimed, excitement coursing through them. Wait, it seems Adyan is facing off against someone observed, noting that Adyan appeared to be locked in a standoff with another figure. Obscured by the bars of the cell that moment. One of the few remaining conscious prisoners, Jack the Drought, spoke up. No wonder he is known as the descendant of the demon god. Even in captivity, his presence rivals that of an admiral. Jack's voice was low but serious, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed intently at the figure before them. Indeed, all present, including naval soldiers and guards, turned their attention toward Adyan, who stood at the cell door, facing a towering figure behind the bars. It was Douglas Burette, a former member of the Roger Pirates, the descendant of the demon god. So, it is you, Adyan acknowledged, surveying the imposing Burette with a nod, confirming the rumors to be true as a traveler from another world. Adyan possessed knowledge of who Douglas Burette was, even more so than the prison's guards. Having been imprisoned in the 6th level of Impel Down, Burette had not succumbed to despair. Rather, he had maintained a rigorous training regime with unwavering focus. After more than 20 years of incarceration, his strength had not only been preserved, but had actually intensified beyond what it had been prior to his imprisonment. Adyan articulated Burette's current state, and the crowd fell into stunned silence. Domino, the deputy warden of Impel Down, who was well acquainted with the prisoners across the various levels, shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. The 6th level houses the most dangerous criminals, all shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Douglas Burette was indeed among those under strict surveillance, and his sea-stone cuffs had never been removed. The greatest weakness of a devil fruit user lay in their susceptibility to seawater and sea-stone, which would render them powerless and drained of energy. While most powerful devil fruit users could retain some strength even while shackled, few could train and grow stronger under such conditions, especially in the oppressive confines of the 6th level. Burette, this fellow is indeed formidable. Even Magellan acknowledged with a nod, conceding that Burette was among the strongest prisoners in the history of Impel Down. Throughout the centuries of Impel Down's existence, countless powerful pirate criminals had been imprisoned, and while many had perished long ago, their legacies remained in the recent decades alone. The formidable prisoners confined to the 6th level were titans who had rocked the very foundations of the sea. Even Crocodile, once one of the 7 warlords of the sea, could only be considered of moderate strength within these walls. Obi ranked among the few most powerful individuals within such illustrious company. What kind of strength must that entail? Crocodile himself provided the answer. I'm certainly no match for him now. As Crocodile spoke, a complex expression crossed his gaze. For over 20 years ago, he too possessed strength that could rival Barrett's. Regrettably, after being defeated by Whitebeard, Crocodile lost his way. Subsequently seeking external power, he lurked in the desert kingdom of Alabasta for nearly 2 decades, aiming to seize the ancient weapon Pluton, only to ultimately fail. It became evident that true strength must be cultivated from within. Upon entering Impel Down, Crocodile awakened to his own potential. His thoughts transformed, liberating himself from the shadow of past defeat. However, he remained but a minor player in this scenario. The spotlight was solely on the 2 figures before him, Adyan and Barrett. They stood in opposition, separated by the iron bars of the cell, one a vice admiral, the other a prisoner. Yet, at this moment, the imprisoned Barrett radiated an aura that rivaled that of the vice admiral. What an astonishing presence! Even in his confinement, he could unleash such formidable energy. If granted freedom, he would undoubtedly stand a chance against the vice admiral. The other prominent prisoners on the 6th level prophesied with conviction that Barrett in his prime could defeat the vice admiral. Most of them had encountered vice admirals before, with some having been captured by them, and thus they understood that vice admirals were not to be taken lightly. Each possessed extraordinary strength. Hey, you Navy brat, why not release Barrett? I dare say you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Some prisoners jeered, attempting to provoke Idyan. Once one led, others quickly followed suit, and soon the corridor was filled with a cacophony of mockery and ridicule from the inmates. I could see this moment. Idyan made his move. He raised his right hand, seemingly signaling the other prisoners to quiet down. However, this action only incited louder derision from the inmates. In that instant, Idyan clenched his fist. Boom! An overwhelming force erupted, shaking the very air and stunning the entire assembly. Conqueror's Haki. It was time for these ruffians to recognize their true place. Idyan retracted his languid demeanor, unleashing the full might of his Conqueror's Haki. That moment, his 14 10 points of Conqueror's Haki surged forth like a tsunami, crashing into every prisoner present. In an instant, these once arrogant pirate overlords fell silent. Not only did they quiet down, but they stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. All the prisoners were left in awe. Even those unwilling to submit found the courage to resist, stripped away by the overwhelming force of Conqueror's Haki. Beyond the pinnacle, Conqueror's Haki. Inside the cell, Barrett's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief, as he was reminded of something extraordinary. Chapter 78. Power comparable to the Pirate King. Barrett, possessing formidable strength himself, was primarily shocked by one realization. Idyan's Conqueror's Haki was reminiscent of the legendary pirate King Aldi. Roger, his Haki was as terrifying as Roger's had been in his prime. Suddenly, this thought burst into Barrett's mind. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on Idyan, as if he had spotted the rarest of prey in the world. Indeed, for Barrett, Idyan at this moment represented a worthy adversary that could drive him to madness. Since Roger's death, his blood had gradually cooled, until today, Barrett's smile transformed into one of unrestrained joy, culminating in a wild laugh. After 20 years, he had finally found a worthy opponent. With that, Barrett's eyes widened with intensity, his gaze locked onto Idyan. I see it. You bear the shadow of Roger. You possess power that rivals Roger's. His deep voice resonated through the corridor, and among those still coherent, aside from a few powerful prisoners, only the Navy soldiers and the personnel of Impel down remained. Barrett's words reached everyone's ears, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Even Magellan, the warden of Impel down, showed signs of alarm. Roger, the Pirate King? That was the man who gave even the legendary hero Garp a headache. Magellan had encountered Roger, but had never faced him directly. Nonetheless, he was well aware of Roger's strength, a man so powerful that even the legendary duo of Garp and Sengoku could not capture him. Few knew of Roger's true power, as 2 decades had passed, and many of the current officials in Impel Down had only heard of Roger's name, the so-called Pirate King Roger. I heard he earned that title by conquering the entire Grand Line, Domino remarked, puzzled after her initial surprise. Was Roger really that strong? She queried with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy soldiers and guards exchanged glances that, in truth, most present were aware of Roger's title as the Pirate King, undoubtedly a grand title. But few knew the specifics of his strength. Roger, I think I was just a rookie back then. Hannibal, the deputy warden of Impel Down, reminisced about his early days on the job, but had little else to say. He was merely a newcomer who had heard of Roger as the Pirate King, but had never concerned himself with the details of the latter's strength. However, he recalled a prisoner who was particularly fixated on Roger. There was a pirate named Golden Lion Shiki who was always clamoring to find Roger. That guy was quite formidable. The guards nodded, acknowledging their awareness of Golden Lion Shiki, the only prisoner in Impel Down's history to have successfully escaped. They recounted the harrowing escape, recalling how Magellan and Hannibal had to work together to subdue Shiki. Hannibal showed no embarrassment at the mention, maintaining a calm demeanor. As for the reality, I remember it was you who shouted and called for Magellan's assistance. A weathered voice echoed from a distant cell. And soon the Golden Lion Shiki emerged before the bars, a cigar in his mouth, smirking. If I weren't in a hurry to find the famed sword Yuru in the wood of Kuro, you would have been dead for over 20 years. Shiki's appearance and recounting of past events served to strike back at Hannibal. Nevertheless, Hannibal remained unfazed, casually swatting his head. "Oh dear, I forgot you were re-imprisoned." "Humph." Shiki scoffed, his gaze shifting to Udyun, narrowing as he inquired. "You re the new vice admiral, named Udyun? I've never heard of such a young powerhouse before." At this point, Shiki's mind wandered to two other figures, Pirate King Roger and Straw Hat Luffy. "If it were 20 years ago, I would have gone to great lengths to recruit you into my crew," he declared, exuding the aura of a legendary pirate. Age and his second imprisonment had not diminished his ambition. Alas, he now found himself with only empty dreams, as his current age could no longer support such aspirations. However, with Golden Line Shiki himself vouching for Udyun's strength, doubts about Udyun's capabilities dissipated entirely, the figure of strength comparable to the Pirate King. The gazes of the Impel down officials towards Udyun shifted entirely, infused with reverence. Yet, Udyun, unfazed by the awe surrounding him, retorted, Hey, why am I being compared to a pirate? Have you even consulted me, the person in question?" Udyun was displeased, unwilling to be compared to a pirate, even one with the title of king, for he was still a pirate. At the end of the day, the king among beggars is still a beggar, is it not? If you truly wish to pay me a compliment, you might as well say I embody the combined essence of Garp and Sengoku. Garp and Sengoku had, over 20 years ago, repeatedly cornered the then pirate King Roger, recognized as the strongest duo in the Navy, unmatched even by today's 3 admirals. However, upon hearing this, the crowd was once again astonished. To claim to rival the 2 strongest figures, could he not be considered the most formidable admiral in Navy history? The crowd found it hard to believe, yet one individual did. Demon God Barrett. "Very well, let us duel." Barrett's eyes gleamed with fervent desire. "Once I defeat you, I shall surpass Roger and become the world's strongest pirate king." He eagerly anticipated a duel with Udyun, only to find himself still shackled, which ignited his fury as he demanded Magellan release his restraints. "You remain here and behave yourself," Magellan coldly barked an order. Subsequently, he rose once more to lead the way, guiding the group toward the cell where the prisoner Ace was confined. Just before departing, Udyun cast a final glance at Barrett in his cell, pondering, it is quite possible that Barrett might soon seek him out for a confrontation. Chapter 79. The Advanced City is descending into chaos. Among the assembly, neither the personnel from the Advanced City nor the accompanying naval soldiers could foresee that, in a short while, this most formidable underwater prison, which had only seen one pirate successfully escape since its inception, was about to experience its darkest hour, having existed for many years with only a single inmate managing to flee. It was astonishing that, within less than a day, countless criminals had managed to break free. That it was as if a dam had burst, with prisoners surging forth like a flood. Within a single day, the Advanced City prison had been breached countless times. However, while Udyun could foresee these events, he chose to remain silent, refraining from issuing any warnings to the personnel of the Advanced City. After all, the prison had remained stable for many years. Suddenly proclaiming such things would likely be met with skepticism, with only a minuscule chance of being believed. Most would think him deranged, while a majority would deem him arrogant. This was a high-security underwater prison, not a mere entertainment venue where anyone could come and go. If even prisoners could freely enter and exit, would that not reduce the prison to the level of a brothel? Of course, even if the ordinary guards and wardens were skeptical, they would merely harbor disdain or frown in response. Yet Magellan's temperament would surely lead him to perceive Udyun as overly presumptuous, creating unnecessary enmity. Often, it is only when calamity strikes that people become willing to believe. Udyun turned his gaze away, no longer looking at the cells behind him. Ahead lay more cells, dark and silent, and as they walked, the environment remained largely unchanged. Most individuals arriving here, regardless of their strength, would likely find themselves lost. Fortunately, Magellan was quite familiar with the 6th level underground, even knowing the names of many inmates confined within. At this moment, he halted before a cell. This cell was unremarkable, no different from those Udyun had observed along the way. "Ace, your time has come," Magellan declared with authority. He then gestured for several guards to step forward and unlock the cell. forcibly bringing out Fire Fist Ace, who was shackled with sea stone cuffs. Yudian stood silently before the cell, his gaze sweeping over the soon-to-be world-renowned prisoner. Ace, whether it was due to prolonged confinement or lingering injuries. Ace appeared somewhat listless, his demeanor deflated. He merely raised his head to glance at Magellan and Yudian before lowering it once more. Being escorted out of the cell, the Yudian's gaze continued to roam the cell until it landed on Jinbe, who was bound in a large formation. Even now, Jinbe remained undeterred. Despite his own grievous injuries and blood-soaked head, he still shouted with all his might, "You cannot execute Ace. This will spark a war that engulfs the entire world." However, no one paid him any heed, Yudian included, who was too apathetic to offer explanations. Pirates yearn for a world of freedom and chaos. Idealistic pirates might even add a strand of justice to their dreams. Yet in a world governed by strict order, the existence of pirates becomes immensely challenging. Since Earth transitioned into modern society, how many truly free pirates have emerged? Yudian, appreciating personal liberty, believed that a touch of order in the world would be preferable. Let's go. The transfer of prisoner Ace was completed right before Yudian and Magellan's eyes, as he was handed over from the guards to the naval soldiers accompanying Yudian. With the transfer complete, and Ace dispatched from the advanced city. The task of prisoner transfer was deemed thoroughly accomplished by the personnel of the advanced city, and what transpired thereafter was of no concern to them. However, just as the group was escorting prisoner Ace to the large elevator, a panicked guard rushed in to report. Unidentified individuals had breached the advanced city. Have they arrived? Yudian expressed mild surprise, not expecting that Straw Hat Luffy would succeed in entering the advanced city without the aid of Empress Hancock. He wondered if this could be related to the so-called historical inertia. Indeed, the impending upheaval in the advanced city was an exceptionally significant event. This event would lead to Straw Hat Luffy swiftly passing through the Gate of Justice to reach the Navy headquarters. Had Luffy not traversed the Whirlpool route after the Gate of Justice in the original narrative, he would have arrived at the Navy headquarters too late even to collect Ace's body. However, this was not his concern. Yudian withdrew his gaze and stepped into the elevator, awaiting descent to the prison's ground level. As for Straw Hat Luffy, the affairs of the advanced city would naturally be handled by the advanced city itself. As a vice admiral, Yudian did not wish to intervene. He was not the nanny of the advanced city, but of course, if the advanced city were to sincerely request his assistance, perhaps offering a few natural-type devil fruits as an incentive, Yudian might consider helping them after careful deliberation. Clank, clank, the elevator's hinges and gears emitted a constant metallic clanking sound. During the ascent, no one had the inclination to observe the environment of the other prison levels. Domino had lost interest in providing commentary as well. The guards and wardens of the advanced city were primarily focused on the intruder. Meanwhile, Yudian contemplated his positioning in the upcoming Marineford War. Should he adopt a nonchalant approach like Kizaru, or fight with fervor like a Kainu? He found himself in a state of uncertainty. As a vice admiral, engaging in battle against pirates was his duty, yet there were also admirals like Kizaru who preferred to take it easy. Even the justice-driven Akiji contributed little effort. Only Akainu, who was ruthless and adhered to absolute justice, truly exerted himself, even to the extent of sustaining serious injuries in combat. Thus, Yudian acknowledged Akainu's appointment as Fleet Admiral in the original narrative. Well, I have no intention of becoming Fleet Admiral myself. I suppose I'll take it easy during this Marineford War. After careful consideration, Yudian resolved to adopt a laid-back approach, even following Kizaru's lead in that regard. Last time during the Celestial Dragon incident, this fellow had slipped away, so he could not be allowed to escape this time. Originally, the Celestial Dragon incident was to be managed by Kizaru, yet he had unceremoniously evaded responsibility, retreating to the distant West Blue, leaving Yudian to shoulder the burden, even resulting in the deaths of 2 Celestial Dragons, although the world government's 5 elders did not impose any punishment afterward. The death of Celestial Dragons was a serious matter that would not simply be brushed aside. Ultimately, there would be consequences. Yudian would ensure that Kizaru faced the repercussions for this. In summary, during this Marineford War, it would not be so easy for Kizaru to evade responsibility again. Clunk! Unbeknownst to him, the elevator reached the ground level, connecting with a soft thud before coming to a complete stop. The group gradually exited the elevator. However, before they could reach the corridor's entrance, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. It seemed a fierce battle was underway.